Because I could see others' talents, all the students I taught became top-tier experts in their respective fields. At first, I was just an ordinary physical education teacher. When I learned that the principal wanted me to become a homeroom teacher, I was completely stunned, especially since it was for class 9 of the second year of high school. I knew this class well. It was notoriously unruly, with students who not only fought but even played pranks on teachers. Just as I was about to refuse, a system voice suddenly echoed in my mind: the ultimate homeroom teacher system has been activated. Rewards for activation: a premium apartment in the Golden Elite School District, a cash reward of 2 million, and the special ability God of Sports. God of Sports grants the host extraordinary athletic prowess, such as never missing a basketball shot and achieving a 100-meter sprint time of 9.50 seconds. If the host agrees to become the homeroom teacher, an additional beginner's gift pack will be awarded. Hearing this, I gaped in astonishment. Jo Won-won was about to try persuading me further when I suddenly sprang to my feet. Frowning, he thought I was about to confront him, but before he could react, I flashed a smile and said, "Principal, thank you for your trust. It is my duty to lead class 9 of the second year out of their struggles." Seated, Jo Won-won was visibly taken aback for a moment. However, being a seasoned principal, he quickly regained his composure. Smiling, he stood up, walked over to me, and patted my shoulder, assuring me to come to him if I faced any difficulties. As Jo Won-won politely escorted me out of his office, my phone buzzed with a text message: 2 million yuan deposited into your bank account. I gasped in shock, and at the same time, a warm surge swept through my body, leaving me feeling utterly comfortable and glowing. Then, I suddenly took a swift step forward, covering a distance of 5 or 6 meters in a single stride. My eyes widened in astonishment. I couldn't believe how drastically my physical abilities had transformed. Soon, I returned to my office and immediately spotted the property deed on my desk: Unit 902, Building 6, Jinya Academy, a spacious 148 square meter apartment in a prestigious school district, with my name listed as the owner. Next, I opened the newcomer's gift pack from the system and received 2 talent enhancement cards, 2 mindset adjustment cards, and an additional quota of 3 bound students. At 2 p.m., after reviewing the class schedule for grade 11, class 9, I realized they should be in an English lesson. I decided to go and observe. Today was the first day of the new semester, and the students of class 9 had no idea I'd been appointed as their homeroom teacher. I planned to announce it during evening self-study. With no classes of my own at the moment, it was the perfect opportunity to see if class 9 truly lived up to their notorious reputation for mischief. I headed downstairs and walked along the edge of the playground toward the teaching building. The field was empty, with no PE classes in session. However, at the far end, I spotted a group playing basketball: 6 students in a 3v3 match. From a distance, 2 figures looked familiar. My expression tightened, and I frowned. 2 of them were sports scholarship students from class 9. I had intended to check on their attendance, only to find them skipping class right here on the playground. Clearly, they weren't the studious type. What surprised me most was that the dean hadn't caught them red-handed. This was truly unexpected. Then I walked nonchalantly towards the basketball court, and as I approached, the system's floating panel suddenly popped up. Name: Chu Xiaoran. Age: 17. His talent in language and math is relatively poor, but his long jump is exceptional, and his football talent is downright monstrous. Another one. Name: Lu Peng. Age: 17. Average talent in language and math, excellent talent in long-distance running. Looking at this information, I was utterly astonished. I never expected that Chu Xiaoran, a long jumper, would possess a monstrous level of football talent, just one tier short of peerless. As for Chu Xiaoran preferring basketball over football, I didn't find it particularly strange. It's just how the environment shaped him. However, such a prodigious football talent shouldn't go to waste. Turning to Lu Peng, another sports recruit, his talents paled in comparison to Chu Xiaoran's. His strongest attribute, long-distance running, was merely at the excellent level. On the other hand, his academic talents were decent, mostly at the good level. It seemed he genuinely disliked studying. Otherwise, with his abilities, he wouldn't have ended up in class 9 of the second year of high school. Moreover, it was the first time I'd seen someone with a negative practical performance bonus, meaning Lu Peng underperformed in every exam. I wondered if this was one of the reasons he avoided academics. Just then, the group playing basketball glanced at me out of the corner of their eyes. Recognizing me, they didn't pause their game and continued playing. Among the 6, only Chu Xiaoran raised an eyebrow and greeted me first. As the sports committee member of class 9 and a long jumper, he was naturally familiar with me. Besides, he had heard of my reputation and had once seen me as a role model. At 17, being selected for the national team was something Chu Xiaoran believed he couldn't achieve. After all, he was also 17 and hadn't even secured a spot on the provincial team, let alone the national squad. He held a favorable opinion of me because I had coached him more than once during PE class. With Chu Xiaoran taking the lead, the others also greeted me, though they didn't stop what they were doing. None of them knew I had become their homeroom teacher. Most students don't resent or dislike PE teachers. After all, PE class is one of the few times they can relax and exercise. Perhaps this was also one of the reasons Principal Zhou Wenguang chose me to take over Class 9 of Grade 11. These students didn't seem wary of me after all. As a PE teacher, I couldn't interfere with their academic studies. As I moved closer, apart from Chu Xiaoran and Lu Ping, the information of the other 4 students came into view. Looking at their details, many thoughts crossed my mind. As a provincial key high school, Manhwa Academy naturally prioritized graduation rates and academic performance, but different people thrive in different ways. Some excel at studying, paying attention in class and performing well in exams. Others simply can't muster enthusiasm for subjects like math and science. Judging purely by their innate talents, Lu Ping, who was recruited for sports, actually had the most balanced academic aptitudes. I didn't know why he had let himself fall so far, ending up with abysmal grades and being assigned to Class 9 of Grade 11. Bin's talent for physics has reached the excellent level, and his talent for chemistry is also at the good level, so how could he have chosen the liberal arts? Li Rui is not a special enrollment for sports, but his talent for high jump has also reached the excellent level. No wonder at 173, he was able to play basketball with Chu Xiaoran and the others. He seems to be a high-touch kid. His language, math, and foreign talent is not good, but he has an excellent talent for painting, and Su Jie doesn't know if he has had any contact with painting. As one piece of information filtered through his mind, a glimmer of clarity arose in Su Jie's heart. Language, math, English, physics, chemistry, biology. Music, painting, basketball, soccer, piano, acting. Underneath the talent options, dozens of different talents were covered. And what the school valued and what the exams tested were but a fraction of them. Su Jie knew that there was no way for him to change the screening policy of the entire educational level. It was a fool's errand. He can only help Chu Xiaoran and his abandoned children grow according to their respective talents and preferences. Principal Zhou Wenguang, did they do anything wrong? In fact, no. The general environment is such that a physical education teacher or a high school principal can't change anything. Moreover, today's college entrance examination policy was already considered very fair and just. Su Jie thought about it, and all he could do was to bring the kids in senior class 9 to a good place. Having made up his mind, Su Jie decided to start with the few people on this basketball court. He took off his thin black down jacket, craned his neck and moved his joints before walking onto the court. "Come on, take me one," Su Jie said with a smile, and with a flash of his body, he grabbed the basketball from Qin Huai's hands and snatched it to himself. Chu Xiaoran and the few of them, seeing Su Jie suddenly go on the court, revealed a look of surprise. "Mr. Su, aren't you bullying people?" Qin Huai was caught off guard and was robbed of the ball by Su Jie, so he was naturally unconvinced in his heart. His voice was magnetic, and when Su Jie heard it, he secretly nodded in his heart. It seemed that the system's display of excellent level of musical talent was not false. Su Jie believed that Qin Huai could win the favor of many girls just by virtue of this good voice. Not bad looking, tall, likes to play basketball, and has a good voice. A boy like Qin Huai must have quite a few suitors in school. Alright, since Mr. Su also wants to have some fun, let's make it 3 against 4. Chu Xiaoran, who was clearly the leader of the few, smiled and began to regroup. Me, Lu Ping and Teacher Su on one team, Qin Huai, and the 4 of you on one team. The 7 people regrouped and quickly set up on the basketball court. Su Jie stood outside the 3-point line, his right hand grabbing the ball with one hand, his body leaning forward, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Since you guys like playing basketball so much, let's let you guys play enough at once." In front of him was none other than Qin Huai. Qin Huai opened his hands, both eyes tightly staring at Su Jie as he took up a defensive stance. He had just been robbed by Su Jie in one go, and naturally, his face was a bit unsettled. Young and vigorous, he intended to regain his offense. Just what happened next made him completely lose his temper. Su Jie calmly waited for Qin Huai to completely set up his stance before suddenly moving. Bang bang! The basketball landed on the ground, only to see Su Jie take a crisp crossover step to receive the dribble behind the back, 1 step, and past Qin Huai. 2 steps, rushed to the basket. Facing the tallest Wang Xiyuan, his left foot stomped on the ground, his whole body musculoskeletal force instantly, the whole person jumped up high. In the air, his right hand grabbed the ball with one hand and swung his arm in a single motion. Bang! Greeting Wang Xiyuan in the air, heavily dunked the basketball into the basket. Simple, violent, clean and sharp. Chu Xiaoran stood not far away, his eyes staring straight up as he watched it all happen, swallowing hard. Mr. Su was too strong. His heart was shaken. It wasn't just Chu Xiaoran, Lu Ping, and the few of them weren't any better. In gym class, Su Jie had only taught them some simple basketball knowledge. Before this, they had never played with Su Jie on the basketball court. What was happening in front of them completely subverted the image of Su Jie in their minds. Bang! Su Jie lightly landed on the ground, watching the change in the crowd's expression in his eyes, his heart was happy. "Little sorts, let's see if I can subdue you guys." Su Jie thought through. Chu Xiaoran them, after all, is still only 16 or 17-year-old teenagers. If you use the right method and guide them properly, you can still get them back on track. What do Chu Xiaoran and the boys in high school like? basketball, soccer, games, novels. Apart from studying, they like everything. Instead of being a homeroom teacher who made their hearts sick, it would be better to completely conquer them in the areas they loved. What are you waiting for? Keep fighting. Su Jie smiled and casually tossed the basketball to Li Rue. The offense and defense switched, and Li Rue was the main attacker. He is not tall and has excellent bounce. Lu Peng was responsible for defending Li Rue. Su Jie, on the other hand, was defending both Qin Huai and Wang Xiyuan. Li Rue dribbled for a long time, unable to break through. Lu Peng found the right moment and swished the ball into Qin Huai's hands. After all, Qin Huai is good basketball talent. After receiving the ball, straight-faced Su Jie faced a look of defiance. Can you call it a young man without being exasperated? Seeing Qin Huai's look, Su Jie was happy. Very well. Since you're not convinced, let's fight until you're convinced. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Jie made a move that left them horrified. Only to see him smile as he pinned his left hand behind his back, leaving only his right hand that was stretched out in front of his side. He actually chose to defend Qin Huai with one hand. This was nothing short of naked provocation. Chapter 5: Convincing the Crowd. On the basketball court, 7 people were standing apart. The 179-tall Qin Huai held the ball in both hands, looking at Su Jie, who had put away his left hand in front of him and was ready to defend himself with one hand. His breathing steepened. This is also too despised, right? Even if you're a physical education teacher and play basketball well, how dare you want to defend yourself with one hand? Qin Huai only felt his blood churning and was furious in his heart. He lightly grunted and didn't say anything harsh. See the real thing under the hand. Bang bang. The basketball landed on the ground, and Qin Huai began to skillfully dribble the ball. Since you arrogantly put away your left hand, I'd like to see how you can defend if I break through from the right. In a flash, Qin Huai made up his mind. He possessed good basketball talent and usually played a lot. His technique was very good. Only to see him dribbling with his right hand, he suddenly accelerated and broke towards the right front. Su Jie's left hand was behind him and his right hand was in front of him with a smile on his face. The reason why he chose to defend Qin Huai with one hand was because he wanted to intentionally stir up the fighting spirit in their hearts. Chu Xiaoran and the 6 of them, not attending English class, skipped class and came out to play basketball. Su Jie, as the class teacher, if he directly went up to them and scolded them, gave them a verbal lecture and then sent them back to class. That way to deal with what will be the result, Su Jie do not need to think much to know. It would be counterproductive to intensify the conflict. From the look and behavior of Chu Xiaoran and the few of them when he first arrived at the basketball court, Su Jie believed that if it was any other cultural teacher to handle this matter, the outcome direction would definitely be in a worse direction. It was precisely because he knew that reprimanding them according to the conventional routine would only attract disgust that he chose to personally go down to the court and shock them severely in their preferred sport of basketball. Seeing Qin Huai's actions, Su Jie's mouth grinned, an expression that undoubtedly became even more incendiary when it fell into Qin Huai's eyes. Qin Huai crossed his left hand, trying to block Su Jie's defense, and his right hand dribbled without stopping, killing directly to the basket. It was only Su Jie's next move that left him a little puzzled. Su Jie did not move across to the left to stop him from breaking through, but instead turned his body to the left side of his body. Qin Huai surprisingly dribbled past Su Jie easily. He smiled contemptuously and said in his heart, "Mr. Su, you are nothing more than that." Without stopping his feet, he went straight to the basket. Inside the 3-second zone, Chu Xiaoran bypassed He Binbin, who was defending him, and came to stop him with open hands. But in the end it was a step too slow. Qin Huai has jumped up first. A 3-step layup, only to score. The man was in the air. Qin Huai's heart was unrestrained. Physical education teacher, nothing more than that. With a flick of his wrist, the Spalding basketball drew a beautiful arc and flew toward the basket. In the nick of time, there was suddenly a terrifying sense of oppression. In Qin Huai's horrified gaze, a magnificent figure came first afterward. Snap! A large hand, as if Rulai's 5 fingers were covering the sky, slapped the basketball in its rising stage away. Covered the cap. This slap, powerful and heavy, the basketball flew directly across the half-court, landing on the other end of the basket below. The whole court was silent. Qin Huai himself was in the air, only feeling the horrifying sense of oppression. The impact of all this happening wasn't that big on him. But Chu Xiaoran and the 5 of them, it was completely different. On the basketball court, their attention was extremely focused. The 5 of them, who had watched Su Jie act like a monster, waited until Qin Huai had already jumped up before they began to make a move. Afterward, he jumped up in one step, his forehead almost level with the basket, and slapped the basketball away in one go. This visual impact made Chu Xiaoran, Wang Xiyuan, and the rest of them all widen their eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. Was this really an action that a middle school physical education teacher could do? Such a swift pace, such a terrifying bounce, such precise timing control. Even a professional basketball player wouldn't be able to do it better, right? Chu Xiaoran and the others grew up watching the NBA. In everyone's heart, they had fantasized about being like Jordan, Kobe, James, calling the shots on the court, taking what they wanted. At this moment in their hearts, some people had even begun to compare Su Jie with the many star players in the NBA. Simply outrageous. Shin Huai, as the one who faced Su Jie directly, his mood was even more devastated. Anyone who played the game knew that having this kind of surefire layup capped was simply a strange shame. Li Rui, go retrieve the ball. Su Jie instructed as he pointed to the basketball in the distance. He had a good view of the change in the expressions of the several people on the court. He nodded his head in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Come on, continue. Manly man, you don't want to play after being capped? Fight back again. One attack, one defense. After 2 rounds, Su Jie's words began to multiply. In the beginning, he didn't make a sound, dunked and capped, in order to create momentum. Since his momentum had been created, it was time to get down to business. Swish. From the 3-point line, a sword sealed the throat and went into the net. Bang. Turning 360 degrees, windmill foul. Shoo. Facing 2 people joint defense, step back jump shot. The basketball was in Su Jie's hands, as if it was alive, drilling into the basket in a variety of ways. Chu Xiaoran and the rest of them had already gone from being shocked at the beginning to being completely numb later on. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. After 20 minutes, other than Su Jie, all 6 of them started panting heavily. Under Su Jie's special design and care, he took the field 6 people, one by one, lesson once. Mr. Su. Su. Can't fight anymore, take a break. Chu Xiaoran rested his hands on his knees, shaking his head to catch his breath while saying, "This is not able to fight?" Su Jie thumped twice, leapt up, turned around in the air, and clasped his hands behind his back. Landing lightly, he looked at the crowd with a smile. On his face, there was no excess sweat. After the system's transformation, his physical strength and endurance had undergone a drastic change. 20 minutes of intense exercise could only be considered a warm-up for him. Mr. Su. Really can't fight anymore. We're convinced. Shin Huai simply sat on the ground, unwilling to get up and play again. Being abused from the beginning to the end, anyone else would be suffocating. At the end of the fight, it was already 6 of them surrounding Su Jie alone. But the result was that Su Jie easily resolved it. What's the point of playing? No more fighting. I don't want to fight anymore. Su Jie patted the dust on his hands and looked at Chu Xiaoran's panting appearance, very satisfied. Let's see how many of you have the strength to come out and play in the afternoon. He turned around and walked towards the supermarket beside the basketball court. Within a short time, he bought back a few bottles of functional drinks. Nah. Rest for a while, then go back to the classroom. He distributed the drinks to Chu Xiaoran and the others and said leisurely. By this time, Chu Xiaoran's few didn't have much of a mind to play ball, and nodded their heads. Teacher Su, you're so good at playing ball, can you teach us? Chu Xiaoran took the drink, gulped down a few mouthfuls, and walked over to Su Jie's side to ask. A few others, too, cast eager gazes. Just now on the court, Su Jie had completely convinced them. That dribbling, that crossing, that dunk, that cap. It was really too handsome. A few of them, all of them genuinely loved playing basketball. Now that they saw that Su Jie was so good and was their PE teacher, they naturally wanted to follow and learn. Su Jie smiled and patted Chu Xiaoran's shoulder. He was waiting for Chu Xiaoran and the others to open their mouths. Yes. Chapter 6, Qin Shixiang's Helplessness. After Su Jie sent Chu Xiaoran and the others back to the classroom, he turned around and walked towards his office. It couldn't be helped, after playing basketball with them for so long, it was already almost time for class to end. He didn't tell Chu Xiaoran and the others in advance about his assumption of the role of Class 9's homeroom teacher. In his opinion, it would be better to announce it during the evening self-study. Ding bell. As expected, Su Jie hadn't even walked out far before the dismissal bell had already rung. Su Jie shook his head. Come back next class. Teacher Su. Suddenly, a call came from behind Su Jie. He turned his head to see that a middle-aged man with a shiny brain was walking out of the school building, calling out to himself from afar. Qin Shixiang, the sophomore year director. Su Jie stopped in his tracks, and before long, Qin Shixiang walked to his side, the two of them walking side by side. Director Qin, did you call me for something? Su Jie looked sideways at Qin Shixiang and asked. Qin Shixiang was not tall, just around 1.7 m, and walking beside Su Jie, he looked even thinner. As the sophomore year director, he naturally knew about the fact that Su Jie had already taken up the position of sophomore Class 9 teacher. Mr. Su, what are your thoughts on Class 9? Qin Shixiang looked up at Su Jie with a smile and opened his mouth to ask. Just now, when Su Jie played with Chu Xiaoran and the others, he had watched clearly from the corner of the teaching building. Zhou Wenguan, as the principal, needed to worry about the big and small matters of the 66 classes in the whole school. He, Qin Shixiang, as the grade-level director, naturally needed to worry about all sorts of things for the 19 classes in the second year of high school. How could he not know when a student escaped to play basketball during class time? Very coincidentally, just as he was about to come out to teach these 6 unknowing brats a lesson, he saw Su Jie from afar. With a turn of his eyes, he had a plan in his mind. Thus, he stopped his steps and chose to observe the situation on the basketball court from the shadows. He wanted to see if Su Jia, as the new homeroom teacher of senior class 9, would be able to discover that the few people on the basketball court were students from his own class? After finding out, how would he handle the matter? Principal Zhou Wangguang had strategically given up on class 9, something he also knew. He and Zhou Wangguang are both superior and subordinate, as well as old friends. Having no choice but to choose Su Jia to be this class teacher, Zhou Wangguang had also sought his opinion. Therefore, when he saw that Su Jia recognized Chu Xiaoran and the others, and even played basketball with them, his feelings were mixed. Whether it was him, the grade director, or Zhou Wangguang, the principal of Manhwa Middle School, he had never said anything like giving up the sophomore class 9 in any public forum. This matter could never be put on the table to say. Director Qin, I don't have much of an idea yet. Su Jia said with a smile. This was the truth. Senior class 9, with a total of 45 people, was considered to be the one with the smallest number of students within the 19 classes in the second year of senior high school. As of now, he hadn't even memorized all the names of the students in the class, so how could he have too many ideas? Moreover, it was impossible for him to tell Qin Shixiang about the strongest class teacher system. I'm going to start by getting to know the entire class. Learn about their past, learn about their preferences, and then make a targeted teaching plan. Su Jia said as he walked. He had only just separated from Chu Xiaoran and the others not long ago when Qin Shixiang walked out of the teaching building. He wasn't stupid, so he could easily guess that Qin Shixiang must have just been observing the situation on the basketball court from a corner somewhere. As the sophomore year director, Su Jia still knew something about Qin Shixiang. He was unsmiling and notoriously strict. He had more than once heard the students of the sophomore classes privately call him Tiger Qin during gym class. Even in the second year class 9, which was a prickly class, most of the students were very afraid of Qin Shixiang. It was Chu Xiaoran and the others who were able to act so recklessly under Qin Shixiang's nose without being caught by him, making Su Jia very surprised and astonished. Qin Shixiang nodded slightly as he listened to Su Jia's words. Teacher Su, don't feel pressured. The situation of class 9 is a bit more special. The students in the class, more or less, have some connections at home, and even I, the grade director, can't manage it very well. Even Principal Zhou Wangguang had no idea, let alone him as a grade director. Su Jia wasn't surprised. If it was manageable, why would he find him, a physical education teacher, to be this class teacher? He nodded his head in understanding. Director Qin, then you know all about what I just played with them? Su Jia was curious in his heart and opened his mouth to ask. What he was curious about was who amongst the few of them, Chu Xiaoran, would be bad for Qin Shixiang to handle. Qin Shixiang glanced at Su Jia and nodded with a smile. Teacher Su's method of handling the situation is quite surprising to me. He was truly surprised that Su Jia would choose to play with Chu Xiaoran and the others. He was 45 years old and was not a basketball or soccer fan, so he could not understand what was happening on the basketball court. He only knew that Su Jia, this young man, played basketball very well. As to what extent, he didn't have much of a concept. But judging from Chu Xiaoran's and their looks and performance, Su Jia had completely subdued a few of their pricks on the basketball court. It was enough for him to know this. In Qin Shixiang's opinion, this was at least a good start, wasn't it? In the past, the homeroom teacher of the sophomore class 9 was a teacher of the culture class, and the means of governance were only so-so, yielding little results. In the process of fighting with these students, either they were so angry that they left angrily, or they were caught in a very difficult situation. Do classroom teacher longest, just do more than 2 months, ultimately cannot stand to choose to leave the post. But just now Su Jia's performance let Qin Shixiang's heart born some expectations. Perhaps, this little Mr. Su can really cure a senior high school class 9? After having such thoughts and ideas in his heart, Qin Shixiang looked at Su Jia with somewhat different eyes. I was just about to come out and reprimand them, when I saw that teacher Su had already gotten into a fight with them. Qin Shixiang continued. Chu Xiaoran is a special enrollment for sports, teacher Su should know that. As a key high school, our Manhwa Middle School has never been afraid of challenges from other schools in this aspect of learning and exams. But when it comes to the aspect of sports development, it is indeed lacking. Therefore, for special enrollment in sports, the school's way of dealing with it will generally be admonishment-based. Su Jia nodded. This was quite understandable. How could a student who studied well usually have a lot of time for sports? However, as a key high school, the upper face of Manhwa Middle School's assessment could not only be the cultural achievements. Therefore, the special enrollment of sports is many key high schools recruited to serve as a sports facade. For sports special enrollment, more preferential treatment and tolerance, it is not surprising. Wang Xiyuan is on loan from the imperial capital. After finishing Chu Xiaoran, Qin Shixiang began to introduce a few other people to Su Jia. Chapter 7: The extreme character of Qin Huai. Qin Shixiang, the great director, still knew the situation of the students of senior class 9 very well. As you know, the level of education isn't the same across the country. Some places push for quality education, while others push for test-based education. But as a parent in the Dragon Kingdom, which one isn't hoping for their son to become a dragon and their daughter to become a phoenix? Getting into a good university is the expectation and wish of most students and parents. Qin Shixiang spoke leisurely. Our Jiangnan city, as a nationally renowned city of education, sends talents to major universities across the country every year. And our Genoa Middle School is even the best of them. Speaking here, the smile on Qin Shixiang's face increased. As an educator, he was naturally honored by the students' achievements, the school's fame, and the education becoming a business card of the city. Like our Genoa Middle School, the undergraduate advancement rate is above 90% every year. It goes without saying what it means to enter our Genoa Middle School. Therefore, in addition to our school attracting high-quality students from our city, many neighboring provinces and cities, and even the imperial capital, will also have student parents trying to find ways to send their children to our Genoa Middle School. That's how Wang Xiyuan came here. Su Jie was both happy and helpless in his heart when he heard Qin Shixiang's words. The school was famous, the teachers were strong, the students studied well and were prone to achieve results, and he was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart as a teacher in our school. But when he thought of the many factors involved, out of the sophomore class 9 such a class, he felt very helpless. It turned out that Wang Xiyuan was a transfer from the imperial capital. He knew that wanting to transfer from the imperial capital to Genoa High School was not something that anyone could just manipulate. But on second thought, Su Jie's heart had quite a few more questions. For someone like Wang Xiyuan, why not just go to a private school? Or an international school? Or just go abroad? Since he was able to come to Genoa Middle School, why was he assigned to sophomore class 9? He couldn't figure it out, so he asked. Director Qin, why would a student like Wang Xiyuan be assigned to class 9? Qin Shixiang smiled mysteriously. Teacher Su, I know the doubts in your mind. Is it because you think that class 9 is the bottom of the entire grade, and that a kid like Wang Xiyuan might as well stay in the imperial capital? He smiled and shook his head as he continued. If you think so, you're underestimating our Genoa Middle School. If we talk about economic strength and political status, the difference between our Jiangnan city and the imperial capital is the difference between a firefly and a white moon. But when it comes to education, when it comes to the college entrance exam, I'm sorry, the imperial capital can't really compare to our Jiangnan city. Speaking of this, an incomparably powerful confidence arose from Qin Shixiang's body. Don't look at the fact that class 9 is a prickly class, and its grades are at the bottom of the whole year. But all the teachers in the class are the same as the other classes. Take Wang Xiyuan for example, all he needs to do is to put a little bit of effort into listening to our school's teachers' learning methods and test-taking strategies. When he returns to the imperial capital in the second semester of his senior year, he'll know how much benefit these 2 years of borrowing at our Genoa Middle School will bring him. Qin Shixiang's gaze, looking into the distance, grunted twice through his nose. Like Wang Xiyuan, our Genoa Middle School receives quite a few every year. He turned his head to look at Su Jie and asked with a smile, Teacher Su, guess what happened to all of them after they finally returned to the imperial capital? Su Jie shook his head. He was a physical education teacher who didn't care about the development of the school's cultural lessons before, so how could he guess? Qin Shixiang saw him shaking his head and smiled to himself. The assessment and judging standards in the imperial capital are different from the rest of the country. After those kids went back from our Genoa Middle School, the worst of them got into 211. The kids who worked a little harder were directly admitted into 985. Those who entered Qingbei, there are quite a few. Su Jie's heart shook as he listened. Really? The worst ones got into 211? Exaggerated, right? The imperial capital's assessment standards were notoriously loose, which he also knew. Qingbei, as the backyard of the children of the imperial capital, the percentage of students recruited from the imperial capital each year could be much higher than that of other provinces and cities. After studying for 2 years from Genoa Middle School, you can go back and go to Qingbei? Su Jie was somewhat disbelieving. If you do this math, doesn't it mean that most of the students at Genoa Middle School, if they are Daida residents, can go directly to Qingbei? It's too exaggerated. It was so exaggerated that it was not even like it was real. Qin Shixiang noticed the change in Su Jie's expression and knew that he didn't believe it. What does it matter if he doesn't believe it or not? The facts were here. The Dragon Kingdom is so big, of course the educational resources cannot be the same throughout the country. The imperial capital and the magic city, the two metropolises, were notorious for their entrance exams, which excluded foreigners and prioritized local. Qin Huai is my nephew. After finishing Wang Xiyuan's situation, Qin Shixiang began to introduce the other students to Su Jie. Only when he just opened his mouth, he startled Su Jie again. Grass. Qin Huai was actually his nephew. The 6 people who just played basketball, Chu Xiaoran and Lu Peng, were special enrollment for sports. Wang Xiyuan was a borrowed student from the imperial capital, and Qin Huai was the nephew of the grade-level director. No wonder Qin Shixiang didn't come out to reprimand them in the first place. Dare I say that the 6 of them, each and every one of them is skilled. Su Jie only found it interesting. It's just that when he thought about it, it's not right. Since Qin Huai is Qin Shixian's nephew, how could he be placed in class 9? With Qin Shixian's ability as the grade director, even if he was placed in the experimental class, no one would dare say anything, right? Just letting his nephew hang around in class 9? What's the picture? Su Jia wondered. Hey! Just as Su Jia was puzzled, he suddenly heard Qin Shixiang sigh in a rare manner. This made him even more puzzled. This child, Qin Huai, wasn't like this before. When he was in junior high school, his language was a bit worse, but his grades in other subjects, they were all still reasonable. Liked to play basketball, and we all supported it, as long as he didn't fall behind in his studies. It's just that in his junior year, his mom had a car accident and left them both. Since then, the boy's character has changed a lot. Qin Shixiang's face revealed some helplessness. In the beginning, I was still very strict in teaching him. But this child went to the extreme of jumping off a building to force his way out, scaring me and his father, who no longer dared to be overly harsh in our discipline. The reason why he was assigned to class 9 was also to stabilize his mind. After all, he usually plays especially well with Chu Xiaoran and the others, and I also know that this kid secretly likes a girl in class 9. Speaking here, Qin Shixiang smiled helplessly again. To Qin Huai, he, the eldest uncle and great head, couldn't do anything about it. When Qin Huai chose to force himself to death, he had really scared their brothers. Since then, they had chosen a softer way to guide them, and as long as Qin Huai didn't do anything stupid, they could accept it. Hearing Qin Shixiang's words, Su Jia's heart was shocked. That Qin Huai who looked handsome and had an exceptionally good voice was actually a child with an extreme personality? He pondered in his mind that he had to be a little more careful when dealing with Qin Huai in the future. Chapter 8 Peerless Level Gaming Talent. After Su Jia separated from Qin Shixiang, he returned to his office. He had been the class teacher of the sophomore class 9, and he hadn't moved to any other office. After all, besides being the class teacher of class 9, he was also the physical education teacher of 5 other classes. This office wasn't big, and all the desks in it didn't have too many things on them. Physical education teachers, unlike other cultural teachers, test papers, homework, documents a whole lot. It was only normal for the desks to be empty. Old Su, I heard that you became the homeroom teacher of class 9? As soon as Su Jia returned, he was called out by a tall and thin young man. His name was Lin Lei, and he was also the physical education teacher of the second year of high school. In terms of age, he was 3 years older than Su Jia, but he called Su Jia Old Su. Lin Lei graduated from the Central Plains Physical Education Academy, and despite his thin appearance, his strength was not small. He had learned martial arts since he was a child and had won 2 national martial arts competitions. Hey, I don't know what the principal and the others were thinking, to let me, a physical education teacher, be the homeroom teacher. Su Jia smiled and shook his head. The matter of being bound to the strongest class teacher system was certainly something he couldn't tell anyone else. Since Lin Lei asked, he had to push everything onto the principal. Lin Lei laughed. Isn't class 9 a notoriously prickly class? Old Sua, why did you agree to it so sparingly? I also fell for the principal's ways. Su Jia shrugged helplessly. Brother Lei, why don't you go be this class teacher? After coming to Manhwa Middle School, Lin Lei took care of Su Jia. The relationship between the two is good. Su Jia has always called him Brother Lei. Engaged in sports, naturally, to embrace the warmth of the group. After all, like Manhwa Middle School, such a key high school, the importance of cultural courses and contempt for physical education is more than normal. Lin Lei waved his hand. I'm not going to be this laborious class teacher. Every day he touches the fish and gets his salary and bonus. Doesn't he smell good? Look, the next class was supposed to be my gym class, and I just got to school, and then I got stuck with something temporary. Ha! Lin Lei stuck his hands in his pockets and walked towards the door. Old Su, I'm leaving. As a gym teacher, I've never given a student an evening study hall before, huh? Lin Lei turned his head, made a cheering gesture, and walked away with a big smile. Just went to work and got off work, there's no one else. Su Jia helplessly skimmed his mouth and sat down in his seat, continuing to look at the information of the students in class 9. Isn't that Mr. Su, the physical education teacher? What's he doing standing in the corridor? Whatever, a gym teacher, it's not like he can control us. You say, could he be courting Ms. Zhou? Hey! That's quite a likelihood. Mr. Su is quite handsome, tall, and has max boyfriend power. Ms. Zhou is the most beautiful girl in our school, how can she fall for a gym teacher? Stop it. Senior class 9, on the 4th floor of the teaching building. Su Jia leaned his back against the fence by the corridor and looked inside the classroom from time to time. Sure enough, it was a difficult class to lead. Math teacher Zhou Yutong was earnestly lecturing on the podium, but the students below were doing their own thing. Whispering, burying their heads in sleep, reading novels openly, sneaking around playing with their cell phones. There were more than 40 people in the class, and only a few of them were listening attentively. The students who spotted Su Jia didn't care too much about him standing in the corridor looking towards the classroom. After all, they didn't know yet that Su Jia was their new homeroom teacher. Even if they knew, there wouldn't be too many changes. After all, they had messed around with several homeroom teachers. The whispers of a few students, of course Soo Jia couldn't hear them. With his gaze, he would occasionally look at Jo Yutong on the podium. It was indeed beautiful. Worthy of being recognized as the #1 beautiful teacher in Genoa Middle School. Today, she was wearing a bright green thin down jacket on top and a black tweed skirt underneath. Her skin was white and beautiful, with a thin waist and long legs. What is even more rare is that she exudes a unique bookish aura all over her body, adding a few points of intellectual beauty. Soo Jia heard that she is the Magic City Guanghua University graduated high school students, graduate school. They went to Genoa Middle School as a math teacher. People look good, math is also good, but Genoa High School focus on training one of the teachers. Before this, the two had not crossed paths or dealt with each other. Now that Soo Jia has become the homeroom teacher of Class 9, in the days to come, he will naturally need to deal with the classroom teachers. To be able to get closer to a beautiful teacher, how could Soo Jia refuse? He guffawed, his gaze moved away from Jo Yutong's body with difficulty, and continued to observe the students in the class. On the seat by the window, a little fat boy was burying his head, his eyes staring down at the desk with some excitement, his hands shaking constantly. Soo Jia's mind thought together, and the system naturally presented the little fatty's information in front of his eyes. Name, Li Hao. Age, 16 years old. Height, 172 cm. Weight, 75 kilograms. Talent, language poor, math average, English poor. Sprinting very poor, gaming peerless. Mentality, poor. Actual combat bonus, 10%. Looking at the information displayed on the virtual screen, Soo Jia sucked in a breath of cold air. Crap! A matchless level of gaming talent. Soo Jia rubbed his eyes to confirm that he hadn't misread it. Peerless level talent, ah. This was the first time he had seen someone naturally possess a peerless level talent since he obtained the system. That was the highest talent level determined by the system. Even for him, it was only after he obtained the ability of the god of sports after obtaining the system that he was able to raise his sports-type talent to the peerless level. How terrifying was a peerless level talent? Soo Jia had experienced it firsthand. It was no exaggeration to say that the current him, as long as he participated in all kinds of sporting events, he would definitely be able to shock the world. All sorts of records could be broken at the drop of a hat. The second year 9 class is such a prickly class, a class of losers, but there are students with such heavenly talent? This really startled Soo Jia. Nowadays, in this era, it wasn't like a decade or so ago when most people scoffed at playing games. After so many years of development, esports had become an increasingly mature industry. The prizes for the top global tournaments of Dota, LOL, and other games were extremely lucrative. If you play the game well, you can also make a name for yourself. In terms of making money, which of the top game anchors and top professional players are not making a lot of money? Their fans are all over the world. Their commercial value was no less than that of a well-established business. How could Soo Jia not have thought that in his own class, there would be a student who had the potential to change the ecology of a certain game? Li Hao. Soo Jia deeply memorized this name. Chapter 9 Exchange with a Beautiful Teacher. Jo Yutong stood on the podium, patiently and meticulously explaining the knowledge points about trigonometric functions. This is one of the several important knowledge points of high school mathematics. She speaks with ease and incisiveness. Just looking at the following attentive listening to very few, she was a little discouraged. The reason why she chose to come to Genoa Middle School as a math teacher after graduating from graduate school, Jo Yutong had her own plans. First of all, she was a local of Zhongnan City. After graduating from Magic City, she originally had the opportunity to stay there. However, she didn't like the atmosphere of a metropolis like Magic City, so she chose to return to Zhongnan City after graduation. Secondly, she genuinely liked the profession of teaching. In her heart, the profession of teaching was very sacred. Being able to teach what she had learned to one student after another, Jo Yutong felt cool. Even after she actually became a teacher, she encountered all kinds of problems, but it didn't erode her ideals and original intention. When everyone was reluctant to lead the sophomore 9 class, she was the one who volunteered to be the math teacher of the sophomore 9 class. There was her own persistence and beliefs, as well as a desire to share her dad's worries. That's right, Jo Yutong was none other than Principal Zhou Wangwang's daughter. Jingle bell. Class dismissed. Jo Yutong didn't drag the class. It wasn't just her, all the teachers who gave classes to sophomore class 9, there wasn't a single one who would drag their feet. In the beginning when she gave math lessons to class 9, she would also painstakingly ask the students to listen well. But after a semester passed, there was no change in the students who slept, talked to each other, and secretly played games in sophomore class 9. She also gradually looked away. Lectures were delivered seriously as usual. As for the students underneath to listen or not, it was better to leave it to the homeroom teacher to worry about. In her opinion, every time she attended a class, there were 10 or 20 students who listened to her attentively, and she was already satisfied. After all, in math class, not everyone could really listen. One thing that satisfied her about the students of senior class 9 was that in her class, play was play, sleep was sleep, and no student would intentionally cause trouble and disturb her lecture. After class, she called out to Su Jia in the corridor. Teacher Su. Teacher Zhou. Su Jia was about to go back to his office. He didn't know what Zhou Yutong was calling him for. The two walked side by side. Zhou Yutong was about 1 meter or so, which was considered tall amongst the girls, but standing next to the 185 Su Jia, she appeared a little petite. Mr. Su was a first-time class teacher, right? Zhou Yutong's voice was very nice, like an oriole. When she was eating in the teacher's cafeteria at noon, she had learned about Su Jia's role as Class 9's teacher from her dad, Zhou Wenguang. Zhou Yutong didn't say anything about her dad in their decision. What was the situation in Class 9, she, a math teacher, understood. She was also not familiar with Su Jia, and at this time, after a sideways glance, she only felt that Mr. Su was quite handsome, but she just didn't know if he could manage this group of students in Class 9. Before Su Jia, the homeroom teachers of Class 9 were the language teacher, English teacher, and history teacher respectively. Without exception, they were all exasperated by these mischievous students. Teachers can choose to work hard and leave after the class, but classroom teachers cannot. Most teachers are still very responsible. Since they have taken over, they will certainly lead the class well. Who would leave in anger until it was absolutely necessary? Yes, in the future, please ask Teacher Zhou to pay more attention to the math class in Class 9. Su Jia walked beside Zhou Yutong, his nose lightly sniffing. So fragrant. The situation of Class 9, Teacher Su should have understood it, right? Zhou Yutong was still very surprised and curious that Su Jia would agree to be the homeroom teacher of Class 9. Such a hot potato, everyone else was avoiding it, why would he take over? Su Jia nodded his head and laughed. They say that Class 9 is a class of pricks and scraps. I don't think so. I'm rather optimistic that the students in Class 9 will be able to grow in every aspect. Oh? Zhou Yutong glanced at Su Jia in surprise. She did not expect that Su Jia would be so optimistic about this group of bad boys despite knowing the situation of Class 9. Teacher Su, why are you so optimistic about them? She didn't understand and asked with a smile. A teacher is one who preaches and teaches to solve problems. The corner of Su Jia's mouth lifted and he said with a smile. I know that Teacher Zhou is great at teaching math knowledge. He first gave a small pat on the back, then continued. In my opinion, this merely falls under the category of teaching. For the students in Class 9, no one has ever preached and explained to them. Coincidentally, I'm quite knowledgeable in this area, so when the principal approached me, I agreed to it in one go. Su Jia was purely talking nonsense. But the speaker had no intention of listening, and when Zhou Yutong heard these words in her ears, she found them very interesting. It turned out that the physical education teacher, who seemed to have a big grin, actually had such a delicate mind. She truly loves the profession of teaching, so after hearing Su Jia's words, she inevitably thought of her own lofty words when she first chose to become a teacher. But it is not preaching, teaching, and solving puzzles, the 6 words of truth. Her pair of beautiful eyes once again looked at Su Jia, seems to want to more deeply understand this handsome man. He actually has the same ideals as himself? If Su Jia knew what Zhou Yutong was thinking right now, he would probably burst out laughing. These words were really just random nonsense that he had made up off the top of his head. How could he not have imagined that his casual remarks would be related to Zhou Yutong's initial ideals? One had to sigh, there were no coincidences. Then has Mr. Su ever thought about how to lead Class 9 well? Zhou Yutong pursued. It was hard to beat Su Jia, only to see him blurt out, treat the symptoms and teach according to the material. Zhou Yutong was stunned, a class of 40 or so students, teaching everyone according to their aptitude? This was simply impossible. But she didn't say anything more. Today was only the first day of school after all. She would like to take a good look at how Su Jia was teaching according to his ability. Mr. Su, what if your method doesn't work? Zhou Yutong asked rhetorically with a slight smile. What if my method works? Su Jia laughed. Teacher Zhou, in my opinion, as long as you dare to try, you will definitely be able to come up with a way to lead Class 9 well. It's only when you don't dare to think or do that you'll hold them kids back for nothing. Zhou Yutong was infected by Su Jia's words for a moment. She did not expect that Su Jia, a physical education teacher, would have such an open mind and enlightened thoughts. Teacher Su, I will fully support you. She turned her head sideways and gave Su Jia an encouraging smile. In an instant, it was as if winter had turned to spring. Su Jia's heart melted. Chapter 10: A Special Welcome. Genoa Middle School started from the sophomore year of high school, and every night, they would have 3 periods of evening study. At 7:30 p.m., senior year 9 class. Old Wan on. I've lost again. How can he be Xinzhou's number 1 Han Xin? He's simply bringing down the 3 roads. You still have the nerve to talk about me? You're playing like with Miyamoto Musashi. An operation is as fierce as a tiger, look at the record 0-5. Have you watched the recent hit Legend of the Green Lady? Yes. Wow. The male lead and the male supporting cast are so handsome. Yeah. Don't forget to go and support your little brother. That servant girl is so annoying, I can't wait for her to hang up earlier. That's right, too annoying. It's already 7:30 and the new homeroom teacher hasn't come yet. Our class won't be without a homeroom teacher from now on, right? Ha ha. That's not better. What's better? If the homeroom teacher doesn't come, won't the traps we just set up be useless? That's true. I still want to see the new homeroom teacher's embarrassing appearance. On this floor, all the other classes were quietly going through their evening study sessions, only class 9 was in chaos. Sleeping, playing games, chatting. The commotion caused Yang Yen, the homeroom teacher of class 10 next door, to be very dissatisfied. Excessive. It's too much. If these poor students in class 9 keep making such a mess, it will have too much of an impact on our class. No, I have to go find Director Qin to theorize about this. Yang Yen frowned and directly left the classroom, running to find Qin Shixiang to complain. After Su Jie ate dinner, he paced leisurely and walked towards the teaching building. He was a physical education teacher, but he had never given his students an evening study session before. He was still looking forward to the upcoming teacher-student meeting. It wasn't that he was looking forward to how well the students of class 9 would perform, but he was looking forward to seeing their shocked expressions. Not only was this the first time Su Jie had heard of a gym teacher being a class teacher, he guessed that it was the first time the students of class 9 had experienced it as well. As soon as he thought of this, the corners of Su Jie's mouth couldn't help but rise. Interesting. When he walked to the 4th floor of the school building, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Su Jie's mind. Ding! Task released, avoid all traps. In the current classroom, there are 6 traps. If the host identifies and avoids all of them, the mission will be completed. Mission reward, Heart of Awe. Heart of Awe dramatically increased the student's fear of the host. Hearing the system's voice, Su Jie slapped his head. Prickly class really lives up to its name. Ready to give the new homeroom teacher a hard time on the first day? How dare they? No wonder no culture teacher wants to be the homeroom teacher of class 9. They're all scared of these students. 6 traps? What kind of traps? In Su Jie's mind, clips from Master Star's movie Runaway Dragon suddenly appeared. His brows furrowed and his alertness steepened. Luckily, after being transformed by the system, with the ability of the god of sports, his observation and reaction skills had increased to an incredible level. He took a deep breath and steadily walked towards class 9. Is there a teacher coming or not? If they don't come, why don't we just leave? Yeah, might as well go to an internet cafe to hack. Hey! There's a teacher coming this way. A teacher is coming this way. Who's who? Quickly, everyone get ready. Holy! It's Mr. Su, the gym teacher. No way. He's probably just passing by? Holy! It's really coming towards us. From the window seat, there was a constant stream of information spreading throughout the class. Xu Xiaoran's heart shook as she glanced at Lu Pang and Qin Huai on her left and right. It can't be that Mr. Su is our new homeroom teacher, right? Holy! He's still playing soccer with us in the afternoon then? Damn! Big Head Wu and the others have set up traps in the classroom. What should we do? It's too late. Let's listen to God. Xu Xiaoran, a few of them, sat in positions that were leaning together. A few people discussed and revealed a helpless expression. In their hearts, they had good feelings for Su Jie. If Su Jie became the homeroom teacher of their class, the few of them were happy to see it. The design and arrangement of the trap, Xu Xiaoran's few were not involved in it, it was done by the other students leading the way. The students of the same sophomore class 9 were also divided into many small groups. Xu Xiaoran and the others belonged to one group, and those who designed and arranged the traps belonged to another group. When Su Jie walked to the door of the classroom, the originally rowdy class 9 unexpectedly quieted down in a rare manner. The students in the classroom, one by one, sat in their seats, looking like good students. The front door of the classroom was tightly closed. Su Jie guffawed, this first trap was also too crudely designed. At this point in time, all the classes were having evening self-study, the classroom doors of the other classes were all open, only class 9's classroom door was tightly closed. With the advance warning, Su Jie easily guessed that there was something fishy going on. He stood at the door and gave a gentle push with his right hand. The door opened. Wow! Bang! 3 disposable paper cups filled with water fell from above the moment the door opened. The first trap broken. The students in the classroom, looking at Su Jie who stood in the doorway and did not come in, revealed surprised looks. Most of them were aware of Wu Feng and the others setting up traps. This was not the first time they had done this. The first homeroom teacher of the last semester was the one who was made to look bad by the traps, and within a few days of doing so, he cried out and found the principal and transferred out of class 9. Wu Feng sat in the first row of the classroom, looking at the corner of his eye as he looked at Su Jie, who recognized his first trap with a single glance. Surprisingly, it was Mr. Su? How could it be a physical education teacher to be the homeroom teacher? Regardless of how good or bad their studies were, most students did not dislike physical education teachers. Surrounded by the heavy curriculum of languages, mathematics, foreign languages, science and chemistry, PE class was a rare time for them to relax. Of course there are students who hate PE classes, but they are definitely in the extreme minority. The majority of the students were still very eager for physical education. Su Jie, as Class 9's PE teacher, had never overly drilled them in PE class. So most of the students in Class 9 still had a very good impression of him as their PE teacher. Wu Feng was no exception. Next to him, his classmate Zhao Xian pushed him with his elbow and whispered, "What should we do?" In Zhao Xian's hand, he was still holding a cell phone, and the camera of the cell phone, through the gap in the middle of a few books, was aimed at the classroom door. Good guy. Not only did they set up a trap in the classroom, they were even prepared to record the teacher making a fool of herself. Simply lawless. Chapter 11, Cracking All Traps. What to do? Cool it. Wu Feng blankly glanced at Zhao Xian. He didn't expect that it would be the gym teacher, Mr. Su, who would be the homeroom teacher of. Anyway, the traps had already been set up and it was too late to disarm them now. So, is it still recorded? Zhao Xian muttered. Record. If Mr. Su was really able to break all my traps, then from now on, if he tells me to go east, I'll never go west. When it came down to it, Wu Feng's heart was in the right place, and his teenage heart was on display. The first water cup trap did not cause Su Jie any trouble. He stepped over the puddle of water on the floor and walked into the classroom with a slight smile. "Hello, classmates. I'm your new homeroom teacher," he said as he walked towards the podium. Wow. The classroom, which was still quiet, suddenly came alive. Surprisingly, it's really Mr. Su. A gym teacher as our homeroom teacher? It's amazing. I think it's pretty good. Let's see who dares to take up our PE class in the future. That's true too. With Mr. Su being the homeroom teacher, there's no way he'll be taken over by teachers from other classes, right? You guys are too optimistic. If he's like old man, yeah, he'll still be taking up the class. Below the podium, the students whispered. Most of the students did not resist the matter of Su Jie being the class teacher. While listening to the whispers under the podium, Su Jie carefully looked around. The water cup on the edge of the door was just the first trap in the classroom. There were 5 more traps that he needed to find one by one. When he was about to walk to the podium, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking down, not far from the steps of the podium, an inconspicuous silk thread stretched across there. If it wasn't for his vigilant heart and meticulous observation, he would have inevitably tripped over the silk thread and fallen into a. Su Jie shook his head and kicked his right foot hard. Snap! The second trap broken. Below the podium, the crowd who knew about this trap revealed expressions of surprise. If the water cup trap at the doorway could be said to be luck when Su Jie dodged it, then the breaking of this second trap was clearly not due to luck. Wu Feng and the few of them swallowed their saliva and stared wide-eyed at Su Jie, who was about to walk to the podium. No way. Can this even be discovered? Teacher Su is also too powerful. From the moment Su Jie entered the classroom, most of the students' gazes were focused on him. Many of them marveled as they watched him break the silk thread with a single kick. Wow, 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 wow. And as Su Jie kicked off the silk thread, above the blackboard, countless pieces of chalk suddenly fell. Good lord, this was still a serial trap. The silk thread was connected to the chalk trap on the blackboard, and if Su Jie didn't realize the silk thread and fell on his ass, then so much chalk would have smashed down on him. Su Jie, who was standing at the bottom of the podium steps, was also secretly frightened. The third trap, unattacked. He calmly walked up to the podium and looked down with a smile. Classmates, I feel all your enthusiasm. As he spoke, he swept his eyes. The edge of the podium was coated with a clear liquid. Powerful blue. This trap was really a loop. Since he discovered it, this fourth trap was cracked. There were still 2 left. Su Jie looked around. The classroom was just this big. There weren't many places to hide things. Suddenly, the curtains caught his attention. Behind the curtains, there was a place that bulged out, a rope that extended from behind the curtains to the classroom's multimedia teaching equipment. Su Jie took the initiative to walk next to the multimedia and reached out to pull the rope. Shoo! A basketball and a soccer ball suddenly shot towards Su Jie from behind the curtain at great speed. At the same time, the projector above suddenly loosened and smashed downwards. Mr. Su, don't pull. Wu Feng, who had designed and laid out these traps, already regretted when he saw Su Jie reaching out to pull the rope and hurriedly called out. Ah! Below the podium, some girls had already started to exclaim. All of this happened so fast that it was too late for Wu Feng to open his mouth. In the classroom, all the students held their breath, watching the tragedy that was about to happen. There were even quite a few girls who had already covered their eyes, not being able to bear to see what happened next. Su Jie had prepared himself mentally. He only saw his left hand suddenly throw a straight punch. Bang! There was an explosive sound. Su Jie's punch was so powerful that it directly exploded the flying basketball and soccer ball. At the same time, the palm of his right hand went upwards, and with a rest and a spin, he steadily caught the falling projector. He was like a god of war, easily resolving the crisis. All traps, all broken. Holy crap, 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 crap. So fierce. So cool. Mr. Su is too good. No way, sir, this is okay? I'm not dreaming. A punch that blows up a basketball? Holding the projector with one palm? That's ing scary. All the students in class 9 were all in extreme shock. Soo Jae's punch was really fierce and incomparable, enough to shock everyone's eyeballs. No one had expected that the new class teacher would be a physical education teacher, and such a fierce physical education teacher at that. In just this instant, Soo Jae's image suddenly became incomparably taller in the hearts of the students of class 9. Ding! Dodged all traps, mission accomplished. Reward issued, Heart of Awe. After Soo Jae carefully put down the projector, the system's voice resounded in his head. At the same time, the information on the hover panel changed. Host, Soo Jae. Age, 26 years old. Height, 185 cm. Weight, 80 kilograms. Talent, language excellent, math good, English average. Sprinting unmatched, long jump unmatched, basketball unmatched, football unmatched. Mentality, excellent. Real world bonus, 30%. Currently bound class, senior class 9. Current bound student, none. Special ability, God of Sports, Mind of Awe. Special props, Talent Enhancement Card 2, Mindset Adjustment Card 2. In the column of special abilities, there is an additional Heart of Awe. When Soo Jae looked at the students under the podium again, he realized that in their eyes, the way they looked at themselves became different from just now. It was no longer a look of amusement, contempt, or indifference, but rather, there were many more looks of awe. It really worked. With a sense of awe, leading a class would inevitably be much easier. Soo Jae smiled and clapped his hands, returning to the podium. He looked at the students below, and many of them had averted eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. It was none other than those who had designed and set up the traps by Wu Feng. At this moment, they were all panicking in their hearts, afraid that Soo Jae would come after them. Soo Jae was the first class teacher who had dodged all the traps. And he also punched out 2 balls. Too ruthless. Wu Feng was jittery in his heart. But to everyone's surprise, Soo Jae didn't plan to punish them. He smiled and said to the group of students, "If a different teacher had come over, he would have already been confused by your whole thing. Nice trap design, don't set it up next time. From today onwards, I am your homeroom teacher. I hope we can get along well and spend a pleasant high school time." Chapter 12, Wu Feng who voluntarily admitted his mistake. Yang Yan, the class teacher of class 10, pulled Qin Shixiang to the outside of class 9's classroom when his entire body was confused. What's the situation? Where was the noisy class 9? How come there's no sound? It couldn't be. She came closer to take a look, and the students of class 9 were making self-introductions, one by one, in a well-organized manner. My name is Joe Kai, I usually like to watch fanfics, and my dream is to be an up master with over 1 million followers. My name is Shin Manning, I like to sing and dance, and my dream is to become a big star. At least a big star at the level of the 4 little flowers. My name is Lu Peng. My name is He Binbin. Qin Shixiang stood outside the window, looking at the situation in the classroom of class 9 with the same incredulous look on his face. When Yang Yan found him, how could he not know what Yang Yan was looking for him for? It must be that the students in class 9 were being too rowdy again, affecting class 10's evening study. This kind of situation was something he was already accustomed to. However, even if he was the one to step in and deter some of them, it would only be treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Teacher Yang, is this the class 9 that you said was affecting your class students' evening study? Qin Shixiang glanced at Soo Jae and turned his head to Yang Yan. This. Yang Yan's old face reddened, his heart slandered. Just now in Qin Shixiang's office, she had exaggerated the fuss in class 9 by adding more fuel to the fire. At this moment, when she looked at the class 9 students in the classroom who had obediently stood up to introduce themselves, her eyes were about to glaze over. Soo Jae was likewise the physical education teacher of class 10, so Yang Yan was even more shocked beyond words when she looked at the smiling Soo Jae on the podium. A physical education teacher is the class teacher of a prickly class? The key was that it was even able to subdue the students of class 9? Everything that happened in front of him completely subverted Yang Yan's cognition. It's not. Director Qin, they were really rowdy just now. Yang Yan still wanted to explain, but once she took a look at Qin Shixiang's furrowed brow, she somewhat caved in. Alright Teacher Yang, facts speak louder than words, hurry back to your evening study. Qin Shixiang glanced at Yang Yan and turned to leave. Yang Yan didn't dare to say anything more, and could only return to class 10's classroom in ashes. Only the more she thought about it, the more outrageous she felt. The scrappy class that no one could control was actually controlled by a physical education teacher? It was really outrageous. Soo Jae stood on the podium and saw the arrival of Qin Shixiang and Yang Yan. He just smiled and greeted them with a wink and didn't go out. The students' self-introductions were a chance for him to get to know these students well. He naturally couldn't miss it. At the same time, with the help of the system, he was able to see the talent of each student. The rumored waste class, in his eyes, Soo Jae, was simply a treasure class. The vast majority of the students all possessed 1 or 2 extremely outstanding talents. It was just that these talents, in the current educational environment, had never been valued. Not only did the school teachers not pay attention to them, but their parents probably never had a deep conversation with their children. Most of these children themselves don't know how much energy they have inside them. In the world, there are always 1,000 miles of horses, but there is not always a bull. Then let me be this bull. In Soo-jae's heart, a boldness suddenly rose. He wanted to make sophomore class 9 the strongest class in the entire school. No. Not just the entire school, it should be the strongest class in the city, and even the country. My name is Wu Feng, and my dream is to build the world's fastest supercar. After saying his dream, Wu Feng dwelled on it for a while and bravely said, Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I made all those traps. Soo-jae on the podium froze. He did not expect that Wu Feng would take the initiative to admit his mistake. From the very beginning, when he knew that there were traps in the classroom, he had been interested in the student who designed and arranged the traps. But he had also never thought of punishing this student. The students in class 9 had already been punished enough. For him to educate them in the old way again would not have any positive effect at all. Wu Feng stood in his seat with his head lowered, waiting for Soo-jae's sentencing. Whether he was beaten or scolded, he recognized it. A man is a man does what a man does. Since he had just told Zhao Xian, who was at the same table, that as long as Teacher Su broke all his traps, from now on, if Teacher Su told him to go east, he would never go west. Then Wu Feng would be able to do what he said. Soo-jae looked at Wu Feng, who bowed his head and admitted his mistake, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The system's hover panel was displaying Wu Feng's information. Name, Wu Feng. Age, 17 years old. Height, 175 cm. Weight, 65 kilograms. Talent, language average, math excellent, English poor, physics excellent. Mechanical demonic. Mentality, excellent. Real combat bonus, 30%. From the panel information and the traps he had just dodged, it was easy to see that Wu Feng possessed excellent hands-on skills. Those traps, which looked crude, were unbeatable in front of Soo-jae. But if it was any other teacher, it would be impossible to dodge them all. These traps, were they all designed and arranged by you? Soo-jae on the podium said with a slight smile. Wu Feng was sitting in the first row, and he was able to reach out. It's over, Wu Feng is going to be cleaned up. His seat is right under Mr. Su's nose. What if Mr. Su slaps him with a big mouth? No way. Mr. Su's punch just now directly blew up 2 balls. If he really did it, how would Wu Feng's small body be able to withstand it? Sympathize with Wu Feng. I hope the person is alright. Seeing that Wu Feng actually took the initiative to admit that he was the one who set up the trap, the other students began to worry about Wu Feng. Yes, I'm sorry, Teacher Su. Wu Feng lowered his head, and when he heard Soo-jae's words, he hurriedly said sorry again. The design is quite good. If it wasn't for the fact that I still have 2 tricks up my sleeve, I definitely wouldn't be able to dodge it. Soo-jae said with a smile. It was just that these words did not sound that way in Wu Feng's ears. He simply thought that this was what Soo-jae said before he was ready to teach him a lesson. Alright, sit down. Soo-jae did extend his hand, but instead of hitting him, he patted Wu Feng's shoulder encouragingly. It wasn't like he was stupid. These traps today, it was already unknown how many times Wu Feng had designed and set them up. Those previous homeroom teachers had all tasted pain. How could Wu Feng not be expelled so far? This was simply a travesty. Not only was Soo-jae curious about Wu Feng's demonic level of mechanical talent, he was likewise extremely curious about his origins. What kind of student could sit here unharmed after setting up traps to catch the teacher several times? He couldn't be the mayor's son, could he? Soo-jae shook his head, dismissing the distractions in his mind, and allowed the students behind Wu Feng to start introducing themselves. Chapter 13, Setting a Small Goal. When Soo-jae's hand slapped his body, Wu Feng's entire body shook. However, he quickly reacted to the fact that Mr. Su surprisingly wasn't trying to hit himself. Not only did he not hit him, he didn't even scold him. This made Wu Feng feel greatly surprised. Teacher Su, the new class teacher, was really different then. In his heart, his awe for Soo-jae increased even more. This. Teacher Su even let Big Head Wu off just like that? No way. Looks like our new homeroom teacher isn't quite the same as any of the previous ones. Mr. Su doesn't follow the rules. Soo-jae's behavior not only surprised the person in question, Wu Feng, but the other students in the class also froze. They all thought that Soo-jae would educate Wu Feng severely. No matter what, at the very least, he would scold him a few times, right? Who would have thought that Soo-jae wouldn't hit or scold, and directly made Wu Feng sit down? This made the brains of the entire class turn a little bit. In their impression, for a mischievous student like Wu Feng, the teacher would be extremely stern in reprimanding or even taking action. But Mr. Su's actions just now had overturned the idea in their minds. Seeing some commotion from the students below, Soo-jae reached down and pressed down. If placed in the past, this group of students wouldn't give a damn about the teacher on the podium. But now, when the students saw Soo-jae's action, they even very rarely stopped their discussion and gradually quieted down. If this was seen by other teachers or Qin Shixiang and the others, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. The students of class 9 would actually listen to their teacher as well? It was too fake. Su Jia was still satisfied with the students' reaction. Whether it was because of awe or because he had just cracked Wu Feng's 6 traps that had given the students a great shock, in any case, these students who were originally called poor students and pricks by the other teachers and students were now able to listen to him. In short, these students of class 9, who were originally called bad students and pricks by other teachers and students, were now able to listen to him. This was enough. After the class quieted down, Su Jia asked the students at the back to continue introducing themselves. My name is Li Hao, my hobby is playing games, and my dream is to become a professional player. Li Hao was honest and even directly stated that his hobby was playing games. Su Jia smiled and looked at Li Hao, who was sitting in the back row by the window. In the afternoon, he had seen this kid sneaking around playing games during class from the window. Nowadays, children are surrounded by all kinds of electronic devices as soon as they are born: computers, cell phones, tablets. And how many students don't like to play games? Even the students in Manhwa Middle School's top and experimental classes have a large number of people who like to play games. There is no shame in liking to play games. There was also no shame in wanting to become a professional player. However, Su Jia knew that esports was a line of work that ate more talent than cultural studies. In this line of work, without talent, there was no way out. There was no doubt about it. Even if one possessed a high level of gaming talent, without proper planning and support from their family, they would only end up being obliterated. Just like Li Hao, who possessed peerless gaming talent but wasted time on his least favorite cultural studies. Instead of going to the professional arena to make a name for himself, he was locked up in a classroom at Manhwa Middle School wasting his talent. It was simply a waste. Want to be a pro, huh? Nice dream. What games do you play? How's it going? Li Hao was just about to sit down when Su Jia asked with a smile. Li Hao hesitated inwardly. The fact that he could openly say that he liked to play games and dreamed of being a professional was because he felt that Su Jia was different from his former homeroom teacher. Now that Su Jia asked, he was still a little hesitant to say it. In the end, he still chose to say it. League of Legends National Service 12, Korean Service 15. 16th in the entire service of King's Honor. 31st in the entire service of Eternal Havoc Infernal. Li Hao said 7 or 8 popular games in one breath. Holy! Is Li Hao so awesome? How come I didn't know? It can't be bragging, right? This kid just buries his head in a game every day, and he's this strong? My strongest king, it was Rat who brought me up, he. You didn't say so earlier? Rat won't let me say it. 666. There's such a gaming god in our class? Grass. If he's so good at games, what's the point of keeping a low profile? That's right, if I had this level of skill, I would have chased the white schoolgirl to her hand long ago. Li Hao's self-explosion set off a huge wave in class 9. Before this, only an extremely small number of classmates who interacted closely with Li Hao knew that Li Hao was a very good game player. But even they didn't know that Li Hao actually played so many games at the same time. Most of them only played League of Legends and King's Honor occasionally. As for games like Chicken and CSGO, not many people played them. Su Jia listened to the students below mingling, and his heart was also extremely shocked. Li Hao, this kid actually played so many games to the top without saying a word? It was too exaggerated. He's not going to play professionally? What a waste. Cough. Su Jia lightly coughed twice, and the class gradually quieted down. Li Hao, do you want to be a professional player? Su Jia looked at Li Hao and asked with a smile. When Li Hao heard this, his spirit first lifted, but soon, his eyes dimmed. The change in his demeanor was something that Su Jia could see in his eyes. It seemed that his family was bound to be extremely against Li Hao playing games. And this kid, Li Hao, didn't have the courage to throw his weight around and leave home. That's why he was nestled in senior class 9, mixing it up every day. Su Jia decided to step in and help Li Hao out. So, he smiled and said, "You're playing so many games at the same time, refuting but not specializing. Even if you reach the professional arena, it's still hard to make a mark. In this case, I'll set a small goal for you, and if you're able to reach it, I'll help you convince your parents to let you go shine in the professional arena." When Li Hao heard Su Jia's words, his eyes that had already darkened suddenly rekindled hope. "Teacher Su, are you telling the truth?" Su Jia nodded with a smile. "Of course it's true. In this way, within a month, as long as you are able to raise your rankings in the League of Legends to within the top 5 in both the National Service and Korean Service. King's Honor to be on the top 10 in the entire service in 3 positions, shooter, fielding, and center single. I'll help you convince your parents to let you go to the professional tournament selection." When Su Jia finished speaking, Li Hao hadn't reacted too much before the rest of the class blew up first. Holy crap! Top 5 in both National Service and Korean Service? Even the active top pros don't do it that easily, right? King's Honor 3 positions on the whole service top 10? Are you kidding me? I've never been on King's Glory at the highest level. Chapter 14, giving you guys a chance. Other people didn't know about Li Hao's gaming talent, but Su Jia did. That was a matchless level of gaming talent. Just by looking at the fact that he was now able to play so many games to a top level, it was evident. MOBA games and shooting games, many of the operating habits are actually very different, the opposite of each other. Keyboard keys, mouse sensitivity, and so on were extremely different. Under such a premise, Li Hao's ability to play so many games to his current segment was simply appalling. This was still under the premise that he had never received any professional training. In today's esports, there was a very mature and systematic talent training mechanism in the old clubs. If Li Hao could receive specialized training in cultivation, Su Jie believed that he would be able to further cash in on his peerless level of gaming talent. When it came to cultural studies, Li Hao was not interested at all. But when it came to chatting about games, his juvenile nature was on display. Teacher Su, a month's time is enough for me to hit the double number 1 in the national service and Korean service. Top 5 in the whole service on 3 positions in King's honor. Li Hao's eyes lit up as he said confidently. Holy crap! Bragging without a draft. First in both services? 1 month? Li Hao's brain is broken, right? Rat, take it easy. I advise you rat-tail Jews. It wasn't just the students who were spitting, it was Su Jie on the podium who choked on Li Hao's words. Dare I say that I had underestimated him? Su Jie guffawed. People are not frivolous and wasted. Can you call yourself a young man without being exuberant? Good. Then we have a deal. As long as you can do it, I'll go help you convince your parents. Su Jie said with a smile. Mr. Su, then this month's class? Li Hao suddenly asked in a small voice. Playing games of course needed time. If he attended classes from morning to night every day, he, Li Hao, simply didn't have the time to play games. Even under such conditions, it was nothing short of a miracle that he was able to utilize his free time, steal from classes, and dip into internet cafes on holidays to play these games to such an extent. Su Jie teased, What? Don't want to go to class? Li Hao subconsciously nodded his head. Then, feeling that something was wrong, he shook his head apprehensively again and said, Not particularly wanting to. The other students in class 9 looked at Li Hao and stuck out their thumbs. Li Hao is awesome. Said what I wanted to say in my heart. How many students in the class liked going to school and attending classes? A handful of them. Su Jie looked on with a bigger smile on his face. The word class was originally something that many school-going children hated very much. Not to mention a prickly, scrappy class like senior class 9. He was not at all surprised by his classmates' reactions. If you don't want to, you don't particularly want to? Su Jie said with a smile. I'll give you a month. This month, you still have to come to school, but I'll arrange a place so that you can go to school without worry. But make a deal, if after a month, you don't accomplish the goal we set, then, you'll never want to play games again. Li Hao heard this and his eyes glowed, his face, all confidence. Teacher Su, don't worry. With these goals, it won't even take a month. He patted his chest and said with an unusually excited voice. Wow! Teacher Su actually really gave Li Hao a month to play the game. I'm not dreaming, am I? Holy, I don't want to go to class either. Isn't this just playing games on command? This is too good, isn't it? Li Hao, you're so awesome. With Su Jie and Li Hao setting the goal, the entire class 9 exploded. Not confiscating cell phones? Playing games in class? And not calling parents? And so encouraging? Such strange things were unheard of and unseen by them. Li Hao's matter was like a fuse that completely set off the emotions of the sophomore class 9 students. Su Jie took in the reactions of his classmates. He stretched out his hands and pressed down. After the class gradually quieted down, he smiled and said, I know that most of you don't like classes, right? Many students subconsciously nodded their heads. It's normal to dislike classes. Su Jie continued. But it's useless for you guys to dislike classes. As long as you guys are still in school, you will definitely be forced by your parents to come to class and forced by your teachers to learn. No matter how reluctant you guys are, the end result won't change much. Hearing Su Jie say this, many students nodded again. Yeah. What was the point of them not liking the classes? The arm couldn't be twisted, They still had to listen to their parents. Once they rebel, how can they live without their living expenses and pocket money? This was their lifeblood. Why did I agree to let Li Hao's classmates loose to play games? Because I see in him a talent for gaming that can get by even without good academic results. Let me ask you other students who can pat themselves on the back and tell me that I'm even better at playing games than Li Hao. If there is, I can likewise let you not have to attend class and focus on playing games. After Su Jie finished speaking, most of the class fell into silence. Who dared to say that playing games was even better than Li Hao? That was a pervert who had played League of Legends in King's honor to the strongest segment. Teaching students according to their abilities did not mean that they were misguided. If Su Jie didn't have the strongest class teacher system, he wouldn't have educated his students like this at all. A person who didn't have enough alternative talents to support him to live a good life, then studying well, getting into a good university, and entering a good business was the most important thing he should do. Without any other alternative talents and not wanting to study well, such a person was destined to achieve nothing. Su Jia looked at the students below who were almost done thinking, and smiled again. I can give each of you a chance to not attend classes. As long as you guys can have achievements in a certain field that you can hold. Like Mr. Li Hao, he's very good at playing games, and many of his games have been played to a very high level, so that's considered to be an outstanding achievement. Who else among you has achievements that can be held up? After Su Jia finished speaking, the class fell into a short silence again. Teacher Su, does my long jump score count? Chu Xiaoran was the first to raise her hand and asked. Su Jia extended his index finger and shook it. Just your long jump score? What kind of score does it count if you can't even make it into the provincial team? Student Li Hao is an achievement that can enter the top 10 in the country and even the world in the field of gaming. What about you? Not even in the top 10 in the province. What's the national ranking? How much is the world ranking? When Chu Xiaoran heard this, he wilted at once like an eggplant that had been frosted. Chapter 15, The Future Platinum God. Mr. Su, I'm a grade 8 pianist. No, too bad. Mr. Su, I won first place in the school singing competition. School singing competition? That sucks. With Chu Xiaoran's start, many students raised their hands. Students in class 9 who liked to attend classes. How could they not go for it when they could have the opportunity to do what they loved? Only one by one, they were all directly dismissed by Su Jia. You guys, so far, other than student Li Hao, there isn't anyone else who can have a take-home achievement. So in the future classes, you guys still have to be honest with me. No. In senior class 9, there was a whale. Teacher Su. Another student raised his right hand. Su Jia fixed his eyes on it. Name, Li Hu. Age, 17. Height, 176 cm. Weight, 71 kilograms. Talent, language excellent, math average, English poor. Novel demon. Mentality, excellent. Real world bonus, 20%. A student with a demonic level of novel talent. Student Li Hu, what do you have to say? Su Jia asked with a smile, shocked in his heart. Li Hu coyly looked at the surrounding students and then at Su Jia, hesitating to say it. Classmate Li Hu, say it out loud if you have any outstanding achievements. If it's outstanding enough, I'll support you all the same. Su Jia's heart was curious. Li Hu hesitated for a moment, his eyes gradually becoming firm. Teacher Su, I love writing novels. And by writing novels, I've already made a lot of money. Wow. Upon hearing Li Hu's words, the students of senior class 9 exploded once again. Did I hear it right? Li Hu said he can write novels. Ha ha ha. And already made quite a bit of money? Quite a lot is how much? A few dollars or tens of dollars? Don't laugh, isn't Li Hu usually quite good at writing essays? Yes, the language teacher even praised it several times. Holy. It can't be true, can it? Writing an essay is not the same as writing a novel. That's right. Su Jia was also shaken inwardly when he heard Li Hu's words. He was only 17 years old this year, and he was really already making money by writing novels? Even though he was able to see Li Hu's demonic level of novel talent, Su Jia still had some disbelief. Having talent is one thing, being able to cash in on it is another. Like Lu Ping, the special enrollment for sports, who clearly has good academic talent, but his grades are a mess, this is the best proof. Other than Su Jia, no one can see through someone else's talent at a glance. It's perfectly normal to have talent and not know it. Some people become famous at a young age and discover their talent early on. Some are late bloomers and don't realize their talent until they are in their 30s or 40s or even middle age. There were those who wasted their talents, and there were those who didn't even know what talents they possessed. Oh? Student Li Hu, is it convenient to tell us about your grades? Su Jia asked with a smile. Since Li Hu had already planned to say it, he was mentally prepared, only to see him open his mouth and say, Teacher Su, I serialized a novel on the End of the Line Novel Network, and I earned more than 50,000 last month. Hiss. In the classroom, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in. Holy crap. More than 50,000? It can't be more than 50,000 Zimbabwean dollars? Ha ha, stop it. Or is it serialized on the End of the Line Fiction Network? Really? This achievement is at the very least a great god-level author, right? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Bull. The classmates murmured. Su Jia's two eyes glared. Good lord, earning more than $50,000 a month? Lao Tzu didn't even make $10,000 a month as a physical education teacher. Li Hu is only 17 years old this year, and he can earn more than $50,000 a month? This is too much of a blow. Not only the students under the podium, even he didn't quite dare to believe this was true. Su Jia is also an old bookworm, and has read many various online novels. The works of well-known gods, the debut works of unknown newcomers. As long as the novels are to his liking, he will read them. Metaphysical class, immortal class, urban class. What subject matter of the novel he has read? Li Hu mouth in the End of the Novel Network, Su Jia is also aware of. That is known as the industry's largest and most authoritative novel serialization site. The great god authors inside can be said to be the most in the entire network. The most popular novels serialized on the website are also the most in the entire network. The head author of the Terminal Novel Network, the annual income of more than 100 million easy. Various movie and television adaptations, anime adaptations, game adaptations, but also the works of famous authors to break the circle. Li Hu is actually serializing a novel on End of the Line, and has already achieved notable results? If it was really like what Li Hu said, that his novels were able to earn more than $50,000 a month, he would indeed be able to call himself a great god-level author. Such an author, even if placed on the End of the Line novel network, was also very rare. Mr. Li Hu, is it convenient to reveal the name of the novel you wrote? Su Jia asked with a smile. The novel I wrote is called Fighting Heaven and Earth. Speaking of his novel, Li Hu's eyes had a light in them. It was a light of incomparable confidence. Holy! Fighting Broken Heaven and Earth? I've read it. Holy! I've seen it too. The one that ranked 9th on the list? It's only been up for a month, right? This month or next month, it'll definitely be able to reach the top 5 or even the top 3. Damn, is that so awesome? Li Hu is a potato and tomato. Really? The forums are saying that Potato Tomato will be the next platinum god of the End of the Line. It's rumored that Do DDTOND is his first novel. Platinum position, can't sleep at night. Bro, have you written the plot yet? First reveal. Ah. Li Hu turned out to be the author of the recent smash hit on the Terminus Online, Fighting for Heaven and Earth. There were quite a few students in the 9th class of the second year of high school who were fond of reading novels. The End of the Line novel website was certainly not unfamiliar to them. Many of the novel reading students had heard of the great name of Do DDTOND. How could they not expect that the famous potato and tomato god was actually their classmate? This is simply like a dream. Su Jia's heart was equally shocked. I grasp. Li Hu is a potato tomato. He's a fan of Potato Tomato. He was a genuine reader of the End of the Line website. He had also rewarded Fighting Heaven and Earth. He also thinks very highly of Potato Tomato as an author. The talented author whose first novel, Fighting Heaven and Earth, was able to catch fire on the End of the Line. How could Su Jia not think that such a great god, but is his own student? Simply outrageous. His mom to outrageous opened the door. Outrageous to the home. Chapter 16, 2 choices. Student Li Hu, you want to be a full-time online author? Su Jia forced down the shock in his heart and asked with a smile. The first online serialized novel, Fighting Heaven and Earth, was able to explode. It was able to earn more than $50,000 in its first month on the shelves. Su Jia knew that as long as Li Hu continued to write, it would only be a matter of time before Do DDTOND would explode all over the internet. The further it goes, the more he earns. If he can adapt it for film and television, or for anime, the royalties can make him a multi-millionaire or billionaire. He had no reason not to support Li Hu. Genoa Middle School, as a provincial key high school, had an annual undergraduate advancement rate of over 90%. But out of so many students who go to university, how many of them will be able to earn millions, tens of millions or even billions when they enter the society later on? Even for graduates of prestigious universities, earning $1 to $2 million a month is already a lot. The vast majority of people study hard for tens of years, and can only come out of the bitter 996, earn a few $1,000s a month. Not to mention being rich and famous, even whether they can afford to pay the rent is a problem. Although it is said that money is not a measure of a person's value, but in modern society, as an ordinary person, who does not want to make more money? This is a very realistic problem. Since Li Hu didn't like to study, since he could earn money that the vast majority of people wouldn't be able to earn in a lifetime just by writing novels. What reason did he, Su Jia, have not to support it? Li Hu gently nodded. Good. Like fellow student Li Hao, I will also give you a month's time. During this month's time, I will keep an eye on the novels you write, and the number of updates per day, the number of subscribers, and this month's final draft fee will all be used as the final judgment criteria. Likewise, you still come to school the same every day, and I will arrange the other things myself. Su Jia said with a smile. The novel that he was urging for more was actually written by his own student. In his heart, he was simply happy. In the future, he would be able to have a first look at the novels written by Li Hu in a bright and honorable manner. It was really too good to be true. Wow. Another one that doesn't require classes. Li Hu is awesome. I want to skip class too. Che, do you have any outstanding grades? Scram. I don't have any and you do? Seeing Su Jia's promise, Li Hu happily sat down. No more sneaking around writing novels. The other students in the class cast envious gazes at Li Hu and Li Hao. There was no way for them not to be envious. They don't have to go to class. One was ordered to play games, and the other was ordered to write a novel. It's really enviable. Su Jia nodded his head in satisfaction as he watched the reactions of the class. The reason for grabbing out the two archetypes, Li Hao and Li Hu, was to give the class an example. You see, as long as you have outstanding enough achievements in a certain field, not wanting to attend class is also negotiable. Su Jie smiled and looked around the room. Seeing that there were no more other students raising their hands to speak, he continued. Classmates, do you envy classmates Li Hao and Li Hu? Envious. The vast majority of students answered in unison. Good. Su Jie smiled. It doesn't matter if you missed today's opportunity, I'll give you two choices. Hearing Su Jie say this, the students of Class 9 immediately sat upright and leaned forward, making an appearance of listening attentively. If this scene was seen by the teachers of the other classes, they would definitely be shocked. When did the students of senior Class 9 become so obedient? Could it be that they were dreaming? First, you guys turn your hobbies into achievements. Su Jie leisurely said. This achievement must be outstanding enough, just like classmates Li Hao and Li Hu. After all, I am your homeroom teacher, I have to be responsible for you. If your hobbies are not enough to keep you fed and clothed, then these hobbies can only be used as a spice outside of your studies. Su Jie thought it through. To treat the symptoms and teach according to the material, then one had to have an excellent enough alternative talent as well. Individualized and differentiated teaching was something that should be done, but it was definitely not the whole story. If a person didn't have any special talents, then studying hard was his only way out. Going to work is hard, but if you have to choose between carrying bricks in the hot sun and going to work in the air conditioning, most people will still choose to go to work, won't they? There won't really be people who would rather be exposed to the sun and wind, moving bricks and delivering couriers than being a white-collar worker, right? It's not that being a construction worker or delivery boy is bad. Most of them make even more money than most white-collar workers. But tiring. How many people can take this kind of suffering and tiredness? Would they still do this job if they had a choice? Who wouldn't want to be able to drink tea, read the newspaper, and brush the jitterbugs to get their paychecks? At the thought of needing to achieve what Li Hao, Li Hu, and the others did, most of the students wilted. It's too hard. Piano grade 8, that's not easy either. First place in the campus singing competition, well at least it's the first in the whole school. But these achievements, in Su Jie's eyes, were not even trash. Su Jie, who was on the podium, saw the change in the students' expressions in his eyes and secretly laughed in his heart. You don't have any good grades and you still want to skip class? No way. Ahem. He cleared his throat and continued. Look at how listless you all are. You're all so hard done by? Do classmates Li Hu and Li Hao have more arms or legs than you guys? Why are they able to make achievements in their favorite fields, but you can't? Yes. Why are Li Hao and Li Hu able to get the privilege of not attending classes by virtue of their hobbies, but they can't? Many of the students' eyes rekindled a flame. They were still just 16 or 17 years old. The previous homeroom teachers, who only knew how to learn, they were like springs that naturally rebounded after being pressed to the extreme. It wasn't that the previous homeroom teacher was at fault, but this group of students in senior class 9 were extraordinary. If it wasn't for Su Jie's arrival, Li Hao would only be able to go to school and work under his parents' arrangement. It was possible that his unparalleled gaming talent would have never materialized into a world-famous achievement in his lifetime. The golden age of esports was just a few years. After 3 to 5 years, it would be nearly impossible for Li Hao to enter the professional realm again. How many older players have broken into the world-shaking achievements? Very few. Li Hao was only 16 years old this year, so if he was properly guided while convincing his parents to let him enter a professional battle team, Su Jie believed that he would definitely be able to break out into great fame in a short period of time. After all, he was in possession of a peerless level of gaming talent. The second option is to take your cultural achievements and exchange them with me for the opportunity to develop your hobbies. Su Jie continued. Chapter 17, Binding the First Student. Su Jie stood on the podium and picked up a piece of information. On this piece of information, the class's grades from the last semester's final exam were recorded. Chu Xiaoran. Su Jie looked down at the information and casually called out. Here. Chu Xiaoran rubbed his head and stood up. He didn't know what Su Jie was calling him for. Classmates, I'll use classmate Chu Xiaoran as an example. Su Jie raised his head, glanced at Chu Xiaoran, and said with a smile. As you all know, student Chu Xiaoran is a special enrollment for sports. Cultural achievement has always been his weak point. My requirements are simple. As long as you are able to reach the passing line in all subjects in the first month's monthly exam, language, mathematics and foreign languages plus the cultural synthesis, I can teach you the unique long jump technique. I can help you find the best coach so that you can easily enter the provincial team or even the national team. How's that? Chu Xiaoran froze. There was such a good thing? As long as you pass, you can learn Mr. Su's unique long jump technique? How could a talented person who was able to be selected for the national team at the age of 17 not have a unique skill? A place on the provincial team or even the national team? Wasn't this the goal that he, Chu Xiaoran, was striving for? Chu Xiaoran's complexion condensed, and he hastily nodded his head. Teacher Su, it's a deal. You can't cheat. Passing all subjects was something he could still achieve with hard work. The reason why Su Jie set this seemingly modest goal for him was naturally due to his considerations. Chu Xiaoran's final exam results from last semester, 92 points in language, just above the passing line. Math 71 points, 19 points away from passing. English 82 points, not far from passing. Comprehensive 188 points, also pass. His talent in all subjects, except for math, which is poor, is of average level. If he is talented, as long as he is willing to work hard, passing is not a problem at all. If not for the fact that he knows he is a special enrollment in sports, and usually especially fun-loving, in fact, the cultural achievements can be improved. Su Jie just wanted to give him a little bit of pressure to give him a run for his money. I'll do what I say. Su Jie said with a smile. Mr. Su, you're a physical education teacher, of course you can instruct Chu Xiaoran. I like to sing, are you also able to teach? That's right, I like to dance. Is it hard to believe that you know how to dance, Mr. Su? Ha ha ha, yes. The students in class 9 just didn't love to study, it didn't mean they were stupid. Su Jie was a physical education teacher, teaching Chu Xiaoxiao was naturally enough. But there were so many of them, each with their own hobbies, how could Su Jie know everything? They obviously didn't believe it. Su Jie smiled. It was true that singing, dancing, and even playing games and writing novels were not what he was good at. But don't forget, he was a man with a system. So far, he hadn't bound a single student just because he was picking and screening. The initial binding quota for the strongest class teacher system was 1. After initially binding the system, in addition to opening props such as talent enhancement cards and other props in the newbie gift pack, there was also a bound student count of +3. Nowadays, he could choose 4 students from senior class 9 to bind. And once bound, he could obtain that student's strongest talent in an instant. For example, if he chose to bind Li Hao, then after binding, his gaming talent would instantly rise to the peerless level. It was simply heaven-defying. Moreover, as the host chosen by the system, he even had a special power. That was that talent equaled ability. For example, if an average person has a peerless level talent, if he doesn't realize it and no one else discovers it, then for the rest of his life, his peerless talent will be wasted. For example, Chu Xiaoran, he had a demonic level of soccer talent, but so far, he didn't like playing soccer. The piece of sports competition, he also chose the track of long jump. If Su Jie didn't wake him up, then he wouldn't have stepped onto the green field in his entire life. His demonic level of soccer talent would have been destined to wear out over the long years. But Su Jie was different. Not only was he able to see all of his talent levels, he was also able to directly transform his talents into abilities. If he bound Li Hao, then he would be able to instantly convert his game talents into game abilities when he gained a peerless level of game talent. All games, on the go, at his fingertips. With such a means of cheating, you're still afraid that you can't teach them? What a joke! Su Jie glanced at the first student who opened his mouth. Name, Han Xiaochen. Age, 17. Height, 171 cm. Weight, 60 kilograms. Talent, language average, math average, English average, history good, music excellent. Mentality, good. Practical bonus, 10%. He was the student who said he was the first place winner of the campus singing competition. His musical talent was even better than Qin Huai's. Although Qin Huai possessed excellent musical talent, he preferred playing basketball to singing. But Han Xiaochen was different. Not only did he have excellent musical talent, but he also truly loved to sing. He was one of those people who had discovered his talent early on. With talent and a love of singing, taking first place in Genoa Middle School's school singing competition is no big deal. Su Jie believes that if Han Xiaochen receives professional study and training, he will definitely shine in the music field. In that case, let's take you on. Su Jie smiled faintly and awakened the system in his heart. Does it bind student Han Xiaochen? Please confirm. After the system's voice appeared, Su Jie chose to bind without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the first student successfully. Points Exchange Mall is now open. If the bound student receives an award above the provincial level, the host will receive a variable number of points. Points can be used to exchange for various props and items in the Points Exchange Mall. At the same time, the information about Su Jie on the information panel was instantly updated. Host, Su Jie. Age, 26. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Talents, language excellent, math good, English fair. Music excellent, sprints unmatched, long jump unmatched, basketball unmatched, soccer unmatched. Mentality, excellent. Real world bonus, 30%. Current bound class, senior class 9. Current bound student, Han Xiaochen. Current points, 0. Points Mall, opened. Special ability, God of Sports, Mind of Awe. Special props, Talent Enhancement Card 2, Mind Adjustment Card 2. Su Jie raised his eyebrows as his musical talent was instantly raised to excellent. Many memories suddenly appeared in his mind. High bass, American voice, nasal voice, dolphin voice. Breathing method, rhythm, rhyme. All sorts of singing methods, techniques, and so on, just like the information originally stored in the hard disk, were all mobilized at this moment. In just an instant, Soo-jie turned from a pentatonic gym teacher into an extremely outstanding singing expert. Chapter 18, Thunderous Applause. Student Han Xiaochen, you just said that you were the first place winner of our Genoa Middle School singing competition, right? Soo-jie said as he looked at Han Xiaochen with a smile. He took Chu Xiaoran as an example, and Han Xiaochen was the first to jump out in question, relying on, wasn't it his own proud singing level? Since this was the case, Soo-jie of course had to subdue him in his proudest and most prideful area. Han Xiaochen, who had strayed into senior class 9, was naturally not a light. Only seeing him raise his eyebrows, he confidently said, "That's right, Mr. Su, I'm the first place winner of our Xinzhong campus singing competition. If my cultural scores go up, can Teacher Su teach me in the field of singing as well?" Soo-jie smiled blandly and said, "Of course. Why don't we compete in front of the whole class?" Soo-jie's words were exactly what Han Xiaochen wanted. He nodded his head and glanced at the rest of the class, the smile on his face intensifying. "Teacher Su, it's not good to just have a competition without a colorful prize." Soo-jie was happy. He knew that Han Xiaochen was thinking that he had settled for him and had even started to make conditions. He smiled and nodded his head. "You're right, how meaningless it is to have a light competition without a colorful prize. How about this? We'll each sing a song, and after we're done, the whole class will act as judges to give us a show of hands to score. The one with the highest score wins. If you win, then like classmates Li Hao and Li Hu and the others, you can skip class. How about that? If you lose, you'll be a good boy and take lessons from now on. Want to go farther on the road of music? Then take your cultural scores and trade them with me for the chance to learn." Hearing this, Han Xiaochen nodded his head without even thinking and responded, "Good. Mr. Su, you can't cheat. He'll lose? Ha ha ha. He was the best singer in all of Genoa Middle School. Mr. Su, a gym teacher, wants to beat me in this area? Dream on. Wow. Mr. Su is going to sing with Han Xiaochen? Han Xiaochen is the one who beat the school goddess by Yaoyue. Once the night song is played, come on stage to receive the award. He's the best imitator of Zhou Dong. Can Mr. Su sing too? I don't know. Wow. Hey, there's a good show." The other students in class 9 were holding out for a show, looking forward to the battle between the two. Some could not wait to turn on their cell phone cameras, ready to record it all. "Student Han Xiaochen, you go first." Soo-jie stood on the podium and gave Han Xiaochen a pleased gesture. Han Xiaochen stood on his seat and cleared his throat. His face was filled with a confident smile. Having gotten the privilege of not having to go to class for nothing, his heart had already blossomed with joy. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Han Xiaochen adjusted his state. He slightly closed his eyes as his entire being began to immerse himself. Lu Lily, who was at the same table, had already helped open the net suppression cloud music, and a familiar intro began to echo in the classroom. "The wind is picking up." Han Xiaochen actually sang windy. This song is not easy to sing. I don't know how many people on the internet have flipped out because of singing this song. Yeah. In order not to disturb Han Xiaochen's singing, a small number of students were whispering in low voices. When the last trailing note of the intro fell, Han Xiaochen, whose eyes were slightly closed, finally spoke. "It's been a walk along the way. Following the traces of a teenager drifting. The moment before I left the station, I hesitated. I couldn't help but laugh at the inevitability of being close to home. And the sky in Nagano was still warm. The wind brings back memories of the past. Once upon a time, when I first met the world, I lingered." A low, yet energized voice slowly sang out from Han Xiaochen's mouth. As his song rang out, the gazes of everyone in class 9, including Soo-jie, all focused on him. These few faint lines had completely captured their attention. Worthy of being Han Xiaochen, who was able to take first place in the Xinzhong singing competition. It was really good to listen to. Many students marveled. Now walk through this world. 10,000 ways to linger. Turning over the years on different sides. I was caught off guard by your smile. I was once overwhelmed by the size of the world. And I've indulged in the dreaming of it. No truth, no struggle, no fear of jokes. I have turned my youth into her. I've played summer on my fingertips. Let your heart be what it is, and let it be. Walk against the light, let the wind blow and the rain beat. When Han Xiaochen sang the climax of the song in a very recognizable voice, it caused many girls in the class to shriek. Aha! It's so good. Han Xiaochen really sings so well. Does he have a girlfriend? I want to go after him. Che, he already has a girlfriend, forget about your looks. Soo-jie stood on the podium and nodded slightly as he listened to Han Xiaochen's song. Worthy of being a child who had unearthed his strongest talent early on. This great voice alone was enough to keep him clothed and fed. If he went through systematic study and training, he would be able to take his singing skills and singing technique to the next level. After the song, Han Xiaochen remained stuck in the singing he had just done, his eyes slightly closed, enjoying the joy and fulfillment that singing brought him. He truly loved singing. But his family didn't agree with him taking this path. He had resisted and struggled, but in the end it was the same old story. Su Jie's appearance gave birth to a hint of anticipation within him. After all, like Li Hao and Li Hu, they were realistically promised by teacher Su that they could play games and write novels without going to class. Snap! Su Jie, who was on the podium, was the first to applaud Han Xiaochen. The rest of the students quickly reacted and clapped along. Pa 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 pa. The thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire sophomore class 9, and even throughout the fourth floor of the teaching building. What are those assholes in class 9 doing again? Still letting people go to night study? Yang Yan, the teacher of class 10, frowned and coldly grunted with great dissatisfaction. She stood up, wanting to go find Director Qin to come over and lecture the students of class 9 again. However, on second thought, what if they didn't move again when she pulled Director Qin over? The first time he complained, he had already caused Director Qin to be dissatisfied. Thinking about it again and again, Yang Yan sat down again, looked at the students below who were a bit stirred up, and snapped. Study properly, don't be like the people in class 9. If you can't get into college, you'll be the ones to hurt yourselves. It's just the first day of school and you're fooling around, what a shame. The students of class 10 could only stop their commotion and continue reading and studying. It was just that their hearts were filled with curiosity about what was happening in class 9. Chapter 19, A Lone Courageous Man, Conquering the Class. Not long after, Han Xiaochen came back to his senses from the immersive singing. He looked at Su Jie on the podium, enjoying the thunderous applause from the class, the smile on his face unconcealed. When it came to studying, he might not be able to raise his interest, but when it came to singing, he was energized. In Han Xiaochen's opinion, with his singing level, winning this battle was easy as pie. Having gotten the privilege of not having to attend class for nothing, his heart was already overjoyed. The applause gradually dispersed, and silence returned to the classroom. Did student Han Xiaochen sing well? On the podium, Su Jie asked incitingly. Good. Many students replied back in unison. In their student days, there were so many gifted students who would always bring their own halo wherever they went. For example, the top students who were able to top every exam. For example, Xu Xiaoran, Jin Huai, and the others who played basketball well. For example, the school flower by Yao Yue, who's very pretty. Like Han Xiaochen, who sings beautifully. The sophomore class of Genoa High School had over 1,000 students in 19 classes. The ones who could be remembered by most people were the popular figures of the grade. Since student Han Xiaochen has finished singing, it's my turn. Su Jie cleared his throat and said with a smile. Under his classmates' expectant gazes, he opened the net suppression cloud on his phone and clicked on a song from the favorite song list. When the intro came together, it drew sideways glances from the crowd. Holy! The Lone Brave One. Teacher Su is actually going to sing this song? No way? I've heard too many cover versions. What kind of tricks can Mr. Su come up with? Hey! It's cheap for that Han Xiaochen guy. He gets the privilege of not having to go to class for nothing. I'm so pissed off. Below the podium, there were those who were optimistic and those who weren't, and the students murmured in low voices. Han Xiaochen's eyes lit up when he heard the prelude from the podium. Winning! Is Lone Brave on fire? Fire! But there were so many covers on the internet. There are countless celebrity big shots, grassroots gods, and famous cover singers of all kinds. There are too many good versions. There were already so many that it was numbing. Mr. Su even chose to sing this song? It was simply a thankless task. The corners of Han Xiaochen's mouth lifted, revealing a look of victory. The long intro ended, and as the last note fell, Su Jie spoke appropriately. All, it's brave. The wound on your forehead, you're different, the mistakes you made. All, no need to hide. Your worn out dolls, your masks, your ego. The voice was low, and the recognition was drawn out. As soon as Su Jie opened his mouth, the students of class 9 were stunned. Holy, Eason. It's too similar. How is it possible? Mr. Su isn't fooling us with the original song, is he? Fake singing? The classroom is just this big, how can we fake sing? But it's too similar. It's so gentle, as if someone is whispering in my ear. Wow. This is how I felt when I first heard this song. Open your mouth and kneel. Kneel for Mr. Su. Su Jie's singing came through, and Han Xiaochen's entire body was energized. What a high level of imitation. It was as if it was really Eason singing the song from the podium. Even he, a master singer, couldn't pick out any faults at all, and instead, he was mobilized by the emotions of the song, slowly immersing himself into the story of the song. His entire being was stunned. Teacher Su was actually this good at singing? Just this imitation of Eason alone could have conquered countless people. Eason. He was recognized as one of the most difficult to imitate singing gods. Even he, Han Xiaochen, couldn't do such a good job of imitating Eason as Mr. Su. They say to bring light to tame every monster. They say to sew up your wounds, no one loves a clown. The gentle voice suddenly took on a hint of sadness. Why is loneliness not honorable? Man is only imperfect to be glorified. Who says that sludge-covered ones are not considered heroes? On the podium, Su Jie was already completely immersed in singing. His voice, demeanor, and emotions were all extremely on point, and his excellent level of singing had even conveyed his own emotions to the students below. Perfect technique, rich emotions. The students of Class 9, driven by Su Jie's singing, thought of themselves in the awkward situation Class 9 was in today. Their academic performance is poor. They're mischievous. They have no respect for their elders. They are lawless. But were they born that way? Since they were young, have their parents and teachers ever considered their feelings? How many unknown sad stories have been covered up by the phrase, "We are all doing this for you"? In the eyes of the students in other classes, they are the other kind of students. They were the bad students. They were never perfect. But don't they have a chance to pursue their dreams? They were just kids with their own hobbies. No one ever asked them what they liked. No one ever gave them a chance to choose. Until today, until Mr. Su appeared. He was like a ray of light that shone into the children's hearts. Go, worthy. This ragged cloak. War. Battle. With the humblest of dreams. To the whimper and roar of the night. Who says that only those who stand in the light are considered heroes? When Su Jie sang the climax of the song, the entire Class 9 had already exploded. It's too explosive. I feel like I have goosebumps all over my body. Holy crap. Is this really not the original song? I'm shocked. After hearing too many cover versions, we've instead forgotten about the most original version of Super God. Yeah. The original is the YYDS. Mr. Su, it's also YYDS. It's awesome. All sorts of bullish arguments appeared in every corner of the classroom. If then The Wind Rises sung by Han Xiaochen just now was soft and nice, then The Lone Brave Man that Su Jie was singing now was shocking and explosive. The emotions of all the students in Class 9 were mobilized by Su Jie's song. Some had even begun to stand up from their seats to cheer for Su Jie. Teacher Su! Teacher Su! Teacher Su! 1 by 2, 7 by 8. Within a short time, almost all of the students stood up. They cheered and clapped at the same time. The huge commotion caused the hearts of the students in the surrounding classes to feel like they were being lightly scratched by a cat's claw. What exactly happened in Class 9? They were too curious. Someone was singing? How does it sound like Eason's voice? In the closest classes 8 and 10, many of them were not in the mood to go to night study. After the song, Senior Class 9, it was as if they were caught up in an orgy. Teacher Su! Teacher Su! One more song. One more. I love you, Mr. Su. Chapter 20, Complaints. Director Chin, go take care of Class 9. Their commotion is about to topple the entire school building. The students in our class are too affected. How can we still have evening study hall? In Qin Shixian's office, Yang Yan, the teacher of Senior Class 10, came over to complain once again. It's just that unlike the first time, this time, there's one more person by her side. Senior Class 8 class teacher, Sun Shihai. Sun Shihai helplessly glanced at Yang Yan, who had been pulled over by Yang Yan to make a fuss. What was the situation in Class 9, could he not know? But he wasn't like Yang Yan, in his opinion, since Class 9 had a new homeroom teacher, everything should be communicated to the homeroom teacher first. You don't even greet them, you just go straight to the head of year to complain? This is too petty. Sun Shihai knew that Yang Yan was doing it for the good of the students in Class 10. But who doesn't know about Class 9? Even if we go to Director Chin, it's still not a cure. When he was in Class 8 for evening study, he would tell the students underneath. The disturbance in Class 9 next door can enhance your ability to resist interference. This ability, whether in the usual study, or in the important exam, will play an unexpected role. Therefore, he never approached Qin Shixiang to tell him off, but instead used the Class 9's antics as a sharpening of the students in his class. What are they doing again? Qin Shixiang frowned and opened his mouth to ask. Singing. And it's still Teacher Su himself who's leading the singing. How can this be? What kind of person leads a class like this? A good evening study hall has turned into a singing competition. Yang Yan was furious at the thought of Su Jie even leading the singing. Is this the new homeroom teacher that the principal appointed? It's not even if he doesn't properly educate the group of poor students in Class 9, but he's even taking the lead in singing in the evening study hall? It's simply too much. Qin Shixiang looked surprised. Singing? What is Mr. Xiao Su playing at? Livening up the atmosphere? Unite the students? He was also a bit puzzled. All the other classes were quietly studying in the evening, but Class 9 was singing, which would indeed affect the students in the other classes. Qin Shixiang turned his head and looked at Sun Shihai and asked, Mr. Sun, is that so? Yang Yan had a long history of resentment towards Class 9, Qin Shixiang was aware of that. She had also been teased by the bad boys of Class 9. She was not to blame. But Qin Shixiang still wanted to hear Sun Shihai's opinion. Only to see Sun Shihai nod his head and say, "Director Qin, it's indeed like this. In the beginning, it seemed like a student was singing, and by the sound of his voice, it should be Han, who won the first place in the school's singing competition last semester." Sun Shihai didn't add fuel to the fire, but instead told the original story of the commotion he heard. Genoa Middle School held a singing competition every year in the last semester. This was an old tradition that had been passed down since the beginning of the school. As a well-known key high school, it was impossible for there to be no recreational activities after school at all. Singing contests, basketball games, and sports games are all there. The annual singing contest, not only students can participate, teachers can also compete on the same stage. Being able to take first place in the school's singing competition, Han Xiaochen's strength could be imagined. Such a Han Xiaochen was naturally considered a little famous in Genoa Middle School. It wasn't much of a surprise that Sun Shihai was able to hear his voice. "Oh?" Qin Shixiang raised his eyebrows. Today was only the first day of the next semester. He certainly remembered the singing competition from last semester. In senior class 1 of Genoa Middle School, there was an extremely outstanding student named Bai Yaoyue. Not only did she do very well academically, she was able to enter the strongest experimental class, Senior 1, at Genoa Middle School, which is full of talents. And the person is very beautiful. Zhou Yutong was known as the most beautiful teacher at Genoa Middle School. Bai Yaoyue was known as the most beautiful student at Genoa Middle School. In addition to being a good student and pretty, Bai Yaoyue also had a great voice. Ever since she entered Genoa Middle School, she won the first place in the campus singing competition for 2 consecutive years in her freshman and sophomore years. Last year's singing competition, however, she only got second place. The first place winner was none other than sophomore class 9's Han Xiaochen, who was participating in the campus singing competition for the first time. Last year's singing competition was also recognized by Xinjiang's teachers and students as the most exciting and intense singing competition in the last 10 years. In the final, Han Xiaochen played the piano with one hand and sang Nocturne at the same time, completing a stunning victory and a comeback, narrowly defeating the school goddess Bai Yaoyue. His performance left an extremely deep impression on the entire school. Qin Shixiang was naturally no exception. At this moment, when he heard Sun Shihai talk about student Han, he remembered last year's campus singing competition. After Han finished singing, the students of class 9 naturally applauded him. "It's nothing strange." Sun Shihai continued. In his opinion, Yang Yan was just making a bit of a fuss. After all, for the vast majority of this evening, class 9, which used to be extremely rowdy, hadn't moved much. This was nothing short of a miracle. The matter of Su Jie serving as class 9's teacher was something that the vast majority of the sophomore classroom teachers naturally already knew about by the time the evening self-study period rolled around. A gym teacher who was able to quiet down the prickly class 9? This was not a good thing. As long as they didn't treat the classroom as a KTV and sing non-stop all the time, Sun Shihai felt that there was nothing wrong with it. 10 or so minutes of commotion was already very acceptable to him. This was not much better compared to the previous Senior 2 Class 9. But Mr. Su even took the lead in singing. Once he takes the lead, can Class 9 still stop? Yang Yan glanced at Sun Shihai in dissatisfaction. "I asked you to come over to build up the momentum. Why are you helping Class 9 to speak in favor of them?" "Ms. Yang, don't you think Ms. Su sang very well?" Sun Shihai didn't care about Yang Yan's dissatisfaction and said with a smile. He was 35 years old and was considered a senior teacher at Genoa Middle School. He was very sorry for the situation of Class 9. In Sun Shihai's teaching philosophy, students who were able to enter Genoa Middle School had a good foundation. Even for the group of students in Class 9, he never felt that it had reached the point of being hopeless. It was just that rowdy energy that really gave the teachers a headache. He had certainly heard Su Jie's song just now. The singing was really good. If it wasn't for the fact that he had intentionally walked through Class 9's door, he would have thought that Class 9 was just playing the original song. It's really too similar. It was almost like Isun was possessed. How could a man of Sun Shihai's age not know Isun? Pompous, 10 years, under Mount Fuji, elimination, long time no see, red rose. When it came to Isun's songs, Sun Shihai was practically like a family favorite. He had never seen anyone in reality who could imitate Isun so well. Isun's voice and singing skills were definitely one of the most difficult to imitate. Su Jie was actually able to recreate it almost 100%? It was simply a miracle. Hearing Sun Shihai's words, Yang Yan's brows frowned again. If it was said that Su Jie didn't sing well, that went against the grain. But that wasn't the point at all, okay? The point was that Su Jie was the homeroom teacher. He's still leading the singing in the evening study hall. So what if he's good? So what if all the students in Class 9 switch to music? What is this not nonsense? Chapter 21, Setting Goals for Han Xiaochen. What was the situation in Class 9 when you guys came over? Qin Shixian's office was upstairs in another building, so he hadn't heard the commotion in Class 9. Class 9 boiled over after Mr. Su finished singing. When he thought of the boiling scene he had just seen as he passed by the entrance of Class 9, Sun Chihai wanted to laugh a little. This teacher Su, what a wonderful person. Surprisingly, he took the brunt of bringing the students of Class 9 along with him to go crazy. Did he want to integrate first, then educate? This kind of education method had also occurred to Sun Chihai before, but he had the self-awareness that he absolutely couldn't do it. How difficult it would be to get the approval of all the students in Class 9. Sun Chihai felt a headache just thinking about it. Yeah. Those students all stood up. Those who cheered, clapped, and whistled. It's too noisy. Yang Yan thought that Sun Chihai was finally helping her, but she didn't know that Sun Chihai's words didn't mean what she thought they meant. Since both Yang Yan and Sun Chihai had come, of course Qin Shixiang couldn't just sit back and watch. Let's go then, I'll go over with you guys to take a look. Saying that, the three of them got up and walked towards the sophomore Class 9. In the Class 9 classroom, Su Jie stood on the podium and pressed his hands downward. From the moment he entered the class, he never sat down from the beginning to the end, both to properly observe the entire class and to give everyone a sense of oppression. This sense of oppression, together with the sense of awe, served a very good purpose. Nowadays, the vast majority of the students in Class 9 had already recognized him as their class teacher. A physical education teacher. A class teacher who doesn't follow the rules. A new homeroom teacher who didn't just come up and give them a long lecture. A handsome homeroom teacher who sang so well. After the class gradually quieted down, Su Jie smiled and said, Han and I have finished singing, now let's start voting. Wu Feng, come up and count the votes. Su Jie beckoned towards Wu Feng, who was sitting closest. Wu Feng jumped out of his seat in a flash and happily walked to the front of the blackboard and wrote down 2 names on the board. Han Xiaochen, Teacher Su. The current Wu Feng was completely convinced of Su Jie. Not only was he able to crack all of his traps, but his singing was surprisingly so good. He only felt that it was really great to have Su Jie as his homeroom teacher. Teacher Su, there's no need to count the votes, I admit defeat. Han Xiaochen stood up and said with some frustration. He had sung very well already, and hadn't misplayed. This could also be proved from the reactions of his classmates. But Su Jie's singing had completely conquered him. He was condescending. Especially in the aspect of singing, he had never convinced anyone since he was a child. Last year's campus singing competition, he had won in one fell swoop, and was even more honorable. But he's not narrow-minded. On the contrary, Han Xiaochen is actually a very broad-minded boy. To sing less well than Mr. Su is to be inferior. This kind of thing wasn't shameful in his opinion. On the contrary, he was happy that he had such a class teacher. Because Su Jie respected him. Respecting his interests. Didn't use the same old preaching to get him to give up on music as a path. Instead, he was given a chance. This was a respect he had never felt from any other teacher. As long as he got his cultural grades up, wouldn't he be able to do what he loved without having to attend classes, just like Li Hao and Li Hu? In Han Xiaochen's heart, for the first time, he wasn't so repulsed by studying. Student Han Xiaochen, the competition between the two of us, it definitely has to be fair and just. Su Jie smiled and said, you sing very well, many students are favorites, aren't they? His gaze circled around the classroom. Yes. Many students replied loudly. Look, there are still many students who support you. How can you give up first? Su Jie pressed his hand downward, signaling Han Xiaochen to sit down. Then, he started to let the students vote. First of all, students who like Han Xiaochen's singing, please raise your hands. Swish swish swish. A large portion of the students in the classroom raised their hands high. Han Xiaochen looked around at his classmates, many of whom were casting encouraging glances. His nose soured, and tears were already welling up in his eyes. Very good. Su Jie nodded with satisfaction and signaled Wu Feng to start counting the votes. In the end, Su Jie wrote down a number under Han Xiaochen's name on the blackboard, 40. Senior Class 9, there were only just 45 students in the entire class. As for the other classes in Senior 2, the number of students were all more than Class 9. Except for Senior Class 9, the smallest class had 56 students. Of the 45 students in the class, 40 raised their hands. Han Xiaochen looked at the numbers on the blackboard and couldn't hold back his tears any longer. He had never felt a strong sense of belonging to Senior Class 9 like he did at this moment. Classmates hands down. Su Jie smiled and pressed his hand, waiting for everyone to put their hands down before saying. Now then, students who like my singing please raise your hands. Swish swish swish. Class 9 students, their movements were neat and tidy, all of them raised their hands. There were even quite a few naughty students who directly raised their hands. It was like surrendering. They were truly convinced. Mr. Su YYDS. We're convinced. Mr. Su, let's do another song. The class cheered when Wu Feng wrote 45 on the blackboard. Oh ho! Woohoo! Handsome! Mr. Su. When the students were almost done making a scene, Su Jie picked up the materials on the podium. His gaze focused on Han Xiaochen's grades. Last semester's final exam, Han Xiaochen's grades in each subject were 101 in language, 96 in math, 105 in English, and 206 in arts comprehensive. All grades were above the passing line. It was considered very good among the students in class 9. Han Xiaochen. Su Jia called out. Han Xiaochen stood up. Manly, his tears had long been wiped away. I'll set a goal for you. For this month's monthly test scores, 105 points or more in each subject of language, math, and foreign languages, and 210 points or more in literature comprehensive. As long as you can reach it, then I will help you find a professional teacher to teach you how to sing. Can it be done? Can. Han Xiaochen shouted back. The goal Su Jia had set for him wasn't too high. As long as he put in a little effort, he could reach it. Classmates, it's still the same thing. If you want to skip classes and develop your hobbies, then trade your grades with me. Su Jia looked around at the group of energetic tweakers underneath. Wanting to completely galvanize the fighting spirit in their hearts wasn't simple, and today's first meeting was nothing more than his attempt. The days to come were still long. If your hobbies and interests happen to be something I know how to do, then I will teach you. If it's something I don't know how to do, I'll hire the best teacher for you. I'll cover all the expenses for you. But I want to see your results. Do you have confidence? Yes. The students of Class 9 answered in unison. Chapter 22, Being a Teacher. Teacher Yang, is this what you call making a scene? Qin Shixiang frowned and glared at Yang Yan in displeasure. They had just arrived at the entrance of Class 9, just in time to hear Su Jia saying things like, I want to see your grades, and do you have any confidence? After Su Jia finished speaking, the students of Class 9 even answered yes in unison. What the hell, what's going on here? Is this the same sophomore class that everyone dislikes? Is this still the class that is full of assholes and has no one attending class properly? Even Sun Shihai, who was a teacher of drama, felt like he was dreaming after seeing everything that happened in the classroom. When did this group of students from Class 9 become so obedient? It's too fake, right? As for Yang Yan, who had been reprimanded by Qin Shixiang, her face was even more red and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Again? Again. This is the second time tonight. The first time she went to complain to Director Qin, she came back and surprisingly found that the students in Class 9 had stopped making a scene. At that time, Director Qin didn't give her a good look. At this moment, it was the same situation again. She was so wronged. Director Qin, listen to my explanation. They were really loud just now. Mr. Sun, don't you think so? Yang Yan explained while pulling on Sun Shihai's clothes. Sun Shihai didn't have any problem with Yang Yan. He knew that Yang Yan was just overly concerned about the students in her own class and somewhat unable to see the students in Class 9. Her intentions were good, but her methods were just repulsive. Sun Shihai nodded and said with a smile, looks like they're done singing. Teacher Su really has a knack for it. Such a difficult Class 9 was subdued by him. Director Qin, next time we have a meeting, we'll have to let Teacher Su pass on his experience. Sun Shihai spoke without bias. Yang Yan had Yang Yan's insistence, and Su Jia had Su Jia's ideas. As a teacher, as long as you can inspire the students to fight, let them know right from wrong and thrive, they are all good teachers. Qin Shixiang nodded slightly when he heard Sun Shihai say this. That was a good point. He was also curious about the fact that Su Jia was actually able to subdue this group of prickly students. Not to mention others, at least he, Qin Shixiang, couldn't do this himself. Not just him, in the entire Genoa Middle School, besides Su Jia, who else could do it? So, he waved towards Su Jia in the classroom. Alright, let's continue with the evening study below. Su Jia sat up and walked out of the classroom. A few people walked to the railing and talked. Director Qin, what is it that you're looking for me for? Su Jia greeted both Yang Yan and Sun Shihai and asked with a smile. Everyone is a colleague, head up, head down, the interpersonal relationship handling that should be there still has to be there. In the second year of high school, there were a total of 19 classes. Su Jia, as the physical education teacher, had 5 classes of 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 on his hands to teach. So whether it was Yang Yan or Sun Shihai, he had known them for a long time. Mr. Su, it looks like you're getting along very well with the students of Class 9. Qin Shixiang patted Su Jia's arm and said with a smile. Not bad, we met for the first time today, and the classmates are quite giving face. Su Jia laughed. I heard that you were just singing with the Class 9 students? Qin Shixiang asked. Having come, he naturally wanted to clear things up. Whether it was to give Yang Yan and the others an explanation or to understand Su Jia's teaching program. As the grade-level director, he had the right and obligation to do this. Ha! Su Jia raised an eyebrow in surprise. On second thought, he probably guessed what was going on. It was probably because the commotion in his own class had disturbed the 8th and 10th classes next door, and Teacher Yang and Teacher Sun had gone to Qin Shixiang's side to complain. He was not angry. After all, the commotion in the class just now was quite loud, and it did disturb the students in the other classes. This was a fact that wouldn't change just because he was trying to lead Class 9. What's noisy is noisy, so he had to admit it. He somewhat embarrassedly said sorry to Yang Yan and Sun Shihai. Ms. Yang, Ms. Sun, I'm very sorry for disturbing the students in your class for their evening study. Yan Yan and Sun Shihai also did not expect that Su Jia would take the initiative to apologize. Sun Shihai was nothing, and shook his hand towards Su Jia with a smile. Mr. Su's singing voice has also touched quite a few students in our class. His words were then very level-headed. Even Qin Shixiang, a human savant, secretly nodded his head when he heard it. It was still Mr. Sun who had high emotional intelligence. Obviously, it was the noise that caused the students of Class 8 to go to the evening study hall, but he said that it was the song that moved a lot of students. Qin Shixiang didn't know that Sun Shihai was a fan of Eason's songs. Su Jia's singing voice, I'm afraid it impressed him, a 35-year-old man? Yang Yan, who was on the side, heard that Su Jia actually took the initiative to apologize, and her face was red again. People were all about face. Tonight, she had already gone to find Director Qin twice to tell him off. It could be said that she was explicitly dissatisfied with senior class 9. But look at this person, Mr. Su. Not only did he not blame her for being nosy, but he even apologized to her. At this moment, Yang Yan only felt ashamed. But she was also a person with a strong personality, and while she didn't care in her heart, she grunted on her lips and said, Teacher Su, you've become the homeroom teacher of Class 9, I hope that you'll be able to properly control the students in your class in the future. It's just as well that they don't get ahead on their own, they can't affect the other classes. Su Jia smiled faintly. He knew that his teaching philosophy was completely different from Yang Yan. Yang Yan belonged to that very traditional pedantic type of teacher. One-dimensional and step-by-step. It wasn't that she was bad, it was just that she wasn't suitable for teaching a class like Class 9. The difference in teaching philosophies didn't make him and Yang Yan as if they were enemies. He knew that Yang Yan was also doing it for the good of the students in Class 10, and her intentions were good. Su Jia knew that the kind of teacher who was profit-oriented and had a bad heart would not be able to enter the teaching team of Genoa Middle School at all. But Yang Yan's words, he didn't like to hear. What do you mean you're not motivated? Teacher Yang, I can apologize to you for affecting the evening study of the students in your class just now. But to say that the students in our class are not progressive, that's something I don't like to hear. I hope you won't say such words again in the future. Towards the end, the smile on Su Jia's face had disappeared and turned serious. Yang Yan still wanted to retort something, but when she saw Qin Shixiang glaring at her, the words reached her mouth and she swallowed them. Teacher Su is right. Qin Shixiang said in a deep voice. There are no students who can't be taught well, only teachers who don't want to teach. Teacher Yang, as a teacher, I hope you pay attention to your words and actions. Zhou Wenguang and Qin Shixiang had managed to find a Su Jia who was able to control the sophomore Class 9, and it was too late to be happy. If Yang Yan said the wrong thing and pissed him off, that would be the end of it. Of course Qin Shixiang couldn't let such a thing happen. Su Jia's performance tonight had greatly exceeded his expectations. He made up his mind, from now on, what kind of help Su Jia needs, he and Zhou Wenguang will do their best to fulfill it. Qin Shixiang also wanted to see what kind of Class 9 the young teacher Su in front of him could bring into being. Chapter 23 Unity Student Program. After the 3 evening study sessions, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Su Jia sat behind the podium, looking at the children below who had regained their books with a smile on their faces. Everyone had their own interests and hobbies. For example, Li Hao likes to play games, Li Hu likes to write novels, and Han Xiaochen likes to sing. When their academic performance was unsatisfactory, these hobbies would be labeled as unprofessional. After all, in school, academic performance came first. There's no doubt about that. Hobbies and interests are just after-school spices. Like the school goddess Bai Yaoyue, did anyone say that her singing was not a hobby? Of course not. Because her grades were good enough to get into the experimental class of her senior year. At this time, her hobby became a plus. That's the reality. If it was any other teacher teaching the 9th class of the 2nd year of high school, it would be the same as before, focusing on the cultural lessons. But Su Jia was different. He was originally a physical education teacher, and his teaching philosophy was certainly not the same as that of the culture teachers. Moreover, nowadays, he also had the strongest class teacher system. He was able to help the children in his class follow a different path. When the time came, Su Jia cleared his throat. Classmates, today's evening study hall will end here. Everyone go back and have a good rest. When you have time, you can also think about what you really like to do inside. Finally, he suddenly changed his face, put away his smile, and said in a serious manner. Tomorrow morning's morning reading, if anyone is late, I will be waiting for you on the playground. His sudden change of face rather made the students' hearts tighten. Ha! Below the podium, there was a whale. No way? Where can I climb up in this cold? Yeah. I can't get up either. They almost forgot that Su Jia was the physical education teacher. Wouldn't it kill them if they were late and made them run 10 or so laps around the playground? In Class 9's morning reading, which day is the whole class here? The whole class has never been there. Su Jia knew exactly this and said these words at the end of the school day. He naturally had his intentions when he did so, only to see him continue. You guys don't howl yet. Tomorrow morning's morning reading, if you guys can get the whole class to show up, I will give you a big reward. Hearing his words, quite a few students cast inquiring gazes. Mr. Su, what kind of reward? There were also students who directly asked. Sujia faintly smiled and said, as long as none of you are late and all of you participate in the morning reading, then I'll let you all have free time in tomorrow's evening study. I'll do as I say. As soon as Sujia's words fell, the students underneath completely boiled over in an instant. Free movement in the evening study hall? Really? Mr. Su? You can't keep your word. Free activities for all 3 periods of study hall? Damn, is that even possible? But how is it possible to have the whole class there? It's a dream. That's right, it's impossible. You're the last one to come every day, don't be late tomorrow. The students of class 9, while walking out of the classroom in groups, were talking a lot. Wanting the whole class not to be late for morning reading was not something that could be accomplished by 1 or 2 people. Chu Xiaoran, Wu Feng, Han Xiaochen, and other students who had already completely convinced Sujia began to do mobilization meetings inside their respective small groups. Usually go to and from school together, play well, naturally have their own small groups. QQ group or WeChat group also, at this time the various small groups inside, lively. QQ group, the name of the group wild and cool, the number of group members 12. Tick tick tick. Don't be late tomorrow. What do the brothers say? A message from someone with the screen name Jinzhong Luchuan Feng. It was Chu Xiaoran. In this group, there are people from class 9 who usually play basketball together. Lu Peng, He Binbin and the others are also in the group. Tick tick tick. Brother Ran, can't get up wiping sweat. Lu Peng, whose screen name is I'm a Handsome Man, quickly replied. I don't even remember the last time I went to morning reading, embarrassing. Tick tick tick. Yes, so early simply cannot get up, show hands. He Binbin, whose screen name is Purple Moon Bin Xiao, replied. More just a few alarm clocks, angry. Chu Xiaoran is completely convinced Sujia, at this time he, sparing no effort to help Sujia, said words. Forgot about Mr. Su's ball skills? Do you guys still want to learn basketball from Mr. Su? Whoever is late tomorrow will play by themselves later, humph. Chu Xiaoran made a killer move. Playing basketball, having someone to team up with and having no one to play with are 2 very different feelings. Okay, I'll try my best. Lu Peng said. Brothers, get up early. If you're not late tomorrow, I'll pay for a month's worth of drinks. A message from someone with the screen name Wang Sitsong is my brother. It's Wang Si Yuan. His screen name is purely a joke. In fact, he has nothing to do with Wang Sitsong. You all turn your cell phones up, I'll call you one by one in the morning. Said another person named Qin Huai at night. It was Qin Huai. He goes to school on time every day. It wasn't because he loved to study, but for the sake of her and his heart. With Qin Huai's words, the others put their hearts down. Pretty much the same situation also appeared in Wu Feng's group and Han Xiaochen's group. In just one evening study session, Su Jia had greatly distanced himself from the students of class 9. After school, he walked to the carport and rode his giant bicycle. Su Jia's home was in the downtown area of Zhongnan City, about 3 kilometers away from Manhwa Middle School. This bicycle was his usual means of transportation to and from work. As a physical education teacher, he usually had an incredibly easy program, and today was the first time he had returned home from school so late. After leaving the school gate, he didn't rush home, but prepared to take a look at the Jinya Academy across the street from the school. He had just gotten a schoolhouse reward from the system today, so of course he had to inspect it. There were students from Manhwa Middle School who lived in the school and those who walked. In the Jinya schoolhouse, there were also quite a few students who rented here. On his way here, he saw many parents who came to the school gate to pick up their children back. Shushing and caring. The parents of the Dragon Kingdom were probably the best parents in the world. Jinya Schoolhouse, Building 6, 902. Su Jia took out the key given by the system and opened the door. 3 rooms and 1 hall, modern minimalist style of decoration. Super large size TV, double door refrigerator, central air conditioning. All kinds of furniture are available. Completely turnkey. Su Jia turned around and nodded with great satisfaction. In his heart, a remodeling plan slowly took shape. Chapter 24: A chance encounter at the entrance of the construction site. It was already 10:30 p.m. when Su Jia came out from the Jinya Academy. At this time, the streets had long since lost the hustle and bustle of the many parents picking up their children from school just now, and appeared exceptionally cold and clear. He could have just slept in the new house in the Jinya schoolhouse, but in order to help the kid Li Hao create an environment to play games, he needed to go back and clean up a bit. He planned to first move his set of self-provisioned computers to the Jinya schoolhouse for Li Hao to use first. When he had the time, he would then go back to get a few computers with higher configurations. In the house of the Jinya school mansion, a separate gaming room was remodeled. Not only could it be used as a place for Li Hao's daily training, but it could also be used as a reward for the students who had improved their grades. Playing games on command? Su Jie believed that there shouldn't be many people in class 9 who would be able to refuse such a temptation. As for Li Hu, he only needed to create a quiet environment for him, and Su Jie believed that he would be able to write like a fountain and write like a god. While writing and thinking, Su Jie soon arrived at a three-way intersection. The north-south Yuxian Road and the east-west Zhongshan Road intersected here. The north side of Zhongshan Road was brightly lit. A large construction site was under construction at the moment. Su Jie was not surprised. Although it was said that the state stipulated that after 10 p.m., all disturbing projects could no longer be constructed. But how many of the cities below actually follow the regulations? The good thing is that this piece of land, the original is the Zhongnan municipal government, has just planned a new area not long ago. There are not many residential neighborhoods around. Even if the construction site moves a lot, it will not disturb too many residents. Turning left at the traffic light, Su Jie was surprised to see a familiar figure at the entrance of the construction site. He let out a light eep and frowned slightly. Wasn't this senior class 9, his student Shi Yunfeng? Today was only his first day as a class teacher, and although he had a first impression of all the students, he wasn't that quick to familiarize himself with all of them. But Shi Yunfeng he remembered. And was extremely impressed. When everyone did their self-introductions during the evening self-study, Su Jie had looked over the talents of all the students in the class. At that time, Shi Yunfeng's talent had really startled him. He called out the system and once again pulled up Shi Yunfeng's information. Name, Shi Yunfeng. Age, 17. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 61 kilograms. Talent, language excellent, math demon, English excellent, physics excellent, chemistry excellent, history excellent, geography excellent, politics demon. Mentality, extremely poor. Real-world bonus, 30%. At that time, when he first saw Shi Yunfeng's talent, Su Jie thought that the system was malfunctioning in some way. All cultural subject talents, at worst, were at the excellent level. All rounded in all subjects. Wasn't this the proper potential of a top student in an experimental class? Definitely a high IQ student now. As long as they're properly coached, the top 10 colleges in the country are almost a nail in the coffin. Even the Qingbei, sprinting is not impossible. How can he be in the 9th class of sophomore year with the lowest average? How is this possible? Su Jie felt unbelievable at that time. Therefore, in his mind, he had long made plans to get to know Shi Yunfeng better. It was just that he didn't know about Shi Yunfeng's talent, but now that he knew that he possessed such an unbelievable talent for learning, how could he let the pearl go unnoticed? He didn't understand Shi Yunfeng's past, and when he introduced himself in the evening self-study, Su Jie only felt that this child looked very shy. Eyes averted, silent. Seemed to be a very introverted, even somewhat autistic student. With this talent, wouldn't he be able to get good grades just by studying? Where is the need for more effort? Therefore, Su Jie was curious about Shi Yunfeng. Just as Su Jie was wondering, a quarrel came over. At the entrance of the construction site, Shi Yunfeng and a worker with a helmet on his head were arguing. The two were pushing and shoving, and there was even a physical altercation. This was not good enough. Without saying a word, Su Jie threw his car to the side of the road and rushed straight over. Just to his surprise, Shi Yunfeng saw himself suddenly emerge from behind the green belt, and even turned his head, in another direction, flew away. He actually ran away. This made Su Jie puzzled. I'm your homeroom teacher. I came to save you. What are you running for? The man with the helmet didn't go after Shi Yunfeng, but instead looked at the direction he was fleeing in, cursed psycho, and prepared to head towards the construction site. Su Jie took a step forward and stopped him. What for? Lin Xingbing glared with both eyes and shouted loudly. Having been cursed twice by a middle school student pointing at his nose, he was in a bad mood. At this time, there was suddenly a young man blocking his way, so he was naturally very upset. Su Jie frowned and didn't have any good face to give to Lin Xingbing. This person had just been ready to push his own student with his hands, and now he had a fierce look on his face? His voice sank and he said with a cold face. I'm that student's teacher, what were you just about to do? Lin Xingbing froze. The tall young man in front of him was actually the teacher of that student just now? He snorted coldly. You're that kid's teacher? How did you teach such a brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven? It's just as well that he wants to come to my construction site to move bricks, but he even told me that he wants an advance on his salary? Am I a charity? Cursed him, a father and mother born without parents to teach, but even want to take action against me? Nowadays, little children oh. Lin Xingbing shook his head. Su Jie, who was about to step in to teach Lin Xingbing a lesson, suddenly froze. Listening to this person's meaning, it seemed like it was still Shi Yunfeng's not? In order to get more information from Lin Xingbing's mouth in front of him, Su Jie abruptly changed his smile. He took out a pack of huazi from his pocket and pulled out one to hand it to Lin Xingbing. This big brother, excuse me, can you tell me about the situation in detail? From just now when the two almost clashed, to now changing to a smiling face, Su Jie's emotional transition was very natural. Lin Xingbing was a contractor on the construction site, and his knowledge and experience was still a bit. Seeing Su Jie handed over a huazi, did not refuse, took the cigarette, also changed a smiling face. You are a teacher at Genua Middle School, right? That student just now was wearing Xinjiang's school pants. Xinjiang is a good high school in our Zhongnan. How could this kid think of coming to a construction site to move bricks? Lin Xingbing took out his lighter and lit it for Su Jie before lighting it for himself. Taking a drag, he frowned and said. Genoa Middle School, as a key high school in Zhongnan City, had a special status in the hearts of the local people. Most parents, who didn't want their children to be able to study at Genoa Middle School. Entering Genoa Middle School would mean having 2 feet in the door of a university. Su Jie took a drag and exhaled 2 smoke rings. In his mind, the doubts intensified. Chapter 25 Can't Get in Touch. I was originally at the entrance directing the pump truck to drive into the construction site when he walked up to me and asked me if I was hiring small laborers here. Lin Xingbing glanced at Su Jie and started to tell him what just happened. He was a small contractor with dozens of workers under his hands, and was one of the construction teams for the Anlin construction project. I saw that he looked like a student and was wearing Xinjiang's school pants, so I asked him, "You're a high school student who doesn't study hard and wants to come to a construction site to move bricks?" He told me that he doesn't like to study and wants to come to the construction site first to get used to it, and then after a while, he won't go to school and follow me. Speaking here, Lin Xingbing shook his head. Now it is not easy to recruit labor on the construction site. There are no more young people willing to be a mason. Don't look at a group of keyboard warriors online talking about moving bricks and bricks. Really let them come to the construction site. There is a counting one, all have to mouth. Lin Xingbing's hands, basically, are more than 40 years old workers. The oldest, this year, are almost 60 years old. When Shi Yunfeng found him, he was actually very moved. A middle school student who came to the door on his own, clamoring for a small job? Wasn't this just the right thing to supplement the young strength of his own construction team? But now, standing by Su Jie's side, Lin Xingbing could not possibly say his true thoughts out loud. He was able to go from a mason to a contractor with dozens of people under his control today. Naturally, he was not a fool. The idea of wanting to take in Shi Yunfeng was fine for him to know. He couldn't say that in front of other people's teachers. I said you're a high school student. It's better to study hard and get a good university in the future to have a better future. But this kid said something about studying for a few more years and coming out to earn just a few $1,000s. Might as well start moving bricks now. That way you can still earn a few more years of money. Lin Xingbing took a drag and continued. I jokingly told him, "Okay, now with me to the construction site inside how to move bricks?" I didn't expect this kid to open his mouth and say, "Can you advance a month's salary first?" Lin Xingbing laughed. This is not to play with me? Want money, do not know to go back to his parents to ask for, ran here to play this with me? So I scolded him. I have parents born without parents taught stuff. This. Teacher, I am also a momentary mouth, I hope you do not mind. Lin Xingbing laughed. Su Jie stood aside, smoking while quietly listening. His brows were locked and his mind was spinning. Although Lin Xingbing's words were a bit strange, the way things were, it should be about 8 or 9. Sure, Yunfeng didn't like studying? That was possible. But if he didn't like studying, he had to come to the construction site to move bricks? This logic doesn't make sense. And the fact that this kid ran away as soon as he saw himself was even more puzzling to Su Jie. Just at this time, it is already late at night, he is not able to inquire more information. After understanding the situation with Lin Xingbing, Su Jie didn't stay much longer and rode his bicycle away from the entrance of the construction site. He was going to chase after Shi Yunfeng. It was so late. Although Shi Yunfeng was a boy, Su Jie felt it was better to be careful. After school, he didn't go home, but ran to the construction site and said that he wanted to be a minor laborer? How can Su Jie, who is the class teacher, not go and find out clearly? Only during the time he chatted with Lin Xingbing, Shi Yunfeng had long since run out of sight. Su Jie circled around the construction site twice and did not see Shi Yunfeng again. He stopped at the side of the road and pulled out his cell phone. During the daytime today, he had already saved the contact information of all the students' parents to his cell phone address book in the office. At this moment, he slid the screen and scrolled down, finding the contact information for Shi Yunfeng's parents and dialed. The number you have dialed is empty, please check before dialing. Su Jie raised his eyebrows, very surprised. Surprisingly, it was an empty number. How could it be an empty number? These student profiles were all left behind by the previous homeroom teachers. They shouldn't be wrong off. The previous homeroom teachers, although they were all caught by the students of class 9 and left, they were still very dedicated when they were in office. Could it be that he had looked away during the day and lost the wrong one? It shouldn't be. When Su Jie did something, he either didn't do it or he didn't do it. As long as he got on with it, he was bound to take it seriously. He clearly remembered that he had checked the contact information of all the parents in the class several times. When inputting the address book, he checked it while inputting it, twice. After saving them all, he checked them one by one, twice. There was no possibility of error, was there? On second thought, could it be that no teacher had ever called Shi Yunfeng's parents before this? Just as soon as this thought popped up, Soo-jia shook his head. This was even more impossible. As the bottom class of the year, sophomore class 9, which student hadn't had their parents called? It could be said that the students of class 9 definitely had the most parents called in the entire school. The phone didn't work. Soo-jia didn't believe it and retried a few more times, only the results didn't change in any way. This gave him a huge headache. In general, there were classes that had parent groups. The class teacher or the teacher of the class, if there is anything that needs to find the students' parents, just add it in the parent group. Simple and convenient, and real-time communication. But class 9 is different. Class 9 originally also had a parent group, but with the end of the last semester, the previous class teacher left, and the parent group was disbanded. Everything in class 9 was pretty much in a very closed and disorganized state. This was also one of the reasons why no class teacher was willing to be the class teacher. Everything, it could be said, needed to start all over again. Without a way to contact Shi Yunfeng's parents, Soo-jia could only call it quits. He planned to look for Shi Yunfeng in person early tomorrow morning to ask about the situation. Having made up his mind, Soo-jia went home. There were no words for the night. At 6 a.m. the next morning, Soo-jia casually pressed off his alarm clock and sat up with a yawn. He couldn't even remember the last time he woke up this early. Now that he was the homeroom teacher of senior class 9, his biological clock had to be adjusted in due time. The morning reading at Manhwa Middle School started at 7 o'clock, so it was not too late for him to get up now, wash up and have breakfast. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. At 6:30, Soo-jia spoke to his parents, dragging a few paper boxes and preparing to go downstairs. Jia, let me help you carry some. Soo-jia's father's name was Xu Yong, a corporate accountant, and as he watched his son dragging his large and small luggage, he wanted to step forward to help. Dad, this stuff is enough for me alone. Soo-jia smiled and insisted that Xu Yong did not help. The suitcase, loaded with things like mainframe chassis and monitors, was not too heavy. Moreover, today's Soo-jia, his strength was great, so this kind of stuff really didn't need Xu Yong's help. The matter of him becoming the homeroom teacher has already been told to Xu Yong and the others. Starting today, he would be living in the genius schoolhouse. As for the matter of the house, he only said that it was the school's arrangement, and Xu Yong and his wife didn't ask much. Putting the big and small boxes into the trunk, Soo-jia drove his Volkswagen Ranger and went out of the neighborhood. At 6:49, Soo-jia arrived at the classroom. Chapter 26 Morning reading becomes morning exercise. The morning dews were soft, and the sun was rising. On the campus of Manhwa Middle School, students were walking in groups of 3 or 5, talking and laughing in pairs. The students of senior class 9 also came to the classroom one after another. No matter how prickly and rowdy they were still students. As long as they didn't get out of their parents' five-finger mountain, no matter how unwilling they were, they still had to come to school and attend classes. As for not studying well after coming to school, many parents will directly blame the school, teachers. In fact, this is one of the reasons why no more teachers are willing to be the class teacher of class 9. Strenuous and unappealing, and taking the risk of being teased by the students, who would want to do that? Mr. Su. Good morning, Mr. Su. Good morning, Mr. Su. The students who walked into the classroom greeted Soo-jia, who was standing at the door. Soo-jia also smiled and responded one by one. He believed that in another day or two, he would be able to familiarize himself with all the students in his class. After yesterday's evening study session, the majority of the students in class 9 did not have a bad impression of Soo-jia as their homeroom teacher. He's tall, handsome, and sings well. It's not like the previous homeroom teacher, who came up with a long lecture. Study hard, get a good college in the future, their ears are calloused. Teacher Su is different. The moment he came up, he broke all the traps that Wu Feng had carefully laid out. This hand alone had calmed down quite a few students. Immediately after that, 2 more people, Li Hao and Li Hu, were given the privilege of not having to attend classes. One was ordered to play games, and the other was ordered to write novels. This made the other students envious. How can they not be envious? In all the years they had been in school, they had never heard of a homeroom teacher letting a student go without attending class. Soo-jia had great respect for each and every one of their hobbies, and this was something that many of the students felt. It was this respect that caused a strange feeling to arise in the hearts of this group of pricks and poor students in class 9. It seemed like it had been a long time since they had received affirmation and respect from other people. Then later on, Soo-jia's song, Lone Brave Man, conquered them even more completely. 6:58 p.m. Xu Xiaoran, Lu Peng, and the few of them ran to the classroom door out of breath. Teacher Su. Hurry up and get in, you guys are the only ones missing. Soo-jia said with a smile. Class 9 had a total of 45 students, 26 were residents and 19 were day students. By the time he arrived at the classroom, the students who lived in the school had pretty much arrived. Xu Xiaoran and the few of them were already considered the latest to arrive. Shi Yunfeng was already in the classroom before Soo-jia arrived. When Soo-jia looked towards him, he only saw Shi Yunfeng's head buried low, and the books in front of him almost covered his face, making it impossible for Soo-jia to really see. Su Jie shook his head. Sure, Yunfeng's matter, let's talk about it later. Ding bell. At 7 o'clock sharp, the bell rang. Su Jie stood on the podium, looking at the students below with satisfaction. Sophomore class 9, all present. This was definitely the first time this had ever happened. God knows how hard and desperately this group of kids had worked in order to be able to move around freely in tonight's evening study hall. Last night, in the QQ and WeChat groups of each small group, the mobilization meetings were staged one after another. It's all about getting everyone here this morning. Just to be able to move freely in the evening study hall. If they can have this kind of energy in the cultural class, how can they be the bottom of the whole grade? But not long after, the smile on Su Jie's face froze. Some students had picked up their books and read for only a few minutes before their voices had faded. Some students yawned after yawning, and their upper and lower eyelids had already begun to fight. The whole class was here, but the state of the morning reading was actually no different from not being here. The students of class 9, who hadn't read much this year, now instinctively started to get sleepy as soon as they picked up their textbooks. Su Jie touched his nose and let out a bitter smile. It can't be helped, he's a physical education teacher, and he's really not good at things like morning reading. Ding! Task release, morning exercise? Take the students of class 9 to the playground to run. If everyone completes 3 laps, then the task is complete. Mission reward, running memory technique. Running memory technique. While the students are running, the host performs this technique, which can drastically improve the student's memory ability. Hearing the system's voice, Su Jie was first stunned, then his heart rejoiced. Wonderful! Wasn't this running memory technique tailor-made for him as a physical education teacher? Not only did it exercise the students' physique, but it also improved their memory ability. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You have to know that sophomore class 9 is a liberal arts class. It goes without saying how important the ability to memorize is. Su Jie looked at the listless students below the podium and coughed heavily twice. Cough. Everyone stopped for a moment. In the classroom, the sparse sounds of reading quickly faded away. The students all looked at Su Jie curiously, wondering why he called them to stop. The weather is so cold, let's go and take you guys to the playground to warm up. Su Jie smiled and waved at Chu Xiaoran, P member, bring the whole class to the playground to gather. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the classroom. The moment he left, the entire class was confused. What? Teacher Su told us to gather at the playground? What's this? I don't know. It can't be that he's making us run, right? It's. Choose between morning reading and running. I'd rather choose running. Yes, it's a strange cold day, so it's a good time to run and warm up. Chu Xiaoran also didn't expect that this early in the morning, Mr. Su let himself lead the students to the playground to gather. But since he was the physical education member, he naturally followed Su Jie's orders. Classmates, let's go. He was the first to get up, and once he waved, the surrounding Lu Peng and the others followed. The few of them were considered the most active. Instead of dozing off in the classroom, they couldn't wait to go for a run on the playground. Go. Let's go to gym class. This is the first time I've experienced gym class this early in the morning. Who says it's not? Compared to reading in the morning, gym class is still fun. That's a must. With Chu Xiaoran, Lu Peng, and the others taking the lead, the students of class 9 left the classroom one after another and walked towards the playground. Holy crap! What's this? What are the idiots of class 9 preparing to do? Not going to morning reading and walking towards the playground? It's not going to be gym class early in the morning, is it? What an oddball. Some of the students from other classes who saw class 9's movement were also surprised. What new tricks is this teacher Su up to? Yang Yin, the teacher of class 10, frowned at the students of class 9 who passed by her class door, hummed lightly and shook her head. Forget it, as long as it doesn't affect our class students' learning, I'm too lazy to care that much. Xin Shixiang, who was roaming around inspecting the whole year, happened to also see the sight of the class 9 students pouring out. With a belly full of questions, he quickly walked in the direction of the students of class 9. Chapter 27 Running. On the empty playground, the sophomore class 9 students quickly gathered in one place. What did Mr. Su ask us to come to the playground for? I don't know. You're stupid. Isn't it obvious that he's making us run? What's there to think about? Look, Mr. Su was called over by Tiger Chin. I knew that Mr. Su would be scolded by Tiger Chin for taking us to gym class so early in the morning. Mr. Su is doing it for our own good. Who says it's not? I've never seen a homeroom teacher who thinks about us so much. Who says it isn't? Can you change the word? The students in class 9 were in a completely different state from what they had just been in the classroom. The fact that they didn't have to read in the morning and had gym class instead made them excited. And while they were talking, Su Jie had already been called aside by Qin Shixiang, who had rushed to the playground. Teacher Little Su, what kind of a show are you pulling? On Qin Shixiang's face, there was no blame. In senior class 9, from the morning reading to the evening study hall, how many lessons could be taken seriously? Of course, he wanted all the students to take their morning readings seriously and utilize this early morning's great time. But the sophomore 9 class? It wasn't like they hadn't tried. What was the result? Those who dozed off, those who read scripture. The effect of the morning reading was staggeringly poor. Anyway, Shin Shiseong, couldn't think of any good way to motivate this group of pricks. Now seeing Su Jia, who was taking class 9 for the first time for morning reading, actually bringing all the students to the playground this early in the morning? Shin Shiseong's heart was also curious. He wanted to see, what was this little Mr. Su going to do? It wouldn't really be based on the fact that he himself was a physical education teacher and change all the classes of Senior 2 Class 9 into physical education classes, right? Su Jia was not at all surprised that Shin Shiseong would call himself aside. He smiled and said to Shin Shiseong, Director Shin, I saw that they were listless in the classroom and their morning reading wasn't very effective, so I simply brought them out for a couple laps. I once read some research articles about exercise and memory in a scientific journal. According to scientific research, the human body can promote the body cells to be in an active state during exercise. Proper exercise can improve the cognitive function of the brain and promote the production of neurons in the brain, thus improving memory. That's why I want to try and have them read in the morning after proper exercise. It might have an unexpected effect. Su Jia didn't just blurt out nonsense. He had really heard of such scientific studies that exercise could enhance memory. Now that Shin Shiseong asked, he said it. As for whether it is true or not, does it matter? Not at all. He took the students of class 9 to the playground to run. For one, it was to complete the task issued by the system. For two, it properly exercised the students' bodies. It could also bring him closer to the students of class 9. It's simply 3 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Shin Shiseong heard Su Jia's words and was surprised. He did not expect that Su Jia, as a physical education teacher, would also be interested in scientific research. In his opinion, Su Jia's words still had some truth to them. This little Mr. Su was really not simple. If Su Jia, who was on the side, knew what was going through Shin Shiseong's mind, he might have burst out laughing. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no way to explain to others that he had the system, where would he have needed to babble all this nonsense? Shin Shiseong smiled and nodded as he said to Su Jia, Teacher Xiaosu, I realized that the principal and they really chose the right person to find you to be this class teacher. Many of your ideas and practices, although they don't seem to be quite the same as those of other class teachers, when used on class 9, they seem to have had an unexpected effect. I'm just curious to come over and ask, for class 9, don't worry to think and do boldly, the principal and I will support you. Before Su Jia took over Senior 2 Class 9, what kind of mental outlook the students in the class had, Shin Shiseong, as the grade director, was naturally clear as day. However, it had only been a day since Su Jia had taken over Senior 2 Class 9, and Shin Shiseong was keenly aware that this time, they might have really found the right person. Don't worry Director Shin, I'll work hard. Su Jia said with a smile. After Shin Shiseong left, Su Jia came to the students of Class 9. Teacher Su, Tiger Shin didn't give you a hard time, right? Yes, if you were chastised by Tiger Shin for taking us to gym class during morning reading, then how much we would feel bad. That's right, why don't we go back to class? Tiger Shin is not to be messed with. The students of Class 9, you spoke and I spoke, chattering non-stop. Su Jia's entire body was stunned. He was somewhat touched to the core. At the same time, in his heart, there was a hint of clarity. The 45 sophomore Class 9 students in front of him were all just 16 or 17-year-olds, Whoever was good to them, they would be good to them. There weren't so many twists and turns, and there wasn't any of the deceitfulness and hooking up in the adult world. At this moment, he somewhat fell in love with the lovely group of students in front of him. Director Shin isn't as bad as you guys think. Su Jia said with a faint smile. When he heard that I was going to bring you guys to exercise, he was very supportive. He also said that exercise will help improve your memory skills, and that for the morning reading in the future, our class can play freely, it doesn't necessarily have to be in the classroom. Su Jia turned his head and placed the credit for this matter on Shin Shiseong again. He knew that even the students of Class 9 were somewhat afraid of Shin Shiseong. Don't look at Shin Shiseong's smile when he spoke to Su Jia. He was notorious for treating the students harshly. No way? Tiger Shin would be so kind? That's right. He's actually in favor of us having gym class during morning reading? Did the sun come out of the west? It's unbelievable. Hearing Su Jia's words, the students of Class 9 all looked surprised. How did Tiger Shin, who was usually feared by everyone, suddenly become so understanding? They couldn't figure it out. It's cold today, I'll take you guys for 2 laps first. All of you, run, go. With a command, Su Jia led the students of Senior Class 9 to start running. The playground of Manhwa Middle School was a standard 400-meter lap. The task issued by the system was for all students to run 3 laps. 3 laps of 1,200 meters didn't seem like much, but it wasn't something that was easy to accomplish for the kids of Senior Class 9. Don't look at the fact that each and every one of them loved physical education classes, but running was definitely a program that many of them hated very much. After only running less than a lap, many students were already gasping for breath. Chapter 28: Acquiring the Running Memory Technique. Mr. Su, can I not run? You've said you don't want me in class, why are you still making me run? Huffing and puffing. After one lap, Li Hao was already getting physically exhausted. He was 172 tall and weighed 150 pounds, which wasn't overly obese. But because of the usual lack of exercise, his physique was poor. When he saw that Mr. Su was not far away from him, he gathered enough courage to say. Su Jie said to Li Hao with a sideways smile while jogging. This speed of yours right now, it's no different from a snail. I'm telling you, even if the other students don't finish running, you have to finish running for me. Ha! Li Hao heard this and instantly revealed a bitter face. Wasn't he under orders to play games? Wasn't it agreed that I didn't have to attend class? So it turns out that Mr. Su is lying to me, ah? Look at your aggrieved look. Su Jie looked at Li Hao's face. How could he not know what was on his mind? Let me ask you, do you want to become a professional player? Do you want to win a national championship or even a world championship? Li Hao nodded. Teacher Su, of course I want to. To be a professional player and win the world championship, wasn't this Li Hao's dream? Then listen to me and run well. Su Jie said with a smile. Professionals in esports have to spend a lot of time ranking and training every day. Sitting for long periods of time will inevitably cause irreversible damage to the body. Frozen shoulder, cervical spondylosis, myosinovitis, ligament strain are all minor problems. If you get diabetes and so on at a young age, the trouble will be big. Think about it, if you become a professional and are about to sprint for the championship, and suddenly you can't play because of an injury, can you still realize your dream? Su Jie's words were partly true, and partly exaggerated by him. The purpose, naturally, was to make Li Hao understand how important having a good body was to a professional player. He usually had more free time. Basketball and soccer matches were needless to say. He watched almost every game without fail. Like Dota, LOL, King's Honor, Chicken and other games of professional matches, he occasionally also will watch. In the League of Legends professional game, there was a professional player, but at the age of about 20 years old, he suffered from diabetes, and in the end, he could only retire helplessly in his prime years for treatment. Su Jie did not want this kind of regret to happen to Li Hao. Therefore, he had already thought about it before. While creating a good environment for Li Hao to play the game, he would also urge him to exercise and build a good physical foundation for his future career. When Li Hao heard Su Jie's words, he realized that Teacher Su was doing it for his own good, so he gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Seeing his persistent appearance, Su Jie nodded his head gratefully while smiling and said to him, I won't ask you to run as fast as you can. As long as you can insist on running 3 laps, after you finish your morning reading, I'll take you to the place I prepared for you to rank up. Upon hearing this, Li Hao, who was gritting his teeth and holding on, his eyes instantly lit up, and his entire body seemed to be instantly energized. Teacher Su had actually already prepared a place for him to rank up? A sudden surge of strength came out of his body, and the steps under his feet seemed to have become much lighter. Classmates, everyone cheer. As long as everyone runs up to 3 laps, then I'll let you all go free for the entirety of the afternoon's gym class. Su Jie accompanied the run while talking to the students of Class 9. The 1,000 meters for boys and 800 meters for girls were all items to be tested in high school gym class. Everyone's level was naturally uneven. Like Chu Xiaoran, Lu Peng, and a few of their fast runners, they had already lapped Li Hao and the rest of them. The class has also completed about half of the large force. Only Li Hao and the others with poor physique were mixed in a team with a few slow runners, slowly running at the end. When the students of Class 9 heard Su Jie's words, they were all delighted in their hearts. Completely free movement in gym class, huh? Wasn't this what they looked forward to the most every day during class? Also in gym class, some students like to play basketball, some like to take a walk, while others simply like to let themselves go in gym class. In gym class, no matter what you do, as long as it's not running, it's definitely better than going to class. Thus, most of the students were lifting their spirits and speeding up their pace. In more than 4 minutes, Chu Xiaoran and the others were the first to finish 3 laps. More than 5 minutes, the large group also gradually finished. More than 6 minutes, the last student completed the sprint. Ding! Mission complete, reward issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the running memory technique. As the last student finished running, the mechanical voice of the system resounded in Su Jie's mind. At the same time, his panel information was updated in real time. Host, Su Jie. Age, 26. Height, 185 cm. Weight, 80 kilograms. Talents, language excellent, math good, English average. Music excellent, sprinting unmatched, long jump unmatched, basketball unmatched, football unmatched. Mentality, excellent. Real world bonus, 30%. Current bound class, senior class 9. Current bound student, Han Xiao Chen. Current points, 0. Points mall, opened. Special ability, God of Sports, Mind of Awe, running memory technique. Special props, talent enhancement card 2, mind adjustment card 2. Su Jia looked at the panel information with a happy face. From now on, he would be able to slowly and unknowingly boost the memory of all the students in the class. As long as he had superb memorization abilities, Su Jia believed that Class 9's cultural achievements would soon catch up. Everyone is free to move around for 10 minutes, then back to the classroom. Su Jia looked at the time, then said to the students of Class 9. Yay! Woohoo! Free activity! Even just 10 minutes of free time made the students of Class 9 cheer. Especially when they listened to the bursts of reading sounds coming from the teaching building, their hearts were bursting with joy. Cool! It's so cool to be able to move freely even during morning reading. It's especially cool to hear the other classes reading. Who says otherwise? Su Jia first called out to Chu Xiaoran and said to him, after 10 minutes, organize the students to return to the classroom. Okay, Mr. Su. Chu Xiaoran immediately agreed. Su Jia smiled and patted Chu Xiaoran's shoulder and said, don't make a mess, properly help me bring the students back, I'll teach you to play basketball in the afternoon. When Chu Xiaoran heard Su Jia's words, he nodded his head vigorously with both eyes glowing. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will definitely do it. The reason why he was looking for Chu Xiaoran to do this was because Su Jia was more familiar with Chu Xiaoran, and secondly, because in today's Class 9, there was no class president other than the study committee members of each subject. There was another reason: he wanted to take advantage of this time of morning reading to figure out one thing. Sure, Yunfeng, come with me to the office. Chapter 29, The Expectant Su Jia. In the office, Su Jia pulled over a chair from the seat next to him. Come, sit down. He smiled and beckoned for Sure Yunfeng to sit next to his desk. The offices of the physical education teachers, this early in the morning, did not have anyone else, and seemed very cold. Su Jia looked at Sure Yunfeng. He was wearing a gray down jacket on top that looked a little old. Underneath, he was wearing school pants, and on his feet, he was wearing a pair of Erk's white sneakers, which were not exactly clean. At this moment, he was sitting face to face with Su Jia, a little rattled. When you saw me last night, why did you run? Su Jia asked with a smile. His voice, as calm as it could be, was completely devoid of blame. Sure Yunfeng's learning talent was the best in the entire Class 9. Su Jia even felt that, not only in Class 9, even if it was put into the entire Genoa Middle School, his learning talent could definitely be ranked at the top. However, such a student who could easily get good grades without much effort had fallen into the 9th class of the second year. What exactly happened here? Su Jia was extremely curious. Sure Yunfeng just sat there restlessly, his fingers constantly rubbing on his pants. With his head lowered, he did not speak. Not willing to speak? Su Jia was helpless. But when his eyes glanced at Sure Yunfeng's bare hands, his heart jerked viciously. Dark, chapped, and covered in calluses. Were these really the hands of a 16 or 17-year-old high school student? He wouldn't really go to a construction site to move bricks, right? At this instant, Su Jia, who was in excellent physical condition, only felt chills all over his body. He secretly adjusted his breathing and suppressed the shock in his heart, still smiling. I'm not trying to blame you, I'm just trying to understand the situation with you. It's so late, how dangerous is it for you to be out there alone? Sure Yunfeng was unmoved, still keeping his head down and not speaking. It was only the fingers rubbing his pants that suddenly shook. The atmosphere in the office was a bit dull. Su Jia pretended to be relaxed, smiled again and opened his mouth to ask, do you have your own cell phone? He knew that what happened last night there at the construction site, Sure Yunfeng would not tell him. Then, he would change the topic. This time, Sure Yunfeng shook his head, but still didn't speak. No cell phone of his own, and his parents' cell phone number was empty? How did the previous teachers contact his parents? And how did he contact his classmates? Su Jia's entire body was confused. Looking at Sure Yunfeng's appearance, Su Jia knew that it was simply impossible to get useful information out of him. Instead of continuing to waste time, he stood up and said with a smile, let's go, back to class. Sure Yunfeng woodenly got up and followed Su Jia out of the office. When the two were about to walk to the doorway of the classroom door of Class 9, Su Jia turned his head sideways and said to Sure Yunfeng with a smile, if you have any difficulties, come find Mr. Su, okay? Sure Yunfeng didn't nod his head or speak, he just froze for a moment before walking into the classroom. Su Jia himself was dumbfounded. This was really the first time he had encountered such a student. Not being late, not leaving early, not skipping classes. Obviously possessing an unrivaled talent for learning, his grades were a mess. This doesn't make sense at all. Students with good talent and high IQs really didn't need to expend too much energy studying. In Su Jia's opinion, a student as gifted as Sure Yunfeng, even if he played every day, his grades wouldn't be that bad. At least it wouldn't be reduced to Class 9. It's really strange. Back in the classroom, Su Jia swept around. After some exercise, most of the students were indeed much more energized than in the beginning. Many students had already picked up their textbooks and started reading aloud. He nodded with satisfaction, calculating in his mind that starting tomorrow, he would make morning jogging a daily training program for Class 9. In this way, it would not only exercise the body of the students in the class, but also subconsciously improve their memory skills. Two birds with one stone, why not? Anyway, the principal and director Chin, they had already told him to feel free and bold to try it out. Then he would naturally follow his own thoughts and teaching philosophy to bring this group of children in class 9. Entering the classroom, Su Jia walked over to Li Hao's and Li Hu's desks respectively and brought them out of the classroom. Wow! Teacher Su really does what he says. Li Hao and Li Hu really don't have to go to class today. It's too good to be true. Li Hao is ordered to play games and Li Hu is ordered to write novels. My goodness! Too envious. Hurry up and read. Mr. Su said that as long as we make progress in this month's monthly exams compared to last semester, he'll reward us. Right. Hurry up and study. Don't tell me, after running just now, my memory seems to have improved compared to before. Did you notice that too? Yes, can you feel it too? Wow! Mr. Su is really great. Watching with their own eyes as teacher Su Jia brought Li Hao and Li Hu out of the classroom, the students of class 9 were boiling over. Teacher Su was really good at handling things, and he was really on top of things. While they envied Li Hao and Li Hu, they became interested in reading for the first time. The students picked up their books and started reading aloud when there was little time left for morning reading. Su Jia brought Li Hao and Li Hu with him as they walked all the way towards the Jinya schoolhouse. Li Hu, when do you usually write novels? On the way, Su Jia turned his head and asked Li Hu with a smile. Li Hu is tall and thin, with a coy smile on his childish face. Teacher Su, in the past, I used to design all the plots I wanted to write during class. What characters should appear? What kind of personalities do they have? When will the protagonist cut in? What kind of chance will they get? Wait. I'm bored in class anyway, so I'll just doodle on paper and then organize all the storylines and either write them down or write them down on my phone. When I go back at night and have the weekend off, I'll then write these into a novel on the computer. When it came to writing a novel, Li Hu's body radiated an incomparable glow of confidence. His academic performance wasn't good, but that didn't mean he wasn't smart. At least on the path of writing novels, he was much better than countless proud sons of Qingbei and Ivy League colleges. That's being gifted. He was also the pride of heaven. You chose to put it on the shelves during the winter vacation, did you think about it earlier? Su Jia asked with a smile. Li Hu nodded and hummed. Teacher Su, in fact, I had the idea for the book Fighting Heaven and Earth a long time ago. I wrote it off and on last semester, and I've saved quite a few drafts of it. During the winter vacation, it just so happened that the word count was reached, so it hit the shelves. Su Jia raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, did you bring all the information I asked you to bring? Li Hu nodded, pulling out a tiny USB flash drive from his pocket. Teacher Su brought it. This was something that Su Jia had asked Li Hu to bring during yesterday's evening study session. What was saved on the USB flash drive was precisely all the information that Li Hu had used to write his novel. Su Jia hemmed and hawed. Student Li Hu, later on, can you let Mr. Su take a look at the back storyline first? Chapter 30 The Promise. On the campus of Manhwa Middle School, Su Jia, Li Hu, and Li Hao, the three of them were walking side by side. Su Jia was in the center, with Li Hu and Li Hao on the left and right. When Li Hu heard Su Jia's words, he was surprised and asked, Mr. Su, do you also read the novel I wrote? He had already written almost 1,000,000 words in his debut novel, Fighting for Heaven and Earth. And on the end of the line novel network, it had been serialized so far and updated with just over 500,000 words. No one knew that he had actually saved hundreds of thousands of drafts. When he first started to serialize on endpoint novels, Li Hu simply held the attitude of trying it out. Everyone on the internet thought that Fighting Heaven and Earth was the first web novel he wrote. Actually, it wasn't. Since middle school, he had enjoyed constructing various novel plots in his head. The martial arts novels of Jin Yong, Gulong and others had a great influence on him, so he started out writing martial arts novels. In the computer at home, there are still a lot of manuscripts of martial arts novels that he has written. Those manuscripts he had never published on the internet. Nowadays, in this era, martial arts withered away, fewer people wrote them, and even fewer people read them. Li Hu began to write novels, not to run to make money to go, just because like to conceptualize a variety of novels plot just. Simply like, not mixed with interests, very pure. Including the later to write the novel Do Bao Tian Di, Li Hu at first did not think that after serialization will suddenly become so hot. Su Jia laughed and said, I am the crow that loves to dive. What? Li Hu suddenly opened his mouth wide and sucked in a sharp breath. Mr. Su, you're the crow that loves to dive? His eyes widened as he looked at Su Jia incredulously and asked again. This name was familiar to him. Love Diving Crow was none other than one of the bounty allies for his serialized novel, Fighting Heaven and Earth, on the end of the line novel network. The day of the reward happened to be during the winter vacation. Therefore, Li Hu also specially added a chapter for the rewarding ally, Diving Crow. How could he not expect that the fan ally of his novel would be Mr. Su? His new class teacher. Isn't it surprising? Su Jia laughed, the novel you wrote, it's really good, keep up the good work. Receiving Su Jie's affirmative reply, Li Hu's heart was extremely unsettled. His academic performance was not considered good, and he had bought points to enter Manhwa Middle School in the first place. Ever since he was a child, both his parents and his teachers had only told him to study hard and get into a good university in the future. One day, he was full of joy to show the novel he wrote to his mom and dad, but they said that he was not doing his job, so he could not get a high score for his essay. It was just like a chicken talking to a duck. After that, he never told his parents about his novel. In the past, when his language teacher was the homeroom teacher, she occasionally complimented him on his essays. But when he incorporated some novel ideas and thoughts into his essays, he was always criticized. The language teacher said, "Such writing techniques should not appear in the composition, you'd better honestly follow the method I taught you to write essays better." He is on the network, harvested countless praises, but also got countless abuse. All of these were actually acceptable to Li Hu. But in reality, the elder who respected his writing dream, Su Jie, was the first. It was this respect that gave birth to his endless gratitude towards Su Jie. "Mr. Su, thank you. I'll try my best to cheer up and definitely won't let you down." Li Hu's eyes revealed an incomparable firmness as he said forcefully. Immediately afterward, he suddenly smiled mischievously. "Teacher Su, let me tell you a secret. Actually, I've already written almost 1,000,000 words of this book, Fighting Heaven and Earth." Su Jie was stunned, staring at the USB flash drive in Li Hu's hand and asked, "It's all here?" "Aha." Li Hu nodded with a smile. "That's fine, fellow Li Hu. Be sure to let me check it first later." Su Jie laughed and patted Li Hu's shoulder. While the three people were laughing and joking, Su Jie brought them to the genius schoolhouse. Su Jie put down the cardboard boxes that he had carried from the car and began to unseal them. While unpacking, he said to Li Hao, "This is my own computer that I usually play with, the configuration is okay, so I'll give it to you to use first. Wait for some time, I'll rewire a better one for you." As soon as the slightly chubby Li Hao shook his head, the meat on his face followed. "Teacher Su, there's no need to rewire the computer, it's not like you need too high of a configuration to play jerk-off." Being able to let him not have to attend classes and focus on playing games, Li Hao was already grateful to Su Jie, or else would he ask for this and that? "How can that be? You're the one who's going to be on the top of both the national and Korean service lists, how can your computer configuration and network latency be worse? I heard that the professional players over in Korea can feel even a millisecond of latency, you have to cheer up too," Su Jie said. Hearing Su Jie's words, Li Hao snorted and laughed. "Mr. Su, these professional players from Korea are all talking nonsense. You can feel a delay of 1 millisecond? Why doesn't he go to heaven?" The person who said that was purely trying to make excuses for losing the match in the first place. The cause and effect of this matter was known to Li Hao, who played the game every day. The person who said this was Korea's League of Legends professional player, Mr. Defei. At last year's World Tournament, Teacher Daffy's T22 team was brutally abused 3 times by Dragon Country's professional team, Team Ascendant. Put Linglong Tower. In the last hand, they were even beaten by 1557. It was the fastest record in the history of League of Legends. Mr. Daffy's team, T22, has been nailed to the pillar of shame forever. In the post-game interview, Mr. Daffy even made a lot of famous remarks. The air conditioning in the arena was too cold, he didn't take vitamin C in the morning, and so on, all of which came from Mr. Duffy. And that even a millisecond of delay will make my operation deformed is even more canonical. After last year's World Championship, Mr. Daffy was nicknamed the millisecond god of war by the players of the Dragon Kingdom. "Daffy! No wonder Un Young left you. How could you not even last a millisecond? The Barbarian King can at least be a real man for 3 seconds when he opens up, but Mr. Daffy, why can't you even last 3 seconds? Underneath the initial post, there was a lot of mockery towards Teacher Daffy. Li Hao was aware of all these things. He also admired Teacher Daffy's ability to make excuses. Su Jie carried the computer mainframe, Li Hao carried the display, Li Hu helped with the mouse, keyboard, network cable and such, and the 3 of them came to a room leaning against the north. "I plan to make this one room, a gaming-themed room," Su Jie said to the 2 of them with a smile. "Not only can it be used as a place for Li Hao's usual training, but it can also be used to allow the students in the class who are making progress in their studies to come over to relax and unwind. Sort of as a reward for them." Li Hao's eyebrows danced and he said excitedly, "Wow. Teacher Su, you're really great." Su Jie patted his shoulder and said, "But this matter, you two should not tell your classmates first, okay?" Seeing Li Hao and Li Hu nodding, he continued. "Also, you guys don't need to attend class for this matter, and you can't tell your parents for the time being. Wait for Li Hao when you hit the number 1 position in the dual service. Wait for Li Hu you to be able to earn a steady income for at least 3 months. I will personally go to your homes and help you fix your parents." Chapter 31, a former experimental class student. "Li Hu, give the desktop to Li Hao, and you can use this laptop first. It's just for these 2 days, I'll help you reconfigure a computer over." After Su Jie helped Li Hao assemble the computer, he handed Li Hu a Dell laptop. This laptop, he bought 3 years ago. It was a bit old, but it was enough for Li Hu to write novels. Teacher Su, I don't need a computer with too good a configuration to write novels, this laptop is enough. Li Hu took the laptop and said with a smile, besides, too high a configuration is not a good thing, it's easy to distract me. He genuinely liked writing novels, but in the end, he was still just a 17-year-old kid. After the computer configuration was high, it was inevitable that the idea of trying to play games would come up. There was only the first time and the millionth time to be lazy and play a game. As long as the beginning is made, it is impossible to quit without an incomparably strong will. Su Jia also didn't expect that Li Hu was so clear. It seems that his worries about him were a bit redundant. After helping both Li Hao and Li Hu debug their computers, Su Jia called them to his side again. Li Hao, your gaming talent is outstanding. Li Hu, the novel you wrote is very good. Teacher Su hopes that you won't waste your talent and work hard. Li Hao and Li Hu, both of them, nodded heavily. How could they not cherish a homeroom teacher who respected their personal interests so much? Right, do either of you two know Shi Yunfeng better? Before leaving, Su Jia asked. Li Hao shook his head and said, Teacher Su, Shi Yunfeng is a stuffy person, he usually doesn't play much with other students. Li Hu also shook his head, Teacher Su, I haven't spoken much to Shi Yunfeng either. But my deskmate, Xiao Shuai, used to be in the same middle school as him and was in the same class. I once heard him say that he bought his points to get in, but Shi Yunfeng got into Xinzhong with the top score in the whole school. It's just that it seems like something happened to his family later on, and his grades went way down. Su Jia frowned slightly. Listening to Li Hu's meaning, Shi Yunfeng's previous grades should have been very good. It seemed necessary to find Xiao Shuai to understand the situation. He made up his mind in his mind and said to Li Hao, Li Hu, and the others, you guys will be here in the morning to familiarize yourselves with the environment. Li Hao, you start ranking up early, and Li Hu, you'll save up a little more for the draft. I'll come over at noontime to pick you guys up and take you back to school for dinner. After saying that, Su Jia left the Jinya Academy and returned to the campus. After he left, Li Hao and Li Hu looked at each other. It's really like a dream. I can't believe I really don't have to go to class. Li Hao reached out and pinched his fat face. Hiss. Ouch. It was real. Not dreaming. Although he pinched himself in pain, Li Hao grimaced and giggled. He really didn't like to study, and couldn't raise his spirits in any class. But as soon as the game was on, he could instantly come back to life with full blood. In the past, he only dared to play games secretly. Now, he can play games openly. How could he not be excited? Li Hao, we must not let Mr. Su down. Li Hu said to Li Hao with firm eyes. The two of them, having been given the privilege of not having to attend classes by Su Jia, naturally sympathized somewhat. Hearing Li Hu say this, Li Hao nodded his head in a serious manner. Aha! I definitely won't let Mr. Su down. Li Hu, you're even able to make money, it's really awesome. Li Hao said with an envious face. His usual pocket money was all used to play games. League of Legends skins, King of Glory skins, Eat Chicken, Eternal Robbery Infernal, Crossfire. What games are played by him, simply cannot keep a penny. Li Hu smiled and said, Li Hao, you don't have to envy me. When you enter the professional battle team in the future, you'll make money very quickly as well. Let's cheer together. After Su Jia entered the school, he walked straight to Qin Shixiang's office. Now that senior class 9 was already in class, he didn't go looking for Xiao Shuai. He planned to ask Director Qin first to see if he knew something about Shi Yunfeng. Knock knock knock. Come in. Director Qin. Oh? Teacher Xiao Su? Come, sit. Qin Shixiang in the office saw that it was Su Jia and waved at him enthusiastically. Before the morning's morning reading ended, he went to senior class 9 and didn't encounter Su Jia. However, the sound of books being read aloud in the classroom of class 9 still startled him as the grade-level director. It was too amazing. The students in senior class 9 were actually studying on their own accord. It was simply a miracle. Looking at Su Jia again at this moment, Qin Shixiang only felt that the young man in front of him became more and more pleasing to his eyes. Little Mr. Su, your idea of running before morning reading is very good. He smiled and complimented, the motivation of that group of kids in class 9 has really been mobilized. Qin Shixiang didn't know that the motivation of class 9 wasn't mobilized by running. Rather, this group of students had the motivation to study. Su Jia smiled faintly and said, Director Qin, I plan to take them for a run every morning from now on before morning reading. Of course. As I said, Mr. Xiao Su, feel free to do it boldly. Qin Shixiang nodded and said with a smile, You've come to find me now, is there something you need me to help you with? Su Jia nodded, explaining his intentions. Director Qin, do you know anything about Shi Yunfeng in our class? Shi Yunfeng? Qin Shixiang frowned and pondered for a moment, before his brows suddenly spread. Could it be that Teacher Su was talking about that kid who used to be in the experimental class? There were 45 students in the 9th class of the second year of senior high school, and the entire second year of senior high school consisted of 19 classes with more than 1,000 students. It was impossible for him, Qin Shixiang, as the grade-level director, to know every student well. However, he still had some impression of Shi Yunfeng's name, and after a brief thought, he recalled that there seemed to be such a student. Su Jie raised his eyebrows when he heard Qin Shixiang's words. Crap! A kid who was once in the experimental class. In other words, Shi Yunfeng used to be a student of the experimental class? Couldn't be? How could a student of the experimental class, a promising top student, be reduced to class 9? In his heart, he was surprised and curious. He used to be in the experimental class? Su Jie asked with a puzzled expression. Qin Shixiang recalled for a while and nodded, saying, I have some impression of this kid. It's true that he was in the experimental class during his first year of high school. But during the second semester of senior high school, his grades suddenly dropped. It was only later in his second year of high school that he was sent to class 9. Qin Shixiang shook his head regretfully. Teacher Xiaosu, it's very common for people to have top grades in middle school and then fall apart after reaching high school. Therefore, I only have some impression of this student, Shi Yunfeng. Chapter 32, The past is unpleasant to look back on. What Qin Shixiang said wasn't wrong. When they were in middle school, they had top grades, but after entering high school, they couldn't keep up with the pack. Such situations abounded and were not uncommon. Therefore, he was only a bit sorry for students like Shi Yunfeng and did not pay much attention to them. It was only at this time when Su Jie asked that he remembered that there was indeed such a student in class 9. Su Jie sighed in his heart after hearing Qin Shixiang's words. Reality was cruel. Whether it was the grade-level director, the class teacher, or the classroom teacher, they were all ordinary people as well. A person's energy was limited. The class teacher had to manage a class of 50 to 60 students. Most teachers have to teach several classes at the same time. The head of the grade has to worry about the whole grade. No one can do everything. In this situation, there might be quite a few good seedlings drowning in the crowd. Just like Shi Yunfeng. It's something that can't be helped. Blame the school? Blame Qin Shixiang? Blame the former homeroom teacher? Blame the students' parents? Blame Shi Yunfeng himself? It was wrong to blame anyone for this kind of thing. When a student like Shi Yunfeng appeared, it had to be the result of various factors entangled together. If Su Jie hadn't been able to see the talent of each student, he might have believed Qin Shixiang's words. But he clearly knew how good Shi Yunfeng's learning talent was. Since he couldn't ask anything from Qin Shixiang, Su Jie left. He didn't rush to find Chao Shuai, but returned to his office. The sophomore's schedule was tight. Morning reading would start at 7 a.m., class would end at 7:45 a.m., and after a 10-minute break, the first class of the morning would start at 7:55 a.m. There are 4 morning classes, each lasting 45 minutes. After the second class, it was time for the whole school to skip drill for half an hour. It was at this time that Su Jie called Chao Shuai into his office. Come, sit down. He pulled a chair from the seat next to him and smiled as he asked Chao Shuai to sit down. On the system's hover panel, Chao Shuai's information appeared in real time. Name, Chao Shuai. Age, 17 years old. Height, 181 cm. Weight, 73 kilograms. Talent, language average, math poor, English average, history good, geography excellent, politics poor, basketball good. Mentality, good. Real world bonus, 10%. Chao Shuai's academic talent is still better suited to develop in an arts class. With a size of 181, he usually likes to play basketball as well, and is in the group with Chu Xiaoran and the others. However, Chao Shuai's character is not as jumpy as Chu Xiaoran's and theirs, and he still doesn't dare to skip class to play basketball. So yesterday afternoon, Su Jie did not see Chao Shuai's figure on the basketball court. Chao Shuai sat on a chair and looked at Teacher Su in front of him with some curiosity. He didn't know what Teacher Su was looking for him for. But last night, Chu Xiaoran and the others had blown Teacher Su's ball skills out of the water in the group. What 360-degree windmill dunk was even better than Carter? What 3-point hitting rate of 100% is even more exaggerated than Curry? Under Chu Xiaoran's bragging, it seemed as if the Teacher Su in front of him was even more powerful than many NBA superstars. It's too exaggerated, isn't it? He hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so naturally he didn't believe it. It just so happened that there was a physical education class this afternoon, so he planned to meet Mr. Su at that time. Let's see if it was really as godly as Chu Xiaoran and the others had blown it up to be. After sitting down, Su Jie smiled and said to Chao Shuai, I'm looking for you because I want to get to know Shi Yunfeng's situation from you. I heard that you guys were in the same class in middle school? Chao Shuai let out a sigh of relief when he heard Su Jie's words. He thought it was because he was playing with his cell phone in class that Teacher Su found out and called him to the office. Turns out it wasn't, huh? That's good. Dad lost a lot of money playing cards in the first month, so his temper isn't too good these days. If his parents were called at this time, he would inevitably have to suffer a beating. So Mr. Su wanted to ask about Shi Yunfeng? After Chao Shuai's heart settled, he wasn't as nervous as he was at first. He nodded, yes Mr. Su, Shi Yunfeng and I are both from the eastern suburbs junior high school. Eastern Suburb Junior High School, as the name implied, was a junior high school in the eastern suburb of Jiangnan City. Are you familiar with him? Do you usually play together? Su Jia asked. Mr. Su, are you wondering why Shi Yunfeng has become like this? Although Chao Shuai's grades weren't great, he was still quite resourceful. Without waiting for Su Jia to open his mouth, he began to take the initiative to talk about Shi Yunfeng's past. When Shi Yunfeng was in middle school, he was the man of the hour in our school. Every time he took the monthly and final exams, his grades never fell out of the top 3 in his grade. When he took the midterm exam, he even entered Manhwa Middle School with the top score in the whole school. At the beginning of the first year of high school, it seems that the mapping exam was also in the top 10 of the whole school, right? He was placed in the experimental class at first. While Chao Shuai spoke, Su Jia listened. The more he listened was the more alarmed he was. Junior high school exams never dropped out of the top 3 in the grade? The first year of high school entrance examination is also the school's top 10? Standard top students are. Even if the occasional decline in performance, it is impossible to be so bad as to fall into the 9th class. A top student like Shi Yunfeng, who had been assigned to an experimental class as soon as he entered high school, was bound to be the school's key cultivator. After his grades had slipped, hadn't any teachers talked to him? How could he just give up? Su Jia was very puzzled. It's just that not long after the first year of high school started, there was a change in his family. Speaking here, Chao Shuai scratched his head. Teacher Su, in fact, when I was in junior high school, my grades weren't too good, and I didn't play with Shi Yunfeng and the others. So what exactly happened to his family? I only heard from my former middle school classmates. It seems like his dad owed a lot of money outside and jumped to his death. His mom also committed suicide shortly afterward when she was overwhelmed. I think his grandmother is the only one left in the family now besides him. Since then, he's become quiet and basically doesn't talk to other students. Chao Shuai sighed even at his young age as he talked about Shi Yunfeng. Teacher Su, actually, the Shi Yunfeng of the past wasn't like this now. When he was in middle school, he was also very lively and cheerful. As a study committee member, he even used to teach me several times. It's just that we didn't have the same interests and didn't play together. After Chao Shuai finished speaking, he stopped speaking. Su Jia was silent. It turned out to be so. In the first semester of his first year of high school, Shi Yunfeng was only 15 years old, right? A 15-year-old teenage boy. Such a top student who grew up going to school smoothly, suddenly suffered a change in his family, and completely changed his appearance. In the past 2 years, what kind of torture and suffering has he been through? Su Jia simply cannot imagine. What kind of empathy is there in the world? Without the suffering of others, it is without the suffering of others. Imagining out of thin air, Su Jia simply had no way to restore Shi Yunfeng's journey of the heart. Chapter 33, Su Jia's Dao. Marshal Chao, do you know where his family lives? Finally, Su Jia asked. Teacher Su, I don't know, hey. But I can help you ask your former middle school classmates. Chao Shuai said. Su Jia nodded and told him to try not to talk about this matter with others after he returned to the class. Kids, they were all very curious. When Chao Shuai went back, he would definitely be asked by his well-traveled classmates what Teacher Su was looking for him for. Therefore, Su Jia had to admonish him in advance. Chao Shuai smiled and nodded, got it, Mr. Su. After he left, Su Jia fell into deep thought. How to bring up a student like Shi Yunfeng? Obviously possessing a very outstanding talent for learning, now his grades were a mess. Obviously, he had suffered a very big blow to his psyche after a change in his family, thus turning into his current appearance. It's hard to cure a heart disease. Su Jia is just a physical education teacher, not a psychology teacher. For a moment, he did not have any good solutions. He shook his head, think again. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Su Jia snapped back from his chaotic thoughts and looked up. Xinjiang's most beautiful teacher, Zhou Yutong. Teacher Zhou. Su Jia collected his mind and smiled as he got up to greet her. But to his surprise, Zhou Yutong had a cold face at this moment. Teacher Su, I have something to ask you. Teacher Zhou, what is it? Come in and say it. Su Jia gave it a brief thought and probably guessed why she came to find herself. Senior Class 9, the second class of the morning that had just ended, was precisely Zhou Yutong's math class. She must have seen that there were 2 students missing from the class and came to find herself for a theory. In Su Jia's heart, he secretly laughed. At the same time, he also felt admiration for Zhou Yutong's seriousness in teaching. At least the teacher of the first language class didn't come to him well. With a poor class like Senior Class 9, not all teachers were willing to teach wholeheartedly. It couldn't be helped, except for Zhou Yutong, all the other teachers of the culture classes had been teased by the students. No matter how good-tempered and virtuous a teacher was, he or she would always be dissatisfied. Therefore, almost all of the culture class teachers were serious about teaching, and left when they were done. As for the students of Class 9, did they come to class? Did they listen carefully in class? They didn't care. 3 feet of ice was not cold in a day. Su Jie knew that there was still a long way to go if he wanted to completely change other people's views on senior class 9. At least for the moment, all the culture teachers were still willing to teach them, so Su Jie was already content. Why didn't Li Hao and Li Hu come to class? Zhou Yutong walked to Su Jie's front and slightly raised her head, questioning with a sulky face. She had thought yesterday that the handsome class 9 teacher in front of her had similar educational ideals as herself. Now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Blatantly asking students not to come to class? What of preaching, teaching, and solving problems? When she thought that her ideals had been tarnished by someone like Su Jie, Zhou Yutong was furious. Zhou Yutong's puffed-up appearance has a unique flavor. As Su Jie watched, he only felt that the title of the most beautiful teacher was indeed true to its name. He slowly and methodically stretched out his right hand and made a pleased gesture, saying with a faint smile on his face, "Teacher Zhou, don't be angry. You sit down first, let's chat slowly." Saying this, Su Jie himself took the lead and sat down. Zhou Yutong snorted lightly, still with a cold face, sitting opposite Su Jie and just staring at him. She was waiting for Su Jie's explanation. Seeing Zhou Yutong in this state, Su Jie wanted to laugh again, but did not dare to. "Teacher Zhou, it's not that they didn't come to class, but I have other arrangements for them." It was fine if Su Jie didn't say it, but when he did, Zhou Yutong was even more furious. Other arrangements? Letting them go out and play games when they should be in class? This is your other arrangement, Mr. Su? Su Jie froze. You know about it, Teacher Zhou? He thought Zhou Yutong didn't know. Zhou Yutong revealed a pained look as she glared at Su Jie and said, "Teacher Su, how precious their time is. How can you be so indulgent in letting them go out and play games without class? Teacher Zhou, how much do you get paid a month?" Su Jie asked with a smile. His question directly made Zhou Yutong choke. "I'm talking to you about students' studies, okay? You're asking me how much is my monthly salary?" She only felt that she was completely unable to keep up with Su Jie's jumpy thinking. Without waiting for her to come back to her senses, Su Jie continued. "Student Li who earned $54,000 last month." Seeing the shocked look spreading in her eyes, Su Jie knew that she had only understood half of Li Hao's and Li Hu's matter before she ran over to find herself and theorize about it. She only knew that he had taken Li Hao and Li Hu away so that they didn't have to attend classes. But she didn't know why. Sure enough, when she heard Su Jie's words, Zhou Yutong said with an incredulous face, "Teacher Su, you're kidding me." Su Jie laughed and shook his head, affirming back, "Teacher Zhou, I'm not joking with you. And I can also responsibly tell you that this will be the month where Mr. Li Hu earns the least amount of money from now on. Then may I ask Teacher Zhou, why do we have to follow the regular training methods for such a student?" Hearing Su Jie's words, Zhou Yutong's entire body was bad. Making over $50,000 in a month, and it's still only the least amount of money you can make in the days to come? How could that be possible? But she was a young teacher after all, and her acceptance of new things was much higher than those old pedants. Her face softened, no longer cold, and she asked suspiciously, "Mr. Su, what's going on?" Just now during class, she noticed that there were 2 people missing from the class. After class, she found the math class representative Yuan Shanshan and asked, "Good lord. Class 9 teacher Su Jie took away 2 people during the morning reading." As for where he took them, Yuan Shanshan didn't know. She just told Zhou Yutong that the 2 had been given the privilege by Mr. Su to not attend class and focus on playing games and writing novels. When Zhou Yutong heard this, what's the point? So immediately, she was on fire and found her way here. After listening to Su Jie's explanation, Zhou Yutong came to a realization. It turned out to be so. It turned out that on the sophomore class 9 that everyone disliked, there were actually these 2 exceptionally talented students. How come no one had ever realized it before? Zhou Yutong wasn't like some old-timers who would only teach her students one way or the other. She was a senior student from Manhwa University, had lived in Magic City for several years, and had seen the prosperity and diversity of the metropolis. Web novels, she had read them when she was in school. She knew how lucrative the head web novel authors were. But she never expected that the sophomore class 9, which was looked down upon by other teachers and students, would have a student like Li Hu who was destined to become famous in the future. As for Li Hao, a gaming genius who was able to play multiple games to the highest level. Zhou Yutong was just as optimistic about his future as Su Jie. "Teacher Su, I'm sorry, I came to raise hell without understanding the situation clearly, I hope you don't mind." Zhou Yutong, who knew the truth, blushed and said with some embarrassment. Su Jie smiled and shook his head. "Teacher Zhou, I told you yesterday that I took over class 9 in order to preach and explain to them. Mr. Li Hao and Mr. Li Hu are the 2 typical students I caught out. I just want to tell the students of class 9 one thing. An extraordinary person doesn't necessarily have to be as good at books, but he must have a skill. This is the Tao I'm passing on to them." Chapter 34 Comparison of Talents. An extraordinary person doesn't necessarily have to be as good at reading books, but he must have a skill. How well said. Zhou Yutong looked at Su Jie, a strange luster radiating from her beautiful eyes. So this was his way of teaching. In her heart, she had a few moments of admiration for Sujie. Knowing is easy and practicing is difficult. Jo Yutong knew that many teachers actually wanted to carry out a differentiated teaching model. But in reality, it is often difficult to realize. For one thing, there are often 50 or 60 students in a class, so it takes a lot of time and energy just to familiarize yourself with all the students' personalities and preferences. Moreover, in most high schools, especially the key high schools like Manhwa Middle School, academic performance is always the first priority. There was no doubt about it, and there was no excuse for it. After all, getting into a good college is the wish and expectation of almost all students and parents. In addition to sports specialists, art candidates, no one will spend the 3 years of high school time wasted in the vain. A glance cannot see the future of hobbies. This predetermines that differentiated teaching is simply impossible to spread on a large scale. In reality, the so-called differentiated teaching is more of a tilt of resources brought about by good and bad grades. Students with good grades can get more care and attention from teachers and schools. Students with poor grades are put out to pasture, abandoned, and left to fend for themselves. Such differentiation often exacerbates the degeneration of poor students. Teacher Su, I was the one who wronged you, I'm really sorry. Jo Yutong smiled apologetically again and said, in order to apologize to you, how about I treat you to lunch at noon? She ruffled her hair and extended an invitation to Su Jie. She was curious about the handsome man in front of her and wanted to know a little more about him. Once a woman became curious about a man, but it was very easy to fall into it. But she was also a person who dared to love and hate, and didn't bother to think too much about it. After all, the current her just had a hint of good feelings towards Su Jie, far from any love at first sight. Good. Then I'll thank Mr. Zhou for his generosity in advance. Su Jie said with a smile. A beautiful woman invited him, there was no reason for him to refuse. It wasn't like he was a monk. Teacher Zhou, do you feel that the students in class 9 are a bit more serious in class than before? Accepting Jo Yutong's invitation, Su Jie asked with another smile. Jo Yutong recalled the situation in class today. It seemed to be true. When she used to give class 9 lessons, it was already good enough for her to have a dozen or 20 who listened attentively. But in this morning's math class, almost the entire class had listened very attentively. She nodded her head and complimented, Mr. Su, you really have a knack for leading a class. This group of headache-inducing students in class 9, surprisingly, under your teaching, they obediently and attentively attended class. Saying this, she didn't forget to give Su Jie a thumbs up. After removing the stigma in their hearts, the two chatted a lot more until the class bell rang, and they were surprised at how fast time passed. In the third class of the morning, Su Jie had to help the sophomore class 7 with their physical education class. After all, the school year had only just begun, and there would be relatively less cases of culture teachers occupying PE classes. Situations like yesterday, when Lin Lei, who was also a PE teacher, left work at light speed on his first day of work, would still rarely happen. Su Jie led the students of class 7 to simply stretch and warm up before letting them move freely. Yay! Woohoo! Teacher Su is so nice. Letting us move around freely so quickly. Let's go, let's play ball. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Class 7, like class 9, was also an arts class. Their grades, however, were a whole lot better than the students in class 9. In the sophomore year's liberal arts class, the average grade was able to rank in the top 3. But the love of physical education is not a matter of good or bad grades. As long as they were still students, there weren't many who didn't like physical education classes. After Su Jie announced free activities, they were like reined in wild horses and started to spread their joy in all corners of the playground. Most of the physical education tests in high school were actually just a walk in the park and would not be very harsh. It was based on this point that Su Jie decided that in the future, when he gave physical education classes to the 5 classes of 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, he would try to give them as much free time as possible. In the second year of high school, there were 2 physical education classes per week. Compared to other cultural classes, it could be said to be pitifully small. That was all he could do. Su Jie's gaze swept over the bodies of the students in class 7. One by one, the students' talent information came into view. Name, Luo Chung. Age, 17 years old. Height, 175 cm. Weight, 71 kilograms. Talent, language good, math excellent, English good, history good, geography excellent, politics average. High jump good, piano excellent. Mentality, good. Practical bonus, 10%. Name, Wu Xianhao. Age, 17 years old. Height, 173 cm. Weight, 68 kilograms. Talent, language good, math good, English good, history excellent, geography excellent, politics good. Basketball good, investment excellent. Mentality, average. Real world bonus, 0. Name Yang Zhang. Age, 17. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 50 kilograms. Talents, language excellent, math good, English good, history excellent, geography good, politics excellent. Dancing excellent, gymnastics excellent. Mentality, good. Practical bonus, 10%. Su Jie looked at their talent information and compared it in his mind with the students in his own class. Speaking of the learning talent in cultural classes alone, the average level of the students in class 7 was indeed higher than the students in class 9. This could not be faked. Being gifted, learning well, being praised, being more motivated, learning better. When a virtuous cycle is formed, the road to learning is a smooth one. This was the case with the students in class 7. Untalented, poor learners, criticized, more lazy, worse learners. After this vicious cycle is formed, the path of learning is blocked. This was the case for most of the students in class 9. Of course, there were also accidents like Shi Yunfeng. Obviously, he possessed an unparalleled talent for learning, but because of a change in his family, his mind was dealt a major blow, and thus he fell into class 9 of the second year of high school. But those like him, after all, were few and far between and could only be viewed as special cases. Su Jie thought for a moment. In his own class, there were quite a few special students who needed to be treated as special cases. Shi Yunfeng, Li Hao, Li Hu, Han Xiaochen, Xu Xiaoran. Seems like they're all exceptions. With a class made up of special cases, it's no wonder that no culture teacher is willing to be the class teacher. After the third period, Su Jie had just returned to his office, and before he had a chance to sit down, he received a call from Principal Zhou Wenguang. He was told to come to the principal's office. Chapter 35, Zhou Wenguang's Mind. Principal's office. Zhou Wenguang was sitting on a leather soft chair, reviewing and processing documents on the OA platform. As the principal of Manhwa Middle School, his daily work was not easy. Just the various large and small meetings alone took up a very large amount of time. The meeting of the Education Bureau, the meeting of the Secondary School Alliance, the principal's office, the administrative meeting, the class teachers meeting, the meeting of the teaching and research group, the meeting of the grade group, the meeting of the party building, the meeting of the safety. The meetings are either long or short, big or small, and there is a wide variety of them. Some meetings are even held several times in one day. There are those that need him to lay out his work, and there are also those that just let him go through the motions. This is not, just after attending the meeting of the Education Bureau, the above will send down many documents, need him to deal with one by one. He was not like what outsiders thought, thinking that the principal usually had nothing to do and was idle. Knock knock knock. Come in. The door opened and Su Jie walked into the office. Zhou Wenguang raised his head, temporarily putting down the work at hand, and smiled as he waved at Su Jie. Little teacher Su, come and sit. Not long ago, Zhou Yutong came over to him to report the new semester plan of the math teaching group. The math teaching group of Manhwa Middle School could be called one of the top teaching groups in the entire Zhongnan city. Even in the entire province, it was definitely considered to be one of the best. There are a lot of senior math teachers in there, teaching level is very high, and the results of their classes are extremely outstanding. There is also Mr. Gu Jun, who has participated in the college entrance examination proposition team many times before. Although Zhou Yutong is his daughter and her own teaching level is excellent. But in the Manhwa Middle School's mathematics teaching team, which was full of experts, she had not yet been able to take up any important positions for the time being. She was, after all, still too young, and currently had no achievements that she could particularly show off. For example, she had brought out the first class in the school's math scores, for example, guiding her students to get the first and second prizes in the Olympiad tournaments. These were achievements that Zhou Yutong had not yet been able to achieve for the time being. Gu Jun, as the head of the teaching team, had asked her to come over and report to Zhou Wenguang after making plans for the new semester. 1. To give Zhou Yutong a chance to perform. Secondly, to make her position clear, she, Zhou Yutong, was the math teaching team's key training target. This third, the teachers team, is also about human feelings. After reporting her work, Zhou Yutong complimented Su Jie a few times in passing, telling her own father, Zhou Wenguang, that they had found a good homeroom teacher for sophomore class 9 this time. It was only from Zhou Yutong's mouth that Zhou Wenguang learned about Li Hao and Li Hu. Different people would have different thoughts and opinions on the same matter. Li Hu and Li Hao's situation, in Zhou Yutong's opinion, was a typical case of teaching according to one's ability. She did admire Su Jie's unique vision and boldness. That was why she had complimented Su Jie a few times in front of her own father, Zhou Wenguang, after reporting his work. But Zhou Wenguang was different. He was the head of a school. The first time he knew about this matter, he keenly sensed the opportunity in it. That's right, it was opportunity. As a provincial key high school, Manhwa Middle School naturally didn't need him to worry too much about the results of the cultural courses. After all the teaching work, teacher team training, talent echelon construction, has long been running on a correct track. The annual undergraduate advancement rate has also been high. The difference is only how many people got into Qingbei last year, and whether there are more or less this year. However, as the principal of Manhwa Middle School, his own rank was already almost at the deputy bureau level. Wanting to have official luck and climb up the ladder a bit? It's hard. There were two ways to go further up the ladder. First, someone above. Second, break through the bottleneck. Genoa Middle School's cultural education, indeed, has been very excellent, reached a high level. But to have a breakthrough? How difficult it is. Therefore, in these years, Jo Wonggwang began to increase his investment in other areas while stabilizing Genoa High School's cultural achievements. For example, mathematics, science and chemistry Olympiad, and sports special enrollment, art students with special talents. However, the results in these areas did not meet Jo Wonggwang's expectations. If you can get the international Olympic champion for several years in a row, if the special enrollment in sports out of a few national level athletes, then his path to promotion would be much smoother. Unfortunately, no. But after hearing Jo Yutong's words, his eyes lit up. 2 students with special talents? Could they contribute to Genoa Middle School in certain events? That was why he called Su Jia, intending to find out more about the 2 students in detail. Principal, what are you looking for me for? Su Jia asked with a smile after sitting down. Little Mr. Su, you're very good. Jo Wonggwang said with a smile. It's only been a day, and you were able to get the sophomore class 9 to take class seriously. If only I had gotten you to be the class 9 teacher earlier. He first complimented Su Jia's work before saying, I heard that you let 2 students in your class not have to attend classes, is that true? Su Jia's heart thumped when he heard this. The principal wouldn't be here to find me to apologize as well, right? You said yesterday that you'd let me do it with my hands free. You won't turn your back on me so quickly, right? He nodded and returned, yes, headmaster. Neither of these 2 kids love to study, but they both have special talents that are different from the norm. It was only after getting to know them that I created a special cultivation program for them. Jo Wonggwang nodded. Teacher Xiao Su, I'm not looking for you to blame you. I do understand the situation of the sophomore class 9. I was wanting to know exactly what your special cultivation program is like, Teacher Xiao Su. He took a sip of water and continued. After all, we, as the school authority, have to be responsible for our students. Su Jia nodded. It turned out to be like this. It was naturally impossible for him to know Jo Wonggwang's true thoughts. There was nothing to hide about Li Hao and Li Hu. So, he told Jo Wonggwang about the 2 in detail, including how good Li Hao's gaming talent was, and how hot the novels written by Li Hu were on the internet. Jo Wonggwang was, after all, a middle-aged man, and was a generation away from Su Jia and Jo Yutong. Su Jia made many analogies in order to make him understand. Student Li Hao's talent in the field of gaming is rarer than the academic talent of a top student who can get into Qingbei. As long as he is properly nurtured and not plagued by injuries, he is capable of sprinting to a national championship or even a world championship. When it came to gaming stuff, Jo Wonggwang didn't know much about it. But Su Jia actually said that he was capable of sprinting to the national championship or even the world championship? That was enough. He, as principal, just needed champions. Championships of all kinds. The more championship titles he had, the more promising his promotion path would be. He smiled and said to Su Jia, Teacher Xiao Su, cultivating Li Hao and Li Hu students, what kind of support do you need from the school? You can just open your mouth. What kind of financial investment is needed in the early stages? You tell me directly. I'll grant it to you. Chapter 36, Korean Service Ranking. In the principal's office, Su Jia heard Jo Wonggwang's words and his entire body froze. What was this situation? Not only did the principal not object at all to him granting the students in his class the privilege of not having to attend classes, but he also seemed to be prepared to strongly support it? This made him feel very surprised. As for the initial investment, creating a professional gaming room was indeed considered an upfront investment. Just a dozen or so highly configured computers would cost quite a bit of money. Su Jia had originally planned to pay for this himself. After all, when he bound the system, he was rewarded with $2 million in cash. But now since Principal Jo Wonggwang opened his mouth, these money that he was originally going to spend can be saved. The school's money, not using it for nothing. Principal, the initial investment is mainly to configure a few high-performance computers for them. Su Jia said with a smile. Jo Wonggwang nodded his head and thought a little. Teacher Xiao Su, like this, I'll approve 100,000 for you first, not enough for you to come back to me. After all, he is a middle-aged man, and he is doing education work. He does not know too much about the market situation. In Jo Wonggwang's opinion, configure a few computers, 100,000 should be enough, right? In addition to not understanding the market conditions, Jo Wonggwang had another reason for doing so. Genoa Middle School as a key high school, the capital budget is naturally very sufficient. But to give Su Jia a grant of 300,000 to 500,000, a million or 800,000 at once? Jo Wonggwang was afraid that he would be taken away for investigation the next day. 100,000? Su Jia thought about it. Giving Li Hao and Li Hu 2 people each with a high-performance computer is enough. But getting a bullish gaming room is definitely not enough. However, he did not bargain with Jo Wonggwang, the principal, and they were able to take the initiative to open their mouths and support his work. He already felt that it was not easy. The road had to be taken one step at a time, the meal had to be eaten one bite at a time. Just take your time. So he smiled and nodded and said, "Thank you, principal." After coming out from the principal's office, Su Jie directly went to the Jinya schoolhouse. At this time, it was already 11:20 a.m. He came over to see how Li Hao and Li Hu were doing, and by the way, he brought them back for lunch. After the morning reading, he brought the two here. After helping them debug their computers, he returned to the campus without making much of a stop. This was actually something he did intentionally. He wanted to see if Li Hao could consciously start ranking without his own supervision. After all, having talent was one thing, whether or not he could mobilize his subjective initiative was another. As for Li Hu, before Su Jie left, he told him to act cheaply on his own, and it would be better if he could keep learning and expanding his knowledge. Letting people update from morning to night all day long? Too cruel. Although he usually reads novels, he will also leave a message saying that the donkeys of the production team do not dare to rest and so on. But that was really just flirting. Creative writing needs inspiration. This point of common sense Su Jie still know. Besides, Li Hu, this kid has secretly saved several 100,000 manuscripts, enough to update him for a month. Therefore, Su Jie's requirements for Li Hu were a bit lower than Li Hao. Pentakill. Victory. As soon as he entered, Su Jie heard the sound of a bass explosion coming from the room where Li Hao was, and he smiled and nodded. Good boy, not bad. Taking the initiative to rank up points, not being lazy and slacking off. Su Jie walked to the door of Li Hu's room again and saw that he was flying his fingers, rapidly tapping the keyboard. The future platinum god is creating in a fountain of literary ideas. Su Jie was extremely satisfied with both Li Hao and Li Hu's performance. They had talent and were willing to take the initiative to honor it. Their future achievements were bound to be unlimited. Thinking that he had no way to bring more help to them, either in the field of gaming or in the field of creation, Su Jie's mind moved slightly and called out the system. Is it binding students Li Hao and Li Hu? Please confirm. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Jie directly chose to bind. Boom! Countless ponderous and complicated memories, as if they had suddenly emerged after being dusted for a long time, filled Su Jie's mind. After a brief trance, he quickly returned to normal. At the same time, on the information panel in front of him, his information was updated in real time. Host, Su Jie. Age, 26. Height, 185 cm. Weight, 80 kilograms. Talents, language excellent, math good, English average. Music excellent, sprinting unparalleled, long jump unparalleled, basketball unparalleled, soccer unparalleled, games unparalleled, novels demonic. Mentality, excellent. Real world bonus, 30%. Current bound class, senior class 9. Current bound students, Han Xiaochen, Li Hao, Li Hu. Current points, 0. Points mall, opened. Special ability, God of Sports, Heart of Awe, running memorization. Special props, talent enhancement card 2, mind adjustment card 2. Underneath his talent options, the game talent was directly raised to the highest peerless level, and the novel talent was raised to the demonic level. Su Jie only thought about it briefly, and all sorts of writing techniques and skills appeared in his mind. Pretending to fight in the face, upgrading and practicing, plot ambushes, setting. Metaphysical flow, immortal flow, urban flow, brain hole flow. When he casually thought of a topic, countless ideas popped up in his mind. Su Jie only felt that if he was given a computer right now, he would be able to sit down and start creating smoothly and without any bottlenecks. He suppressed the urge to leap into action and walked over to Li Hao's room. At this time, Li Hao, again, had already opened a handful of League of Legends Korean service rankings. When he saw Su Jie, he turned his head and called out, "Teacher Su." Su Jie walked behind him and smiled as he patted his shoulder. "Play well, I came to see how well you're playing." Hearing this, Li Hao steeped his spirits. "Teacher Su, watch this, I'm sure I'll be super god this hand." Su Jie stood behind him, giving him pressure and at the same time stirring up more fighting spirit in his heart. When Li Hao played League of Legends, he mainly played the AD position. In this hand, he chose the skateboarding shoes that were very strong in the early lines, and the road player in the auxiliary position played the Titan. On the opposite side of the lower road, it was a combination of Little Yellow Hair plus Fan Mom, which was also very strong against the line. Once online, Li Hao chose to aggressively press forward. Mending, consuming, and walking to avoid Ezreal's Q and Fan Mom's RQ. The moment he was the first to reach level 2, the auxiliary Titan player was unambiguous, directly a flash Q. The large hook very accurately hooked Kalmar. The moment the Titan had the hook, Li Hao maneuvered his skateboarding shoes and slid directly forward. Karma flashed in blood and fled back to the tower. Li Hao directly and decisively followed the flash with a spear draw. First blood. Taking a blood. After gaining the advantage, Li Hao went back to the city to update his equipment, returned to the line, and directly double-killed. The skateboarding shoes were like the king of Shadow Island in his hands, constantly harvesting lives. Double kill. Triple kill. Quadra kill. Penta kill. Ace. 5 kills. Regimental kill. Overwatch. 15 minutes had just passed when the opposite side chose to surrender. Chapter 37, Match Review. The League of Legends game had been out for more than a decade, so Su Jia was naturally no stranger to it. In the past, he had to train all day long, and from time to time, he needed to participate in various sporting events, so he didn't have much time to play. The highest he's ever gotten was the Platinum segment. Later, because of injuries, the path of sports competition was cut off. After becoming a physical education teacher, his free time became very abundant. But as he got older, he couldn't score any more points, so he could only choose to watch the League of Legends matches on weekdays. Occasionally online, but also Smash, chess is the main, ranked almost do not play. If he was still in the past, standing behind Li Hao, he might not even be able to understand the game situation. But after the system's transformation, Su Jia has already possessed a peerless level of gaming talent, just like Li Hao. It was just a matter of having talent, but as a host, he had directly turned his talent into an ability. At this time, when he looked at the League of Legends game, Su Jia only felt that it was so easy. He knows all the skills of each hero like the back of his hand. Various levels of skill cooldown time changes, attack power bonus, mending skills against the line, the advantages and disadvantages of different heroes, and so on are all very familiar with. Positioning, group battle, card vision, blood calculation. Inside the game just now, all of Li Hao's operations, he saw clearly. Su Jia only felt that now he rushed 1,000 points king like a game. After Li Hao finished playing a handful of games, he was still immersed inside the thrill of messy kills. He turned his head and said to Su Jia with an excited face, "Mr. Su, how do you think I played? This is a Korean king game, and I'm still not killing randomly?" His face was filled with confidence and complacency. This was a Korean service high-score game, and there might be active professional players inside. Being able to beat the opposite side by 15 pitches? Such a crushing matchup was not common. Well, it's impressive. Su Jia nodded with a smile. Li Hao was about to continue being smug when he heard Su Jia say to him, "But, Mr. Li Hao, there are still flaws in your game." Li Hao was stunned. There are still flaws in this game. He had hit the opposite side with 15 pitches. Li Hao was unconvinced, and muttered, "Mr. Su, this game was a messy kill. Where's the flaw in that?" Su Jia was able to let him not have to attend classes and do what he liked. In his heart, he was grateful to Su Jia. But in the field of gaming, he was talented, professional, and proud. He didn't feel that in this game just now, or he had played wrong. Whether it was a strong kill against the line or a group battle crushing, he had operated pulling out all the stops. Looking at Li Hao muttering, a look of defiance, Su Jia happy. In the end, Li Hao was still just a 16-year-old child. Juvenile mindedness was unavoidable. He smiled and patted Li Hao's shoulder and said, "Don't be unconvinced. First of all, in just 15 minutes of this game, your missed knives reached 17. You still have a lot of room for improvement just in basic skills like mending." Once Li Hao heard this, he slightly recalled the game he had just played. When he was in the bottom lane, he had indeed missed mending a few times because he had been trying to maneuver the opposite side because he had been standing forward. But he killed the line. He took the head. What did it matter if he missed a few knives? Li Hao didn't think so. This kid. Su Jia saw Li Hao's change in demeanor in his eyes, and thought in his heart, it seems that he still has to find a chance to polish it. He wouldn't be convinced just by talking to him. In the rankings, your leaking knives might not have a big impact. After all, you relied on your maneuvers and took a lot of heads. Your own development is completely over the timeline. But you're someone who wants to enter a professional battle team and take the national championship or even the world championship. Think about it, if it's at a tournament and you meet a professional player who was at a similar level as you, would such a miss slash still have little impact? Once Li Hao heard it, what Mr. Su said seemed a bit reasonable. Okay, it's okay if you feel that the missed knife doesn't have much of an impact. After all, you're ahead by a lot in this game. Su Jia continued. But what about that wave at 7:39? Li Hao froze, his face becoming a little unnatural. At 7:39, he had just gone back to the city to update his equipment, and after returning to the line, he killed the opposite side's AD in another line. But he didn't expect to be 4-packed for 2 by the opposite side, giving away his only head in this game. An adult head with a bounty of $800. At 7:39, you relied on your equipment to take the lead and killed the opposite AD first by operation. This was originally a very beautiful operation. But after the kill, in the absence of vision in the river channel, you were outflanked by the opposite side center field because you were greedy for the troop line. Not to mention giving away the adult's head. Just because of this wave of mistakes on your part, your side also directly lost the one blood tower, the small dragon, and the vanguard. Loss or not? Su Jia looked at Li Hao and said nonchalantly, "I know that after the resurrection, you guys fought back. But think about it, if this was in a professional tournament, how big of an impact would you bring to the team if you acted in such a risky manner? The one blood tower, the small dragon, and the vanguard are enough to snowball and erase all the advantages you've played out during the lineage. Think about it, can you still win?" After the system's transformation, at this time, Su Jia's understanding of the game reached a very high level. In a few words, he analyzed the situation very thoroughly. After hearing his analysis, Li Hao's chubby face instantly turned red. Talking to him about studies, about languages, mathematics and foreign languages, Li Hao might listen to him in a clouded and yawning manner. This was because his own talent for learning was indeed average, and he disliked classes and learning from the inside. But he possessed an unrivaled talent in the field of gaming. What Su Jie said, he quickly understood and digested. Games, he played very well. Game matches, he would often watch them as well. After all, the professional arena was the place of his dreams. After just a little thought, he felt that what Mr. Su said made perfect sense. Yes, if they were in the professional arena, how big of an impact would such a mistake have to have? The teamwork and operational mindset of a professional team was much more powerful than that of a ranked team of roadies. If it was in the top league, in the strongest teams, that single mistake of his would be enough to bury the entire game. Su Jie nodded in satisfaction when he saw Li Hao's appearance. In fact, in the game just now, Li Hao had played well enough. This game had only gone on for a total of 15 minutes. In fact, apart from this wave of mistakes, the rest of the time, Li Hao was constantly operating and harvesting. In the end, he won the game and took the MVP. Throughout the game, he only died that one time. This blunder could be said to be flawed. But Su Jie had just awakened his peerless level gaming ability, so he mustn't shock Li Hao in his area of expertise? Chapter 38, Zhou Yutong's Trouble. At 11:40 a.m., Su Jie led Li Hao and Li Hu into the campus. You guys go eat lunch. He patted the shoulders of the two and smiled. After lunch, go back to the classroom for lunch break. The first class in the afternoon is physical education, so you guys should follow your classmates in exercising as well. Whether it's writing novels or playing games, sitting for long periods of time is not good for the body. Proper exercise is only good and not bad for you guys, do you hear me? Li Hao and Li Hu nodded and responded, got it, Mr. Su. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the cafeteria in pairs. Su Jie, on the other hand, turned around and walked towards the teaching building. In the morning, Zhou Yutong had made an appointment with him to eat together at noon. She also had to help the sophomore 6 class with their math class in the last class of the morning, and there were still 5 minutes before class ended. Su Jie calculated that it was about the right time, and that was when he headed to the teaching building where the sophomore class was located. Ding bell. The dismissal bell rang. The students who had finished their morning classes walked towards the cafeteria in groups, talking and laughing. Ha! Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, want to go eat together? Su Jie walked towards the teaching building as the students came out of the building. Along the way, he then encountered quite a few students from class 9. They were busy greeting Su Jie. Su Jie smiled in response. You guys go ahead. Run slowly, don't rush. When he walked to the 4th floor, he met Zhou Yutong head on. Ms. Zhou, finished class? Su Jie greeted with a smile. Aha! Zhou Yutong hugged her textbook and gave Su Jie a sweet smile. It's still easy for Teacher Su, there aren't even a few classes in a week. Su Jie turned around and walked alongside her when he heard her teasing. He shrugged and said, who made me a PE teacher? Every day, I'm either sick or have something going on at home, all year round, it's as if I have constant bad luck. On his hands, he carried 5 classes of physical education. Each class has 2 periods a week, which adds up to a total of 10. If the teachers of the culture class occupy the class, this number will be greatly reduced. The salary is the same, and there are people who are eager to do the work. It's really easy. What school doesn't have culture teachers taking up gym class? The whole country is the same. The key is that the reason is still surprisingly uniform. It's almost like a cap. It's as if all the PE teachers in the country are paper mache, and their health is terrible. The family is even doing tens of billions of dollars of business, every day busy as hell, not even come to school effort. Zhou Yutong snorted when she heard Su Jie's words. You're just being nice when you get a bargain. In the school, it's only you PE teachers who are the most idle, the key is that the salary bonus isn't 1 point less off. Su Jie glanced at his mouth and said jokingly, why don't you come to be a PE teacher too, Mr. Zhou? I'll take you on. I don't want to. Zhou Yutong blanked Su Jie. She was a math teacher with ideals and ambitions. How could she be in the same boat as a gym teacher? The two talked and laughed as they walked all the way towards the cafeteria. Along the way, there were students who saw the two of them who looked sideways. Ha! Isn't that our goddess, Ms. Zhou? Wow! Teacher Zhou is actually walking so close to a male teacher and laughing? This is going to dinner together. Sad, at this very moment, I declare that I've fallen out of love. Too hateful, where did the stinky man come from? How can he be worthy of our goddess? Seems to be our gym teacher, Mr. Su. Don't say, Mr. Su is actually quite handsome, so far from looking, it seems to be quite a match. Bull. So what if he's handsome? How can he be a good match for our goddess Zhou? Zhou Yutong was recognized as the most beautiful teacher in the whole school, and the students who knew her were much more than those who knew Su Jie. Along the way, the students who saw the two of them were talking a lot. Su Jie and Zhou Yutong naturally couldn't possibly know what these students were thinking. They arrived at the cafeteria in no time. Genoa Middle School's cafeteria was a separate three-story building that covered quite a wide area. On the first and second floors, there were more students. On the third floor, there were more teachers. In fact, the school had never openly said that the cafeteria was divided into a student cafeteria and a teacher cafeteria. Basically, it is the default distinction. As a student, how many are willing to sit with the teacher during the meal? That's the ultimate torture. Are there students on the third floor? Of course there are. Either they're like the ninth class, who are used to being lawless and aren't afraid of the teacher at all. Either that, or the top students with very good academic results, who usually have more interaction with the teacher. Other than that, most of the students still consciously chose to eat on the first and second floors of the cafeteria. It was agreed that this meal would be on me, Mr. Su, don't cheat. On the third floor of the cafeteria, the two ordered a few dishes at the window. Su Jie was about to pay out of habit, but was grabbed by Zhou Yutong and said with a grunt. Genoa Middle School was sending meal subsidies in cash to the teachers' cards, so they usually had to pay when they ate in the cafeteria. It was not like some schools where the teachers ate completely free of charge. Su Jie did not insist, smilingly stepped aside and let Zhou Yutong pay. Cafeteria meals, cannot spend a few dollars, turned back to give her a few more times to order milk tea, but also to make up for it. Need to eat together, just two people understand each other's an excuse. The third floor to eat people, compared to the first floor, second floor, is to be much less. The two found an empty seat and sat down. Although it was said to be a cafeteria, the usual dishes and food were still very rich. At this moment, in front of the two of them, there were 5 dishes such as pickled fish, dry pot bullfrog, sweet and sour pork ribs, tomato scrambled eggs, and shiitake mushrooms and greens. The portion wasn't large, but it was more than enough for the two of them to eat. Today's meal seems to be much tastier than before. Su Jie chucked a piece of sweet and sour pork and chewed on it, revealing a mesmerized look. Really? Zhou Yutong was surprised as she took a taste. Why didn't I feel it? It's pretty much the same as usual. Su Jie laughed. This is the meal that Jinzhong's most beautiful teacher invited me to eat, of course it's more delicious than usual. Ha ha. Su Jie's joke was cold and awkward. Zhou Yutong gave him a blank look. Poverty. The two chatted while eating, and when they were about to finish, Zhou Yutong answered a phone call. Oh, okay, I'll think of something. Hanging up the phone, a hint of sadness crossed her face. What kind of trouble has Ms. Zhou encountered? Su Jie noticed her difference and opened his mouth to ask. Zhou Yutong stroked her hair and said somewhat helplessly. Our team leader gave me the task of leading this year's Olympiad to me. We have a total of 3 places in Jinzhong, all of which are selected from the top math students in each grade and then screened out through the exam. But with only 10 days left before the citywide selection competition, their results are less than satisfactory. Chapter 39, Psychological Changes in the Students of Class 9. OU, itself, belonged to the lineage of mathematics. But the content of learning, the method of doing problems, and even the mode of thinking were all very different from ordinary math. The math learned in school was more of a basic knowledge study, systematic and in line with most children's mathematical cognition and logical thinking ability. OU, on the other hand, is an advanced course for the few children who are gifted in math, and most of the knowledge belongs to overteaching. Su Jie was a physical education teacher, and naturally, he had 6 out of 7 knowledge points about this kind of stuff like OU. Not a single trick left. What? The grades don't meet expectations? He asked with a smile. He didn't know anything about OU, but he still knew something about OU competitions. In fact, there were many similarities between the competitions of AOM and sports competitions. The competitions were all divided into 4 levels such as municipal selection, provincial elimination, national final and world-class Olympiad. Participants needed to pass through layers of selection and harsh tests before they could finally stand on the world stage. This was a similar path to his previous entry into the national team. Students who were able to win prizes at the National Middle School Olympiad or even the International Olympiad were all children who possessed outstanding mathematical talent. For students who were able to win awards, extra points on the college entrance exams and guaranteed admission to prestigious schools were all routine. Aha! Zhou Yutong nodded. The AOM is not quite the same as the math taught in the usual textbooks, and the requirements for the students' thinking patterns are too high. Of the 3 top students we selected this year, it's already hard to estimate that one of them will end up winning the National Olympic Mathematics Competition Award. This score is also quite a bit worse than previous years. She was somewhat helpless. This year, it was her first time to take over the task of an Olympic mathematics leader, and she had originally thought of making achievements. But after her repeated testing and teaching, she knew that the probability of all 3 top students selected this year winning the award was almost non-existent. Isn't there still 10 days left? Maybe there will be a miracle? Su Jie laughed. His mind simultaneously recalled the math talents of the students in his class. Most of the students in Class 9 had average math talent. There were only 3 who were called excellent. The one with the highest math talent was the problem student Shi Yunfeng. He had a demonic level of math talent. However, the trauma to his mind had long since made him lose the desire to learn, and even the best of his talent could not be realized. At this moment, when he heard Zhou Yutong mention the Olympiad, Su Jia had other thoughts. If he could solve Shi Yunfeng's psychological problems, he might be able to get him to participate in the Olympic math competition. It was just that when he thought about it, he seemed to be somewhat clueless about Shi Yunfeng's psychological problems. Zhou Yutong smiled helplessly when she heard Su Jia's words. She only thought that Su Jia was saying these words to comfort her. After all, what was the situation in Su Jia's class 9? She as a math teacher was naturally incomparably clear. The matter of the Olympic math competition was not even close to the students of class 9. She was already very satisfied when they were able to listen to and master the basic math knowledge she taught them, and get good grades on the exams. Class 9 students participating in an Olympiad? She hadn't even thought about that. During the lunch break, class 9 classroom. Crap. Teacher Su really helped each of you with a computer? Rat, bull. You really didn't have a single class in the morning. It's so cool. What? Mr. Su is actually planning to set up a gaming room? To reward students who study well? Crap. Rat, is it really true? Don't you dare lie to us. Shu, keep it down, Mr. Su didn't let me tell you guys. When you say that, I don't even want to rest during my lunch break, so I'll hurry up and study hard and try to go to Mr. Su's gaming room to have a good time. Yeah, I don't have the heart to take a lunch break either. After Li Hao and Li Hu returned to the classroom, they were surrounded by their classmates. Everyone chatted with you and me, chatting away. The two of them, Li Hao and Li Hu, had been taken away by Mr. Su early in the morning. He actually prepared a separate room for Li Hao and Li Hu, one to play games and the other to write novels. This kind of treatment made the other students envious. When Li Hao accidentally told Su Jia about preparing to create a gaming room, the class exploded even more. The homeroom teacher is building a gaming room for the students in his class? You can go play games if your grades improve? Simply too amazing. Hey, Mr. Su is here. Just as the class was discussing, Su Jia arrived in the classroom. He noticed that many of the students in the class were looking at him with a strange look in their hearts. What's going on here? What are they all looking at me for? He was somewhat puzzled. Su Jia wouldn't have thought that this small action of his would instantly mobilize the learning motivation of the students in class 9. He walked over to Chao Shuai's side and called him out of the classroom. Chao Shuai, how's it going? Asked yet? Su Jia asked with a smile. Mr. Su, I've inquired for you. Chao Shuai looked at Su Jia with the same vigor. He loved to have fun too. While speaking, Chao Shuai told Su Jia an address. Shi Yunfeng's home address. After Su Jia got the address, he pondered that he would personally go and poke around after his gym class in the afternoon. At 2 p.m., the first class began. Class, I'll do what I say, this class, let you all move freely. On the playground, after Su Jia gathered the students of class 9, he said with a smile. Yay! Woohoo! Great! Mr. Su is such a man, he does what he says. Let's go, let's play soccer. Come with me, soccer players. The students of class 9 cheered and scattered. Teacher Su, teach us to play ball. Chu Xiaoran and the few of them, holding Spalding basketballs, walked over to Su Jia, revealing a look of anticipation. They had been waiting for this gym class since yesterday. One by one, their hearts had been itching like they were being scratched by a cat's claw. If it wasn't for Su Jia being their homeroom teacher, if it wasn't for them wanting to follow Su Jia to learn basketball, how could they possibly endure until now? I'm afraid that in the morning, they would have skipped class and come out to play basketball. Let's go, we'll teach you guys a few practical skills today. Su Jia smiled and beckoned, like a leading brother, leading Chu Xiaoran and the others towards the basketball court. Wow! A one-handed foul shot. Too violent. Too ferocious. I didn't expect Mr. Su to play basketball so well. Yes, wow. Mr. Su is the best I've seen in our school. Hey! It seems like Mr. Su hasn't thrown a single ball since the start of the game, right? Damn! It's true when you say it like that. No way? 100% hit rate? Crap! There's a hang-up. Su Jia played the ball while explaining his detailed movements to Chu Xiaoran and the others. And as word of mouth spread, more and more class 9 students gathered on this side of the basketball court. Dribbling over people lightly, shooting positions that are handsome to no end, violent dunks that are ruthless and valiant. On the basketball court, Su Jia, who was calling the shots and taking what he wanted, had once again completely convinced the students of class 9. Chapter 40, Calling for Information. After class 9's gym class was over, Su Jia didn't have any classes in the afternoon. If it was before, he would have been able to pack up and go home. But now that he was the homeroom teacher of class 9, there were too many things for him to worry about. Here's the key, go up yourselves. Su Jia brought Li Hao and Li Hu to the entrance of the Jinya schoolhouse and handed them a key with a smile. After the morning's test, he knew that both Li Hao and Li Hu's self-consciousness was very high. Even without his supervision, Li Hao would consciously rank his scores and Li Hu would work hard on his writing. For the sake of their respective dreams, they showed extraordinary enthusiasm and initiative. How could such self-motivated students, the previous teachers, the class teachers, not have realized it? Had to force them to develop a rebellious mindset? Su Jia shook his head. After sending them to the Jinya Academy, Su Jia returned to the school and drove his car to Shi Yunfeng's house. In the eastern suburb, Jiha Village, Group 20, Number 6, was Shi Yunfeng's home. Su Jia followed the navigation to the intersection of Provincial Highway 985 and Jishang Road and found a place to stop the car on the side of the road. The navigation showed that the destination was nearby. There was no way that the navigation could not completely locate Number 6 of Group 20 in Jiha Village. Su Jia had to get out of the car and walk, looking for someone to inquire about the exact location in the meantime. This was the eastern suburb of Zhongnan City, which was often referred to as the urban-rural area. The east-west Provincial Highway 985 and the north-south Auspicious Road intersected here. About 300 to 400 meters west of the intersection, there was a large building materials market called Xinglong Market. Xinglong Market is quite famous in Zhongnan City. Su Jia has heard of it. Xinglong Market West is a north-south, two-way 6-lane road called Garden Road. This Garden Road is the intersection between the city and the countryside. Su Jia followed the auspicious road all the way to the north. A block and row of 2-story small buildings came into view. Not far away, in front of a small building on the side of the road, a middle-aged man is picking up a small field in front of his house. Su Jia walked to the edge of the field and spoke with a smile. "Big brother, may I ask how to get to Shi Jilin's house?" Shi Jilin was none other than Shi Yunfeng's deceased father. Su Jia knew that when exploring the countryside, it was usually more useful to report the name of the parent than the name of the small child. The middle-aged man's name was Wei Dong, 48 years old this year. He worked in the provincial city all year round and would only come back every year during the New Year's Eve. At this time has not yet passed the Lantern Festival, therefore, Wei Dong has not yet gone out. When he heard the sound, he stopped the hoe in his hand, glanced at Lin Dong, and frowned. A young man with a local accent. "Where are you from? What are you looking for Shi Jilin's family for?" Lin Dong was 6'5" and sturdy looking, so Wei Dong instinctively assumed that another loan shark had come to his door. He had seen a lot of this kind of situation in the past 2 years when he went home. He thought in his heart, people have been your loan sharks have been victimized by the death of the family is left with an old man and a small child, but not let go of it? Is there a lack of morality? Therefore, his tone of voice is not kind, but a little punchy. Inside the countryside, where can anything be hidden? Shi Yunfeng's family affairs, not to mention the 20 groups, even the entire village of Jiha, and which family does not know? Wei Dong is a rural man, upright and honest. For the Shi family, his heart only sympathy and regret. It is not like those long-mouthed women, gloating in mouth. Su Jia did not know what Wei Dong's heart was thinking. He just felt that this old township seems to have a bad temper. He didn't care too much and smiled again. "Hello big brother, I'm Shi Yunfeng's homeroom teacher, coming over for a home visit. But it's the first time I've come, I don't quite know the way." Hearing Su Jia's words, Wei Dong was first stunned, followed by his originally cold face immediately changing into a smile. He threw the hoe, repeatedly wiped his hands on his pants, smiled and walked out of the field to Su Jia's side. "This turns out to be Little Feng's teacher. Ha! Sorry, I thought it was another loan shark coming to collect a debt. Little Feng this child. Poor Na," said Su Jia, reaching out to point north. "Turn right at the second intersection ahead, the third house to the north, that's Xiaofeng and their family." Su Jia listened to Wei Dong's words and then recalled the change in his demeanor just now. His heart was clear. It turns out that he was treating himself as a loan shark collecting debts? It seems that Shi Yunfeng's kid's family is in a very bad situation. Since he encountered people in the village, Su Jia thought that he might as well ask around first. He took out cigarettes from the bag, handed Wei Dong a huazi, and said with a smile, "This big brother, can you tell me about their family situation?" Gu. The parents of the common people in the Dragon State will still instinctively have more respect for their teachers. When Su Jia handed him a cigarette, Wei Dong felt a little flattered. He let out an ouch and took the huazi and said, "The situation of Xiaofeng and their family, it's a long story. Let's do it this way, teacher, you come to my house to sit down, I slowly tell you." With that, Wei Dong warmly invited Su Jia to his home. Su Jia was not polite and followed Wei Dong to the living room on the first floor. In the living room, shiny tiles, clean white walls. Sofas, televisions, air conditioners, and other furniture are all available. It could be seen that Wei Dong had still earned money outside over the years, and had decorated his home well. "Teacher, feel free to sit down, I'll go get you some fruits." "Big brother, no need to be so polite." Wei Dong enthusiastically poured tea, brought melon seeds and preserved fruit, and brought fruit plates, making Su Jia strangely embarrassed. After finishing these, Wei Dong sat down and lit a fire for Su Jia before lighting it for himself. He took a sip before leisurely saying, "If I remember correctly, Jilin should be 7 years younger than me and should only be 41 this year. This kid grew up with a living brain, and he's quick to catch on to everything he does. With Wei Dong's narration, Lin Dong then realized the situation of Shi Yunfeng's family. Shi Yunfeng's father, named Shi Jilin. After graduating from high school, he went to work in an eastern coastal city. Around the time when Shi Yunfeng was in his first year of school, he returned to Zhongnan City and started a fish peddling business. Together with Shi Yunfeng's mother, Shin Hongxia, the two of them worked early in the morning and late at night, and over time, the business gradually took off and made a lot of money. But later, he did not know where to get acquainted with a group of Jianghu friends, from then on the crooked road, addicted to gambling. In just 1 year's time, he lost all his savings. Not only that, but also owed a huge amount of debt. It is said that the gambling dog shall not die, originally a good family, only in just less than a year's time, it will fall apart, the family broke. Shi Jilin could not endure the torture, jumped to his death. Soon after his death, Shin Hongxia also went with him. At home, Shi Yunfeng and his grandmother Su Xiuying are left alone. Sinning. Chapter 41 moved. After Wei Dong finished speaking, the living room fell into silence. The two big men, bite after bite, smoked their cigarettes in a depressed manner. Life was unpredictable. Often a small choice determines the direction of a person's life. Xiao Feng, this child. Poor Na. Wei Dong said about Shi Yunfeng, that is, he sighed again. We all watched him grow up. This child from a young age is smart and understanding, do homework, never want others to rush. From childhood to adulthood, his awards have been plastered all over one wall. As a person and polite, CS are the initiative to call people. But just because. Hey! What is this called thing ah? Wei Dong shook his head again with regret. Shi Yunfeng's situation, he naturally knew. From a young age, he was the other family's child in his parents' mouth. However, since the accident at home, the originally lively and cheerful man had become quiet. In his eyes, he has also lost his old luster. When he meets them on the road, he avoids them and is no longer like he used to be. Shi Jilin's one mistake, in the end, only suffered Shi Yunfeng and Su Xiuying. This inevitably made Wei Dong sigh. Are there any more relatives in their family or something like that? After a long silence, Su Jie frowned and asked. Jilin gambled money, and we were unaware of it at first. Without knowing, he used to borrow money from all the friends and relatives around him. Then the person died, and none of that money has been returned. In this situation, which relative is willing to help you? Wei Dong shook his head. It's only Jimei's girl who still has a bit of conscience and often comes over to take care of the old lady. From Wei Dong's mouth, Su Jie knew more. Shi Jimei was Shi Jilin's sister, which was also Shi Yunfeng's aunt. Of the relatives and friends on both sides, she was the only one who came over from time to time to take care of Su Xiuying, who was in poor health. Other than that, no one else came over. Right or wrong, it's clear at a glance. The reality of the human condition is very hard to understand. Teacher, did little Feng get into trouble at school? I hope you guys can be more lenient with him, please. Wei Dong thought that Su Jie's home visit was because Shi Yunfeng had gotten into trouble at school and opened his mouth to intercede. Su Jie smiled and shook his head. No, he's quite good at school. Now at his home, is it only his grandmother at home? In the afternoon I saw Jimei, that girl came, now should not have left. Wei Dong said. Okay, then I won't bother, I'll go to his home to take a look. Saying that, Su Jie got up and headed out. All the way forward, his heart was a little blocked. A good child, made into this appearance now, sinful ah. He couldn't imagine what kind of psychological torture Shi Yunfeng had endured in this year of time. The second intersection turned right, and just as soon as he turned the corner, Su Jie knew that even if he didn't have Wei Dong to tell him the exact location, he would be able to tell at a glance which one was Shi Yunfeng's house if he happened to walk to this intersection. Outside on the fence, on the house gate, on the outer wall of the small building. There were red paint smears everywhere. When he arrived at the door, he saw that the gate was open, leading straight to the center hall of the small building. There was nothing to hide, for it had long since been emptied of the valuable objects of the house. It was penniless and the house was full of people. A woman who looked to be in her 30s, wearing a rose-red down jacket, was sweeping the floor in the house. Sensing that there was someone at the door, looked up, frowned and asked. Who are you looking for? Su Jie knew that this young woman should be Shi Yunfeng's aunt, Shi Jimei. Hello, I'm Shi Yunfeng's homeroom teacher, coming over for a home visit. He stood at the doorway and did not go in, but smiled first. He could understand that nowadays, Shi Jimei and the others were like birds of prey, wary of any strangers that came to the door. After Shi Jimei heard Su Jie's words and froze for a moment, she hurriedly put down the broom in her hands and quickly greeted them. Hello teacher, come in and sit down. She brought out a long bench from the room, lowered her head and blew on it, then reached out and wiped it again, somewhat apologetically allowing Su Jie to sit down. Su Jie smiled and sat down, looking up and around. In the center hall, there is an old 8 centimeters table. On the east wall, awards were plastered all over. Other than that, there was nothing else. It was a stark contrast to the center hall of Wei Dong's house just now. Shi Jimei poured Su Jie a cup of boiled water and after sending it to Su Jie's hand, she sat down on another stool. She asked with some constraint and worry, Teacher, is it possible that little Feng has gotten into some trouble at school? Su Jia held a disposable paper cup in both hands and shook his head with a smile. I'm his new homeroom teacher, called Su Jia. This kid, Shi Yunfeng, is quite well behaved in school, just not too talkative. I came over today, mainly to do a daily home visit and to establish contact with the students' parents on the way. Shi Jimei heard this and sighed in relief. As long as they weren't getting into trouble at school, it was fine. As Shi Yunfeng's aunt, she naturally understood his character. If it was before, she wouldn't have had any worries at all. Shi Yunfeng would get into trouble? It was simply impossible. But ever since the incident at home, she, as an aunt, naturally noticed the change in Shi Yunfeng's character. I'm Little Feng's aunt, my name is Shi Jimei. Teacher Su, in the future, if anything happens to Little Feng at school, you can contact me directly. She had married a woman long ago and didn't live in Jiha village. However, she usually came to take care of her mother, Su Xiuying, whenever she was free. Her father had died of cancer more than 10 years ago. Her mother herself had high blood pressure and diabetes, and after being shocked before, she was even more mentally ill. This was one of the reasons why she would come over so often. Shi Jimei did not know that Su Jia had already inquired about the situation at Wei Dong's home, so she said the situation at home again. Su Jia did not stop and patiently re-listened. At the same time, from her mouth, Su Jia got more news. The old lady, Su Xiuying, was also only 67 years old this year. In today's era, 67 years old was actually not considered an advanced age. But under the double blows of illness and spirituality, the old lady's physical condition was not optimistic. If it were not for Shi Jimei's husband is also a sensible person, did not stop her to get money to help the old lady to see a doctor. The old lady would probably have gone west long ago. Su Jia also learned from her that Shi Yunfeng's tuition fees were actually earned from his own part-time job. This made him amazed. Uncle Chen's family in the village has opened a restaurant on the provincial highway roadside in front of them. Many of the truck drivers who usually come and go will eat there. Uncle Chen is a good man. After the family's accident, he took pity on Little Feng and wanted to subsidize his schooling. Little Feng is also a strong kid. He didn't ask for Uncle Chen's money for nothing, but worked in the restaurant as an odd job worker. Sweeping and mopping the floors, carrying plates and washing dishes, doing whatever it takes. This child, since he was a child, where has he ever suffered like this? When she thought of the suffering Shi Yunfeng had endured, Shi Jimei's eyes reddened and she wept. Su Jia was silent, his heart, incomparably moved. In his mind, suddenly appeared that pair of chapped and rough hands. This kid, he was only 17 years old after the new year. Chapter 42 Game Interest Group. When he left Shi Yunfeng's house, Su Jia's mood was a little heavy. It turned out that last night, Shi Yunfeng was really planning to go to the construction site to move bricks, not a joke. Grandma Su Xiuying suffers from high blood pressure and diabetes, and needs to take medication all year round. After the change in the family and the blow to the spirit, the body is even worse every day. Shi Jimei again filial piety, married to a woman, she also has her own small family to take care of. Nowadays, the Shi family can only rely on Shi Yunfeng to support himself. He is the only one who makes decisions about things big and small in the family. Not only does he need to do his own laundry and cooking to take care of himself, but he also needs to earn money to pay for his grandmother's medical care. But he was a 16 or 17-year-old child, what could he do? He had never left school before. There was no way to realize a short period of time with good academic performance. In a year or two, he might be able to get into a prestigious school. 3 years and 5 years, he might be able to support himself with scholarships and work study. Or maybe he can start a business and make a lot of money. But all of these maybes had a time cost. He, Shi Yunfeng, could afford to wait, but his grandmother, Su Xiuying, could not. His parents had already left him, and if Su Xiuying left again, he would be left alone in this world. Su Jia headed south along Auspicious Road, and when he reached the roadside of Provincial Highway 985, he saw the small restaurant across the street at a glance. Chen Ping Restaurant. The facade was plain and simply decorated. On both sides of the restaurant, there were Michelin tires on one side and a lottery store on the other. At this time, after 4 p.m., there were not many people walking around in front of the restaurant. This is what Shi Jimei said. The village Uncle Chen opened the restaurant. Uncle Chen's real name is Chen Ping, is a cook. Running this small restaurant, life is not bad. This is a good person. Su Jia took 2 more glances at Chen Ping's restaurant and sighed in his heart. He did not stay much longer and drove away from the place. Genius Schoolhouse, Building 6, 902. Li Hao, Li Hu, come over here. Su Jia sat on the sofa in the living room and called over Li Hao and Li Hu. Tonight's evening self-study, you guys will join together in the classroom. Li Hao scratched his head. Teacher Su, didn't you agree yesterday that as long as our whole class isn't late for morning reading this morning, we'll be free for evening study? A kid like Li Hao, if you asked him to sit in front of a computer all day long, he wouldn't even shout half a word of tiredness. But to make him go to class? That would be killing him. Even if it was an evening study hall. Pa! Su Jia laughed as he reached out and lightly slapped the back of Li Hao's head. You brat! I'm going to choose a class president for the class during the evening study hall, and you guys, as students of the class, have to be there to vote. Ah? Electing a class president? Ah? It was only when they heard Su Jie's words that Li Hao and Li Hu came to a realization. Well, who used to be the class president? How was it? You two also tell me about it. Su Jie asked. He used to only be in charge of the physical education class of class 9, and if there was anything, he would look for Chu Xiaoran, the physical education class representative. Therefore, he didn't know much about the situation in the class. A physical education teacher wouldn't idly care about that much. Last semester it was Li Mengyao who was the class president at the beginning, and then it was Chu Yuan. Li Hu said. Compared to Li Hao's jumpiness and liveliness, Li Hu's character was a bit more introverted and calm. Li Hao continued Li Hu's words. Li Mengyao's grades are a bit better, and Chu Yuan's words are a bit more capable of calming down her classmates. After all, it's the big sister that even Chu Xiaoran and the others are afraid of. Speaking here, Li Hao rarely shrunk his neck. Su Jia looked at his appearance and realized in his heart, it seemed that this little fatty had also been cleaned up by Chu Yuan. Li Mengyao? Chu Yuan? Su Jia recalled, probably able to recall the appearance of the two. High school running for class president, either good grades, or good interpersonal relations, or both. Class 9's class president was not that easy to be. After all, the pricks in the class even dared to tease the teachers, so how would they care about the discipline of a class president? So what do you guys think, is there anyone in the class who is more suitable to be the class president? Su Jia asked with a smile. Li Hao and Li Hu, they all had their own classmates who played better, and they knew much more about the class than Su Jia, who had only been the homeroom teacher for 2 days, at least. Li Hao pondered for a moment. Teacher Su, I think it's fine for Chu Yuan to continue to be the class president. Good looking and good personality. Just likes to pull people's ears. Saying this, he even rubbed his ears. Su Jia laughed. It seemed that Li Hao hadn't been grabbed by Chu Yuan's ears much in the past. Teacher Su, I also think that Chu Yuan is quite good as the class president. She should be able to help you. Li Hu thought about it and also gave Chu Yuan a vote. Don't you two want to be a class president? Su Jia said with a smile. No. Li Hao's head shook like a rattle. I don't want to be any class president. Mr. Su, how cool that you can let me play games here every day. I don't like being in charge. Everyone's personality and preferences were different. Li Hao had never had the idea of being a class president or a class member. Then what if I asked you to be a gaming class representative? Su Jia laughed and said. What? Li Hao froze and stretched out his fingers to snap his ears. He thought he was hallucinating. Game class representative? What the heck was this? He had never heard of any school or class having any game class representative. Su Jia naturally had his considerations when he said this. Li Hao, do you think there are many students in the class who like to play games? Li Hao subconsciously nodded. How could this be said? There were definitely more. Not to mention others, it seemed like almost everyone in the class had a King account, right? If in a certain class in the future, I ask you to go on stage and share your skills and experience in playing the game to your classmates, would you be willing to do so? Su Jia asked again. Willing. Li Hao didn't even think about it and nodded his head. Su Jia patted his shoulder. You're very talented at playing games. Many games can be played to the highest segment. The other students, they don't necessarily play as well as you do, but when they usually rest or go on vacation, they definitely like to play games as well. I'm going to set up a game interest group in the class, so you'll be the leader of this group, which is actually considered a game class representative. Student Li Hao, are you willing to do that? Hearing Su Jia's words, Li Hao's brain had a brief downtime. Didn't hear it wrong, right? A gaming club? Aren't we supposed to be studying culture in high school? He had never heard of any class having such an interest group. He looked at Teacher Su suspiciously and saw that she had a sincere smile on her face. Mr. Su really was different from all the teachers he had seen before. He really respected himself and his preferences. At this moment, Li Hao was even more pleased with Su Jia. Ding! Detected that the bound student's favorability towards the host has exploded, hereby rewarding the host with a chance to open the blind box. Chapter 43, Su Jia's Attempt. Hearing the system's voice in his head, Su Jia froze for a moment. This was okay? He could understand the system's meaning. It seemed that it was his accidental idea of setting up a gaming interest group that had caused Li Hao's favorability towards him to rise a whole lot more. But he also didn't expect that he would receive an additional reward from the system for this move. It was simply a surprise. There was no telling what goodies could be opened out of the blind box. Su Jia's heart was somewhat expectant. Teacher Su, I'm willing to be the leader of this game interest group. Li Hao put away his playful smile and said in a serious manner. Thank you, Teacher Su. Thank you for your trust and respect. Su Jia's actions one after another had touched Li Hao in a very big way. He grew up as a playful child, disliking classes and learning. Although his grades were not so bad that he was at the bottom of the list every time, it could not be said that he was much better, and he had always been at the lower middle level. At the time of the midterm examination, with his own results, he could not enter a key high school such as Manhwa Middle School. However, his parents did a good business, and their family was in good condition, so they sent him to Manhwa Middle School by spending money. Since he was a child, he had completely lost track of how many times his parents had chastised him and his teachers had criticized him. But encouragement, respect? Very, very little. So few that his memory is fuzzy. He usually looks big and outgoing, but he's still just a kid. He had self-esteem, too. Only his optimism hid his pride. There had never been an elder like Mr. Su who respected his ideas and his preferences. Hearing that he likes to play games, instead of reprimanding or criticizing, he praises and encourages, even letting him be the leader of the game interest group. These were all experiences and feelings that Li Hao had never had before. He secretly vowed in his heart that he must not let down Mr. Su's trust. Su Jie would never have imagined how much his actions had catalyzed Li Hao's growth. The king of esports a few years later was at this moment, completing his mental metamorphosis. Good. I believe you can do a good job as the leader of this gaming interest group. Su Jie smiled and patted Li Hu's shoulder. For Li Hu, Su Jie didn't have any idea of establishing a novel interest group. Writing novels was not the same as playing games. The thoughts of the top students, Su Jie might not be too clear about. But the thoughts of students who didn't study too well, he knew. Of all the subjects, what were their biggest headaches? Math and composition. Therefore, Su Jie didn't arrange any additional work for Li Hu. By properly finishing the Fighting Heaven and Earth without eunuching or sucking, Su Jie believed that Li Hu would definitely explode all over the internet this year. He and Li Hao did not follow the same path, and Su Jie naturally would not use the same method to teach him. Let's go, take you guys to dinner. After dinner, go back to the classroom to rest and relax. Su Jie stood up and said to them with a smile. The evening study hall at Manhwa Middle School started at 7 o'clock. Before the evening self-study, Su Jie came to Zhou Yutong's office. Teacher Zhou. Teacher Su, you're looking for me? I want to ask Teacher Zhou if there's a bonus for placing in the Olympiad competition? Su Jie smiled and explained his intentions. It was of course impossible for him, a physical education teacher, to understand the various matters of the Olympic mathematics competition. Zhou Yutong was surprised in her heart, and her beautiful eyes stared at Su Jie for a long time. Teacher Su, why are you asking this? She couldn't figure out what Su Jie was asking this question for. In her opinion, Su Jie shouldn't care about the Olympic math competition either as a physical education teacher or as the class teacher of senior class 9, right? She knew more about the math scores of the students in class 9 than Su Jie, the new homeroom teacher. In her impression, absolutely none of the students in class 9 were able to participate in the Olympiad competition. Ms. Zhou, don't ask me why I'm asking this question, you tell me first. Su Jie laughed. He didn't have a clue in his heart whether this matter would be successful or not. But everything had to be tried and tested. If it became a success, a stone in his heart could also fall. If it does not work, he still has to think of other ways. Seeing Su Jie selling out, Zhou Yutong gave him a blank look and said in a bad humor, alright, then I'll tell you. The Olympiad competition is divided into 4 gears, which are the municipal selection competition, provincial breakout competition, national finals, and the international Olympiad. Among them, there are no prizes set for the municipal selection competition and provincial breakout competition. The first, second and third prizes of the national finals also don't have any prize money in principle. But as long as you win a national competition award, the city, district, or even the street will have cash prizes. Our Manhwa Middle School will also have cash prizes for students who win awards. The first, second, and third prizes will be able to get 50,000, 30,000, and 10,000 bonus incentives respectively. If one is able to enter the national training team and eventually win the gold, silver, and bronze medals of the International Olympic Mathematics Competition, then the prize money will only be more. Zhou Yutong finished in one breath, paused, then continued. In fact, Mr. Su, you should understand that for the students, the prize money of various competitions is actually secondary. Getting a good ranking at the national finals or even the International Olympiad is more of a substantial boost to their personal resume. With the gold, silver, and bronze medals from the Olympiad, the extra points from the college entrance exams and special admission to prestigious schools are the biggest rewards for them. Su Jie nodded. He certainly understood what Zhou Yutong said. However, all of what she said only applied to a normal top student. The one Su Jie needed help in waking up was a problematic top student. After coming out of Jiha village in the afternoon, he was thinking about a problem. What is most important to Shi Yunfeng today? Thinking about it, he only came to a conclusion. Money. In Su Jie's bank card, there was $2 million in cash lying in the system. If Shi Yunfeng asked, he would not hesitate to fund him. But Su Jie knew that Shi Yunfeng would not ask him for help. Chen Ping was from Shi Yunfeng's village group, and Shi Yunfeng had to call him Uncle Chen when he saw him. He was not willing to take advantage of such a close neighbor in the countryside. Not to mention the others. Su Jie was able to easily surmise that Shi Yunfeng's child had a strong sense of self-esteem. Handouts would only backfire. Because of this, Su Jie thought of using the matter of the OU competition to try and see if he could untie Shi Yunfeng's knot. Teacher Zhou, thanks. Also, can you give me a copy of the Olympiad papers you used to select the top students in the first place? Su Jie asked with a smile. He didn't explain too much to Zhou Yutong, it wasn't the right time yet. I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling in your gourd. Su Jie didn't explain to him, which made Zhou Yutong angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. However, she still took out a test paper from the drawer and handed it to Su Jie. She wanted to see which student in Class 9 could do this Olympiad selection paper from their math teaching team. Chapter 44 Mobilizing the Motivation to Learn. 6:40 p.m., the Physical Education Teacher's Office. At this time, only Su Jie was left alone in the office again. In the past 2 days, the other physical education teachers in the office also knew about the matter of Su Jie being the class teacher of Class 9. All of them joked with him and laughed at his foolishness. A good physical education teacher going to be the class teacher? Isn't this asking for trouble? They didn't understand Su Jie's thoughts, and they continued to feel the fish and punch the clock every day, spending their days leisurely. Su Jie sat in his seat, his mind came together and called out the system. He was going to open the blind box gifted by the system and see what good things he could open. Current number of times the blind box has been opened, 1. Is it opened? Su Jie chose yes without hesitation. In front of his eyes, a 4-square blind box appeared, just like the newbie gift bag. The blind box spun around and burst open with a bang. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Raindrop Evening Card Good 1, Bound Students +3. Raindrop Evening Card Good, you can designate any subject and raise the talent of all students in the class to the good level for that subject, while the talent of students originally belonging to the good level and above will remain unchanged. Seeing the information on the system screen, Su Jie's heart was overjoyed. This is good, this is good. When talent reaches the good level, as long as one is willing to work hard and use the right methods, academic performance can still be easily raised. When the system's points mall opened, he had also roughly browsed through it. This Raindrop Evening Card could be said to be one of the special props that he wanted to get the most. However, just the good level of the Raindrop Evening Card required 1,000 points, making it a very expensive prop in the points mall. Knowing that Su Jie still had 0 points today, he didn't even know how many points he would be able to obtain if the student he was bound to won an award above the provincial level. Su Jie glanced at the information panel, and all his information was updated in real time again. Host, Su Jie. Age, 26. Height, 185 cm. Weight, 80 kilograms. Talents, language excellent, math good, English average. Basketball unparalleled, soccer unparalleled, games unparalleled, novels demonic. Mentality, excellent. Real world bonus, 30%. Current bound class, senior class 9. Currently bound students, Han Xiaochen, Li Hao, Li Hu. Current number of bindings, 4. Current points, 0. Special ability, God of Sports, Heart of Awe, Running Memorization. Special props, Raindrop Card Good 1, Talent Enhancement Card 2, Mindset Adjustment Card 2. The number of students that can be bound has increased by 3, and there is one more Raindrop Card Good in the Special Props category. At 7 p.m., Su Jie walked into the classroom of Class 9. To his surprise, many of the students were studying seriously, not mingling or laughing and joking. He walked up to the podium and lightly coughed twice. Ahem. Students, for today's evening self-study, you can freely move around, but don't disturb the students in other classes. Before the free time, I have a few things to tell everyone. He swept a glance at the students below and realized that quite a few of them were staring at him with very expectant eyes. After a brief thought, Su Jie's heart was clear. He glanced at Li Hao. It must have been this kid who spoke out of turn again. After returning to the genius schoolhouse in the evening, Li Hao had told him that during the lunch break at noon, he had accidentally let slip the news that he was preparing to create a themed gaming room. We were all in the same class, so if there was any strange news, it would definitely spread to the whole class quickly. Therefore, the vast majority of the class already knew about this matter. At this moment, looking at the expressions of the students below, Su Jie knew that it was estimated that this kid had dejectedly told his classmates about his intention to set up a game interest group as well. After all, he's still a kid. In that case, let's announce this matter first. Li Hao, come up to the podium. Su Jie beckoned and called Li Hao to the podium, facing the class. This first thing is that I'm going to set up a game interest group in the class, with Li Hao as the leader of the interest group. In the future, when I have the opportunity, I will let student Li Hao talk about his skills and insights in playing games. Just after Su Jie finished speaking, the students in the class boiled over. Wow! Rat actually said the truth. Teacher Su really set up a game interest group and even made Rat the leader of the interest group? That's simply amazing. I've only heard of language interest groups, math interest groups. Never heard of game interest groups. Who says otherwise? Although the students of Class 9 had already known the news from Li Hao, they were still shocked inwardly when they heard Su Jie say it himself at this time. Cough cough, everyone keep your discussion voices down, don't affect the students in the next class during their evening study. Seeing the clamor below, Su Jie hurriedly stopped it. If the homeroom teachers of Class 8 and Class 10 were to go to Director Chin to complain again, it would always have a bad impact. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble, but the noisy voices in the class would indeed affect the students in Class 8 and 10 next door who were having their evening study sessions. This was a fact. He couldn't ignore the students in the other classes just because he was the homeroom teacher of Class 9. This was not good. After 2 days of getting along, the students of Class 9 were already very willing to listen to Su Jie. After only a short while, the voices in the class were indeed much smaller. Seeing this, Su Jie nodded in satisfaction, so he continued. Perhaps some of the students already know from Li Hao here that I'm preparing to create an esports room. That's right, I am preparing to build an esports room. 10 highly configured computers, comfortable gaming chairs, and a variety of games. Do you guys want to experience? Su Jie asked with a smile. Want to? The students of Class 9 answered in unison. Su Jie pressed his hand downwards, and the class quickly returned to silence. Alright then, next I'll tell you guys what it takes to get the chance to play the game. Upon hearing Su Jie's words, the students in Class 9 sat up straight and perked up their ears. Su Jie was still satisfied with the students' reactions. He smiled and said, starting next week, I will make a list for you all. The top 10 of the weekly exam every week. The top 10 with the most increase in total grade rank compared to the previous exam. The top 10 who made the greatest improvement in their grades in a single subject for each of the subjects, math, language, and literature. All get a chance to play a game. If the same student is able to rank on different lists, then the times will add up. For example, if a certain student is both in the top 10 who rose the most in overall grade rankings and in the top 10 who made the most progress in language grades, then he'll be able to take one exam and get 2 chances to play the game. Theoretically speaking, for one weekly exam, a student can cumulatively earn 6 chances to play the game at once. Everyone can discuss in a low voice, don't affect the other classes. After Su Jie finished speaking, the students of Class 9 chattered in disgust. Crap! That's too much. Getting 6 chances at once? Simply outrageous. Top 10 in the class, top 10 in ranking up, top 10 in single subject improvement, it feels like Mr. Su has given us so many chances? Who says it's not? I don't dare to think about the top 10 in the whole class, but with the top 10 ranking rise and the top 10 single subject progress, I might be able to make it if I make a dash. That's a must. You were bottom of the class last semester, the advantage is in you. Haha, the advantage is in me, no problem. You were second to last, how much better than him? What? You're third from the bottom and you've got your tail up in the air? Chapter 45, The Hard-Working Li Mengyao. Of course, not all students like to play games. Seeing the voices underneath gradually diminish, Su Jie continued. It doesn't matter, as long as the students who are on the top of the list, they can exchange this one chance for other requirements. Provided that the teacher can do the request. If I'm asked to pick the stars and the moon for you guys, there's nothing I can do. Whether it was playing games or making demands, it was just a way and means for Su Jie to encourage them to study well. Or it could also be said that it was a means to stimulate their motivation. Those who have special talents, develop them, those who don't, study hard. From the time he took over Class 9, Su Jie was thinking this way. The students in his class had already received enough scolding, belittling, and education in the past, and he would not continue to use that kind of education. He still focused on encouraging, rewarding, and guiding. Alright, next is the second thing. After finishing talking about the game interest group and the gaming room, Su Jie let Li Hao return to his seat and continued. That is to run for class president. Give everyone 5 minutes. Students who have the intention to be class president can prepare your campaign manifesto. Students who don't have the intention to be class president, don't be idle either. You can discuss in a small group who would be better to be the class president, and you can recommend them to me. Speaking here, Su Jie smiled mysteriously and said, I hope everyone will enthusiastically sign up for the class president election. The student who is finally elected, teacher, I will give him an extra surprise. Wow! There's an extra surprise for being class president? What could it be? Teacher Su shouldn't let us down, right? Yeah, I'm dying to know what the extra surprise is. Why don't you run for class president too? I don't have that in mind. Li Mengyao's grades have always been stable in our class, and she was okay when she was class president before. Xu Yuan is also quite good. The key is better looking than Li Mengyao. Crap, you still don't think that her pulling her ear doesn't hurt enough, right? Yao Yao, we support you. One, we support you. In all corners of the classroom, the students were discussing in whispers and passionately. Su Jie got down from the podium and started walking back and forth in the classroom. During this time, there were occasionally students recommending class president candidates to him, but not too many. After 5 minutes, Su Jie returned to the podium. Alright, classmates, be quiet. Below, students who are interested in being our Class 9 class president, please raise your hands. Swish, swish, swish. In a few corners of the classroom, sporadically, people raised their hands. Su Jia swept a glance, 7 people. Li Mengyao, Chu Yuan, Lin Xian, Wu Feng, Zhou Kai, Changgu, and Huang Junjie. 3 girls and 4 boys. Their respective talent information was clear to Su Jia at a glance. Good, then let's start with student Li Mengyao on the stage. Su Jia smiled and stood to one side of the podium, giving up his position. At the same time, a short-haired girl walked from her seat to the podium. It was none other than Li Mengyao. Name, Li Mengyao. Age, 17 years old. Height, 160 cm. Weight, 52 kilograms. Talent, language average, math average, English good, history average, geography average, politics good. Mentality, excellent. Practical combat bonus, 20%. Su Jia looked at Li Mengyao, who walked up to the podium. She had a baby face with some baby fat and a natural flush on both sides of her cheeks. Cute looking, not a beauty type, and at 160, she wasn't exactly tall. According to the system, Li Mengyao's learning talent could only be considered average. But Su Jia clearly remembers her final exam results from last semester. 4th in the class, ranked over 700 in the whole year, and over 200 in the arts class. She belonged to the kind of student who had average talent, but studied very hard and was very motivated. Students like Li Mengyao were actually found in every school and even every class. Even though she was assigned to a class like Class 9, she didn't give up on herself and possessed a very excellent mindset. But reality was cruel. Oftentimes, hard work doesn't always pay off. Academic talent at birth determines the course of many people's lives. With her talent, she could only score so many points. Even if she studied 24 hours a day in a row, there was no way she could do better. Very cruel. And realistic. As a key high school, Genoa Middle School's meritocracy was nothing strange. In fact, it wasn't just Genoa Middle School, but basically all ordinary high schools. No matter how hard you work, no matter how progressive you are, if you can't get a good score, you'll still be assigned to a poor class. Hard work and advancement, very often, only became a plus for the schoolmasters, and never became a knocking brick for the poor students. Li Mengyao's excellent mindset alone made Su Jia think of giving her a hand. If he were any other teacher or homeroom teacher, he might not be able to help a student like Li Mengyao. But he, Su Jia, was different. He was the man with the strongest class teacher system. Helping a student to improve their talent, wasn't it a matter of minutes? He felt that a student like Li Mengyao should be given extra favor. Dear Teacher Su, dear classmates, hello everyone, I'm Li Mengyao. While Su Jia was thinking, Li Mengyao had already started her campaign speech. Not only did she have a baby face, her voice was also somewhat babyish. Perhaps the limitations of her talent prevented her from becoming a top student, but her body had its own kind of confident temperament. Su Jia believed that even if her academic performance was not ideal, but as long as she could always maintain the excellent mindset, always maintain hard work and advancement. Even if there is no help from him, the future into society, but also be able to make a difference. After all, after entering society, it wasn't just about grades. A person like Li Mengyao would be appreciated by many people. Last semester, I also served as class president for a while. I believe that under Teacher Su's leadership, with my courage and conviction, I'll definitely be able to serve as the class president of Class 9. Thank you all. It wasn't long before Li Mengyao's campaign speech ended. Snap! Su Jia, who was standing not far from the podium, was the first to applaud. Immediately after, many students in the class then followed suit. It could be seen that there were still quite a few students who supported Li Mengyao. Su Jia heard Li Hao say that when Li Mengyao was the class president, she was exasperated by Chu Xiaoran and the others and cried several times. But he believed that if he let her be the class president of Class 9 again, such a situation shouldn't occur again. Okay, next is classmate Chu Yuan. The applause in the classroom died down, and after Li Mengyao went down, Su Jia let Chu Yuan on stage again. Chapter 46, Class 9 Class President. Name, Chu Yuan. Age, 17 years old. Height, 171 cm. Weight, 51 kilograms. Talent, language good, math average, English good, history poor, geography average, politics average. Piano excellent, investing outstanding. Mentality, excellent. Practical combat bonus, 30%. When Chu Yuan came on stage, the system displayed her talent information. She possessed an excellent piano talent, an excellent investment talent, and a rare good mindset. The piano talent Su Jia could still understand. This excellent investment talent really puzzled Su Jia. He has no concept of investment, and if he can't understand it, he will no longer think about it. Chu Yuan is really quite good looking, tall and thin, fair skin, and very well developed. When she went on stage, many of the boys' eyes lit up. Chu Xiaoran and a few of them even whistled, only to be laid to rest when Su Jia glared at them. Su Jia learned from Li Hao and the others that Chu Yuan was the class president of Class 9 in the second half of last semester. She was outgoing and usually very lively. Not only was she quite prestigious amongst the girls, but she was also able to mingle with the boys, and belonged to the category of students who handled interpersonal relationships very well. Therefore, during the period when she was the class president, the pricks in the class were somewhat restrained. Seeing Chu Yaon on stage at this time, Su Jie thought back to her academic performance. Last semester's final exam was 7th in the class, which was considered very good in class 9. With convincing grades and a good personality, she was indeed a good candidate to be the class president. She and Li Mengyao were two completely different styles, but there was one thing that the two were very much alike, and that was a very good mindset. This was very rare. Dear Mr. Su, dear classmates, hello everyone, I'm Chu Yaon. Chu Yaon stood on the podium and began her speech. Her voice was crisp, and as she spoke, her eyes swept over the class without any stage fright at all. Just this aura alone, which was able to calm the class, made Su Jie nod frequently. No wonder Li Hao and Li Hu both recommended Chu Yaon to themselves as the class president. She was indeed good enough. Li Mingyao's grades were better than hers and more stable. She was also confident and willing to unite her classmates, but in terms of character and means, she had to lack a little bit of dominance than Chu Yaon. When Li Mengyao was the class president, she was more of a preacher. But how could preaching possibly control the students of class 9? Chu Yaon is more domineering. Do not listen to her words directly on the hand-pulling ears. Of course, pulling the ears was more for naughty boys like Li Hao and Wu Feng. I'm done. I hope everyone will vote for me. After Chu Yaon finished speaking, she very jadedly clasped her fists at the podium towards her classmates, rather like a woman warrior. The corner of Su Jie's mouth rose when he saw her actions. She was indeed an interesting child. Snap. When Chu Yaon went down, the class resounded with warm applause. The warmth of the applause was indeed quite a bit stronger than just after Li Mingyao's speech. It seems that Chu Yaon's prestige in the hearts of her classmates is indeed a little higher. Su Jie secretly thought in his heart. After Chu Yaon, there was Lin Qianqian. She was the first place winner of the last semester's final exam. Su Jie glanced at Lin Qianqian's talent and was surprised in his heart. Name, Lin Qianqian. Age, 17. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 48 kilograms. Talent, language average, math poor, English average, history poor, geography poor, politics average. Dance excellent. Mentality, average. Practical bonus, 0. Her academic talent is not good, yet she managed to rank first in the final exams. It seems to be a very hard-working kind of thing, Su Jie thought in his mind. Dear Mr. Su, dear classmates, hello everyone, I'm Lin Qianqian. Shu. What made Su Jie very surprised was that after Lin Qianqian went on stage, there were a few corners of the class where boos came from. He fixed his eyes to see that apart from Chu Xiaoran and their circle, boos were also coming from Li Hao and their neighborhood. Although the sound was not loud, it seemed very harsh. Lin Qianqian was running for class president on the podium, and they were messing around down there. And he was standing in the classroom. Cough. He coughed heavily twice and glared at Chu Xiaoran, Li Hao, and the others, as if to tell them, he'll clean you up later. I'm done with my speech, thank you all. Pa 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 pa. The applause recognizes the highs and lows. When Lin Qianqian went down, the applause in the class was less enthusiastic when compared to Li Mengyao and Chu Yuan. It seems the students don't have much support for Lin Qianqian. Could it be that the students in class 9 don't like Lin Qianqian, who was the top academic achiever? This made Su Jie very surprised and curious. Su Jie glanced at Lin Qianqian. Her looks were also outstanding, on par with Chu Yuan. As she walked back to her seat, she kept a sweet smile on her face and looked as if she was not affected by Chu Xiaoran and the others. After Lin Qianqian went down, Wu Feng went on stage. Every time he teased the teacher, he always took the lead, so he had the support of many students in the class. He was nicknamed Big Head Wu and Bold Wu. He originally didn't have the idea of running for class president, and the reason why he went on stage at this time was purely because of Su Jie's extra surprise. Respected Teacher Su, dear classmates, hello everyone, I'm Wu Feng. I'm running for class president in order to get that extra surprise that Mr. Su said. I hope everyone will support me. As he said that, he also stretched out his hands and kept swinging them upwards in a cheering manner. Ha ha ha. Big Head Wu is too funny. He is really daring to say that. I knew it. Why is he running for class president, Big Head Wu? So this is why he's running for it. Does he have the strength? He doesn't, do you? Ha ha ha. The students in the class couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard Wu Feng's words. For a while, the classroom was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Su Jie also laughed. What a living treasure. Name, Wu Feng. Age, 17 years old. Height, 175 cm. Weight, 65 kilograms. Talent, language average, math excellent, English poor, physics excellent. Mechanical demonic. Mentality, excellent. Practical combat bonus, 30%. Among Wu Feng's academic talents, math and physics are both at the excellent level and are actually more suitable for science classes. He was also one of the few students in the entire class 9 who possessed an excellent level of math talent. In addition to his excellent talent in science, Wu Feng also possessed a very excellent mindset and practical bonus. However, he didn't cash in on his excellent talent, but instead mingled in the arts class, the wasted class, class 9. In his opinion, with talent and a good mindset, it was logical that this shouldn't be the case. Su Jie didn't know him well and couldn't understand his behavior for the time being. After Wu Feng, the one who went on stage was Zhou Kai. Su Jie glanced at Zhou Kai's talent. Name, Zhou Kai. Age, 17 years old. Height, 172 cm. Weight, 55 kilograms. Talent, language average, math average, English average, history average, geography average, politics average. Mentality, excellent. Practical bonus, 20%. His academic talents were all average, but like Li Mengyao, he worked hard, was motivated, and didn't give up. In the final exam of last semester, he scored a little better than Li Mengyao, ranking second in class 9. Those with average talent work hard to get ahead and rank at the top. Those with excellent talent do not think about making progress and get terrible grades. This was senior class 9, an amazing class. After Zhou Kai, there were Chang Guo and Junjie Huang. Both of them, like Wu Feng, came up to fool around. It didn't take long for all 7 of them to finish their campaign speeches. Wu Feng, it's still you coming up to count the votes. Su Jie rejoined the podium and beckoned with a smile. Wu Feng was sitting in the first row, and Su Jie could reach out and touch him. He was running for class president, originally to make up the numbers, and when Su Jie called out to him to count the votes, he happily walked to the blackboard and wrote down the names of 7 people in turn. Among the 7 people, the ones who were really interested in running for class president were Li Mengyao, Chu Yuwen, Lin Qianqian and Zhou Kai. Wu Feng, Chang Guo, and Junjie Huang were all troublemakers. In the end, after counting the votes, Xu Yuan was elected with 41 votes. Chapter 47: Enhancing the class's math talent. As the students raised their hands to vote for the class president, Su Jie called out the system. System, use up the raindrop card. He said in his head. Use the raindrop evening card. Good, please choose any subject. Language, math, English, physics, chemistry, biology, history, geography, politics. In front of Su Jie's eyes, options for many disciplines appeared out of thin air. It would be great if I could raise my talent in all the disciplines at once. Su Jie thought greedily while choosing math. Why did he raise math first? Su Jie naturally had his considerations. In the arts class, math was always the biggest problem. Class 9, as the hangman of the whole year, had the worst math amongst all the subject scores. Being able to improve the talent of all the students in the class, he of course preferred math. Without the slightest hesitation. This was one of the reasons. The other reason for choosing to boost the math talent of the entire class was to lighten Zhou Yuton's burden. What was the situation of Class 9's math scores? Su Jie could see through the final exam of the previous semester. The average grade did not even reach the passing line. With such a class that couldn't learn math at all, Zhou Yutong had been dedicated and had never given up on the students of senior Class 9 like other subject teachers. For this reason alone, Su Jie's heart was very impressed with her. Teaching by example is not something that all teachers can do. Ding! Raindrop card good used successfully. As the system's voice rang out, the raindrop equalization card in his panel's information disappeared. In the special props column, there were 2 talent enhancement cards and 2 mind adjustment cards left. He couldn't wait to look towards the students in his class. Name, Zhou Kai. Age, 17. Height, 172 cm. Weight, 55 kilograms. Talent, language average, math good, English average, history average, geography average, politics average. Mentality, excellent. Practical bonus, 20%. Zhou Kai's math talent has changed from average to good. Name, Lin Qianqian. Age, 17. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 48 kilograms. Talent, language average, math good, English average, history poor, geography poor, politics average. Dance excellent. Mentality, average. Practical bonus, 0. Lin Qianqian's math talent, on the other hand, has been raised 2 levels from poor to good. Name, Wu Feng. Age, 17. Height, 175 cm. Weight, 65 kilograms. Talent, language average, math excellent, English poor, physics excellent. Mechanical demonic. Mentality, excellent. Real-world bonus, 30%. Wu Feng, who was counting the votes in front of the blackboard, on the other hand, his math talent remained unchanged, still at the excellent level. After looking at the few people closest to him, Su Jie swept his gaze to the other students in the classroom. He clearly remembered that the math talents of the students in Class 9 were basically at the average and poor levels. There were only about 10 or so people with good math talent and above. But after tonight, the situation became different. The math talent of the students in Class 9, the worst of them were at the good level. As long as they were willing to learn, then Su Jie believed that the class's math scores would definitely get a huge boost. Thinking about this, he was somewhat looking forward to Jo Yutong's expression after the next math exam. It should be wonderful, right? Su Jie secretly smiled in his heart. After electing the class president, Su Jie directly appointed Li Mengyao and Zhou Kai as vice class presidents. At the same time, the class representatives of each subject were reconfirmed, maintaining the original candidates unchanged. Doing all these things was actually considered wiping the previous class teacher's ass. Alright, for the rest of the time, everyone is free to move around. But pay attention, don't move too much, don't disturb the other classes in their evening study sessions, this is the bottom line. Chu Yuan, come out with me for a moment. Su Jie finished his explanation and waved towards Chu Yuan. After he walked out of the classroom, the students of class 9 looked at me and I looked at you, but no one bailed. In school, they couldn't go out of the campus without a teacher's lead until the end of the school day. Therefore, free activities were also limited to the campus. Playing basketball, playing soccer, sleeping in the classroom, playing games, reading novels, dawdling. This was what the students of class 9 used to do. But today was strange. It was clear that Su Jie had promised them that they would be free to move around in the evening self-study period, yet none of them took the lead. The previous leading brothers of the various cliques, like Chu Xiaoran, Han Xiaochen, Wu Feng, and so on, were all still sitting in their seats, thinking about something. Today's Thursday, next Wednesday is the first weekly exam of this semester, there's still 5 or 6 days left, punch it. My language is the worst, I only scored 65 points last semester, work hard, maybe I can get a single subject progress top 10. It's so cold outside and the basketball court is poorly lit, so I'm not going to play basketball today. Zhou Kai, teach me how to do this question. Walking out of the classroom, how could Su Jie not expect that the students of class 9 had started to spontaneously go to the evening study hall? Classmate Chu Yuan, from now on, you'll be the class president of class 9, I'm sure you'll be able to do well. Bringing Chu Yuan outside the classroom, Su Jie said to her with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Su. Chu Yuan smiled mischievously. Teacher Su, did you call me out to give me that extra surprise? She was outgoing, lively and cheerful, and got along well with her teachers and classmates. Su Jie smiled and nodded. That's right. I heard you say before that your piano exam has reached grade 8, right? Chu Yuan let out a hum and said with a surprised expression, could it be that Teacher Su really knows how to play the piano? Is Teacher Su preparing to teach me the piano himself? Playing the piano, of course Su Jie wouldn't. But as long as he opened a hanging, he would not be able to do it. And it was still the kind that he knew very well. Su Jie smiled and nodded. Yes, I can also play the piano, my level is okay, I should be able to help you. He spoke to Chu Yuan while binding her in the system. Host, Su Jie. Age, 26. Height, 185 cm. Weight, 80 kilograms. Talents, language excellent, math good, English average. Basketball unmatched, football unmatched, games unmatched, novels demonic, piano excellent. Mentality, excellent. Real world bonus, 30%. Current bound class, senior class 9. Currently bound students, Han Xiaochen, Li Hao, Li Hu, Zhu Yuan. Current number of bindings, 3. Current points, 0. Special ability, God of Sports, Heart of Awe, Running Memorization. Special props, Talent Enhancement Card 2, Mind Adjustment Card 2. In an instant, Su Jie gained an excellent piano talent. Feeling that excellent was still not enough, he used another talent boost card on himself, directly raising his piano talent to the demonic level. Really? Chu Yuan was overjoyed. Teacher Su, this Sunday afternoon, I happen to be practicing the piano at home, can you come to my house to guide me? She didn't doubt Su Jie's words, but directly invited him to teach her at home. Going to a female student's home? As a physical education teacher, Su Jie had never had a home visit or anything, and had never been to a female student's home. But since he had agreed to give the student who was elected class president an extra surprise, he certainly would not go back on his word. So, he nodded and said, yes. When Su Jie returned to the classroom again, a sense of pride rose in his heart as he saw the students in his class studying seriously. He walked over to Shi Yunfeng's side and said with a smile, Shi Yunfeng, come with me to the office. Chapter 48, Untying the Knot. In the office, Su Jie pulled over a chair from the next seat for Shi Yunfeng to sit down. He looked at Shi Yunfeng, who had been silent all the way, and lamented in his heart. He also didn't know if his approach would work. Would it backfire? He was somewhat worried and apprehensive in his heart. After all, students like Shi Yunfeng were not something he had paid much attention to when he was a physical education teacher in the past. Giving psychological counseling to students was not something that he, a physical education teacher, should do. If any teacher other than Su Jie were to be the homeroom teacher, after seeing the report card, listening to other students, and communicating in person, the odds were that he would treat Shi Yunfeng as a solid poor student, right? Not talkative, bad grades, not many friends in class. This kind of student, but also in the sophomore class 9, another person too, probably also long ago gave up. Su Jie sighed in his heart, and after dispelling the distracting thoughts, he smiled and said to Shi Yunfeng, Sure Yunfeng, teacher asks you, did you participate in the Olympic mathematics competition in middle school? Sure Yunfeng had participated in the Olympic math competition in junior high school. This was the information Su Jie had gotten from Chao Shuai. He heard from Chao Shuai that Sure Yunfeng not only participated, but also won an award. But the specifics, Chao Shuai was not too clear. Upon hearing Su Jie's question, Sure Yunfeng's hand on his leg suddenly shook. Su Jie had been watching him, and this small movement of his did not escape Su Jie's observation. After a moment of silence, Sure Yunfeng finally nodded, aha. With a no more words were spoken. The office fell into silence again. Looking at Sure Yunfeng's appearance, and looking at his exposed rough hands, Su Jie only felt heartache. The heavy blow suffered by his family's change of heart had caused this originally lively and cheerful top student to completely close himself off. At this time, he was just like a walking corpse, living painfully in his own closed world. In the afternoon in Jiha village, both the villager Wei Dong and Sure Yunfeng's aunt Sure Jimei had told Su Jie that Sure Yunfeng, this child, has understood things since childhood. Learning well, good character, not mischievous. His mom and dad used to work in coastal cities, and he grew up being closest to his grandmother. Su Jie is not difficult to speculate, his grandmother Su Xiuying is now Sure Yunfeng's biggest destiny. The old lady as well, there is still room for everything to be salvaged. Once the old lady went to the west? Sure Yunfeng is afraid that this is completely destroyed. Su Jie didn't dare to imagine that if his grandmother Su Xiuying was gone, would he do something stupid? Can you tell teacher what competition you participated in? Did you win any prizes in the end? Su Jie asked with a smile. He wanted to get closer to Sure Yunfeng, or at least make him not hate himself. After another moment of silence, Sure Yunfeng spoke. I participated in the Hua Luogang Gold Cup Junior Math Invitational Competition and ended up getting the second prize. Su Jie keenly noticed that when Sure Yunfeng said these words, his eyes were no longer dead, but had a slight light in them. There was drama. Su Jie was overjoyed in his heart. From getting the news from Chao Shuai, to the home visit, to finding Zhou Yutong to ask about the Olympiad competition, all of it was Su Jie's attempt. Because he could see Sure Yunfeng's talent. He had been looking for that breakthrough to open Sure Yunfeng's heart. Math and Su Xiuying were the 2 points that he had started with. And these 2 points, in Su Jie's opinion, can be connected into a line. Hua Luogang Gold Cup Junior Math Invitational? Su Jie raised his eyebrows. He is a physical education teacher, he really has not heard of these tournaments. If Zhou Yutong was here it would be good. But Hua Luogang's great name, he, Su Jie, always knew. A tournament that can be named after this famous mathematician shouldn't be too bad, right? Su Jie thought to himself. He made a mental note of the name of this tournament and planned to ask Zhou Yutong about it in the morning. Very impressive. Su Jie smiled and gave Sure Yunfeng a thumbs up. But such a compliment from him didn't cause Sure Yunfeng's heart to ripple, and even his expression didn't change in any way. Praise and compliments, Sure Yunfeng had gotten too many of them since he was a child. Su Jie took his expression in. No matter what, the fact that he was willing to open his mouth and communicate with himself was a good start. Even a simple question and answer was better than not speaking at all. Is there a prize for the middle school math competition? Su Jie asked with a smile. Junior high school kids were only 14 or 15 years old. Su Jie guessed that the probability was that there was no prize money, and a certificate of merit or something would be the most that could be given out. He hadn't gotten any cash rewards for helping the school participate in the long jump competition in the first place, either. Sure enough, Sure Yunfeng shook his head. No is good ah. Su Jie laughed in his heart and spoke again. There are prizes for the high school's OU competition. Hearing Su Jie's words, Sure Yunfeng's entire body shook. Su Jie struck the iron while it was hot and continued. I went and asked for you, a small laborer at a construction site. It's $280 a day. Even if you stop going to class and go to the construction site every day to move bricks, you can earn $8,400 in 30 days a month. Let's not talk about whether your body can eat or not, let's just assume that you are gifted enough to be able to endure this hardship. All year round, 365 days a year of moving bricks, you can earn $102,200. Doesn't that seem quite a lot? Sure Yunfeng shook his head. He was a smart kid. No more classes, construction sites all year round, workers all year round, all of these preconditions did not exist. Without these preconditions, naturally, the final result would not be obtained. He was even better than Su Jie had imagined, and he had only just heard that there was a prize for the high school's Olympiad competition, but he actually had other ideas in mind. No one knew how he felt when he first watched his mother leave with his own eyes. No one knows how heavy a psychological blow he had suffered. No one knows how he survived for more than a year. A top student in junior high school, a top 10 student when he entered the school, a winner of the math competition. How high he stood in the beginning, how bad he fell later. Changes, blows, cold eyes, ridicule. The torment of the mind day and night once made him have the intention of lightening his life. But whenever he returned to that empty home, whenever he saw his grandmother who, even though she was tortured by the disease, still kindly urged him to eat well and go to school, where else could he be selfish and desperate enough to go before her? He couldn't do it. He wanted to make money for his grandmother. He wanted to make money to pay back those relatives and friends who had once lent money to his father. Even if they no longer came to his door, even if they looked at him in a bad light, Sure Yunfeng knew that it wasn't their fault. But he was only 17 years old after the new year. Underage, not having graduated from high school, where was he going to make money? Grandma needs $3,000 to $4,000 a month just for medication, and that doesn't even include going to the hospital for checkups, reviews, treatments, and the like. Auntie's care for grandma and for him is more than enough. He wanted to do everything he could to make money. Sure Yunfeng's shaking of his head surprised Su Jie. He could not know Sure Yunfeng's inner thoughts and could only follow the original plan and said to Sure Yunfeng, according to previous years, if you can win the first prize in the National Olympiad competition, the City Education Bureau, the district, and the school will all have cash prizes. It adds up to about 100,000 or so. If one is able to win the first prize in the International Olympiad math competition, then the prize money will only be more. Looking at Sure Yunfeng, who had a glowing brow, Su Jie added gently, I know that your grandmother's health is not good, and you want to earn money to give her medical treatment. But for you to not go to school properly and instead think of going out early to work and earn money is actually putting the cart before the horse. Saying that, he took out a prepared bank card and placed it on the table. In this card, there is $200,000. You can take it as the prize money that your teacher advanced to you for the OU competition. If you're willing to participate in the OU competition, I'm sure you'll be able to win a national award or even an international OU award. Student Sure Yunfeng, I'm asking you now, are you willing? Su Jie looked at Sure Yunfeng again. A 17-year-old big boy. Without saying a word, tears were streaming down his face. Chapter 49 Crazy Little Teacher Su. Sure Yunfeng was unfortunate. Originally, when he should have been a freshly dressed teenager, he was traumatized and closed up inside because of the changes in his family. But he was also lucky. Because he met Su Jie. In the end, he didn't take away that bank card from Su Jie, and his stubbornness still made Su Jie look sideways. But when he left with that OU test paper, Su Jie clearly saw an aura of not singing from his body. Su Jie knew that he had succeeded. Sure Yunfeng's knot was untied. When he first entered the school in his first year of high school, he ranked in the top 10 in the school on the mapping exam and was assigned to the experimental class. But before the semester was over, something happened at home. Since then, Sure Yunfeng closed himself off and abandoned his studies. Eventually, he ended up in the 9th class of the sophomore year. Everyone thought that he was the kind of student who excelled in middle school and couldn't keep up once the pace of high school changed. There were many such students, which was one of the reasons why not many people had paid attention to Sure Yunfeng before. But Su Jie knew that his talent was still there. As long as he was able to regain his motivation to learn, Su Jie believed that he would soon regain his old vigor. He was like a volcano that had been silent for a long time. Silence did not mean extinction, he was just storing up energy. The day it erupts will be the day of astonishment. He was looking forward to that day. Su Jie watched him leave the office and was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for untying the knot in his heart for the bound student and obtaining a Mercedes-Benz G500. Sure Yunfeng had just left the office when Su Jie's mind resounded with the system's voice. Crap! Another reward? Su Jie was overjoyed. On his way to bring Sure Yunfeng to the office, he had already summoned the system to bind Sure Yunfeng. After all, as long as Sure Yunfeng promised him to participate in the Olympic mathematics competition, then winning the award would be the nail in the coffin. Binding students to win awards above the provincial level, Su Jie was able to gain points. Swish! When Su Jie froze, two identical keys appeared out of thin air on the table. The trident star symbol on the keys was conspicuous. At the same time, a string of information appeared in his mind. Parking space number 262 in the underground garage of the Genius Schoolhouse. He realized in his mind that this should be the car and parking space rewarded by the system. As the school district of Genhua Middle School, a parking space in the Genius School mansion was worth several $100,000. Su Jie's mouth was cracking with laughter. Helping Sure Yunfeng was completely an autonomous move from his heart, not rushing towards any system rewards. Besides, before this, he didn't know that the system would give him rewards. Getting the reward at this time had to be said to be an unexpected surprise. Because of the binding of Sure Yunfeng, his talent in cultural classes had turned from a mediocre position to a schoolteacher's talent. Host, Su Jie. Age, 26. Height, 185 cm. Weight, 80 kilograms. Talents, language excellent, math demon, English excellent, physics excellent, chemistry excellent, history excellent, geography excellent, politics demon. Basketball unparalleled, soccer unparalleled, games unparalleled, novels demon, piano demon. Mentality, excellent. Real world bonus, 30%. Current bound class, senior class 9. Currently bound students: Han Xiaochen, Li Hao, Li Hu, Xu Yuwen, Shi Yun Feng. Current number of bindings: 2. Current points: 0. Special ability: God of Sports, Heart of Awe, Running Memorization. Special props: Talent Enhancement Card 1, Mind Adjustment Card 2. As a host, after his talent was directly cashed in as an ability, Su Jia only felt that the current version of himself could be a competent teacher of any subject. In an instant, he had jumped from a gym teacher with sparse grades in culture to an all-round teacher who could teach all subjects. The corners of his mouth lifted. Anyway, apart from Zhou Yutong, none of the other cultural subject teachers were too keen on taking Class 9's lessons. Then he would simply take all the other classes except for math onto himself. Making up his mind in his mind, he stood up and walked towards Director Qin's office. It would be better to choose a day and directly approach Director Qin to pick a fight. Mr. Xiaosu, are you sure? In the office, Qin Shixiang looked at Su Jia with a shocked face. Just now, this tall and handsome teacher Xiaosu had actually found him and told him that he wanted to cover all of the cultural courses in the Senior 2 Class 9 except for the math classes. While his heart was greatly shaken, he only felt that Su Jia was joking with him. Whether it was Principal Zhou Wenguang or him as the grade director, after observing him over the past 2 days, he was actually very optimistic that Su Jia would be able to manage Senior 2 Class 9 well, so that the students in the class would have less trouble. The fact that the students in Senior 2 Class 9 were able to cause less trouble was already their greatest expectation. As for the cultural studies with the bottom average grade, Zhou Wenguang and Qin Shixiang had already lost hope. Even if all 45 students in Senior 2 Class 9 ended up failing to get into college, the impact on the entire Genoa Middle School's advancement rate would be within their acceptance. It was precisely because of this that when he heard that Su Jia was ready to take charge and take over all the cultural teaching tasks of the class except for the math class, Qin Shixiang didn't scold him for being a psychopath, but instead asked him if he was sure. Taking over all the cultural teaching tasks of the whole class, Qin Shixiang had never heard of it after so many years of doing educational work. He only felt that the teacher Xiaosu in front of him was a bit crazy. Director Qin, you know the situation of our class. Su Jia said with a smile. Language teacher, English teacher, politics teacher. Aside from the math teacher, Mr. Zhou, which classroom teacher hasn't been caught by these bad boys of theirs? I know they have complaints in their hearts, I don't blame them. If it were me, I wouldn't like the students in Class 9 either. So instead of making things difficult for both the teachers and the students, it's better for me to be the teacher of their culture class. Qin Shixiang nodded. The situation is indeed like this, but do you have the ability? He had doubts in his mind, but he didn't want to directly scold Su Jia and run away. If he ran away, who would take Class 9? As of now, Teacher Xiaosu was still the most suitable candidate. In that case, let's give it a try. Qin Shixiang made up his mind as his mind raced. Teacher Xiaosu, like this, I'll give you a month's time. During this 1 month's time, you will teach all the lessons in Class 9. If the next monthly exam, the overall performance of Class 9 doesn't drop, then we'll continue in the future. If the drop is obvious, we'll still follow the old method. How about it? In Qin Shixiang's opinion, giving Su Jia a month to try it out was not a bad idea. Anyway, Class 9's cultural performance was already like that, and there wasn't much room for it to fall any worse. Moreover, just like what Su Jia said, the teachers of Class 9, except for Zhou Yutong, everyone else more or less had grievances against the students of Class 9. Teachers weren't gods, they were also human beings, and they had feelings and desires as well. The students in the class not listening and studying properly was already very upsetting to the teachers, plus they also teased them from time to time. Who else would feel good in their heart? Su Jia smiled and nodded. Okay, 1 month is 1 month, thank you Director Qin. Chapter 50, Su Jia writes a novel. When Su Jia returned to Class 9's classroom again, it was already the third session of the evening study hall. The class president, Chu Yuan, sat on the podium, studying herself while scanning the class from time to time. Most of the students below were reading and doing their homework. There were also those who slept, talked to each other, and secretly played with their cell phones, but compared to the past, it was already considered very few. Su Jia wandered around the classroom, and when he walked over to Shi Yunfeng, he saw that he was already working on that OU paper. He did not have the slightest doubt about Shi Yunfeng's talent. But his studies had been abandoned for more than a year after all, and although he had regained his motivation to study at this time, shouldn't he start with the most basic textbooks? Doing OU right off the bat was a bit too radical, right? Su Jia did not make a sound to stop him. He knew the sense of urgency and anxiety within Shi Yunfeng, who wanted to make money as soon as possible. He was prepared to see the results first, and if Shi Yunfeng's overly aggressive learning methods didn't work, it wouldn't be too late for him to redirect. Near the end of class, Su Jia coughed lightly twice. Students, don't be late for tomorrow's morning reading. Mr. Su, if we're not late for tomorrow's morning reading, is the evening study hall free again? Just as Su Jia finished speaking, a student in the class asked. He glanced at the student who spoke. Name, Zhang Yang. Age, 17 years old. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 62 kilograms. Talent, language good, math good, English poor, history average, geography poor, politics poor. Games excellent, rap excellent. Mentality, average. Real world bonus, 0. He was one of the few people who had just stolen a cell phone. Su Jia also knew that he played well with Li Hao. Li Hao's nickname Rat was brought up by Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, if you're as good as Li Hao's classmates, I wouldn't care if you don't go to class for the whole day, not to mention the evening study hall. Su Jia said with a smile. This. Zhang Yang was immediately choked. He glanced at his good friend Li Hao not far away, who was smiling at him with a derisive face. Dead rat, you wait. Zhang Yang couldn't refute Su Jia, and could only think of cleaning up Li Hao on his way back later. Taking the opportunity of Zhang Yang jumping out, Su Jia once again emphasized. Classmates, still the same sentence, want to play, want to not go to class, come up with results like Li Hao, Li Hu, and theirs. And you don't have grades to show for it, and you want to skip class? No way. After school, Su Jia returned to the genius schoolhouse. From today onwards, he was considered to be officially living here. After taking a hot bath comfortably, Su Jia opened his laptop and started reading a novel. A novel written by his student, Li Hu. During the daytime, Su Jia had already asked for Li Hu's permission. The book, Fighting Heaven and Earth, which was the end of the lines fire book nowadays, had been updated by Li Hu to 600,000 words. But in the laptop, there was another 400,000 words stored. Su Jia became the only reader, besides the author of the novel, to see the subsequent plot. How could this not make him excited? Well, the plot here is slightly abrupt, and the villain's appearance isn't silky smooth enough. The fight descriptions still need to be improved. The emotional guidance here could be a bit more exaggerated. After all, the essence of a novel is to amplify the reader's emotions. The naming of feats and secret realms could be a little more appealing. Su Jia looked at Li Hu's saved manuscript of Do Di Heaven and Earth, not just for amusement, but also to help him keep an eye on it. Since binding Li Hu, his novel talent had also reached the demonic level. After the talent was directly cashed in as an ability, nowadays, Su Jia's ability to write novels had reached an extremely exaggerated point. As he read, he struck the keyboard and wrote down his thoughts and suggestions. He believed that when Li Hu saw this document tomorrow, he would definitely be astonished. Looking at it, Su Jia's mind was enlightened. Why don't I also write a novel to test the waters? As soon as this idea came out, it couldn't be contained and grew wildly. Thus, Su Jia created a new folder. Named it, The King of Mysteries. Opening the folder and creating a document, he wrote another paragraph. Who touches the extraordinary in the waves of steam and machinery? Who whispers in the mists of history and darkness? I woke up from the shenanigans and opened my eyes to the world. Guns, cannons, giant ships, airships, differentials. Potions, divinations, curses, inverted hangmen, seals. The light still shines, the mystery is never far away, this is a fool legend. This is the legend of the fool. In this way, Su Jia began the journey of writing the first novel of his life in the middle of the night. At this time, he would not have thought that his flash of insight and impulse will create what the legend of the internet. At 6:50 a.m., Su Jia stood at the door of the classroom and greeted every student who arrived. Good morning, Mr. Su. Good morning, Mr. Su. Good morning, Mr. Su. The students greeted Su Jia one after another. Many students were stunned when they saw Su Jia, who was wearing heavy dark circles under his eyes. Teacher Su is working so hard. Yeah, such heavy dark circles under his eyes. Hey, Mr. Su used to be a gym teacher, but gym teachers are the most relaxed and easygoing. Yes, since becoming our homeroom teacher, I'm afraid she's had her hands full. When you say it like that, I feel like my conscience is aching. You still have a conscience? I swear, I'll study hard from now on and not give Mr. Su any trouble. Come on, you swore the same thing last semester. The vast majority of the children, at heart, were good by nature. When they saw Su Jia greet them with heavy dark circles under his eyes, still with a smiling face, many of them were touched in their hearts. The students of senior class 9 were used to being mocked, belittled, and given the cold shoulder. But when there was someone who cared for them so much and respected them, they would respect him from the bottom of their hearts. How could Su Jia not have imagined how much of a difference his thoughtless actions would make? Last night, his literary thoughts were like a fountain, and he couldn't get out of control, writing until 2 or 3 in the morning. He got up at 6 o'clock in the morning. The severe lack of sleep was what caused him to come to school with dark circles under his eyes. Mr. Su, I'll supervise the students for today's morning reading, go to the office and catch up on your sleep. Class President Chu Yuan walked to Su Jia's side and proposed. She could see Su Jia's exhaustion in her eyes, and she heard the whispers of her classmates in her ears. Since she was the class president of class 9, she thought about doing a better job. Su Jia didn't know what his classmates were thinking. He smiled and shook his head, saying to Chu Yuan, "It's fine, I'll take you guys for a few laps first." With that, he gathered the students of class 9 to the playground again and started a new day of morning running. Chapter 51 Gym Teacher Teaching English. System, how do I cast this running memory technique? On the playground of Manhwa Middle School, Su Jia was leading the students of senior class 9 to run. This was a special ability that he had acquired yesterday, which could drastically improve the students' memorization ability while they were running. Senior Class 9 was a liberal arts class, and it was self-evident how important having good memory skills was to the children. The host can just cast it silently in his mind. Hearing the system's voice, Su Jia was speechless. Cast running memory technique. He recited silently in his mind, then carefully sensed his entire body. There wasn't any special feeling while running, he observed the students of Class 9. Not the slightest change could be seen either. This made Su Jia very speechless. Neither did he feel the slightest sensation, nor could he see any changes in the students, so how could he know if this running memory technique was working or not? It seemed that he would have to test it through other methods. He made up his mind in his mind. The first class in the morning was English class. Before the bell rang, Su Jia came to the classroom. "Ha! Why is Mr. Su here? First period is English class, right?" "Yes. Did you change it to gym class?" "Haha, wouldn't that be better?" "Good thinking. I saw old Yuan coming this way." Yuan Hongxia is an English teacher at Manhwa Middle School, 39 years old, experienced in teaching, and leads 3 classes at the same time. Sophomore Class 3, Class 7, and Class 9. Classes 3 and 7 are the classes she focuses on teaching. As for Class 9, the class is taught as it is, and leaves after class, without dragging the class. Ask questions and answer them, don't speak without questions. Ding bell. When the class bell rang, she happened to walk to the door of Class 9's classroom and saw Su Jia at a glance. In the past, Yuan Hongxia and Su Jia, as teachers of Manhwa Middle School, could only be considered acquaintances and hadn't dealt with each other much. At most, the physical education class of Class 7 was occupied, and she told Su Jia about it. That's all. However, after the new semester started, the matter of Su Jia becoming the teacher of Senior Class 9, the teachers of the second year of senior high school were already aware of it. As the English teacher of Class 9, she had also already met Su Jia. In Yuan Hongxia's eyes, the young and handsome Mr. Su wouldn't be able to play much of a role as this class teacher. The students in Class 9 were too peevish to be taught. Not only her, but the other teachers in Class 9, besides Zhou Yutong, who looked favorably on Su Jia as the new class teacher? None. Seeing Su Jia standing at the classroom door at this moment, she instinctively thought that Su Jia had just come out of the classroom and was preparing to leave. "Mr. Su, ready to go back to the office?" Yuan Hongxia smiled and greeted Su Jia. She had no enmity or grudges with Su Jia. "We were all co-workers, looking up and seeing down. There should be human feelings, or there should be." Although she had also been teased by the students of Class 9, but transferring her previous grievances to the new class teacher Su Jia? She wasn't that kind of person, not that perverted. Students were students and teachers were teachers. This point, she was still clear. Su Jia shook his head with a smile and said, "Ms. Yuan, starting today, I'll be taking over the English class of Class 9. Hearing Su Jia's words, Yuan Hongxia's pupils suddenly shrunk and her entire body froze in place. "What? What did you say, Mr. Su? He took over the English class of Class 9? What kind of words were these? How was this possible? She was the English teacher of Class 9. He's just a gym teacher. He can teach English? Are you kidding?" Yuan Hongxia did not believe in the matter of Su Jia being able to teach English at all. Her reaction, Su Jia saw it in his eyes and was not surprised. After talking to Director Qin last night, it was assumed that he hadn't gotten through to the teachers of Class 9 yet. It didn't matter, then it was up to him to speak to these classroom teachers. "Teacher Yuan, I say, from today onwards, I'll be taking over the English class in Class 9. Su Jia smiled and said it again. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Director Qin." Yuan Hongxia only felt that her brain was a bit underused. A gym teacher stealing his own job to teach English? Could there be anything more outrageous than this? The point was that looking at his calm face, could this matter even be true? Although she had complaints about the students in Class 9, as a teacher, she wasn't lazy about the most basic teaching tasks. But Yuan Hongxia thought on second thought, if this matter was true, then she would be happy to take it easy. After all, the students in Class 9 really didn't like to study. Every time she took an English class, the students either slept, or deserted, and snuck around on their cell phones. In other classes, the students had turned in their cell phones long ago, but Class 9 was a repeat offender. She stood on the podium lecturing, looking at the following sparse 10 or so students listening attentively. At first she was also very annoyed. But over time, Yuan Hongxia, like other teachers, no longer bothered by this matter. The English class that should be taught went on as usual, the knowledge points that should be explained went on as usual, and as for whether the students in the class listened to it or not, she no longer asked about it. "Okay, I'll go find Director Qin and ask him about it." With that, she turned around and left. The conversation at the door of the classroom was not heard by the students of Class 9. They only saw their English teacher, Ms. Yuan, leave, and then their homeroom teacher, Ms. Su, walked into the classroom once again. Crap. It's not true that they've switched to physical education class, is it? Crap. There's such a good thing? Old Yuan really left, eh? What's the situation? The students of Class 9 were unsure, a pair of curious eyes staring at Su Jie, who was walking towards the podium. The corner of Su Jie's mouth rose as he looked at the students in his class. Classmates, from today onwards, I will be teaching your culture classes as well. Wow! As soon as his words fell, the classroom exploded. Crap! Really? Mr. Su must be joking with us. A gym teacher teaching English and math? It's not that I look down on Mr. Su, but he's just a gym teacher. Is he really going to teach us culture? It's amazing. It feels like I'm dreaming. I wouldn't even dream of a gym teacher teaching us English and math. A gym teacher who said he would give them English and math lessons. Even though they were all favorably disposed towards Su Jie after these 2 days together, at this point, the vast majority of the students in the class still didn't believe it. How could the class conduct a lesson with the class in an uproar? Su Jie coughed heavily twice. Cough. Class, be quiet. Everyone take out your English textbooks, let's start the lesson. With that, he also took out a brand new English textbook. This English textbook originally belonged to Li Hao. At this time, Li Hao, who should have already started to rank up the scores, had all of his textbooks taken over by Su Jie. Seeing that Mr. Su didn't seem to be faking, the students of Class 9 took out their English textbooks while muttering in whispers. Today, let's learn about nouns and past participles. Everyone turn your textbooks to page 12. On the podium, Su Jie really started teaching English. Chapter 52. You were taught math by a gym teacher, right? Memorizing words is the basic skill of learning English. If you can't even memorize the words well, then learning English is like reading a wordless skybook. On the podium, Su Jie said leisurely. Most of the students in Class 9 didn't have a good foundation in English. But after possessing the running memory technique, which subconsciously improved their memorization ability, Su Jie was eager to see how effective it actually was. This test was to start with memorizing words. Today, I'll give you guys an assignment. Before school ends, memorize all of these 50 words that I've helped you delineate. I'll check them one by one during the evening study hall. After Su Jie finished speaking, the class resounded with wails. Ha! You have to memorize so many words in a day? Where can I memorize all this? Yeah, I'm most afraid of memorizing words. Although Su Jie's reward mechanism had inspired most of the students in the class to learn, there were always those students who were severely biased. Some students just didn't like English, and they were very resistant to even the most basic memorization of words. These were the students that Su Jie needed to push. Just 50 words, is that a lot? Su Jie said with a smile. Don't underestimate your memorization abilities. Haven't you guys noticed that every day when I bring you guys back from running 2 laps on the playground during the morning reading, memorizing has become very easy? He said this both to confirm the authenticity of the running memory technique and as a psychological suggestion teaching method. The talent of most of the students in Class 9 was not so bad that they were completely unable to learn. After having the subjective initiative to learn, if one kept drumming in their ears that they were able to learn well, it was bound to have a positive effect. Mr. Su seems to have a point. No wonder I felt like I was memorizing much faster than before during my morning reading, so it's because I ran 2 laps? I thought it was because I was suddenly enlightened? It seems like there really is such a thing? In the past, I couldn't memorize English words without a few days. Now it seems like I can memorize the spelling and meaning of words just by reading them a few times. Crap! What you said is true. It's happening to me too. Wow! So learning English is so easy? It's only 50 words, it seems like I can really memorize them all in one day. Hey! What a magical feeling. Is Mr. Su a magician? Cast some kind of magic on us? You're so funny. After Su Jie's reminder, the students of Class 9 realized that their ability to memorize was indeed much stronger than before. And seeing the students' feedback and reactions, Su Jie on the podium confirmed the authenticity of the running memory technique. He stood on the podium and continued to follow the instructions. Scientific studies have shown that proper exercise can enhance the human body's ability to memorize. This is also the reason why I will take you all to the playground early in the morning to run. In the future, every morning reading, I will take you all to the playground to run. I believe that even if you guys only utilize half of your morning reading time, you will be able to be completely unimpaired by the rest of the class. Does everyone have confidence? Yes. The students of Class 9 answered in unison. So it's for our own good that Mr. Su takes us running every day. Not only do we exercise our bodies, but we also improve our memory skills. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Teacher Su has really worked his butt off for us. In the morning, she has such heavy dark circles under her eyes, but she still has to give us lessons. Yes. If I don't study hard, I'll feel sorry for Mr. Su. Who says so? After quieting down and starting to study, the students of Class 9 realized that memorizing vocabulary and learning English, which had originally been completely uninspiring and lethargic for them, had steeply become much easier. The second class in the morning was a math class. Su Jie went to the restroom, went back to the office to bring a thermos cup, and then returned to the Class 9 classroom. When he taught English in the first class, he realized that he wasn't just good at English. When he wanted to explain a certain knowledge point, several different teaching styles would appear in his mind for him to choose from. For other people, learning and teaching were two different things. But for him, Su Jia, learning and teaching were as simple as each other. This made him feel compelled to lament the power of the system. Taking care of all of Class 9's cultural lessons, Su Jia was tired, but he was truly happy. He had also never thought that teaching could be so enjoyable. He was skeptical that he was afraid that he wasn't suffering from some major disease. Did he have a masochistic tendency? Or was it influenced by the system? Su Jia couldn't figure it out. Teacher Su, this section is a math class, is it really you as well? Wu Feng was sitting in the first row, and when he saw Su Jia return to the classroom with his math textbook, he looked incredulous. He was nicknamed Big Head Wu because his head was really big, so big that it was a bit incongruous with his body. His nickname, Wu Dare, was to describe his boldness. He was really bold. Basically every time he set up a trap to trick the teacher, it was him, Wu Feng, who took the lead. If it wasn't for the fact that the way Su Jia cracked all of his traps was too simple and violent, leaving him with a very deep impression, he wouldn't have been so pleased with Su Jia. Su Jia looked at Wu Feng and instead of answering his question, he smiled and said, Wu Feng, I know you're very smart, math shouldn't be difficult for you. You were able to set up those traps, they must have all been calculated with precision. You're more suited for a science class, why did you pick liberal arts? Wu Feng possessed an excellent level of math talent, and in class 9, he was second only to Shi Yunfeng. Of course, compared to Shi Yunfeng's demonic level math talent, the excellent level wasn't enough to look at, but it was already considered to be very rare in senior class 9. In addition to math, he also possessed excellent level physics talent. As Su Jia said, a kid like Wu Feng was actually more suitable for development in the science class. Wu Feng's eyes flickered for a moment, hummed softly, then glanced at his mouth and said, Teacher Su, I don't like science. Looking at his mouthy demeanor, Su Jia smiled and did not look deeper. The reason why this group of kids in class 9 had become the way they were now, the school, parents, and students, no one could escape the blame. Want to guide them all to the right track, not overnight can be accomplished. Take your time, Su Jia said in his heart. Teacher Su is here again. Could it be that what Teacher Su said is true? He really took care of all of our cultural classes? Wow! No way! The gym teacher teaches English, and I can understand that Mr. Su is good at English itself. But this class is a math class. Teacher Su is going to teach us math? A gym teacher teaching math, eh? Done and done. You guys, if someone scolds us in the future, you were taught math by a gym teacher, right? How the hell should I retort? Crap! It's true. Crap. Our math was really taught by a gym teacher. I can't refute it. Chapter 53, Zhou Yutong audits math class. Zhou Yutong was wearing a dark gray coat today, with a pair of light gray wide-legged pants underneath. This outfit was both taller and thinner, and it was also particularly casual and atmospheric. Wherever she passed, the students and teachers of Manhwa Middle School brightened up. Wow! Teacher Zhou is so beautiful today. So immortal. Worthy of being the #1 beautiful teacher of our Manhwa Middle School. Teacher Zhou, my goddess. Zhou Yutong had gotten used to the gazes of her teachers and students after a few years of honing her skills. Holding her books, she was walking towards the sophomore class 9. Only when she had just reached the classroom door, Zhou Yutong froze. He saw that Su Jia was standing on the podium with a math textbook in his hand. What was this situation? Teacher Su? She stood in the doorway and lightly called out. Su Jia was originally looking at the math textbook, preparing for the next lecture. It was only when he heard Zhou Yutong's voice that he came back to his senses. Oh, Teacher Zhou is here. He smiled and walked off the podium to Zhou Yutong's side. Teacher Su, what's going on here? Zhou Yutong asked with a puzzled expression. This class was her math class. Could it be that Su Jia wanted to switch classes with himself and take gym class instead? Su Jia laughed and said, Teacher Zhou, I've communicated with Director Qin and the others. In the future, I'll be tutoring all the subjects in class 9. Teacher Zhou, you just focus on a few other classes. What? Zhou Yutong's voice, steeply raised an octave. Look, Teacher Su and Teacher Zhou are fighting. Crap. What? Fighting? Where? Cut. Bull. Crap. Your sister's headline party. Come work at UC tomorrow. At this time, the bell had already rung, and the students of class 9 looked at Mr. Su and Mr. Zhou, who were talking at the classroom door, and watched the action. Do you guys think that Mr. Su and Mr. Zhou are actually quite compatible? When you say it like that, it seems to be true. Mr. Su is tall, handsome, and exceptionally nice. He really does deserve to be the #1 goddess of Xinjiang. Why don't we fix up Mr. Su and Ms. Zhou? Hey, that's a good idea, let's get together. Su Jia and Zhou Yutong, who were at the door of the classroom, would never have imagined that the students of class 9 were actually planning on the matter of giving the two of them a red string. A student acting as a moon goddess for a teacher? Simply outrageous. You were the one who taught the English class just now? Hearing Sujie's explanation, Jo Yutong's entire body was confused. But soon, she came back to her senses. Mr. Su, I can understand that you're good at English, and I don't have a problem with you giving them English lessons. But math and English are different, they can't be learned by rote memorization. I can't control the other classes, I still have to teach the math class. Jo Yutong said insistently. She was different from Yuan Hongxia and those other teachers in their classes. For one, she had never been teased by the students of Class 9. Secondly, she genuinely wanted to lead the students of Class 9 well with her skills. Letting Sujie, a physical education teacher, teach math? This was not nonsense. She didn't believe that Sujie would be able to teach Class 9 math well. She also didn't know what Director Qin was thinking. Out of her responsibility to the students of Class 9, Jo Yutong did not intend to give up her math class to Sujie. She had her insistence. Even if she was quite fond of Sujie in her heart. Sujie looked at Jo Yutong's serious demeanor and admired her in his heart. Knowing that there was a tiger on the mountain, he had to walk towards it. Underneath Jo Yutong's good-looking skin, she also possessed a rare heart of sincerity. It was persistence in ideals, persistence in teaching and educating people. Sujie's favorability towards Jo Yutong was also rising. He thought briefly and said with a smile, Teacher Zhou, how about this, I'll give them a lecture first and you can observe in the classroom. If you think I'm at an okay level, then I'll take over this month's math class. If you still feel that you speak better, then the math class in Class 9 will still be given to you. What do you think, Ms. Zhou? Jo Yutong's eyebrows furrowed, not taking a moment to stretch again. Alright, then I'll just spectate in the classroom for a while. I'd like to see how Teacher Su teaches math. She was very curious about the matter of Sujie teaching math. A physical education teacher, teaching language, English, history, geography, and politics. Although it was outrageous, she was still able to accept it. But a physical education teacher who teaches math, physics, chemistry, and biology? Sorry, she didn't believe it. Not to mention that she, Jo Yutong, didn't believe it. If any other person came over, they would never believe it either. Jo Yutong walked to the last row of the classroom, where there were still several empty seats. Class 9 only had 45 students, the smallest class in the entire year, so it wasn't unusual for there to be extra seats in the classroom. After she sat down, her gaze was fixed on Sujie on the podium. Ahem, well, next we start the lesson. He belonged to the temporary stage, so he wouldn't be like Jo Yutong and the others, who would have prepared their lessons in advance and could use multimedia to lecture. What he used was still a very old-fashioned way of lecturing, taking chalk and writing on the blackboard. This kind of approach was not very common nowadays. Sujie's math talent, after binding Shi Yunfeng, was at the same demonic level as him. After the talent was directly cashed in as an ability, the current Sujie, not to mention giving math lessons to high school students, even if he was asked to become a math major, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Explaining the knowledge points of high school was simply a piece of cake. Jo Yutong, who was sitting below, only listened for a while, and her entire being was shocked beyond words. He really could. A gym teacher was actually able to teach math. This was simply a complete upheaval of her cognition. But it wasn't long before her brows tightened together. Teacher Su. She suddenly interrupted Sujie's teaching. It seemed a little impolite, but at this moment, she couldn't care less. What's wrong, Teacher Zhou? Sujie looked at her with a puzzled expression. He was not too concerned about Jo Yutong interrupting his teaching. Teacher Su, you're speaking well, but the pace is too fast. A formula that's only taught once, and the example problems are only taught once, how can the students understand and follow it? That's not how math is taught. Jo Yutong blankly glanced at Sujie and said somewhat angrily. It was true that he could and did speak well, but this was the 9th class of sophomore year. Their math background was already worse than the students in other classes, and Sujie's fast and concise teaching style was obviously not suitable for them. How could the students of Class 9 possibly listen to him when his speed of explanation was several times faster than his own? How could teaching math like this work? Therefore, Jo Yutong felt the need to interrupt his teaching, which was why she said so. Chapter 54, Incredible Teaching Results. Sujie stood on the podium and smiled knowingly. Jo Yutong's worries were not unreasonable, he could understand. But she didn't know that the students in Class 9's math talent today, the worst of them were at the good level. Math was a subject where having talent and not having talent were two completely different ways of playing. For the same problem, some people can see several solutions at a glance, and can do it with their hands. But some people, you teach him 3 times, 5 times. Step by step to explain to him the idea of solving the problem, in the end, encountered a similar still cannot do. Not to mention similar, is the same question, after a period of time, may not be able to do it. Math, physics, chemistry, and other scientific and technical subjects, is very talent. This is inborn, manpower cannot be changed. Learning math, talent should account for 80%, and effort can only account for 20% at most. Very exaggerated, but very realistic. Su Jie's way of explaining in speed at this moment was exactly the way in speed that was suitable for students with good math talent and above to learn. He smiled and glanced at Zhou Yutong before asking the class. Class, did you understand the knowledge points I just spoke about? Understood. The students of Class 9 answered in unison. The tone was firm and neat. It was as if they had rehearsed it. Mr. Su teaches so well. I can understand it all. Wow. So math is this easy? Why didn't I realize I was a math genius before? Yeah. I actually understood all the points that Mr. Su just taught. Amazing. Let me say it, Mr. Su must be a magician hidden in the real world. He must have put some kind of learning magic on us. Che, you've read too many novels and comics you. Zhou Yutong was sitting in the last row and was better able to hear the whispers of the students in Class 9. It was only this hearing that made her entire being bad. How is this possible? He really teaches better than me? I'm a professional math teacher. I'm the leader of this year's Olympiad team. Although her teaching credentials weren't exactly deep, her teaching methods were very advanced, and the math scores of several other classes were at the top of their grades. Now the students of Class 9, they actually felt that Su Jie taught better than her? Su Jie's teaching speed, but it was very fast. With this kind of speed of lecturing, Zhou Yutong estimated that even if it was placed in other classes, it was still a bit fast, not to mention sophomore Class 9. The math level of these kids, she, the math teacher, knew best. For a moment, Zhou Yutong was staggered. Su Jie stood on the podium, looking at Zhou Yutong's look of surprise and dismay, knowing that she didn't believe it in her heart, so he smiled again and said, "Let's do it this way, Teacher Zhou. You randomly point out a few students and have them come up to talk about the knowledge points I just taught. Then you'll come up with a few math problems about this knowledge point and let them do it on the spot. This way, it will be clear whether they really understood it or not." Looking at Su Jie's confident demeanor, Zhou Yutong again had self-doubt. But she didn't ink a word, and directly walked over to the podium and waved at Wang Xiyuan. "Student Wang Xiyuan, come up here and explain the knowledge points that Mr. Su just taught." Saying that, without waiting for Wang Xiyuan to walk to the podium, she picked up the chalk again and swished and wrote down a few math questions on the blackboard. These few questions, all of which involved the knowledge points Su Jie had just taught, were very similar to the example questions in the textbook. After doing this, she returned to the back row of the classroom. Wang Xiyuan was named and scratched his head as he stood up. His math talent originally belonged to the poorer level. In the past in math class, when Zhou Yutong was speaking on the stage, he was as drowsy as if he was listening to a heavenly book. Therefore, sleeping in math class was a common occurrence for him. But today was different. The math that Su Jie had just taught him, he was actually able to understand and remember it all. This unbelievable thing happened to him, making Wang Xiyuan himself a little hard to believe. He had come to Manhwa Middle School to study on loan and would return to Imperial City next year to take the college entrance exam. In fact, it doesn't matter if he studies or not, anyway, his family has already paved the way for him. Xingbei randomly choose a mix for a few years and then go abroad to sneak around, come back directly from the executive to do nothing difficult. Either take some money to start your own business, do what you like, it does not matter. The older siblings in the family have all come this way, and he, Wang Xiyuan, will not be an exception. But after coming to Manhwa Middle School, he also didn't expect that he would be in a small place like Zhongnan and get acquainted with Chu Xiaoran and their group of buddies. Now, even the math class that he used to hate the most, Wang Xiyuan felt that it would not be a bad idea to give his dad a surprise for them. Wang Xiyuan was very tall, and standing towards the podium, he was a little taller than Su Jie. He smiled confidently. Mr. Su just spoke about. Started his performance. Zhou Yutong, who had returned to the back row, looked at Wang Xiyuan, who was speaking eloquently on the podium, and very unimaginatively sucked in a breath of cool air. She stared with wide eyes, unbelievably looking at the scene in front of her. Is this the same Wang Xiyuan with the bottom math score? The points Su Jie had just taught, he had actually listened to them. Simply unbelievable. What made her even more shocked was yet to come. Only to see that after Wang Xiyuan finished his lecture, he turned around, picked up the chalk, and swish 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 solved the first problem she came up with. Completely correct. After Wang Xiyuan finished the first question, he turned his head sideways and asked, "Ms. Su, do I have to finish all 3 questions?" Su Jie patted Wang Xiyuan's shoulder with satisfaction and said with a smile, "No need, you've done very well, you've fully grasped this knowledge point. Go down." After Wang Xiyuan went down, Su Jie ordered 2 more students. Lu Yunfei and Shen Menying. Both of them, without a doubt, were students who were less talented in math before, and their math scores were at the lower reaches of the class. Su Jie had them re-explain the math knowledge they had just learned again, and then one person did a problem. The organization was clear, the explanation was on point, and the questions were done correctly. After receiving Su Jie's compliments, the 2 happily returned to their seats. They were just like Wang Xiyuan, math had always been their weakest subject. They also never thought that one day they would learn math so easily. Wang Xiyuan, Lu Yunfei, and Shen Menying, the 3 of them dazzled Zhou Yutong with their performance. No one knew better than her, the math teacher, what kind of math level the three of them had. But, was she really clear? Everything that happened in front of her eyes caused Jo Yutong to have self-doubt. But after a few moments of shock, endless feelings of joy flooded her heart. The children of Class 9 were saved. She didn't know what kind of magic Su Jia had that he was able to teach the Class 9 students math so well. But that didn't matter. Isn't it always Jo Yutong's dream that the students of Class 9 can learn math well and get good grades? At this moment, she was truly happy for the students of Class 9. Chapter 55, Full Marks on the OU Paper. After the second period class, it was time for recess. At this time, only Su Jia and Jo Yutong were left in the Class 9 classroom. Su Jia was originally going to take the students to the playground, but was stiffly dragged by Jo Yutong. He shrugged helplessly and had to let Xu Xiaoran lead the group over. Mr. Su, marvelous. Math is surprisingly taught so well. The two of them sat down on the empty seats in the back row of the classroom, and Jo Yutong smiled and joked, "It seems like Mr. Su used to be a superb student as well? How did you end up becoming a physical education teacher? Isn't this a waste?" Jo Yutong was too curious about the fact that Su Jia was able to teach math. She didn't know about Su Jia's past, much less the fact that Su Jia had the strongest class teacher system. But the math class that had just ended really shocked her. A gym teacher teaching math? It wasn't just her, Jo Yutong, the vast majority of people would find it unbelievable. This was high school math. It wasn't elementary school math. It required a certain amount of talent and professionalism. The stereotypical image of PE teachers is that they are not good at cultural studies. It may be a bit of a downer, but that's just the way it is. Is there anyone who's good at culture and specializes in sports? Of course. Jo Yutong remembered that when she first entered Manhwa Middle School, there was such a fierce person in that senior experimental class. His name was L.V. Liang. He was always in the top 10 of the school. His 100-meter time was 11.23 seconds, reaching the level of a national level 2 athlete. In the end, he didn't take the college entrance exam and was sent directly to Tsinghua University. However, students like Lu Liang are few and far between, and they may not come out in 5 or 10 years. When Jo Yutong looked at Su Jia again at this time, she took him as a genius like Lu Liang. But since he was great in studies and sports, he ended up choosing to become a physical education teacher? This made her very incomprehensible. Su Jia raised his eyebrows, knowing that Jo Yutong was misunderstanding him. But it was not easy for him to explain about the system. Since he thought that he was a school bully, it would be better to simply admit it. After all, the Su Jia of today, it wasn't too much to say that he was a school bully. He smiled and shook his head. "Teacher Zhou, how is being a PE teacher a waste? Look, I'm now teaching the students cultural knowledge and taking them to sports, isn't it 2 birds with 1 stone? Su Jia didn't continue to waste time on this issue, but instead changed the topic and took out a test paper. "Teacher Zhou, take a look at how well this paper is doing." Jo Yutong casually took it, and her entire body was suddenly stunned. "Teacher Su, isn't this the Olympic mathematics selection test paper you took from me yesterday?" She quickly corrected it while asking in shock, "Who did this?" "This? Teacher Su, it couldn't have been you who did it, could it?" With this test paper, Jo Yutong had also participated in coming up with the questions, and was naturally not unfamiliar with all the topics on the paper. The paper was neat, the solutions were clear, and the results were correct. Looking at this all-right Olympic mathematics selection test paper, Jo Yutong's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. It's just that he's good at teaching math, but is he even this good at AOM? At this moment, Jo Yutong still simply thought that this test paper was made by Su Jia. Just, why? Did he, a Class 9 teacher and PE teacher, intend to bring in AOM? She couldn't figure it out. Su Jia smiled and shook his head. This test paper was handed to him by Shi Yunfeng in the morning between classes. He also did not expect that Shi Yunfeng would finish the test paper so quickly and hand it to him. Su Jia's intention was to tell Shi Yunfeng that instead of putting the cart before the horse to make money, he should study hard. If you get a prize in Olympics, you can make money faster than moving bricks. Last night, he also told Shi Yunfeng a story. In the South Canton area, there is a super school bully with a lively mind who thought of a strange way to make money. That school bully took the college entrance exam in a different place for 3 consecutive years. Every year, he won the local college entrance examination. Over the course of 3 years, he earned over $2 million just from the local cash rewards. In this land of the Dragon Kingdom, the top students of the college entrance exams in various places were undoubtedly very dazzling existences. Provinces, cities, districts, towns, streets, businesses, and so on and so forth. A prefecture-level city's college entrance examination scholar, just the rewards given by all parties, will be worth the money earned by most of the laborers who work hard for 5 years and 10 years. Not to mention the top arts and science students in the province. International Olympic Mathematics Competition, it is the same thing. Talking to Shi Yunfeng about you have to study well you have to adjust your mindset and so on, will not play any role at all. But Su Jie told him how to use good study to make money. It is a move to hit the nail on the head. After coming out of Su Jie's office last night, Shi Yunfeng completely recovered his old vigor. Even said, today Shi Yunfeng, than before in the normal state of him, more fighting spirit. Su Jie's prescription had completely galvanized all the talent and energy in his body. Between classes, when Shi Yunfeng handed Su Jie this Olympiad selection test paper, Su Jie was also extremely shaken. But more than that, he was happy for Shi Yunfeng. He had originally prepared to go find Zhou Yutong after class, but he didn't expect her to deliver it to his doorstep on her own. Teacher Zhou, I didn't do this. It was made by Shi Yunfeng from our class. Su Jie laughed and said. Zhou Yutong was stunned, she couldn't believe her ears. She had lost count of how many times she had been shocked in the short duration of one class this morning. At this moment, she felt that she had become somewhat numb. This test paper, surprisingly, wasn't done by Su Jie, who taught math very well, but by Shi Yunfeng, a student in the class? As the math teacher of class 9 and a very responsible math teacher, she was naturally extremely familiar with the math scores of her classmates. Shi Yunfeng? His math scores had always been in the middle to lower reaches. How could he have done the Olympiad paper? And he's still right on all of them. For a moment, Zhou Yutong only felt that her brain was completely inadequate. But looking at Su Jie's smiling face that didn't seem to be faking, she knew that it could all be true. Undeterred, she checked the test paper again, no problems, all correct. Teacher Su, is this test paper really made by student Shi Yunfeng? Zhou Yutong looked at Su Jie in a serious manner. It is indeed done by student Shi Yunfeng. Su Jie nodded with a smile. He knew that Zhou Yutong had difficulty accepting it for a while. Anyone else would not be able to accept it either. Class 9 was a notorious scrap class in the entire school, and a student in the class could do OU questions? Anyone who heard that would curse a fool. Zhou Yutong pondered for a moment and said tentatively, Mr. Su, can I take Shi Yunfeng for further testing? Zhou Yutong didn't have too many doubts about this all-right Olympic math paper. Olympic mathematics was different from the usual basic math, and there was a very high degree of freedom in the questions. This one Olympic mathematics selection test paper that they had come up with, the internet could not be searched for the answer to any of the questions. Not a single question. So there was no possibility of cheating. The further testing she was talking about was actually wanting to see with her own eyes if Shi Yunfeng really possessed an unbelievable talent and ability in AOM. Su Jie probably knew what she had in mind and nodded and smiled. Of course, there's no problem. Chapter 56, The Silent Sophomore Class 9. Before the third period class began. Mr. Zhou is the captain of our Xinjiang's OU team this year. You follow Mr. Zhou and learn well, do you hear me? In the corridor outside Class 9's classroom, Su Jie smiled and patted Shi Yunfeng's shoulder, admonishing him. The third class was a history class, which would still be taught by Su Jie. For Shi Yunfeng, who possessed a super academic talent, having one or two less classes would not have any effect. Since Zhou Yutong was going to take him to the test, Su Jie simply let him study at Zhou Yutong's place for the remaining 2 lessons in the morning. Aha! Shi Yunfeng nodded confidently before adding, Teacher Su, I won't let you down. After the knot in his heart was untied, he had completely regained his old vigor. After having a goal, there was even more of a forward-looking aura on his body. Good. Teacher believes in you. Su Jie nodded with a smile. He was happy from the bottom of his heart to be able to help a child like Shi Yunfeng. He was also looking forward to what kind of amazing strength Shi Yunfeng, who possessed a demonic level of math talent, would explode after being correctly conditioned. In fact, after going through the system's transformation, the Su Jie of today would have no problem at all teaching Shi Yunfeng Olympic math. It was even possible that he could teach him better than Zhou Yutong and the others. But he was ultimately the homeroom teacher of Class 9, and the rest of the class was still waiting for him. He believed that with Shi Yunfeng's talent, he didn't need too much interference from himself after receiving the right guidance. Zhou Yutong left Class 9 with Shi Yunfeng, a scene that caused the classroom to explode once again. Wow! Shi Yunfeng was taken away by Teacher Zhou. Does this stuffy guy have any special talents as well? I don't know. Wow. Never heard of him. He usually doesn't talk to us. Yeah, he usually keeps to himself and rarely talks. The curiosity of the students in Class 9 was intense. First, it was Li Hao, Li Hu, and the others, who were taken away by Teacher Su. Teacher Su even created separate environments for them, one was ordered to play games and the other was ordered to write novels. There was no need to attend class every day. Now, Shi Yunfeng, who was originally silent in class, was again taken away by Ms. Zhou, the math teacher and Xinjiang's first goddess. Seeing how Ms. Su and Ms. Zhou were talking and laughing, it must not be a bad thing. This made the students of Class 9 in the classroom as curious as if they were being scratched by a cat's claw in their hearts. But ever since his temperament had changed drastically, Shi Yunfeng had fallen all the way from the experimental class to senior Class 9. He's usually quiet, doesn't communicate much with his classmates, and doesn't have any good friends in class. Even Meng Zihan, who was at the same table, didn't quite understand Shi Yunfeng as a fellow student, let alone others. Ding bell. The class bell rang. Su Jia returned to the classroom of class 9 and prepared to give the students a history lesson. If it wasn't for the system's transformation, even if he was a physical education teacher, he definitely wouldn't have been able to eat the back-to-back classes from day to day. But now, seeing the students in his class motivated to learn one by one, Su Jia was both physically and mentally pleasurable. He found himself gradually enjoying the feeling of attending class. Mr. Su, sure Yunfeng him? If you want to talk about boldness, it would have to be Wu Bold. Before Su Jia was preparing for class, Wu Feng, who was sitting in the first row, asked with a curious face. Su Jia looked at the curious Wu Feng, and then looked at the other students in the class who were casting curious gazes, and secretly laughed in his heart. These kids, their curiosity is really heavy. It was also good to take this opportunity to continue to stimulate the interest and desire for learning within them. Education and guidance was not only reflected in teaching cultural knowledge, but also in the usual words and actions. Su Jia made up his mind, so he smiled and said, "Isn't everyone curious as to why I let student Shi Yunfeng go with Ms. Zhou?" The students in the classroom nodded. They were indeed curious. Because classmate Shi Yunfeng will be participating in this year's Olympiad. As soon as Su Jia's words fell, the emotions of the students in class 9 were completely triggered. Crap! The Olympic math competition? Crap ah! Someone from our class 9 can also participate in the Olympic math competition? Really? Math Olympiad? Isn't that a competition only for superstars? When did it come to our class 9? Yeah, isn't that for the experimental class? I've heard that winning the Olympiad award can get you extra points on the college entrance exams or even direct guaranteed admission to Qingbei. Sure Yunfeng? He's participating in the Olympiad? This world is crazy. Unlike the other students, Xiao Shuai was Shi Yunfeng's junior high school classmate and more or less knew him. In fact, he participated in the Olympic math competition when he was in middle school, and he even won an award. At this moment, Xiao Shuai spoke to the surrounding classmates with a smug expression. That look, that demeanor, it was as if he, Xiao Shuai, had won the grand prize of the Olympic mathematics competition. In the past, no one had ever asked him anything about Shi Yunfeng, and he wasn't the type of boy who had a big mouth and went around talking about people's rights and wrongs. He had a good personality, usually with a big grin, and although he was playful and loved to play basketball, his heart was still very right. Crap! Really? You won the grand prize of the Olympic math competition in middle school? Long-distance runner Lu Peng, who was his deskmate, said with a shocked face, then how the hell did he get to our class 9? Yeah. How could he win the Olympic math competition in junior high school? How could he mix in our poor class? Isn't this a joke? He Binbin on the side also said doubtfully. Xiao Shuai, Lu Peng, Chu Xiaoran and the others, sitting closer and usually playing together, chatted away at this time. Hey! Xiao Shuai sighed and spoke about Shi Yunfeng's family. After he finished, Chu Xiaoran, who was usually extremely rowdy, they all fell into silence for a while. Student days were very beautiful, and classmate relationships were very solid. Especially in a key high school like Manhwa Middle School, the friendship between classmates was very deep. When they graduated and went to college and entered society later on, they would appreciate the beauty of high school friendship even more. The vast majority of students have not yet been immersed in the dye stuff of society. Children's sympathy and empathy are stronger than that of social animals who have joined the workforce and adults who have experienced the dark side of society. Therefore, when Chu Xiaoran and the others heard about Shi Yunfeng's matter, their hearts were all very hard. So, he's so miserable? So pitiful? I even laughed at him before? I'm so inhuman. Lu Peng was the one with the most jumpy personality and violent temper among the several people, just like Li Kuei in Watermargin or Zhang Fei in Three Kingdoms. At this moment, he, however, couldn't wait to give himself a big earful. The classroom was just this big, and after Xiao Shuai had told Shi Yunfeng's past, the news spread throughout the class at a very alarming speed with him at the center. The entire sophomore class, class 9, was silent. As a prickly class, there weren't many students who had looked down on and laughed at Shi Yunfeng in the past. After his inner closure, the silence and mute nature that Shi Yunfeng displayed had all caused his classmates to become even more estranged from him. But at this moment, after learning of his tragic experience, those students who had once ridiculed and abused him all cursed themselves in their hearts for not being human. There were even a few girls who heard about Shi Yunfeng's story, their eyes reddened and they couldn't help but cry out. Su Jia, who was standing on the podium, also completely didn't expect things to develop into what they were now. He only said that Shi Yunfeng had gone to train for the Olympiad competition, and never thought of telling the students about Shi Yunfeng's family story. There was absolutely no such thought. It was because he knew that this kid, Shi Yunfeng, had a very strong sense of self-esteem. His family matters, before going through his consent, Su Jia would not tell anyone else. Not even for the purpose of educating his students. But he forgot that Xiao Shuai was Shi Yunfeng's junior high school classmate, and although he didn't know as much as he did about Shi Yunfeng's family, he still knew the general situation from his other junior high school classmates. Since things have come to this, Su Jia had to make other plans. Chapter 57, Shi Yunfeng's Goal. Sure Yunfeng, from what Mr. Su told me, you participated in the Hua Luogang Gold Cup when you were in middle school? On her way towards the office, Zhou Yutong asked with a sideways glance. She looked at the plainly dressed teenager beside her, striding confidently, and was amazed in her heart. Was this still the autistic student Sure Yunfeng in the class who was a man of few words and not very willing to communicate with others? What a marvelous Mr. Su, could this kind of student also be coached? Just now in Class 9's classroom, when she heard Su Jie say that Sure Yunfeng had participated in the Hua Luogang Gold Cup, she actually didn't feel much anymore. This was because before that, she had been almost completely numb. She had been completely shocked and numbed by Su Jie's teaching level, the learning receptivity of the students in Class 9, the OU paper with full marks, and so on. When Su Jie said that he wanted Sure Yunfeng to participate in this year's OU competition, she nodded her head in agreement without even thinking about it. Yes, Teacher Zhou, at that time, I even got the second prize. Sure Yunfeng said with a smile before scratching his head in embarrassment. Actually, I could have won the first prize, but when I was checking after doing it, I changed 2 questions that I originally got right. At this moment, Zhou Yutong was as shocked as if a loud thunderclap had suddenly exploded above her head. Changing the right questions to the wrong ones when he finished checking? An Olympiad competition, and he still has time to check? What kind of treasure student is this? For ordinary students, if they can finish the paper within the time limit, they are already burnt with incense, and they will not have time to check at all. And for schoolboys, checking after the exam, sleeping, handing in the paper early. All sorts of things can happen. It's not uncommon to get a question right and change it when checking. Because the same question, the school bully often has several kinds of solution ideas and methods. After doing it again, when checking and reviewing, it is natural to use another method of solving the problem, which will inevitably make mistakes in the middle. This was the trouble belonging to schoolmasters, which ordinary people didn't have the chance to experience. You participated in the Hua Luogang Gold Cup when you were in middle school, you should have already learned high school math knowledge then, right? Zhou Yutong asked suspiciously. Students who were able to participate in the Olympic mathematics competition naturally possessed a very high level of talent in math learning. When teaching knowledge to these students and tutoring them for the competition, the lecturers would often teach them the knowledge of transgression in advance. Middle school students, learning high school knowledge. High school students, learning college knowledge. It couldn't be more normal. What puzzled Zhou Yutong was that since Sure Yunfeng had been able to win prizes in OU in junior high school, after arriving at high school, he was no worse than falling into Class 9. How come his math scores were a mess nowadays? Sure Yunfeng was smart enough to hear Teacher Zhou's words. Well, learned it. The exams in these 2 years have all used the high school knowledge that I learned in advance in middle school back then. At that time, I only learned some of the knowledge points, so there's no way to do better on the exams. Zhou Yutong froze. Wait, what did that mean? These 2 years of exams were all using the high school knowledge that you overlearned in middle school? Then what did you do with your time in high school? Su Jie hadn't told her about Sure Yunfeng's family affairs, so at this time, Zhou Yutong didn't know about Sure Yunfeng's past. She didn't know that since the accident at home in the first semester of his first year of high school, Sure Yunfeng had never looked at a textbook seriously. A clever woman could not cook without rice. No matter how smart Sure Yunfeng was, it was impossible for him to imagine out of thin air when he was tested on points he hadn't learned. Why didn't you study hard these past 2 years? Isn't this a waste of talent? Zhou Yutong frowned and said somewhat reproachfully. This time, it was Sure Yunfeng's turn to be surprised. It turned out that Teacher Su hadn't told Teacher Zhou about him, huh? While he was inwardly surprised, he was even more grateful to Su Jie. Teacher Su really respected himself. After untying the knot in his heart, Sure Yunfeng was actually less stressed about his family matters. Previously, as long as someone mentioned his parents, he would be like a cat with fried hair. This was also why when Su Jie happened to meet him that night, he would find him almost fighting with the contractor at the construction site. But from now on, he wouldn't be like that, his mentality and state of mind had changed drastically. Thus, Sure Yunfeng calmly told the story of his parents' deaths. After being irritated, I've never opened a textbook again. These past 2 years' exams were all based on previous accumulations, and it was indeed a struggle. If it wasn't for Mr. Su, I might have died after my grandmother. Zhou Yutong was emotional, and her heart, at this moment, stung like a needle. She looked at the calm-faced Sure Yunfeng and secretly wiped the corners of her eyes. It turned out that this child had such a miserable past, how come no one had ever cared about him? If it wasn't for Su Jie, this good seedling of his would have really been completely ruined. She really wanted to run to the principal's office at once, pointing at her father Zhou Wenguang's nose and cursing how he was the principal. Doesn't anyone care about a student like Sure Yunfeng? It was simply a disgrace to Genoa Middle School. At the same time, in her heart, the favorability of Su Jie again rose by a large margin. In this world, there are always a 1,000-mile horse, but not always a bull. Su Jie was Sure Yunfeng's bull. If he hadn't met Su Jie, Sure Yunfeng would have really been completely buried. Did you do this paper last night? Zhou Yutong asked thoughtfully as she held the full-scoring Olympiad selection test paper in her hand. Sure, Yunfeng hadn't studied properly for more than a year, and overnight, he was able to make a full-score AOM test paper? This was too much of an exaggeration, wasn't it? Sure, Yunfeng scratched his head in embarrassment. Actually, making this test paper, I did it by coincidence. After I went back last night, I first analyzed the approximate test points of each question and then went back to the books and looked up information. Finally, it was during the morning reading that I finished this paper. It's definitely overdue in terms of exam time. But don't worry, Mr. Zhou, I'll never do this again. As long as I'm given 3 days, I'm sure I'll be able to catch up with any of the top students in Xinjiang. After hearing this, Zhou Yutong revealed a look of incredulity. Is this even possible? A math genius, it was indeed difficult to think in terms of common sense. At this moment, Shi Yunfeng, in Zhou Yutong's eyes, was an uncompromising math genius. 3 days? What's the harm in giving him 30 days or 3 months? What are your thoughts on this year's Olympiad? Zhou Yutong asked with a smile. Teacher Zhou, I want to take the national first prize, enter the national training team, participate in the International Olympiad in mathematics, and take the gold medal in International Olympiad. The surge of confidence in Shi Yunfeng's body as he said these words caused Zhou Yutong to look sideways. A gold medal in International Olympiad? Xinjiang hadn't gotten one in 5 or 6 years. This student in front of her, who came out of senior class 9, would he be able to achieve it? Zhou Yutong didn't know. Chapter 58, Members of the Olympic Math Squad. In the classroom of class 9, Su Jie stood on the podium and looked at the students who had fallen into silence. The children were a good bunch, usually stubborn and unruly, not bad-minded. It's just that the achievement-only theory has turned most of them into what others call poor students. The general environment was such that there was no right or wrong. Student Shi Yunfeng possesses a very excellent talent for OU. It's only because he suffered a big blow from what happened at home that he was devastated and wasn't too willing to communicate with others. You are all his classmates, so I hope that you can give him more tolerance and care in class in the future. Su Jie thought for a moment and said to the students of class 9. With things having developed like this, it was no longer possible to hide Shi Yunfeng's family matters from the entire class. Then it would be a good idea to make it clear to them. Su Jie believed that the students of class 9 might have poor academic performance, but their character was definitely not bad. No wonder he doesn't go to the cafeteria for lunch a lot of the time. Yeah, sometimes when I meet him in the cafeteria and see that he only bought a serving of rice and a serving of shredded potatoes, I find it quite strange. Yeah, sometimes it seems like he just buys a white flour steamed bun and doesn't buy any other food. If he goes on like this, how can his body cope? Hey! Who would have thought that his family is so difficult? No wonder he has calluses on his hands, he's the only one left in the house, he must be doing all the work himself, right? What a tragedy. Why don't we help him more in the future? Aha, I can't spend my monthly allowance, so I'll pay for his lunch from now on. And me. Let's take turns buying him lunch. Taking turns my ass, no one is taking it from me. Listening to the students in the class talking about it, Su Jie smiled in relief. Where was the turn for them students to worry about these things? He, Su Jie, had already arranged it long ago. But their innocence and kindness still made Su Jie's heart very touched. Alright, let's continue the lesson. Su Jie cleared his throat and began to give the students of class 9 a history lesson. Next door to the teacher's office, there was a separate conference room. This was where the teachers of the math teaching group usually discussed and met. When Zhou Yutong led Shi Yunfeng into the conference room, there were already 3 students and a male teacher with thinning hair sitting inside. Ms. Zhou, who is this student? Xianxi was slightly surprised to see Zhou Yutong and Shi Yunfeng walking into the conference room. This morning's 3rd and 4th period classes were the time for them to give training to the students participating in this year's Olympiad, and he didn't understand what Zhou Yutong was doing by suddenly bringing over another student. Xianxi was 38 years old and was originally not a teacher at Manhwa Middle School, but the head of the math teaching team at Jiangli Middle School in Jiangnan City. Jiangli Middle School was only an ordinary high school at the municipal level, and was inferior to Manhwa Middle School in terms of both teacher strength and teaching level. Xianxi was scouted by Manhwa Middle School 3 years ago because of his outstanding performance in leading classes. The former head of the mathematics teaching team at Jiangli Middle School could only be an ordinary math teacher when he arrived at Manhwa Middle School. His qualifications and level are far inferior to Mr. Gujun, the head of Manhwa Middle School's mathematics teaching team. Manhwa Middle School's Olympiad training tradition has always been a one-man team with the whole group contributing. Math, physics, chemistry, biology, information, 5 major subject competitions, also. For this year's Olympiad, Gujun had given the task of leading the team to Zhou Yutong, but that didn't mean she was the only one helping to train the participating students. For example, today, it happened to be Qianqi's turn to help. He was a math teacher in the senior class, and his teaching credentials were a bit deeper than Zhou Yutong's, but in front of Zhou Yutong, he didn't dare to lean too heavily on his old age. Not to mention that she, Zhou Yutong, was the daughter of the principal, Zhou Wangguang. Zhou Yutong's math teaching level alone, that was also very outstanding, and not inferior to him as an old teacher.
Shi Yunfeng?
Before Zhou Yutong could explain, a male student in the conference room suddenly exclaimed. Shi Yunfeng raised his eyebrows and also saw the male student sitting in one corner.
A strange yet familiar old acquaintance.
Feng Tangsong, a classmate of the first-year experimental class, and now the top student of the second-year class 1. Feng Tangsong also did not expect to meet Shi Yunfeng here.
Hadn't he degraded himself and given up on himself to fall into the poor student class? What was he doing here now? Participating in training for the Olympiad competition?
That's a joke. After Shi Yunfeng's grades fell apart, he was ridiculed by many of his classmates, and Feng Tangsong was one of them. He had always thought highly of himself, but when he had taken the school entrance exam, his results were inferior to Shi Yunfeng's.
Although the results were not publicly announced, they were not as good as his.
Although the results were not publicly announced, it was clear from the class number.
Shi Yunfeng's school number was number 03, while his Feng Tangsong's school number was number 07.
This is fellow student Shi Yunfeng, who also came to our training today. Zhou Yutong did not expect Feng Tangsong to recognize Shi Yunfeng at first, but she quickly reacted. In the conference room at this time, aside from Shi Yunfeng and Feng Tangsong, there were two other top students who had participated in this year's Olympic mathematics competition. Bai Yaoyue from senior class 1 and Zhang Pingjin from senior class 2. They didn't have much in mind for the sudden arrival of Shi Yunfeng. When you were one grade higher, you would have the mentality of an older sibling looking at a younger sibling.
It was quite normal. Teacher Zhou, you can't be joking, right? Isn't Shi Yunfeng from class 9? He also came to train for the Olympiad? Feng Tangsong frowned and said in a conspiratorial manner.
His words managed to catch the attention of Qian Shi, Bai Yaoyue, and Zhang Pingjin.
Senior year 9 class? That class that was known throughout the school as the class of pricks and scum?
Hearing Feng Tangsong's words, the three of them once again gathered their gazes on Shi Yunfeng's body.
Bringing someone from senior class 9 over for training for the Olympiad? What was teacher Zhou thinking?
Zhou Yutong glanced at Feng Tangsong, her impression of him going down a level in her heart. She was the captain of this year's Olympic math team, and originally wasn't very satisfied with the members of the Olympic math team that Jinzhong had selected this year. The reason for this was because of Feng Tangsong. The tradition of Manhwa Middle School's Olympic mathematics competition has always been to adopt a 2+1 member configuration, that is, the senior high school chooses 2 top students and the senior high school chooses 1 top student to form a 3-member squad to participate in the competition. One of the 2 top students in the senior high school must have already participated in one session of the Olympiad in their sophomore year.
For example, this year's Bai Yaoyue had already participated in an OU competition last year.
This was normally the case, unless more than one monster math genius appeared in the sophomore class in a certain year, the staffing might change. For this year's OU team, Bai Yaoyue, needless to say, had already won the national second prize last year. Zhang Pingjin's strength, also very strong, but inferior to Bai Yaoyue. Feng Tangsong was a top student in the second year of high school, and was often able to get close to perfect scores on math exams. However, at the previous AOM training, Zhou Yutong had realized that he was not very suitable for AOM competitions. This was also the reason why she would be troubled when she had lunch with Su Jie yesterday. This year, she was in charge of leading the team, but in the Olympic math squad, only Bai Yaoyue had a higher hope of winning a prize. Whether it was Zhang Pingjin or Feng Tangsong, after the selection, testing, and training, they didn't reach her expectations. That's why she told Su Jie that she was afraid that Jinzhong's results in the Olympiad competition this year would not be as good as previous years. But when she got the full-scored OU math paper done by Shi Yunfeng, Zhou Yutong's heart, once again, rekindled the fire of hope.
Chapter 59, An Unfair Competition.
Shi Yunfeng stood in the conference room with a calm face. He was not at all annoyed by Feng Tangsong's yin and yang. No one knew what kind of mental shock and torment he had gone through, and no one knew how he had survived for over a year. He is only 17 years old after this year, but his psychological and ideological maturity has far exceeded that of his peers. Suffering from suffering, once he opened his heart, his whole person's state and realm has undergone a metamorphosis. Like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon and a fish leaping through the dragon gate. Metamorphosis. The Shi Yunfeng of today, no one could tell where his upper limit was. At this moment, as he listened to Feng Tangsong's words, he suddenly remembered a heroic line from the game League of Legends. I have stepped on top of a mountain, and I have also entered an underestimation, and both have benefited me greatly. Shi Yunfeng felt that this line was quite suitable for his current self. Teacher Zhou, what is this? Qian Shi walked over to Zhou Yutong's side and lowered his voice, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Bringing over 1 or 2 students from within the sophomore classes 1 and 2 to participate in the training, he could still understand. After all, the members of the OU squad could still change before the municipal selection competition. But bringing over a student from a notoriously bad class? Wasn't this nonsense? In the way of Zhou Yutong's identity, Shen Shi couldn't say anything too unpleasant, but his expression was still a little displeased. Zhou Yutong smiled and flung Qian Shi a test paper. "Mr. Qian, take a look." Qian Shi took the paper, and it was that very same OU test paper that Shi Yunfeng had scored a perfect score on. He frowned as he began to look at this test paper. The more he looked at it, the more alarmed he became, and in the end, he flipped it over and over again for 2 or 3 times before looking up. What does Teacher Zhou mean by showing me this OU selection test paper? The handwriting on the test paper was not Zhou Yutong's. In his mind, he already had a shocking guess, but he didn't dare to think in that direction. Zhou Yutong didn't answer his question directly, but instead took the test paper from his hands and brought it back over to the conference table, placing it in front of the 3 of them, Feng Tangsong, Bai Yaoyue and Zhang Pingjin. "This test paper, you've all done it before, take a look." As they received the test paper and flipped through it, Zhou Yutong asked again. "Feng Tangsong, how many points did you score in the selection test back then?" Feng Tangsong returned with a self-satisfied expression. "Teacher Zhou, I scored 87 points. I'm number 1 in the entire sophomore class." Of course, Feng Tangsong and the 3 of them weren't the only ones who took the Olympiad selection test. Students with good math scores in their freshman, sophomore, and junior year of high school all participated in the selection test. In the end, Bai Yaoyue scored 95 points, Zhang Pingjin scored 93 points, and Feng Tangsong scored 87 points, ranking the top 3. That's what made up this year's OU team. Students who were good at math were not necessarily good at OU. But students who are good at OU must be good at math. Looking at Feng Tangsong's complacent appearance, Zhou Yutong directly poured a pot of cold water over. "This test paper was just done by student Shi Yunfeng this morning." "What? It can't be." Feng Tangsong, who had already gone through the entire test paper, jumped up from his seat in an instant. This selection test paper, every question on it, every knowledge point, in the later training, Zhou Yutong had explained it to them in detail. Therefore, at this moment, they only needed to flip through it slightly to know that it was a full marks test paper. A full marks Olympiad paper. When they had just gotten their hands on it, they had all thought that it was made by Teacher Zhou herself. But looking at the handwriting on top of the test paper, it wasn't Mr. Zhou's style. They had never guessed this perfect score paper towards Shi Yunfeng. In their minds, that was simply impossible. But at this moment, hearing Teacher Zhou's words, Feng Tangsong went completely insane. "Impossible? How is it possible? I only scored 87 points on the exam. How can he, someone who rolled from the experimental class to the poor class, get a perfect score? This is OU math. It's not a normal math paper. Absolutely impossible." Feng Tangsong revealed an unbelievable look, muttering continuously to himself. In the end, he suddenly had a flash of insight and said aloud in a self-righteous manner, "Teacher Zhou, this must be him cheating and paying other people to help him do it." Zhou Yutong's eyes stared and coldly glanced at Feng Tangsong. At such a young age, not facing up to the gap, but only thinking of brainstorming about other people's shortcomings, this kind of character is too unpleasant. "Student Feng Tangsong, watch your words," Zhou Yutong said coldly. Feng Tangsong's pupil shrunk. Oh no, his mouth was quick to say the wrong thing. But in his heart, he instinctively held a skeptical attitude towards the matter of Shi Yunfeng being able to make a perfect score in the AOM paper. He was unconvinced. Between the sharp turns of his mind, his eyes turned bone deep, and he suddenly smiled and said, "Teacher Zhou, student Shi Yunfeng and I are both sophomores. Since he's also here to participate in the training for the Olympiad competition, I'd like to PK him on the spot. Let's see who is the most suitable person in the sophomore year to participate in the Olympic math competition." Saying so, Feng Tangsong gave Shi Yunfeng a provocative glance. Looking at Shi Yunfeng's pretense of calmness, his heart sneered. Feng Tangsong was aware of the staffing of the Xinzhong Olympic math competition. In the second year of senior high school, there would usually only be one spot. He had managed to stand out from the selection test and become that one and only. There was naturally a sense of pride present in his heart. Now that there was suddenly an additional person who was competing with him for a spot in the competition, how could he not be infuriated? It would have been just as well if he had been in the 2 experimental classes, Class 1 and Class 2. After all, there were several students in the class whose math scores were not weaker than his own. It was just that they didn't play as well as he did during the selection test, letting him get the chance to enter the OU squad for nothing. But Shi Yunfeng? That trash who had been removed from the experimental class in the first semester of high school? He was also worthy of grabbing this spot from himself? The high-minded and proud Feng Tangsong only felt his qi and blood churning, very much on top of his head. Bai Yaoyue and Zhang Pingjin both did not speak. Looking at Feng Tangsong, who was usually gentle and graceful in front of herself, but at this moment, he looked like a villain, Bai Yaoyue shook her head in her heart. It was only the first day that other student Shi Yunfeng had come over for training, and you had already started participating in the special training for the OU squad since last semester. Now you want to PK with others? Do you have some face? In her heart, the little bit of goodwill that she had originally retained towards Feng Tangsong was also consumed at this moment. A top student is completely different from a top student. good grades, and does not mean that the character is good. There wasn't any direct relationship between the two. Although Zhang Pingjin didn't say anything, the way he looked at Feng Tangsong wasn't quite right either. Even Bai Yaoyue and Zhang Pingjin felt that this kind of competition was unfair, and naturally, Zhou Yutong and Chen Shi could both see it as well. Zhou Yutong furrowed her brows and was about to reprimand Feng Tangsong. Shi Yunfeng, who had been standing beside her, however, suddenly spoke up. Teacher Zhou, if it's a competition to test the knowledge points on this test paper, I think I can give it a try. Chapter 60 Descending Strike. The knowledge involved in a high school's Olympic mathematics competition was very broad and had depth. On the base of high school mathematics, it extended and dispersed outwards. It would even involve content that would only be studied in higher mathematics such as probability and calculus. Not everyone, even the top students in high school, will be able to understand and master them. Especially when it comes to the national finals or even the international Olympiad, some of the questions are more academic and research-oriented. It was not unusual for a student to be unable to do a question in an hour or two. When Zhou Yutong and the others created this Olympiad selection test paper, the idea behind the questions was to filter out the top students with better math talent and potential. The difficulty of the test paper was higher than the usual math exams, but lower than the difficulty of the municipal selection competition. If one were to make a comparison, this paper could be interpreted as a paper made up of dozens of finale questions from the usual math exams. Shi Yunfeng had deserted his studies for more than a year. Could he really master all the knowledge points on the test paper overnight? Zhou Yutong turned her head sideways and looked at the calm-faced Shi Yunfeng beside her, thinking that he was still too reckless. But since he had opened his own mouth, Zhou Yutong couldn't say anything more. She had brought Shi Yunfeng here because she was prepared to further test his talent in AOM. Now that it had come to this, it would be good to conduct a round of testing. Making up her mind in her mind, Zhou Yutong nodded her head and said, "It's good to have the fighting spirit to compare and learn. Today, let's just do another round of OU tests. Teacher Qian happens to be here as a witness as well." Qian Shi looked at Feng Tangsong. He could understand Feng Tangsong's high-mindedness as the top student of the sophomore class 1. He, as a sophomore class participant, had already had some time of intensive training in AOM. At this time, a student of the same grade who was competing with him suddenly appeared. It was normal for him to have a sense of crisis. It was only his approach that was too aggressive. Qian Shi looked at Shi Yunfeng again. If Feng Tangsong's condescension was based on past achievements and such a long period of intensive training, then what made Shi Yunfeng, who had come from class 9, the notoriously poor class in the entire school, so confident? Directly taking on this competition? Qian Shi was somewhat unable to understand. He took another look at the OU paper with a perfect score. Was this really done by the class 9 student in front of him? He couldn't believe it. With this kind of talent, how could he be reduced to sophomore class 9? Wasn't this a proper experimental class potential? Finally, Qian Shi looked at Zhou Yutong again. Zhou Yutong, as the leader of Xinzhou's AOM team this year, naturally, she was in charge of AOM-related matters. He was very curious as to how Zhou Yutong had discovered that Shi Yunfeng had a talent for Olympiads. And it was still unearthed from a poor class like senior class 9. In the conference room, thoughts raced through Qian Shi's mind. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said with a smile, "How about this, Mr. Zhou? For the sake of fairness, let me go and choose 10 questions from the teaching team's question bank to give them a test. What do you think?" Shi Yunfeng was, after all, Zhou Yutong's interloper. Regardless of his talent and grades, it would be unfair to let Zhou Yutong write the questions. Qian Shi thought about it and took the initiative to take on this job. Genoa Middle School, as a key high school, was very experienced in participating in various subject competitions. After so many years of accumulation, the math teaching team's question bank was also very rich in various types of questions. It was as easy as picking out 10 questions that had the same knowledge points as the original Olympiad selection test paper. When Zhou Yutong thought about it, she was right. After all, Shi Yunfeng was brought here by her halfway through the program, so if she was the one to pick the questions, it would inevitably make people with an axe to grind suspicious. She nodded with a smile and said, "Then I'll trouble Mr. Qian." Not long after, Qian Shi went and returned. In his hands, he held 2 printed-out test papers. This quiz was aimed at Feng Tangsong and Shi Yunfeng, thus, Bai Yaoyue and Zhang Pingjin both became spectators as well. The two of them, too, were curious. How strong was Shi Yunfeng, who had just been brought over by teacher Zhou? That one Olympic mathematics selection test paper, the two of them had not been able to score full marks in the first place. But Shi Yunfeng was able to score full marks? Seeing is believing. Whether it was a real level, or just a reputation, this test would tell the tale. Feng Tangsong received the test paper and gave Shi Yunfeng a provocative look. Shi Yunfeng actually took the initiative to take this test, causing Feng Tangsong to snicker. He was the one who had passed the Olympic mathematics selection test last year. It had been a while since he had entered the special training for the AOM squad. Where did he, Shi Yunfeng, get his confidence? What did he, Shi Yunfeng, compare himself with?
With a perfect score paper that he made with a crooked brain? In full view of everyone, there was no possibility of cheating. This test paper, there were only 10 questions. Fong Tang-song intends to use the fastest speed, with the most overwhelming victory, to end this in his view to win the game. The harsh words were kept for now, and there would naturally be an opportunity to output them later. Swish swish swish. He suddenly concentrated and had already begun to do his calculations on the draft paper. Chen Shi looked at Fong Tang-song, who was the first to move his pen, and secretly nodded. Indeed a good seedling, the moment he got the test paper, he quickly got into the swing of things without the slightest delay. Looking at Shi Yunfeng again, Chen Shi frowned. Not making a draft and answering directly on the test paper? It was too much of a braggart, wasn't it? The 10 questions on the test paper were carefully selected by him from the math teaching group's question bank. The knowledge points were still the same as those on the original Olympic mathematics selection test paper. But the difficulty, it was higher than the original test paper. It wasn't that he was intentionally making things difficult for Shi Yunfeng, but the difficulty of the original selection test paper, when put into the Olympic mathematics questions, was indeed considered to be the easiest of its kind. Compared to Fong Tang-song, who had already participated in the special training for some time, Chen Shi was obviously more curious about Shi Yunfeng. So he gently walked behind Shi Yunfeng and watched him work on the questions. When he saw Shi Yunfeng's roll, Chen Shi was suddenly shaken. The first question, already solved. Directly answered, no need for checking, no need for a draft. The question was chosen by him, the answer was in his hand, and what shocked him was that Shi Yunfeng's answer was completely correct. This was too exaggerated. Chen Shi almost couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Looking at Fong Tang-song again, he did indeed have the idea and method of solving the question as well. But in terms of speed, it was too much worse than Shi Yunfeng. The two formed a stark contrast. Because Fong Tang-song and Shi Yunfeng were doing the test, in the conference room, Zhou Yutong, Bai Yaoyue and the four of them were quiet and did not make any noise to disturb them from doing the problem. However, driven by curiosity, they were all keeping an eye on the progress of the two of them doing the questions. Not only did Chen Shi discover this weird gap, Zhou Yutong, Bai Yaoyue and the others, likewise discovered it. He actually solved it so fast? It was too unbelievable. Chapter 61, Crushing. Fong Tang-song was wild, but he truly had the capital to be wild. And not the kind of mouth cannon that was crazy but didn't have a bit of skill in himself. He had been in the experimental class since he entered the school as a freshman. Formerly Senior 1 Class 1, now Senior 2 Class 1. Every weekly, monthly, midterm, and final exam, his overall grades always managed to stabilize in the top 10 in the school. In cultural courses, especially in math, there were only a handful of people in the whole grade who could compete with him in the subject of math. If Su Jia was here, he would be able to tell that his math talent is excellent. Good talent, love of learning, naturally very good grades. In addition to his excellent math talent, Fong Tang-song also has the concentration that a top student should have. From the moment he got the test paper, his whole body entered the state. No distractions, concentrated. In his heart, he was vaguely looking forward and excited. This is also a perverted preference that only the top students have. They like to brush up on problems. Who hasn't seen a test paper like an enemy of several lifetimes? It is better not to run into it for the rest of your life. Every time in the examination room to get the test paper, like a frosted eggplant, cannot be more absent. There is no interest at all, cannot raise the spirit. But for the school bully, doing questions, doing the paper, have their own fun in it. The bigger the question, the harder the problem, the more excited they are, the more joyful they are. It's like a man who sees a beauty within his reach and is ready to strip her naked, piece by piece. In the eyes of the average student, this is really considered perverted. Indeed, too perverted. At this moment, Fong Tang-song was very focused on his test paper, as if he was in a single exam room. Zhou Yutong, Chen Shi's back and forth balking, Bai Yaoyue, Zhang Pingjin's holding his breath, stretching his neck. All the people and things around him were naturally shielded from him because of his extreme concentration. If it was a usual math exam, he would definitely have the leisure to do the problems while deserting. This had happened many times. This was because unusual math exams, except for the last few questions that required him to use his brain a little bit, the rest of the questions were basically giveaways. This was no exaggeration. However, the test paper in front of him at this moment did not allow him to distract himself. Although there were only 10 questions on this paper, each question required him to take it seriously. Reviewing the questions, thinking, doing the math, and answering. Every top student had their own learning method and way of thinking. Everyone is different. At this time, Fong Tang-song, with his own unique examination method and rhythm, continuously solved one problem after another, gradually entering a good situation. Tic-tac-toe. Time was like running water, 52 minutes passed in a flash. Fong Tang-song, who was immersed in his own world of doing problems, suddenly smiled and nodded, and his entire person retreated from that state of concentration and focus. 10 OU questions, he had finished all of them.
The corner of his mouth lifted as he teasingly looked towards Shi Yunfeng. Just now during the exam, he was extremely focused and did not distract himself from looking at Shi Yunfeng's state of doing the questions. After all, the 10 questions on the test paper were also very difficult for him. It wasn't something that could be solved easily. In his opinion, Shi Yunfeng, who had long since been transferred from the experimental class to the poor class, probably hadn't even done a single question at this point, right? When he lifted his head and smiled at Shi Yunfeng, who was not far away, he suddenly noticed the strangeness in the conference room. Xiao Yutong, Qian Qi, Shi Yunfeng, Bai Yaoyue, and Zhang Pingjin. 5 people, all looking at him in unison. The expressions were different. There was calmness, regret, teasing, and consternation. What is this situation? Feng Tangsong, who had just finished brushing up on 10 OU questions that were very difficult in his opinion and was about to proudly show off to the crowd, had his entire being confused. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Qian, I'm done. Feng Tangsong, who had yet to figure out the situation, stood up and handed the test paper to Qian Qi. The test paper was brought over by Mr. Qian, so the marking would naturally still be done by him. Qian Qi somewhat regretfully received Feng Tangsong's test paper. But on second thought, what is there to be sorry about? It was only right to be happy. Shi Yunfeng, what about your test paper? It wouldn't be because the questions were too difficult and you gave up early, right? Feng Tangsong was still uncertain. When he saw that Shi Yunfeng did not have a test paper in front of him, he instinctively assumed that he had given up early. Then he could understand the eyes of Teacher Zhou and the others looking at him just now. Those were expectant, approving eyes. He was secretly pleased in his heart. Whether it's a mule or a horse, pull it out for a walk. The true or false Monkey King would be revealed at a glance. Shi Yunfeng's face was calm, and he did not speak. Even though he had opened his heart, he was not willing to talk to a fool. Good grades, small mind, people like Feng Tangsong, not his fellow travelers. He was too lazy to care. Shi Yunfeng did not speak, but the others did not spoil him. Bai Yaoyue, the school flower on the side, snorted coldly with a displeased face. Give up? Shi Yunfeng handed in his paper a long time ago. He did it fast and well, and has been waiting for you. What? Impossible. Feng Tangsong was first stunned, then his entire body suddenly jumped up from his seat like a cockerel that had blown up. Shi Yunfeng had handed in his paper before him? And did it fast and well? Didn't he give up because he didn't know how? Right. He must have given up early because he didn't know how to do it. Feng Tangsong was still undeterred and looked at Mr. Qian Qi, who was marking the papers. The question paper was issued by Qian Qi, and the answers were also in his hands. 10 questions, quickly read through. Qian Qi wrote down a score on the test paper, 93. Feng Tangsong, you did very well. Qian Qi smiled and handed the test paper back to Feng Tangsong. Hearing Teacher Qian's praise, Feng Tangsong's heart instantly rose again. Just before he could open his mouth, he heard Teacher Qian say, but compared to fellow student Shi Yunfeng, you still have a lot of room for improvement. Shi Yunfeng only used 25 minutes to complete this paper, and it was still a perfect score. Boom! Hearing Mr. Qian's words, Feng Tangsong's entire body was struck by lightning. 25 minutes? Completing 10 Olympiad questions? Full marks? How is this possible? He's the strongest math student in the entire sophomore class. He's been taking intensive math training for a while now. It took him 52 minutes to finish the 10 questions. He scored 93 points. That's pretty good. Feng Tangsong didn't believe it. Undeterred, he picked up Shi Yunfeng's finished test paper from the desktop in front of Teacher Qian, staring wide-eyed as he looked over the questions one by one. The thoughts were clear, the solutions complete, and the answers correct. Even the solutions to several of the questions were easier and superior than his. Bang! Feng Tangsong's face turned ashen and he sat paralyzed in his seat. This was all true. Feng Tangsong, the top student of the experimental class, had lost to a Shi Yunfeng who had been transferred from the experimental class to the poor class. Recently, there are so many more readers, and many of you have given the author encouragement and support. Thank you. I'll try my best to update. Chapter 62 Fancy Heart. Old Sue, you're ing crazy, aren't you? You're a gym teacher to teach culture classes? And all-inclusive? Why don't you go to heaven? In the physical education teacher's office, the tall and thin Lin Lei's tiger eyes were wide open, revealing an incredulous expression. After the 4th class of the morning, he was about to pack up and roll home when he was stopped by Su Jie, who had returned to the office after class. Today, Friday, no classes in the afternoon. People have made an appointment, reservoir fishing. The mountains are beautiful, the sky is clear, 3 or 5 fishing friends, happy. This is the ing day that a physical education teacher should live. Su Jie actually stopped him and asked him to help substitute for a PE class in the afternoon. Lin Lei's entire body was shocked. I'm not culture teacher to replace the physical education class, this is very common, he can also understand. You a physical education teacher asked me to help you substitute for physical education class? What?
Is it really like the rumors, you a physical education teacher is physically ill? But when Su Jie told him that he, a physical education teacher, had packed all of the culture classes of senior class 9, his entire being was even more messed up. This world has gone crazy, right? A physical education teacher, who doesn't teach physical education properly, wrapped up all the cultural lessons of the class. Lin Lei was a man of nature, a man of honor and righteousness. From a young age, he also studied martial arts, and is quite chivalrous. When Su Jie first came to Manhwa Middle School, he was the one who brought him along to familiarize himself with the work of a physical education teacher. To Su Jie, he had some sympathetic regret. He was also in sports, and he knew how much of an impact injuries had on a sports genius. Because he was a person who had been there and had come all the way through. 2 consecutive national wushu sparring champions, Lin Lei's talent and level cannot be said to be high. But a tendon strain, a ligament tear, then let him completely bid farewell to the arena. He was introduced to his hometown Manhwa Middle School and became a physical education teacher. Modern martial arts, after all, is somewhat of a non-starter. This was something Lin Lei also recognized. But the long jump that Su Jie mainly practiced was a solid Olympic program. A genius who could be selected for the long jump national team at the age of 17, how dazzling Su Jie used to be, Lin Lei was fully able to imagine. But even if it was dazzling, it was still false. A genius who has not grown up and achieved anything is not considered a true genius. Injuries and illnesses are tantamount to premature death. When they are strong, they are treasured, but when they are weak, they are discarded. Athletics is so cruel. It's so unforgiving. Therefore, Lin Lei could completely understand Su Jie's disillusionment. Therefore, he has been helping Su Jie from the beginning. Usually gags, old Su called, but also in order to let him look away a little. Things have come to a head, just like him, being a broad-minded and relaxed physical education teacher, it's also quite good. But Lin Lei never expected that Su Jie would have gone out of his mind in general, not only taking over a poor class like the second year 9 class, but also teaching a cultural class. This made him feel that the Su Jie in front of him seemed to have become different. From his body, Lin Lei felt a high level of enthusiasm. Brother Lei, just say if you'll help or not. Anyway, if you don't help today, I'll look for the principal, Director Chin and the others and ask them to press the PE lessons of several other classes onto your head. Su Jie laughed and looked at Lin Lei with a smug expression. That meant, you have to help today even if you help, and you have to help even if you don't. This was the reason why he and Lin Lei had a very good relationship in private, and only then would he talk like this to irritate him. Between the boys, the relationship is good to a certain extent, and there is no fear of talking to each other. Between buddies, mocking each other is a rare thing. Even when they went to the toilet together, they had to glance at each other and compare the length and size. He knew that Lin Lei wouldn't be offended by his own words. After taking over all the cultural classes of senior class 9 in a big way, Su Jie suddenly remembered that he meowed that he still had other classes physical education classes to attend. This afternoon, in the second period, he had to help the sophomore 10 class with their PE class. Hence, this is why after class in the morning, he came directly to the office to block Lin Lei's way. Even if he couldn't meet him at the office, he would have called Lin Lei. Okay, I'm afraid of you. Lin Lei shrugged, hey. Who let the old man know such a psycho as you? A good gym teacher is not go to be a laborious class teacher, but also wrapped up the whole class of cultural lessons? Uing. He directly punched Su Jie's arm. Su Jie did not flash and did not avoid, laughed. Director Chin on their side, I will go to say, I'll talk to you first, so as not to call while you're fishing but also to be sprayed by you. Standing in the Hall of Fame, yeah, and the world's gonna know your name, yeah. Just as the two were talking, Su Jie's cell phone rang. He pulled it out and saw that Zhou Yutong had called. Hey, Ms. Zhou, you're looking for me? Oh, well, I'm on my way. Lin Lei was standing right beside Su Jie, and he vaguely heard some of the voice from the cell phone. That rather recognizable voice, wasn't it that of goddess Zhou Yutong Zhou, the most beautiful teacher in Xinjiang? When Su Jie hung up the phone, he threw his arm hard and snapped on Su Jie's shoulder. Crap! Old Su, when did you hook up with goddess Zhou? Wait a minute, you've recently gotten insane, you're not falling in love, are you? Lin Lei's 2 eyes glazed over and began to make up his own mind. The more he thought about it, the more right he felt. No wonder he meowed that a gym teacher wanted to be the class teacher and teach culture. Dare I say that it was to show his means in courtship? So as to get Zhou Yutong, the goddess of Manhwa Middle School, into his hands? It's okay, Lao Su, I was looking away before, I didn't expect your kid to have a knack for it. Lin Lei laughed. Su Jie rolled his eyes. Lei, what are you thinking? She's just calling me for dinner. Just calling you for dinner? Still just? Lin Lei teasingly looked at Su Jie. Why didn't she call me for dinner? Because you're handsome? Su Jie nodded, indeed. Lin Lei gasped and laughed, off. The two men chatted for a while longer and parted ways. Lin Lei went home and Su Jie went to the cafeteria. On the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, Zhou Yutong and Shi Yunfeng sat at a table. On the table, meals had already been prepared.
Bringing Shi Yunfeng to the cafeteria was a small favor that Su Jia had asked Zhou Yutong to do in Class 9's classroom during the morning recess. At first, she didn't know Su Jia's intentions. But when she later heard Shi Yunfeng's own words about his family's situation, she understood. Su Jia's thoughtful arrangements had made her heart, for Su Jia's favorability, rise quite a bit further. Doesn't mind, doesn't abandon, doesn't give up. Patient, loving, and confident. Zhou Yutong didn't know who else was more suitable to be the class teacher of the second year 9 class than a teacher like Su Jia. In the midst of her thoughts, she happened to look up. Then she saw that tall and handsome man, smiling, coming from the stairway. The midday sunlight in the middle of winter. It became extraordinarily warm. There is one more chapter today, I will write it later and send it out. Brothers and sisters who like it, help to give a 5-star praise, thank you. Chapter 63, Hot Tears. Shi Yunfeng, you'll be eating with me for lunch and dinner from now on. Su Jia sat down and said with a smile. If you feel embarrassed, just keep the bill for now and wait until you get the award. Thank you, Mr. Su. Today Shi Yunfeng was no longer Twilight as a walking corpse. After his mental metamorphosis, he was like the heavy sword without a blade, calm and introverted yet revealing his divine splendor. This is a great coincidence. Su Jia looked at Shi Yunfeng's thin face beaming with a confident smile and felt happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Anyway, Shi Yunfeng's meal money he wrapped up. In the future, if Shi Yunfeng really give, he directly find a reason to push off as well. Teacher Zhou, how was the intensive training in the morning? This kid Shi Yunfeng is okay, right? Su Jia turned his head sideways, raised his eyebrows, and asked with a smile. It wasn't like he didn't know how good Shi Yunfeng's talent was. In his heart, he naturally had the answer long ago. But Zhou Yutong didn't know. Teacher Su, you really? A discerning eye to recognize a pearl. Zhou Yutong said with a smile. Her pair of beautiful eyes once again looked Su Jia up and down. It seemed like she wanted to see through the Su Jia in front of her. What kind of magic power he possessed to be able to unearth such a treasure student like Shi Yunfeng from senior class 9. How was the intensive training in the morning? The effect was too good, so good that it made her suspect that she was dreaming. After Feng Tangsong's individual match with Shi Yunfeng, Zhou Yutong didn't directly let Feng Tangsong return to her class. She looked favorably on Shi Yunfeng and could bring him to the training, which was no problem. She enjoyed such a right as this year's OU squad leader. But the final change in the personnel of the OU squad was not something that she alone could make. If Shi Yunfeng wanted to replace Feng Tangsong, then he would need to go through more rounds of tests and examinations. In the end, it was only after a comprehensive evaluation and study by the math teaching team that he would officially enter the AOM squad. However, she believed that this would not be difficult for Shi Yunfeng. This was because, in her opinion, Shi Yunfeng truly possessed a very exaggerated, downright monster-level talent for AOM. In the training after the competition, Shi Yunfeng was like a dried-up sponge, absorbing the rain of knowledge to his heart's content. With the targeted AOM training, he understood everything at once. The test questions were taught only once, and he was able to learn by example. At the end of the day, not only was Zhou Yutong, the person who had brought him here, amazed, but even Chen Qi, the senior year's math teacher, could hardly sit still. Shi Yunfeng's comprehension and acceptance of AOM was one of the most exaggerated that Chen Qi had ever seen in all his years of working in education. There wasn't one. When he used to be the head of the math teaching team at Jiangli Middle School, he had seen many students with good math scores. With a full 150 paper, there would always be students who were able to score close to full marks or even full marks every year. But the Olympiad? Jiangli Middle School was not good at it. In the last 10 years, even the provincial awards for the Olympic math competition have only yielded a few, let alone the national finals or even the International Olympic Math Competition. Chen Qi knew that the ordinary math exams and the Olympiad were not the same thing at all. However, due to the overall level of Jiangli Middle School, he had never achieved good results in the Olympiad. Being a teacher was actually sometimes very much based on luck. In a key high school like Genoa Middle School, the overall level of students recruited from the city every year is not much different from previous years. However, the number and quality of top students are different every year. What is the criterion? The results of academic competitions every year. The number of people who get into Qingbei and Huafu every year. Sometimes it's called a big year if it's big. Sometimes it's called a small year when it's small. For example, nowadays, the second and third years of high school are different. Although there is a difference of one term, but the final college entrance examination rate, not too much difference. It's just a change of 1 or 2 decimal points. However, the teachers of the entire Genoa Middle School knew that the number of top-notch students in the senior year was more than that of the sophomore year. Just from the members of this year's OU team, one could see the signs. By Yao Yue and Zhang Pingjin, both of whom were at a higher level than Feng Tangsong. This wasn't just because they had studied for one more year. Last year, when Bai Yaoyue participated in OU as a sophomore, she had already won the second prize in the country. But what about this year? Although Feng Tangsong usually excelled, but wanting to win an OU prize? Neither Zhou Yutong, nor Qian Qi, nor any of the other teachers in the math teaching team were optimistic. If it weren't for Shi Yunfeng, it wouldn't have been unusual for the sophomore class to fail to win this year's Olympiad. If they didn't win this year, they wouldn't be able to win next year when they became seniors. So to be able to unearth a treasure student like Shi Yunfeng, Chen Qi felt that Zhou Yutong was quite lucky. Teacher Zhou, you've picked up a treasure. This year, Jinzhong's Olympiad will definitely get results. Before leaving after class, Chen Qi said to Zhou Yutong with a happy face. As he thought about it, if he compared those students he used to have at Jiangli Middle School to Shi Yunfeng, it was simply the difference between the white moon and the glowing light. In Chen Qi's eyes, Shi Yunfeng was simply the genius of geniuses. Even by Yao Yue and Zhang Pingjin, who were one level higher than him, were still a bit worse than Shi Yunfeng. Teacher Chen, it's still too early to say that. Zhou Yutong smiled and shook her head. Let's see what happens in the city-level auditions first. Although in her heart, she was also very optimistic about Shi Yunfeng, it was her usual style to remain cautiously optimistic. Before the results came out, everything was illusory. Just as Su Jia, Zhou Yutong, and Shi Yunfeng were eating the first floor of the cafeteria. Well, have you found him yet? No. I used to bump into him on the first floor. Yeah. I've also met him on the first floor. Why haven't I seen him today? He should have come over for dinner by now. They're not all done eating, are they? I don't think so. What about the second floor? Has anyone gone over to take a look? Yes, Han Xiaochen went to the second floor. He's not on the third floor, is he? We never see him when we're usually on the third floor. That's right, how could he go to the third floor? Crap. He's really on the third floor. Chu Xiaoran and the others sent a message over. Quickly, go go go. Su Jia, who was eating, caught a glimpse of Chu Xiaoran out of the corner of his eye. The kid raised his right hand high to greet him, finished his dishes at the dining table, and walked over towards them. After him, Chu Yuan, Han Xiaochen, Wu Feng, Lu Peng, Wang Xiyuan. A dozen or so students from class 9, one after another, walked to the tables around them. Teacher Su, Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou, Teacher Su. After greeting them, someone took out a clean dinner plate. Chu Xiaoran chucked one of his extra chicken legs onto the dinner plate. Chu Yuan put her extra portion of braised pork onto the dinner plate. Han Xiaochen put his extra serving of tomato scrambled eggs on his plate. Soon, the originally empty dinner plate was filled to the brim with delicious food. Class 9's class president, Chu Yuan, walked over to Shi Yunfeng's side with the dinner plate and spoke in a domineering manner. Classmate Shi Yunfeng, from now on, will cover your lunch and dinner. Shi Yunfeng, who was originally uncertain, suddenly froze. He buried his head and grubbed a mouthful of rice, and his crystalline teardrops, then, fell uncontrollably. Crap! I almost cried when I wrote this. Isn't the author too self-motivated? Chapter 64A Compromise. On the third floor of the cafeteria, Zhou Yutong secretly wiped the corners of her eyes. Everything that happened in front of her eyes made her incomparably moved. Chu Xiaoran was smiling, Wang Xiyuan was scratching his head, Han Xiaochen was smiling, and Chu Yuan was in a serious. With different personalities, they were gathered around the table, working on the same thing. They are usually naughty, disobedient, teasing teachers, not listening in class, playing with cell phones, and failing exams. Many people think they are poor students, problem students, and hangers-on at Manhwa Middle School. But should poor learning really mean that all is lost? When they knew that there was a difficult student like Shi Yunfeng in their class, they stood up one by one. Instead of ridicule, abuse, and cold stares, they sympathized, cared, and helped with all their might. This is a group of children who are so kind. Kindness is such a scarce and excellent quality in today's world. In Zhou Yutong's heart, she was incomparably touched while at the same time giving birth to countless emotions. She thought, if parallel worlds really existed in the universe, then, in the other parallel world, Shi Yunfeng, who had a happy family, and Chu Xiaoran and the others, would perhaps be like two parallel lines. There would never be a point of intersection. But in the real world, their fates, there was an overlap. Zhou Yutong was both regretful and grateful. Feeling sorry for what happened to Shi Yunfeng. Feeling grateful that he had such a classmate. Su Jia thoughtfully handed her a tissue. Although he did not weep like Zhou Yutong, in his heart, he was equally very moved. When he was in the classroom in the morning, he had heard the whispers of his classmates. But he never expected that the execution of these kids would be so strong. At noon today, the idea was directly put into action. Coming directly to the cafeteria to look for Shi Yunfeng. With the class president taking the lead, he helped Shi Yunfeng solve the most realistic and practical problem of eating. He was originally worried that Chu Yuan and the others would botch their reckless actions and scare the extremely self-respecting Shi Yunfeng. But when he saw Shi Yunfeng, who raised his head, the tears in the corners of his eyes not yet dried, but his face was full of smiles as he spoke to the surrounding classmates. Su Jia then knew that his worries were superfluous. Shi Yunfeng's heart was much stronger than he had imagined. He suddenly remembered that the Shi Yunfeng of the past was actually a lively and cheerful child.
Good grades, good character. Confident without being conceited, proud without being arrogant. The current him was merely regaining his old demeanor. The commotion on their side attracted the attention of others on the third floor. Many of the teachers and students who were eating on the third floor cast inquiring, curious gazes towards this place. Cough. Su Jie lightly coughed twice, sending Chu Yuan and Han Xiaochen, who were gathered around Shi Yunfeng, to the next table. Alright, everyone sit down and eat. When they dispersed, Su Jie looked around and said to Chu Xiaoran and the others with a smile. Which one of you came up with this crooked idea? Classmate Shi Yunfeng's eating problem will naturally be handled by a teacher, so don't get involved. He had no intention of blaming Chu Yaowen and the others. It was just that he felt that Chu Xiaoran and the others were still students after all, and their usual living expenses and pocket money were not earned by themselves after all, they were all given by their parents. It was still better for him, the homeroom teacher, to do the job of solving Shi Yunfeng's eating problem. Teacher Su, Shi Yunfeng is our classmate, it's normal for us to treat him to dinner, right? Besides, I'm the class president, caring and uniting my classmates is also my part. How can you call it blindly meddling? Without waiting for the others to open their mouths, Chu Yuan, who had just become class president of class 9, said with a smile. That's right. Class president is right. We're also trying to care and unite our classmates. Support the class president. Chu Yuan took the lead, so Han Xiaochen and the others followed in response. Anyway, before coming to the cafeteria, they had already discussed it. Those with more pocket money pay the lion's share. Those with less pocket money would pay the smallest amount. Those who didn't have enough pocket money contributed their strength. No matter what, they couldn't let student Shi Yunfeng not have enough to eat. I believe that student Shi Yunfeng has already felt your good intentions. But you guys are still students after all, how much pocket money can you usually have? Su Jie smiled and shook his head, so this matter must still be better done by the teacher. Put. Chu Yuan sniffed and suddenly laughed. Teacher Su, you don't have to worry about the pocket money matter, we all have enough. That's right, save some money to treat our classmates to dinner, we still don't have a problem. Han Xiaochen followed suit. Chu Xiaoran also followed with a laugh. Teacher Su, we have the money. Wang Xiyuan next to him scratched his head. My mom just gave me 8,000 for this month's living expenses yesterday, just treating my classmates to dinner, no pressure. The corner of Su Jie's eyes twitched. A high school student's living expenses of 8,000 a month? This is a family with a mind? However, when he remembered that Wang Xiyuan was on loan from the imperial capital, he was relieved. The imperial city was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Wang Xiyuan's family is able to let him freely transfer between Zhongnan City and the imperial city, and this matter is not something that just anyone can do. Su Jie, as a teacher, is not like some scum, will be inquiring about the family secrets of the students in the class, and then according to the students' family secrets. Then according to the thickness of the student's family, to differentiate between the students in the class. In his opinion, that kind of teacher is not worthy of the word teacher. In his opinion, that kind of teacher doesn't deserve the word teacher, he's just a complete scum, a black sheep. Trying to use the students' parents to climb up the ladder? Su Jie has always felt that this kind of person is absolutely sick in the head. A teacher is a teacher who teaches and explains. This kind of person's way is problematic. How can he teach and educate people? But in this day and age, there are still quite a few such black sheep. Su Jie did not let Chu Yuan them to pay Chu Yuan them in this matter, but rare to reach a united front, directly to Su Jie's words ignore. They weren't the students in other classes who were coy and fearful of their teachers. They were the students of the prickly sophomore class, class 9. Nowadays, although they are all happy and obedient to Su Jie as the homeroom teacher, but in the matter of inviting Shi Yunfeng to dinner, they are once again disobedient. This kind of disobedience makes Su Jie laugh and cry. In the end, Zhou Yutong, who was watching the show from the sidelines, looked at Su Jie and Chu Yuan as they kept on pulling each other's strings, and laughed secretly in her heart as she said with a light smile. Let's put it this way, student Shi Yunfeng's meal problem will be taken care of by me, Teacher Su, and you guys together. Teacher Su and I will each be responsible for 1 month, and you guys will be responsible for 1 month together, how about that? This was a compromise. Su Jie listened and shrugged his shoulders somewhat helplessly. He was really convinced by these kids, that vigor to argue with him on the basis of reason, it was really not something that anyone could stand. Okay, just follow Teacher Zhou this way, what do you guys think? Teacher Zhou's method is not impossible. Chu Yuan and the few of them glanced at each other, some raised an eyebrow, while others secretly nodded. After they finally stopped making a fuss, Su Jie added with a smile. You guys played so many meals, how can student Shi Yunfeng finish eating all by himself? Wasting food is shameful. Everyone eat together. Su Jie's words and teachings always inadvertently made the students gain something. Perhaps, this was the silent way of moisturizing things. Chapter 65, Early Love. After the end of the evening self-study, Su Jie didn't rush back to Jinya Academy. Because today, he would be checking the dormitories for the first time as the homeroom teacher of senior class 9.
There were a total of 45 students in the class, 19 who were day students and 26 who lived in the school. It was usually after the third year of high school that more parents would choose to rent rooms and take care of their children near the school. By that time, there are even fewer students living at the school. There are also families that can spare the manpower, time, and money to accompany their children throughout their 3-year high school career, starting from the first year of high school. But these families are few and far between. Moving out from the school dormitory only in the third year of high school is a relatively common practice. Since there was a dormitory check, Soo-jia naturally couldn't notify them in advance. Therefore, after the evening self-study, when the residential students in Class 9 returned to their dormitories in groups, they were completely unaware that their beloved teacher Soo was secretly watching them. Soo-jia had already read about Manhwa Middle School's system of dormitory checks by the homeroom teachers during his free time. Checking the dormitory is actually very simple. It was nothing more than eliminating potential safety hazards in the dormitory, like electrical wires, sockets, doors and windows, etc. In addition, it was to count the number of students, check on the students, and check the safety of the students. In addition, counting the number of students and checking the hygiene of the dormitory are all part of the daily inspection. If in the process of checking the dormitory found students' abnormalities, class teachers also need to deal with them in time. Whether it is a physical problem or a psychological problem. Soo-jia hadn't checked the dormitory before, but who hadn't come from being a student? Some of the little things in the dormitory are actually quite different. According to the school rules of Manhwa Middle School, cell phones are not allowed in the dormitory. Hiding cell phones is the most common problem in the dormitory. Other classes are fine, but these kids in Class 9 have a history of hiding cell phones. Turn off the lights, close the door. When Soo-jia walked out of the school building, there were no more students along the way. Jinjong's dormitory, on the opposite side of the teaching building. It is separated by a spacious playground. The boys' and girls' dormitories stood in the east and west directions respectively. Spaced apart from the cafeteria and bathrooms, they did not see each other. Soo-jia mainly went to check the boys' dormitory tonight. As for the girls' dormitory, at this point in time, it was inconvenient for him to go in. The school has time regulations for male teachers to check the female dormitories. It was usually during the day and led by the female students in the class. After crossing the playground, Soo-jia saw two familiar figures not far away. Outside the bathroom, in front of the water boiling room. Shin Menying was turning on the water, and beside her, Shin Hui was talking to her about something. Shin Menying lived in school, and there was nothing strange about turning on the water at this time. What surprised Soo-jia was that Shin Hui was a day student. At this point in time, he should have gone home. He suddenly remembered what the grade-level director, Director Chin, had once told him. This kid, Shin Hui, has a favorite in senior class 9. Good guy, chasing girls and falling in love openly on campus, right? No one dares to bother him because he's the head of the grade, right? If it wasn't for tonight's bed check, Soo-jia didn't know when he'd find out about the catfight between Shin Hui and Shin Menying. For the matter of high school students falling in love, in fact, Soo-jia is not so rigid. High school kids are between the ages of 15 and 19. At this age, they are in the later stages of puberty. Physical development is maturing, but the mind is not yet sound enough. Having a crush on each other is nothing to be ashamed of. National Education Department also never expressly prohibited early love behavior. Secondary school students' code of conduct, daily behavioral norms, also did not prohibit early love behavior. What is prohibited is only the school and parents. In Soo-jia's opinion, banning early love is the same as many parents prohibit playing games, prohibit playing basketball and soccer, in fact, is a one-size-fits-all behavior. After all, high school students, or the main focus is on academics. The starting point of schools and parents, naturally, is good, there is nothing wrong with it. The problem lies in the ways and means of dealing with such behavior as early love. What is the most common practice when students are found to be in love early? Reprimand, scolding, punishment, expulsion, a stick to death. Can someone be guided by good advice? Can someone guide them patiently? Can someone explain the pros and cons? None of them. The resulting rebelliousness, rebellion, and psychological distortion will be blamed on the students themselves in the end. How unfair is this? It's even worse than a sinus, isn't it? Schools and parents are for your own good. I do not know how much to cover up their own problems. Soo-jia saw Shin Hui and Shin Menying. They turned around, also saw Soo-jia not far away. Being bumped into by the class teacher, Mr. Su, Shin Menying was a bit at a loss for words. Shin Hui pushed her with his elbow, signaling her to go first and leave this place to him. Shin Menying twisted her head and somewhat sheepishly carried the hot water bottle into the girls' dormitory building. Soo-jia watched everything in his eyes and secretly nodded in his heart. This kid, a bit interesting, like a man. He smiled and waved at Shin Hui, who walked to his side with a calm demeanor. Teacher Su. Regarding Shin Hui's calmness, lack of stage fright, and not being afraid of himself, Soo-jia had already had a good idea in mind. When he first encountered Chu Xiaoran, Qin Huai, and the others on the basketball court, Qin Huai was the one who was the sharpest and least afraid of himself among them. At the same time, he was also the one he abused the most. One-handed defense against him. He was the one who was defending against the standing dry pull. Spicy hot pot, it was him who slapped. Interpersonal foul dunk, buckle is him. This kid body, there is an unconvincing spirit in. For him to be completely unafraid of his own matter, Su Jie can completely understand. Teachers' children, how many are afraid of teachers? Not to mention that he was the nephew of the head of the grade's family, Director Qin's family. Su Jie can imagine that Qin Huai grew up in an environment where he was accustomed to seeing all kinds of teachers, classroom teachers, grade directors, principals, and the like. Not being afraid of teachers was not at all uncommon. If you don't go back so late, won't your eldest uncle he scold you? Su Jie patted Qin Huai's shoulder, who was 179 tall and not much shorter than him. He was asking knowingly. At first, from Director Qin's mouth, he was aware of Qin Huai's character. Director Qin, the Qin tiger in the eyes of other students, really can't control his nephew. Su Jie asked this question. It is a kind of statement. I and your uncle, they are not a gang, don't be afraid. It's just a matter of trying to get closer to Qin Huai. Qin Huai shrugged, no cursing. They haven't scolded me for a long time. In regards to Su Jie, Qin Huai's heart actually had a good feeling about him. He played basketball well and tyrannized himself. Treating the class was also unlike any teacher he had ever seen before. His eldest uncle, Qin Shixiang, had been a teacher since he was young. He had grown up and had seen many different kinds of teachers. But he had never seen one as special as the teacher Su in front of him. But Su Jie's next sentence directly made him choke. With Shen Menying, was it you who chased her, or was it her who chased you? Busy in the afternoon, I won't have time to write the third chapter until I go back in the evening. Chapter 66. Question after question. For Shen Menying, Su Jie had an impression. Her looks were outstanding, and in senior class 9, together with Chu Yuan and Lin Xianshen, she was jokingly referred to by the boys as the three golden flowers of senior class 9. Unlike Chu Yuan, who was outgoing and a big sister, Shen Menying was quiet. Usually speaking, she was soft and gentle. Her academic talents were all average, but she possessed excellent acting talent and excellent dancing talent. Shen Menying was in love with Qin Huai? This still made Su Jie very surprised. This was because from the first impression, the two people's personalities contrasted quite a lot. He didn't come up and aggressively ask Qin Huai, why don't the two of you study hard? What's the point of falling in love if you don't learn at a young age? That would only backfire, wouldn't it? Su Jie wouldn't have thought that his oddball question almost made Qin Huai's jaw drop in shock. With Shen Menying, did you chase her, or did she chase you? Walking beside Su Jie, Qin Huai's entire body was thunderstruck as if he had been struck by lightning, thunderstruck on the outside. Come on, Mr. Su, you're the class teacher. Is this the kind of question a homeroom teacher should ask a student who has fallen in love early? Shouldn't you be scolding the student right away, then informing him, penalizing him, asking his parents, or even expelling him? Mr. Su, you're not following the rules. He turned his head and saw that Mr. Su was looking at himself with a smile. That expression didn't look like a joke, it didn't look like a fake. Qin Huai's entire body was confused. He was actually asking this question sincerely. Holy! Mr. Su, we're not in love. Qin Huai quickly came back to his senses and shook his head, saying, Su Jie raised his eyebrows, treating me like I'm blind? We really aren't in love. In the face of Su Jie's skepticism, Qin Huai had a serious face. I chased after her, and she hasn't agreed yet. Su Jie's old face reddened when he heard this. Crap. Embarrassed. It turned out that it hadn't worked out yet, and it was because he was overthinking it. She doesn't like you? Su Jie asked with another smile. Qin Huai's looks were considered very good, just a little bit worse than him. He possessed excellent musical talent and should sing quite well. He usually liked to play basketball and came and went like the wind on the basketball court, so it was reasonable to say that he should be quite able to attract girls. Moreover, he is the nephew of the head of the grade, so he is practically rampant in the school. Comprehensive conditions are not bad. If Shen Menying didn't like Qin Huai's type at all, she shouldn't be talking nonsense to him. But when he saw the two of them just now, from the looks of it, Shen Menying didn't reject Qin Huai off. She said that she wants to take the Chinese opera and Northern cinema exams, so she can't be in a relationship right now. Qin Huai scratched his head and said helplessly. Su Jie was stunned. Examining for the Chinese opera and Northern film? Shen Menying was trying to move into the entertainment industry. It seemed like she, or her family, might have discovered her acting talent. Su Jie was instinctively a little worried about his student entering the entertainment industry. There was no way, the environment of the entertainment industry was well known. It's a big dye stuff, and once you're in it, it's almost impossible to get out of the muck and remain untainted. Under the surface of the bright and shiny is the capital manipulation of the body cannot help. But on second thought, the entertainment industry is really fast money. The $2 million that the system rewarded him with is just a drop in the bucket for many big stars.
People's counting units usually start from billion.
And to be honest, in this day and age, kids born after the turn of the new century,
who hasn't been immersed in the wave of universal entertainment since childhood? Nowadays, in this era, after being baptized by the wave of entertainment, there are many children who aspire to be big stars.
It was very different from the time when he was in school, when everyone wanted to be a scientist.
What do you think?
Su Jie asked. It seemed quite normal for a girl who dreamed of becoming a big star to reject Qin Huai. He wanted to know what Qin Huai thought. Just because he wasn't rigid about the matter of early love didn't mean that he would encourage it.
Relationships during the student years were wonderful.
But both parties in the relationship were people who hadn't gone out into society. There are a lot of variables in the future. Relationships that ended without any problems would basically have no other outcome than to leave behind a wound. Although it is possible to gain a little bit of experience in relationships, in Su Jie's opinion, this is completely more than worth it. Specific problems, specific analysis, is the principle he upholds. Since it was Qin Huai who took the initiative to pursue Shen Menying, and Shen Menying hadn't agreed to him for the time being, then the problem would have to be solved from Qin Huai's side. Qin Huai smiled and calmly said, "I'll wait for her."
Su Jie froze at the words.
He hadn't expected Qin Huai to say these 3 words at all.
Is he really stupid, or is he really infatuated?
As soon as these 3 words were uttered, Su Jie knew that this matter was going to be stuck in a dead end. He had learned from Director Qin that today's Qin Huai, in fact, was sometimes very emotionally unstable. In the face of Director Qin's and their harsh education, he had once resorted to jumping off a building. This was no longer something a normal child could do. Because of this, Director Qin and the others had let him come to senior class 9. Because here, Qin Huai had Chu Xiaoran and his group of buddies, and Shen Menying, a girl he truly liked. Here, he was at least emotionally stable, at least living happily.
Thought about it?
Su Jie turned his head sideways and asked in a serious manner.
Aha!
Qin Huai nodded and replied in a serious manner. Su Jie sighed in his heart, let's just leave it at that for now, and see if a little more time could make this kid who was only 17 years old have a change in his concepts. Or maybe he could think of other better ways. At least at the moment, he didn't seem to have any too good solutions. Qin Huai's family lived in the city, on the edge of the moat. It was less than a kilometer away from Manhwa Middle School. After Su Jie watched him leave the school on his bicycle, he then turned around and walked towards the boys' dormitory. Just before he reached the dormitory entrance, he saw another familiar figure.
Lin Xianxian had just left the entrance of the boys' dormitory and was walking towards the girls' dormitory with her back to him.
Su Jie just happened to walk under a shadow, thus, Lin Xianxian did not see Su Jie. Su Jie froze in place, secretly stumped. In his heart, he straight away called out "good guy." If it wasn't for the fact that he had planned to check on the dormitory today, how many things would he have to miss? When he quickly walked to the entrance of the boys' dormitory, he saw a boy with a medium build who was walking into the stairwell and up the stairs.
Su Jie's eyes stared, he didn't recognize it. Not a student from class 9? Strange. He quickly followed and finally saw the boy walk into dormitory 305.
Su Jie memorized his appearance and dormitory number and shook his head, ready to inquire tomorrow to find out which class this was.
The boys' dormitory at Manhwa Middle School was an 8-person dormitory for 6 people.
The 2 beds left empty were for emergencies and reserved for students to place their books and sundries. The resident boys of senior class 9, a total of 18 people, lived in 401, 402, and 403 respectively. Su Jie had just turned the corner from the stairway and climbed to the 4th floor when he heard a familiar voice on the phone.
"Don't you care what I want money for, just call me." Chapter 67, There are organs in the dormitory. Got it, annoying or not? Not going back this week. We'll see at the end of the month when we're on monthly vacation. Go back if you're in a good mood, don't go back if you're in a bad mood. Do you care if I go back or not? Remember to call me with the money, I need it. Okay, hang up.
Wu Feng impatiently hung up the phone and turned his head to see Su Jie. He had a steep shock in his heart.
Crap.
But after all, Wu Bold was Wu Bold, and in just an instant, he came back to his senses. With a slight flip of his palm, he hurriedly hid his cell phone from view. With a grin on his lips, he greeted Su Jie with a smile. "Teacher Su." Su Jie hummed, revealing a devilish smile as he stretched out his right hand, palm up, and raised his fingers.
Really think he's blind?
Wu Feng, who had just finished his phone call, hung his head and handed over his cell phone to Su Jie's hand. In his heart, he was depressed.
Teacher Su even came to check the dormitory? And he was caught in the act? What a bad luck.
If it was any other teacher or hostess, he wouldn't bother.
But Mr. Su. Hey, just hand it in. Mr. Su. Mr. Su.
A few other students in dormitory 401, Zhao Shen, Changgu, Zheng Haijun, Sun Yuqing, and Xiasiki, hurriedly called out when they saw that Su Jie had confiscated Wu Feng's cell phone when he entered the door. None of them had expected that Teacher Su would come to check the dormitory today. It was simply caught off guard. In addition to Wu Feng, there are those who are playing games, those who are reading novels, those who are chatting. There are those who are lying down, those who are lying down, those who are sitting down, and those who are stacked. After Wu Feng handed over his cell phone. There are those who froze and did not move, there are those who hurriedly hid their cell phones, there are those who scratched their heads and prepared to take the initiative to hand over. Su Jia just swept a glance, good guy, everyone has a cell phone. This is not taking the school rules seriously at all. He was curious, where do these kids usually hide their cell phones? Genoa Middle School has a specialized dormitory building inspection team, which did not confiscate all of them. If they swipe their cell phones at night, how can they study during the day? No wonder their grades don't go up. What are you doing? Su Jia glared with both eyes. Zhao Xian and the others' necks shrank and they hurriedly took the initiative to step forward and hand over their cell phones. Su Jia just took the 6 cell phones and checked back and forth in the 401 dormitory. Wu Feng and the others, who had just had their cell phones taken away, were all a bit downcast. They haven't finished watching the new novels that were updated today. The novel that I'd been chasing today is only halfway through. Just now that Hand of Laozi absolute MVP The confession that I just gave her, I haven't even had time to send it out yet. One by one, each with their own thoughts. Su Jia walked to a bunk bed, reached out and tugged on the quilt of the top bunk, frowning and asking, "Who sleeps here?" "Teacher Su, it's me." Among the few people standing aside, Chang Gu raised his right hand. Su Jia glanced at Chang Gu. He was 167, definitely not tall amongst the boys. From the looks of it, he wasn't fat either. "Just such a thin quilt, isn't it cold to sleep at night?" Su Jia asked with a frown. The new semester had only started and it was still in the first month, the weather was still very cold. On Chang Ji's bed, there was just a thin quilt, which was not much thicker than the blanket that he covered in the summer. How could it not be cold? "Hey! Teacher Su, I'm not cold." Chang Gu grinned. He wasn't exactly fat, but he had grown up being afraid of heat and not cold. Covered with a thin quilt in winter, he was truly not cold. Looking at his serious expression, Su Jia suspiciously repeated, "Really not cold? Teacher Su, it's really not cold. Ask Wu Feng and the others if you don't believe me." Chang Gu scratched his head. "Teacher Su, it's true, this kid isn't afraid of the cold. Aha, I can attest to that. His body is like a furnace when it's winter. We've always wondered if he's practicing the 9 Suns' divine power." Ha 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 ha. Once Wu Feng and the few of them interrupted, the original somewhat tense mood dissipated. Since everyone said that Chang Gu wasn't afraid of the cold, Su Jia eliminated the doubts in his heart. Su Jia checked the bedding, wires, doors and windows in the dormitory in turn, and then came to the sink and bathroom. When he reached here, his brows frowned again. Although the windows were open, there was still a small amount of smoke odor remaining here. "Lighters, cigarettes, hand them over." He turned his head and said with a raised eyebrow. Sun Yucheng's feet were like lead, depressedly walking to his locker, pulling out cigarettes and lighters from inside his thick clothes. Su Jia shook the lighter on his hand. "How dangerous is it to put this stuff in the dormitory? You still hide it in your clothes?" Sun Yucheng shrunk his neck, not daring to retort. After checking around, he returned to the dormitory. Shaking the 6 cell phones in his hand, he asked with a smile, "Tell me about it, where do you usually hide your cell phones?" During the big inspection of the boys' dormitory, the respective lockers were also to be opened in the presence of the students. Therefore, the students who usually lived on campus could not hide their cell phones at all. Su Jia was curious as to how the few of them managed to escape the big dormitory inspection. "Zhao Xian, Chang Gu and the others, you looked at me, I looked at you, without saying anything." Su Jia raised his eyebrows. "Hey, kinda united?" His gaze just turned back and forth on a few people, and he didn't say anything either. After a moment of silence in the dormitory, Wu Feng suddenly spoke, "Teacher Su, come look here." Saying so, he walked over to the 8 lockers against the door. Opening one of the compartments, he reached his right hand to the innermost part and gently barred it. As he did so, Su Jia then saw that the partition between the 2 lockers opened a gap in response. The size of the gap, about to be able to put down 4 cell phones. Good guy, building a hidden compartment in the dormitory? Used to hide cell phones? Who the hell could have thought of that? Su Jia's entire body was stunned. "Slow down for a while," he snapped, gently patted Wu Feng's shoulder, said with a smile. "This can't be your kid's masterpiece again, right?" As he thought about it, only Wu Feng should be able to do this kind of thing. Creating a hidden compartment inside the dormitory? Su Jia felt outrageous just thinking about it. Aha! Wu Feng gave a his heart was nervous and at the same time a little bit pleased. Nervous because he was afraid that Mr. Su would punish him. The complacency, naturally, was because he felt that the hidden compartment he made was very impressive. "You brat!" Su Jia only felt angry and amused. He had a flash of light and suddenly said, "Are there any of your masterpieces in the other 2 dormitories as well?" Although he hadn't gone to the other dormitory yet, he was probably able to guess. Before this, he couldn't understand why Wu Feng would be the head of the small group of Class 9 residents. Now he sort of understood. building organs in the dormitory, thinking of ways to help his classmates hide their cell phones. The students who live in the dormitory, can they not like him? Chapter 68, Weekend Vacation. The situation was not what Su Jie expected. In 402 and 403, there were hidden compartments that Wu Feng had helped transform to hide cell phones. Su Jie naturally had no problem confiscating all the cell phones in the other two dormitories. After checking the 402 and 403 dormitories, he returned to 401 and spread the confiscated cell phones on the vacant beds. Su Jie stood there like a used cell phone vendor. At this time, 401 became a bit crowded because Su Jie called all the students from 402 and 403 over. There was no room to stand in, so some of them stood by the pool by the window. Your cell phones, I'll be the one to keep them for you for the time being. Su Jie crossed his arms and laughed. Come on, one by one, set a goal with me. How much are you going to take in next week's weekly exam? Goal reached, cell phone returned. Wu Feng, you mark it for me. Thus, including Zhou Kai, the vice class president Su Jie had personally appointed, all the resident students of class 9, one by one, set their goals for the weekly exam in front of him. At this point, Su Jie's first dormitory inspection as a class teacher was considered to be over. On the way, he discovered the students who fell in love early in the class, and the dormitory confiscated the cell phones of these boys, so it can be said that the harvest is full. At 10:45, the dormitory building lights out on time. Su Jie left. 401, 402, 403, resounded with a wail. The people in the other dormitories are not sure, thinking that someone has a nervous disease. At 11 p.m., Su Jie finally returned to his home in the Jinya Academy. After attending classes all day and checking on his dormitory at night, this day passed, tired and full. If it wasn't for the fact that his body had gone through a systematic remodeling, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such intense teaching. It was only at this time that Su Jie had his own time and space. He comfortably lay down on the sofa, closing his eyes and resting his mind. Quietly recalling the events of the past few days, everything was so amazing. An originally idle physical education teacher took over the sophomore class 9, which was like a hot potato. What was the plan? Lin Lei, who was also a physical education teacher, couldn't understand. Zhou Yuton, the math teacher, couldn't understand. Not to mention the other teachers in the school. Was it really just because the system gave too much? Only Su Jie's own heart knew the reason why he had resolutely chosen to take over the class of pricks and poor students in people's eyes after hesitating. That was because, in the bodies of these children, he saw his own shadow. It was because he had been caught in the rain before and wanted to hold an umbrella for these children. He had shown very good sports talent since he was a child. When he went to school, he was also a special sports student with sparse cultural lessons. He had also suffered from cold eyes and ridicule, and he could appreciate the powerlessness and pain. A grain of ash in the times is a mountain when it falls on an individual's head. Under the general environment, poor grades are just going to be looked down upon by most people. But very few people to look deeper, the root cause of their bad grades. Your grades are bad because you didn't work hard enough. Such a false and empty sentence. I do not know how many people have been harmed. Su Jie knew that to be able to have a class like sophomore class 9, it must be the result of a tangle of factors. How could one bury all the deeper reasons lurking in the shadows with a single sentence about an individual's lack of effort? It was unfair to them. Unfortunately, how could there be true fairness in the glorious world? Su Jie knew that he couldn't change the general environment, and even said that he couldn't even change the tiny Genoa middle school. All he can do is to do his part, as much as possible, to help those students who are disliked for various reasons. It's not that he's so great, it's just that he's the one who's been there. Early the next morning, Su Jie got up in high spirits. Today was Saturday, and classes were still going to be held. The rest time for the sophomore class at Genoa Middle School was on Sundays every week. At the same time, the weekend of the last week of every month would be a double holiday, which the students were accustomed to calling a monthly vacation. The children's ability to adapt is very strong. After 2 days of bonding, the students of class 9 have gradually adapted to Su Jie's rhythm. Morning run, morning reading, and classes are all on track. When running in the morning, Su Jie will still accompany them, secretly enhancing their memorization ability. Li Hao and Li Hu, still every morning after their morning run, were completely free. Other than physical education classes, they didn't have to take any other classes. Su Jie also looked for Director Qin to give them a special entry and exit pass to facilitate them to enter and exit the campus freely in the morning, midday, and evening. It was no longer necessary for Su Jie to run back and forth. After Shi Yunfeng stopped being autistic, he completely displayed an exaggerated talent for learning. While Su Jie was attending classes up top, he was studying on his own down below. The academics that he had previously wasted were quickly made up for. In addition to this, on his desk, he also had high school Olympiad selected 100 problems and other study materials related to the Olympiad competition. The care and love of his classmates gave him a sense of belonging to his sophomore class. After self-study, he began to take the initiative to help his classmates around him to answer questions and solve puzzles. By this time, the other students in class 9 were surprised to discover that Shi Yunfeng was not only gifted in math. It turned out that he was also this good in several other classes. Before this, some of the students had simply thought that Shi Yunfeng was just an extremely biased student. With Shi Yunfeng's initiative to help, Su Jie's burden was a bit smaller. The third class of the afternoon, language class. When class was about to end, the class gradually stirred. Su Jie on the podium smiled faintly and did not stop it. On Saturdays, there is no evening study hall. After this class, the school will be dismissed, and tomorrow is a day off, so it is normal for the students to stir up at this time. There were only 5 or 6 minutes left before the end of class, so Su Jie very simply stopped lecturing. Everyone be safe on the way back. Tomorrow, Sunday, you can rest and relax. Also, after class, Xu Xiaoran and Wu Feng stay for a bit. Xu Xiaoran and Wu Feng, who were waiting for class to end, both thumped in their hearts. Both of them fought back. It seemed like they hadn't done anything wrong today. Why were they left alone by Teacher Su? Ding bell. The dismissal bell rang. Vacation was over. See you later, Mr. Su. Bye, Mr. Su. After the students greeted Su Jie, they were like fish entering the sea and birds returning to the mountains and forests, and they finished running in no time. Except for Xu Xiaoran and Wu Feng. Su Jie called the two to his side and said to Xu Xiaoran first. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, you call a few people together and come to the Jinya Academy across the street from the school. Computers, gaming chairs, and the like, I've already bought them, they will be delivered tomorrow, you guys come over and help. Xu Xiaoran was first stunned, and then reacted immediately afterward, his face beaming with joy. Teacher Su was asking him to help build the gaming room? He busily nodded his head and said, okay, Teacher Su, I know. I'll call Lu Peng and the rest of them. Su Jie smiled and patted his shoulder, alright, you go back first. After Xu Xiaoran left, only Su Jie and Wu Feng were left in the classroom. Su Jie smiled and asked, say, where are you planning to go if you don't go home for the weekend? Chapter 69E Gaming Room Creation Completed. When he checked the bed last night, Su Jie happened to hear Wu Feng's call with his family. With his impatient tone, Su Jie was a fool and could hear that he had a bad relationship with his family. This was a big difference from the first impression that Wu Feng had left him with. That night, after he had cracked all the traps Wu Feng had set up in the classroom, Wu Feng had taken the initiative to admit his mistake when he introduced himself. Such a proactive behavior of admitting fault was actually quite a plus in Su Jie's heart. What kind of man is a man who dares to do something that he doesn't dare to do? Wu Feng, however, is a child who dares to admit when he dares to do something. This alone was not something that any student could do. Moreover, when Wu Feng was usually in the class, he was naughty, but he never spoke ill of the students around him or stormed out. Therefore, Su Jie's first impression of him was that this child was mischievous, but was not the kind of student who had a violent temper. Furthermore, he could see Wu Feng's talent. He knew that Wu Feng's math talent and physics talent were both at an excellent level, and at first, he felt that it was a pity that he didn't choose the science class in the first place. On top of that, Wu Feng also possessed a demonic-level mechanical talent. In the past, he had never been able to quite understand what this mechanical talent was. But after seeing Wu Feng's traps and mechanisms, Su Jie gradually realized that this demonic-level mechanical talent, did it mean that he was a genius engineer? At least, from what he had seen so far, Wu Feng's hands-on ability was definitely top-notch among the students. Not to mention senior class 9, but even the entire Genoa Middle School, it was estimated that there was no student as special as Wu Feng. Therefore, all along, Su Jie had a very good impression of Wu Feng. However, this terrible relationship he had with his family made Su Jie extremely puzzled and confused. Apart from talent, Su Jie could also see the students' mentalities. With such a poor relationship with his family, how did Wu Feng maintain an excellent mindset? This made him very puzzled. Ever since untying Shi Yunfeng's heart, Su Jie realized that the column of mindset displayed by the system would change dynamically. In addition to being able to adjust it with special props like the mindset adjustment card, in fact, as a class teacher, his words and actions could surprisingly change the mindset of the students in his class for better or worse. For example, Shi Yunfeng, after opening his heart, his mindset had changed from extremely poor before to excellent today. Combined with his unrivaled talent for learning, it was only a matter of time before he soared to the heavens. As for Wu Feng's mindset, in Su Jie's observation, it had always been very stable. This made him puzzled and curious at the same time. Based on last night's call, he knew that Wu Feng was not going home this week. A resident student doesn't go home on vacation? Where could they go? Su Jie's first thought was an internet cafe. Because of this, he had let Wu Feng stay after school. As the class teacher, he had the responsibility and obligation to ensure the safety of the students. Wu Feng didn't realize that during last night's time, Mr. Su had heard his call with his family. Now that he heard it, he quickly reacted that the matter of him not going back was known by Teacher Su. He scratched his head and said, Teacher Su, I made an appointment with Zhao Xian to go to his house for the weekend. Zhao Xian was his roommate and deskmate, and the two had always had a good relationship. They usually ate together, went to the bathroom together, and played together. Zhao Xian was aware that Wu Feng he was not on good terms with his family, so as long as Wu Feng didn't want to go home, Zhao Xian would make an appointment to go to his house to play on the weekends. But Su Jie did not know this. "Oh? Going to Zhao Xian's house? Why don't you go home?" Su Jie asked. Wu Feng shook his head, "Don't want to go back. And Zhao Xian is looking for me for something." He did not say more about why he did not want to go back. Su Jie smiled and asked, "What could Zhao Xian be looking for you for? Can it make your family not even return?" Wu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up with some anticipation. "Zhao Xian told me that on New Year's Eve, his uncle gave him a Lego Annihilator. He was so busy for days during his winter vacation that he couldn't even build it. He asked me to come to his house tonight and tomorrow to help him build it." When Wu Feng said these words, Su Jie could clearly detect his excitement and anticipation. The Lego Annihilator? That behemoth that was massively difficult to put together? Su Jie had some impression of Lego's Annihilator. That was a model that had tens of thousands of pieces and had to take a lot of time and effort to put together. He glanced at Wu Feng. No wonder this kid was so happy and excited. Isn't this bumping into Wu Feng's gun? After vacation, as long as he didn't go outside to fool around, then Su Jie wouldn't care about him that much. He nodded. "Since we are going to Zhao Xian's classmate's house, then I don't care about you. Come along and help tomorrow if you're happy." "Help build a gaming room?" Wu Feng nodded happily. "Teacher Su, I'll definitely come." Watching Wu Feng leave with Zhao Xian, Su Jie let go of his heart. Today, when school ended so early, his classmates were all very happy, and Su Jie was a bit uncomfortable instead. He shook his head mockingly and drove his old car, the Ranger, back to his home in the city. Weekend well, always have to have a drink with Dad, and report to Mom about the work. On Sunday morning, Su Jie came to Jinya Academy. He placed an order from the internet on Friday and bought 12 Alien's highest quality desktop computers. In addition to the computers, the gaming chairs, keyboards, mice, headsets, and other peripherals were all bought. He planned to take advantage of the weekend to get the envisioned gaming room up and running. After all, the weekly exam was next week, so he couldn't go back on his word. At 9:40, a small van drove downstairs to the neighborhood under Su Jie's guidance. Just in time, Xu Xiaoran, Wu Feng and the others came in from the entrance of the neighborhood. "Teacher Su! Teacher Su!" They saw Su Jie and greeted him from afar. Just in time. Su Jie smiled and waved at them. "Wow! Aliens! Crap! It really is an alien. Mr. Su has really put his money where his mouth is. Aren't laptops better than aliens? How about desktops? It shouldn't be that bad, right? It's much better than an internet cafe." "That's right." Xu Xiaoran and the others walked to the side of the minivan, looking at the computers, gaming chairs and other equipment in the minivan with glowing eyes, talking and laughing as you spoke. Su Jie listened, smiled, and shook his head. "Self-configured computers are fine, it's just a matter of spending a little more time and money. But buying branded stuff, when something goes wrong with the equipment, you can look for after sales, it's a lot more convenient than self-provisioning." That was the reason he chose to buy an Alien. Moreover, the Alien's desktop could play the usual large games, and it was enough for the gaming room. With the concerted efforts of Su Jie and Xu Xiaoran and the rest of them, the gaming room that belonged exclusively to Senior Class 9 was created on this Sunday morning. "Let's go, teacher treats you guys to dinner." After cleaning the room, it was exactly 12 o'clock out. With a wave of his hand, Su Jie took them out to eat. Chapter 70 Class 9 Class President who lives in a big villa. At 2 p.m., Su Jie departed from the Jinya schoolhouse and headed to number 88 East Construction Road in Zhongnan City. There was the home of Class 9's class president, Chu Yuan. The night he elected the class president, he had made an appointment with Chu Yuan to teach her piano at her home at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday. This was a benefit he gave to the student who was elected class president of Class 9. He certainly wouldn't forget it. Chu Yuan possessed excellent piano talent, and with the support of her family, her level had already reached grade 8 piano, which was considered very good. In order to honor his promise to be able to have the ability to teach Chu Yuan in the field of piano, Su Jie had directly bound her in the system that night. Moreover, he had also used the special prop talent enhancement card for the first time to directly enhance his piano talent, which had already reached an excellent level, to a demonic level. After the talent was directly cashed in as an ability, the Su Jie of today was already an uncompromising piano master. When he came out of the Jinya schoolhouse, he handed over the house key to Chu Xiaoran and asked him to bring it to himself when he went to school tomorrow. In the morning, Senior Class 9 had just gotten a gaming room that belonged to their class. This made Chu Xiaoran, who had personally helped assemble the e-sports room, and they were all unusually excited and thrilled. Looking at the entire school, the city, even the province and the country, on which high school's class, there was a teacher who would create an exclusive gaming room for the students. Are you kidding? It was even more like a dream for them to be personally involved in it. Chu Xiaoran and the others had long been impatient to try it out first. Therefore, after lunch, whether it was Chu Xiaoran, Lu Peng and the others, or Wu Feng and Zhao Xian, they all stayed in the brand new Class 9 gaming room.
In this day and age, who didn't have a computer at home?
The average student's home computer still had no problem playing common games like League of Legends. Only games that required higher configurations like Eternal Havoc, Infernal, Chicken, large single player, and so on, would not be able to run on a home computer.
And like Wang Xiyu and this kind of rich people's children, the configuration of the family's computer should not be too good. What game cannot be brought?
But play the game, no, a person dry play and a group of people hacking, that is two completely different feelings.
Internet Cafe 5 in a row always is the most boy student era of good memories.
Therefore, this gaming room that Su Jia had created was very attractive to the boys in his class.
Of course, not everyone liked playing games.
For those students who did not like playing games, Su Jia naturally had another plan.
After leaving the neighborhood, Su Jia kicked the gas down. Boom! The strong feeling of pushing back caused Su Jia's adrenaline to surge. He went out today and drove the system-rewarded Mercedes-Benz Big G.
Black exterior, brown interior, comfortable seating, top-notch configuration, and first-class handling.
Su Jia stroked the well-made steering wheel with an excellent feel, and his mouth was on the verge of grinning. This was the first time he had driven such a luxurious automobile.
The feeling of adrenaline spiking mesmerized him.
Which man didn't love cars?
Su Jia had also fantasized about speed and passion. Unfortunately, he was born in an average family, his parents were just ordinary corporate workers, it was impossible for his family to support his luxury car spending. In addition, with his income as a physical education teacher, it is also impossible to afford too good a car. Not to mention the big bull Ferrari and other supercars, it was the middle to high-grade models in the BBA, which was not something that he could afford with his income level right now. Su Jia's driving speed is not slow. More than 10 minutes later, he drove to the appointment of 88 East Construction Road. Here was a piece of high-grade villa neighborhood called Zhongjin Zhongrongmyeon-di. The 36 detached villas with their own oversized gardens were dotted with lush, well-manicured flowers and trees. When he first learned that Chu Yuan's family lived here, it really scared Su Jia. Zhongjin Zhuanrongyun residence, he had heard of it. Or rather, the vast majority of the people of Jiangnan City had heard of it.
That is the #1 ranked mansion neighborhood in the entire Jiangnan City. Each villa was built with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below ground. The floor area alone was more than 1,000 square meters. If you count the front and back gardens and independent garages that come with the villas, the usable area is even larger. When it was first opened for sale, the price was over $20 million. Now, after a few years of speculation and appreciation, the price of the second-hand houses of Zhuanrong Cloud residents has even doubled. Staggering. You know, Jiangnan City is just an ordinary prefecture-level city.
Not those first-tier cities in the north, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. High housing prices, 30-40 million mansions are very common, and even this price of the house cannot be called a mansion. It's not one of those economically developed cities like Suzhou, Hangzhou, Rongyu, etc., with its beautiful scenery and unique Netflix tourism culture.
Jiangnan City was really just an ordinary prefecture-level city.
If it wasn't for the fact that the name of the city of education was loud enough, the vast majority of people within the Dragon Kingdom would probably have a hard time hearing the name of Jiangnan City. In a place like this, a $30 to $40 million set of villas was really not something that ordinary people could imagine. When the car arrived at the entrance, Su Jia was stopped by the security. Only after getting permission and confirmation from the owner of the 15th building, Su Jia was able to enter the neighborhood. Along the way, green trees, small bridges and water, beautiful scenery, such as being in a garden. The villas, which looked similar but had their own distinctive features, blended perfectly with the surrounding environment and reflected each other. When he arrived at the entrance of the 15th building, the electric door of the separate garage slowly rose.
Su Jia parked his car and saw the lively Chu Yuan bouncing to his side. "Teacher Su, you're here." Chu Yuan greeted Su Jia with a smile.
She was surprised to see that Teacher Su was actually driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G. She was surprised in her heart.
So it turned out that Teacher Su was a wealthy second generation with deep pockets? Why wasn't there any hint of it before? Chu Yuan curiously looked Su Jia up and down.
The dress was ordinary, covered in common brands, without the slightest trace of those big brands and luxury goods. Not only was Mr. Su a wealthy second generation with deep pockets, but he was also a humble and low-key rich second generation. Chu Yuan's brainstorming ability was very strong. Just by seeing Su Jia drive over in a Mercedes-Benz Big G, she brainstormed a bunch of Su Jia's life.
It was too scary.
Su Jia was completely unaware of Chu Yuan's various brainstorms and imaginations, as he smiled and greeted Chu Yuan, then followed him to the interior of the villa. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by the luxurious decoration of the villa. At the entrance hall were 2 luxurious Roman pillars. Looking up, at the top of the living room, there was a large chandelier, creating a very gorgeous atmosphere.
All around, dark oak furniture and brightly colored fabric sofas are just right. Gorgeous decorations, strong colors, exquisite shape.
The entire interior was decorated in a graceful and luxurious manner. Su Jia could tell at a glance that this was a typical European style of decoration. Only this moment of staring, the soles of Su Jie's feet, then came a burst of warmth. The fireplace in one corner of the hall turned out to be just a stylized decoration, not really. The villa was heated, or the floor heating was used.
You're the only one at home?
Su Jie looked around and asked in surprise. I was too busy during the day today, and only started to have time to update in the evening. In addition, the rating of this book unexpectedly dropped from 8.8 yesterday to 6.9 today. The author's mind has collapsed. I hope those who like this book can help to put the rating up, thank you very much.
I'm not going to say anymore, I'm going to go code. Chapter 71, Deliberately Playing Wrong. In such a large villa, Chu Yuan was the only one at home?
Su Jie was quite surprised. Today is Sunday, are her parents not resting? To be able to afford the #1 mansion in Zhongnan City like the respectable Cloud residents, Chu Yuan's parents' earning power was unquestionable. Or rich, or entitled, or both. This was something that Su Jie could easily figure out. They were usually a bit busy, Su Jie could completely understand. Families that could live here would usually have aunts, nannies and the like at home, right? In some families, there were even multiple aunts and nannies.
But Chu Yuan's family didn't. Not even one. The large villa, she was alone. It seemed empty. Did she usually do all her living by herself as well?
This made Su Jie quite surprised.
Yes, Mr. Su.
Chu Yuan warmly invited Su Jie to sit down, then ran to the open kitchen not far away and asked with a smile. Teacher Su, what would you like to drink?
Coffee, tea, juice.
Are all available.
Just a cup of plain water.
Su Jie smiled and said, are your parents usually busy? They don't stay home with you on weekends either. He didn't understand Chu Yuan's family situation yet, so he wanted to probe the bottom first. Well, my mom is usually busy, sometimes she doesn't even come back to stay at night, so she just lives in the company. Chu Yuan poured Su Jie a cup of plain water, shrugged her shoulders and said with a calm face. This kind of life, she was almost used to it. When she was at home, reading, studying, practicing the piano, and brushing up on her dramas. Alone was quite good, and she didn't feel bored. This was not the same as the big sister style she usually displayed in school. Su Jie was originally waiting for Chu Yuan's next words, but after waiting for a while, he realized that she didn't continue to say anything. This made him keenly aware of the difference. What he had asked was her parents. Her answer, however, only said that her mom was usually very busy.
What about her dad?
As the class teacher, Su Jie felt the need to find out about Chu Yuan's family, so he directly asked, what about your dad? My mom and dad divorced when I was in my second year.
I chose to follow my mom. Chu Yuan said indifferently.
Her expression and tone was as if she was talking about something insignificant.
Student Chu Yuan, I'm sorry.
Su Jie apologized to Chu Yuan. In his heart, he felt that this question had to be asked. Getting such an answer, there was nothing wrong for him to apologize to the student. Mr. Su, it's okay, mom and dad, it was their choice when they got divorced.
I've never blamed them. Chu Yuan said with a smile.
Looking at the smiling Chu Yuan, and recalling her situation in class and her classmates' comments about her, Su Jie realized that she really didn't seem to have been affected too much by the matter of her parents' divorce. Unlike some students who would have serious psychological problems due to their parents' divorce. Moreover, Su Jie also learned from the system side that her mindset was excellent. From this, Su Jie would be able to tell that Chu Yuan was indeed a very cheerful and open-minded child. Or rather, her level of mental maturity was higher than the average children of the same age. It was quite good that she was able to open up and adjust herself. Therefore, Su Jie didn't delve deeper into the issue of her parents, but instead smiled and said, let's go, let me see how good your piano level is first.
He was, today, originally here to teach Chu Yuan piano.
Being able to learn about her family's situation at the same time was also considered an unexpected gain. Under Chu Yuan's leadership, the two of them followed the rotating escalator in the hall to the second floor of the villa. Turning right, they walked straight until they reached the innermost room. When they reached the door, Su Jie realized that this was a specialized piano practice room. With such a large villa, it was reasonable to have a specialized piano practice room, and Su Jie was not surprised at all. Chu Yuan's piano practice room was an open room with a lighted balcony attached to the south side, giving an unobstructed view of the garden outside. In the center of the room, a shiny and elegant grand piano was placed. You first play a piece that you feel you are best at to show me. Walking into the piano practicing room, Su Jie said to Chu Yuan with a smile. Chu Yuan had already passed the 8th grade of piano before and was now moving towards the 9th grade. She was still confident in her piano level. She walked to the familiar piano, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Standing the manuscript up, she opened the piano keyboard cover, placed her hands on it, took 2 deep breaths, and adjusted her state to the best. And then, knock! The clear and cold piano music played leisurely. Su Jie stood not far behind her, looking at Chu Yuan, who quickly got into the state and began to skillfully play the piano, nodding her head frequently. It was indeed a good seedling for playing the piano. After possessing master-level piano attainments, the moment the notes sounded, Soo Jia could hear the piece she was playing. Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2. In the first part, it was soothing and slow, and in the second part, it was swift and passionate. This piece was difficult to play. In Soo Jia's opinion, with Chu Yuan's level today, there was no way she could do it very well. He hadn't thought that when he asked Chu Yuan to play one of her best tunes, she did the opposite and chose a tune that she wasn't that familiar with. He didn't know that this was Chu Yuan's little mind. She felt that such a young teacher, Mr. Su, who used to be a physical education teacher, even if he could play the piano, his level wouldn't be too exaggerated. She didn't choose a piece she was good at, but instead chose the Hungarian Rhapsody, because she wanted to see if Mr. Su could hear the problems in her playing. This was not the first time she had played this piece. But the difficulty was indeed great, and she had never fully mastered it. Being able to live in a mansion like the respectable Cloud residence, the piano teacher that her parents had helped her pick when she was learning the piano was naturally very powerful. She wanted to see if Mr. Su was really good, or just average. Not long after, she finished playing and gently pressed her hands on the keyboard, turning her head and asking with a smile, "Teacher Su, how did I talk?" When Chu Yuan chose to play Hungarian Rhapsody in the beginning, Soo Jia indeed did not know why she chose this piece. But when she had a few very basic and simple rhythmic and scale errors during her playing, Soo Jia guessed that this niece was trying to give herself a hard time? Such basic mistakes would never happen to someone who had already passed the 8th grade of piano. Soo Jia secretly laughed in his heart. The student wanted to quiz the teacher, worthy of being the class president of senior class 9. However, Chu Yuan had ultimately underestimated Soo Jia. Nowadays, he had a master-level piano attainment. How could Chu Yuan hide all the problems in her performance just now from his ears? 2 shifts today, 01, make up tomorrow, so 4 shifts tomorrow. Chapter 72, Chu Yuan's Mom. Zhongnan City, South City CBD. This was the business district of the entire Central South City, with office buildings, strict management, and many of the star enterprises of Central South City residing within. Hanhai Building, 25th floor. The afternoon sunlight poured into the office through the floor-to-ceiling windows. This office was very huge, but there were not many furnishings in the room. A desk, a parlor sofa, a fortune tree, in addition to a few potted manzanitas and greenery. A spacious desk, in front of a floor-to-ceiling window. On the desktop were 2 32-inch curved screen monitors, on which were displaying all kinds of document information and data. Behind the desk, there was a woman sitting. The face is pretty, slightly powdered. Tall and slim, a head of black hair long and silky, wearing gold glasses, makeup is slightly cold. Her aura was very strong, and just by sitting there, she gave people a strong, bad contact feeling. This strong aura even made it easy for people to overlook her beauty. This woman, her name was Zhao Ruobing. It was precisely Chu Yuan's mom. In addition to the identity of Chu Yuan's mother, she was also the founder and executive president of Ice Face Fashion. This office is her president's office. Ice Face Fashion, full name Zhongnan Ice Face Cosmetics Company Limited, one of the star enterprises in Zhongnan City. Do as fashion makeup, go as the national style route. The company's cosmetic products, fashion and dragon country style combination, by the user's favorite and praise. Its products, a wide variety of different styles. There was a name Tang Yun Sheng Tang Style Foundation, once listed on the market will be a national fire, is considered to be the signature of the Ice Face Fashion. Zhao Ruobing has been in business for many years, and now Ice Face Fashion has grown to a certain scale and volume. Only a year ago, completed the D round of financing, just after the Spring Festival not long, there are investors who want to invest in Bingyan Fashion, began to find her to negotiate the next round of financing plans. The company has not even gone public yet, and its valuation is already nearly $1 billion. The company is flourishing, high valuation at the same time, brought is Zhao Ruobing's lack of distraction. Normally, she was too busy, and her career-mindedness was so strong that she somewhat neglected her daughter, Chu Yuan. Phew! After handling a batch of paperwork, Zhao Ruobing lightly breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up, craned her neck, crossed her arms, and stretched her whole body upward and backward, her great figure on display. Unfortunately, no one saw this scene. It's Sunday, I had agreed to take one to the play, and I've been busy until now. She slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, raising her eyes to look around, the land of the South City, as far as the eye could see. As her thoughts fluttered, she thought of her own daughter, Chu Yuan. The lack of care for Chu Yuan made Zhao Ruobing both heartbroken and helpless. She had a strong character, did things in a thunderous manner, and dared to try, and was a full-fledged strong woman. But the high-flying goddess in the eyes of outsiders is also a single mom. In fact, with her financial conditions and level, not to mention hiring 1 or 2 aunts and nannies, as long as Chu Yuan was willing, her food, clothing, and living, where would she need to lift a finger? Just like Wang Duoyu and the richest man in the West Rainbow City, even brushing teeth and gargling do not need to do it yourself. Unfortunately, her daughter Chu Yuan herself asked for no aunts or nannies. The more her daughter was like this, the more she as a mom felt indebted. This afternoon, Wenwen should be practicing piano at home, right? As soon as she thought of Chu Yuan, a smile rippled across Zhao Rubing's originally serious and taut face. She picked up her cell phone and opened the surveillance of the piano practice room. The next second, bark! The cell phone fell to the ground. There was a strange man in the piano practice room? Zhao Ruobing installed surveillance in her home out of consideration for Chu Yuan's personal safety. This was the mindset of a single mom protecting her pups. It couldn't be more normal. She squatted down and picked up her cell phone. Her face steeply returned to the previous state of face like frost, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted. Although it was said that in the past 2 years, because of the company's rapid development, she had neglected Chu Yuan. But she knew her daughter's character and temperament. She was cheerful, lively, and had a clear sense of priorities. Even if she couldn't take care of her daily life, she understood and never complained about herself. She shouldn't have brought a strange man home for no reason. She looked at her cell phone again. In the surveillance screen, the strange man was pointing at Chu Yuan in front of the piano, saying something to her from time to time. Covered by the sound of the piano, there was no way for her to hear the conversation between the two. There was no way to do this with the real-time surveillance footage, so Zhao Ruobing chose to look back. In the surveillance outside the villa, a black Mercedes Big G drove into the garage. In the surveillance in the living room, Chu Yuan was talking and laughing with Su Jie. Seeing this, Zhao Ruobing finally figured out Su Jie's identity. Mr. Su? One called him teacher? Why haven't I seen it before? Could it be that Wen hired a piano teacher herself? In Zhongnan City, even the neighboring cities and provincial capitals, we've inquired about famous piano teachers, and there doesn't seem to be one with the surname Su? Hearing Chu Yuan call Su Jie Su's teacher, Zhao Ruobing's face finally turned a little better. As long as it wasn't a messy person, it was fine. She didn't recognize Su Jie. The average parent, who could remember the class teacher and the main teacher of the class, was already very good, who would remember a gym teacher, music teacher, or something like that. Except for special circumstances. Therefore, it was normal for Zhao Ruobing to not recognize Su Jie. Although from the current surveillance video it looked like this teacher had come over to teach Chu Yuan piano. However, as a single mother, Zhao Ruobing still instinctively felt a bit of a blockage in her heart. It had been 3 years since she divorced Chu Yuan. All one knew was that they had separated peacefully. That was the last of her friendship with Chu Yaji, and out of protection for one. Chu Yuan still didn't know that the two divorced, but it was actually her father, Chu Light Fanatic, who had another woman outside. Regarding the matter of her ex-husband Chu Lightning having other women outside, Zhao Ruobing actually didn't feel that bad. The two of them met on the university campus of one of the 5 Chinese universities. She was the school flower and he was the school bully. From knowing each other, and loving each other, they have traveled through many years of stormy times. But the divine couple in the eyes of outsiders, in fact, as early as 7 or 8 years ago, there was already a crack in the relationship. That year, Zhao Ruobing was well prepared and started a business. That year, Chu Like Crazy was full of ambition and was promoted to director. Should be envious of the family, career double harvest, but because of the appearance of a woman to break the balance. When Chu Qing Mania was in school, she was a high school student majoring in finance. The year she graduated, she was recruited to join Huanyu Capital. Huanyu Capital is a world-renowned venture capital organization, mainly engaged in seed round and angel round venture capital. It has once invested in Penguin, Beijing West, and other giant enterprises that are familiar to the people of China. Being able to enter Huanyu Capital as a freshman, Chu Lightning's skills naturally spoke for themselves. After a few years of practicing, he managed to rise to the position of director of the department before he turned 35. It was also in that year that he met a girl who had just graduated. Chapter 73 Mr. Su's Piano Attainment. In the piano practice room, Su Jie smiled. He was not at all offended that Chu Yuan wanted to see how good his piano level was in this way. Didn't this just show how lively and resourceful her mind was? Su Jie couldn't be happier. He walked forward and first reached out to touch the spotless grand piano. This was an August piano made in Germany, elegant and generous in appearance, with elaborate and well-made materials inside. August Piano is a German piano brand with a history of more than 100 years. It has been famous for its elegant appearance and pleasant chorus all over the world. In order to pursue excellent quality and performance, the production process, such as hanging strings, drilling holes and other processes, are the most advanced robots to complete the work, which is much more accurate than manual labor. As a result, August brand pianos have been loved by piano players all over the world. Naturally, it is also very expensive and not affordable for the average family. The official price of the August K59 model piano in the practicing room exceeded $1 million. This information naturally appeared in Su Jie's mind as soon as he touched the piano. There's nothing too wrong with your sitting posture or fingering, Su Jie said with a smile. But an elementary scale practice mistake like touching the keys on the side of your pinky finger, thus destroying the shape of your hand and affecting the rhythm, shouldn't happen to you. One time would be just fine, but during the performance just now, this kind of low-level mistake even appeared 3 times. Compared to this, those of yours due to the lack of familiarity with the score, the rawness of the rhythmic changes and the lack of emotional flow are all unsurprising in my opinion. Although Soo Jia knew that Chu Yeon was deliberately quizzing himself, he didn't directly pick it apart. Just take the test, just point out all the problems directly to you, right? It's not difficult. Chu Yeon sat on her chair and looked up at Soo Jia in surprise. Teacher Su's level could be ah. He actually pointed out all the problems in her playing. Even many of the problems that she herself had not realized, Soo Jia pointed them out one by one. Just this ear, eyesight, and insight alone made Chu Yeon think that Mr. Su's piano level should not be weaker than those famous piano teachers who taught her in the past. Mr. Su's real job was a physical education teacher, right? Not only can he teach languages, mathematics and foreign languages, politics, history and geography, but he also has such a high level of piano attainment? How could this not make Chu Yeon surprised? Come, you play it again. Soo Jia said with a smile, this time, I'll stand beside you, and I'll directly call a halt if there's something wrong. Thus, the scene seen in Zhao Ruobing's surveillance video appeared. The current Soo Jia was a solid master piano player. His understanding of piano playing was naturally much higher than today's Chu Yeon. Chu Yeon had passed the 8th grade of piano at the age of 17, which was actually already very good. But Soo Jia was aware of her talent. He knew that Chu Yeon still had a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, Chu Yeon was Soo Jia's student, so the evaluation of very good was not enough. As the most gifted piano student in senior class 9, Soo Jia planned to maximize her strengths. At the very least, she will have to go to the Golden Hall in Vienna to give an independent piano recital. At that time, all the students in the class would still have to be called. Soo Jia was teaching while he was rambling. After the song, Chu Yeon, who was the party involved, was shocked. After Mr. Su's coaching, when she played it for the second time, the completeness of the entire piece, the control of the rhythm, and the flow of emotions at the right time had all improved very much from the first time. The first time around, although there were some places she had deliberately played wrong, she really wasn't familiar and skillful enough with the entire piece. She was surprised to find that Mr. Su's level of teaching piano playing was really no less than those of her previous piano teachers. In certain aspects, he was even better. For example, the most important aspects of playing the piano were rhythm control and emotional flow. She was curious, Mr. Su's understanding of piano playing was so deep, what would it be like if he actually played it? So she turned her head sideways and asked with a smile, Teacher Su, can you play this piece as well, so that I can know my shortcomings and gaps? At Chu Yeon's request, Soo Jia smiled and nodded, yes. Thus, Chu Yeon got up and stood aside. Soo Jia, on the other hand, smiled and sat down. Today was his first time playing the piano, but he wasn't nervous at all, calmness written all over his face. For others, playing the piano didn't just require talent, such as the length and dexterity of the fingers. In addition to that, it also requires years and years of hard practice. You had to have learned in practice to play the piano, and practicing was very important. Not practicing was a quick way to regress. There is a saying circulating in the circle of piano performers that if you don't practice for 1 day, you know it, if you don't practice for 2 days, your peers know it, and if you don't practice for 3 days, the audience knows it. This was true even for world-class piano performers, not to mention others. Just now, when Chu Yeon played for the first time, some of the mistakes in some places were because she hadn't practiced the piano for a while, plus she didn't have enough familiarity with the piece. But Soo Jia was different. He was the man who had opened up. What long years of practicing? There was absolutely no need for it. He sat down in front of the piano, clasped his hands together, moved his fingers, and threw the sheet music he had set up directly to the side. This action of his left Chu Yeon dumbfounded. Teacher Su actually didn't look at the sheet music? This was the second piece of the world-famous Hungarian Rhapsody. How could he have memorized it all in his head? It was too much of an exaggeration. Soo Jia naturally didn't know what Chu Yeon was thinking. His eyes narrowed slightly, he took a deep breath, and his entire spirit steeply shook. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and a crazy aura unique to top-level piano players instantly rose up. The higher the level of the piano player, the more crazy the state will appear when playing. What the amateur sees as madness is actually a state of playing. Only performers with a certain level of musicality, skill, and emotion can enter that realm of intoxication. This was the case for Soo Jia at this moment. Dang! The clear and cold sound of the zither rang out. At times it was soothing, at times it was rapid, at times it was cheerful, at times it was dull. At times it was as lofty and majestic as a mountain, and at times it was like the flowing water of a great river, gushing endlessly. From the moment Soo Jia struck the first note, Chu Yeon was amazed to find that Mr. Su's playing was a world away from what she had just played, like a child babbling. The notes were all the same. What was different was the rhythm and the feeling. This difference, not to mention Chu Yeon, could be heard by any other ordinary person present who didn't know how to play the piano. This was the difference between an ordinary piano player and a top piano player. Chu Yeon was stunned. In the past, when her mom wasn't as busy as she is now, she would take her to concerts every year. She had seen the performances of the piano masters with her own eyes, and she was well aware of the gap between herself and the masters. At this moment, Chu Yuan's heart gave birth to a feeling. Mr. Su was a master. It would be absolutely fine for him to give a piano recital at this level. She even felt that it wouldn't be wrong for Mr. Su to compete with those world-class pianists. It was an exaggeration, but she felt that it was the truth. Chapter 74: Chu Yuan's Rejection. Chu Yuan's large eyes fluttered as she stared at Su Jia. There was shock, excitement, curiosity, and liking in her eyes. Yet, it was not the kind of fondness of a man and a woman. Although Mr. Su was tall and handsome, he was not her cup of tea. After the song. After a long time. Su Jia finally jumped out of that state of sound playing. This unrestrained feeling of indulging in the pinnacle of a particular art gave him a deeper level of realization of the art. Mr. Su, you're too good. Chu Yuan stood at the side, clapping one after another. It was just like when she used to listen to concerts, when those performers on stage finished playing. Mr. Su, how long have you been learning piano? Was there some piano master who taught you before? She applauded while asking curiously again. Su Jia looked at her clapping excitedly at the side. The corner of his mouth rose and said with a smile, a long time ago, self-taught, no one taught me. Chu Yuan's eyes widened, instantly choking on Su Jia's words. Self-taught? How can this be possible? How could a self-taught person reach such a high level? Wasn't that a joke that those of them who had spent a lot of money on piano lessons were all losers? Teacher Su must be joking. She couldn't believe that Su Jia's piano was self-taught. When Su Jia said that he was self-taught, there was actually nothing wrong with it. However, he had to add a few words in the middle of self-taught. He learned it through his own system. He didn't know that Chu Yuan would ask him this question. How could he answer? Honestly say that he had never learned the piano? It was all directly enhanced by the system? Mr. Su, you still have classes every day. Do you have time to practice the piano? Chu Yuan didn't take it seriously and continued to ask. When she was very young, she started learning the piano under her parents' guidance. She was aware of the kind of hard work that a performer did in a minute on stage and 10 years off stage. If Mr. Su was still teaching only physical education like before, he would have had a lot of free time to practice the piano, right? But now being their homeroom teacher? And teaching all their classes? Chu Yuan felt that he shouldn't have time to practice the piano. If he didn't have time to practice, how could he maintain such a high standard of playing? Could it be that? Su Jia naturally didn't know what was going on in Chu Yuan's head. He smiled and shook his head. Where is the time? I have to give you guys lessons. Chu Yuan, who had received Su Jia's exact reply, had a look of realization. In her heart, she already regarded Su Jia as the kind of piano player with outstanding talent. It was impossible for an average person to play the piano without practicing day in and day out to maintain it at a high level. But there were always gifted piano masters who could adjust before a performance and in the shortest possible time, even if they did not have the means to practice every day. She thought of Su Jia as this kind of person. Chu Yuan even felt that Mr. Su shouldn't change his job. How hard it was to be a teacher, how good would it be to just quit and go on a world tour? Moreover, Teacher Su's singing was still so good, wouldn't playing and singing at the same time be a perfect match? In her mind, images of Su Jia touring the world had already appeared. It had to be said that Chu Yuan's brainstorming ability was really a masterpiece. Alright, that's all we'll teach today. Your talent is very good. As long as you keep practicing, I'm sure you'll soon pass the 9th and 10th grade exams. Su Jia glanced at the time, 5 o'clock, after teaching for 2 hours. It's okay. I'll come and teach you every week at this time in the future, how about it? Su Jia asked with a smile. Really? Great, Mr. Su. Chu Yuan cheered. If there's any piano performance competition, you can also go and participate in it. I'll grant you leave at that time. Su Jia added. But to his great surprise, Chu Yuan shook her head. No. Teacher Su, the piano is just my hobby. I still want to study culture properly. Su Jia was surprised when he heard this. Chu Yuan possessed an excellent talent for the piano and had started learning the piano at a very young age. However, her academic talent was not considered good, and it was unlikely that she would want to get into a better university. Under these circumstances, she even refused the privilege of playing the piano on command given to her by Su Jia, the homeroom teacher. Don't you like playing the piano? Su Jia asked. I like it. But I don't want to make a living out of it. Chu Yuan replied. So capricious? Su Jia raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously, can you tell teacher why? This was the first time he had encountered Chu Yuan in this situation. My dad and my mom are both high achievers. I want to be like them. So, I want to study hard and walk a path that they walked, instead of becoming some pianist. She said, running her hair a little embarrassedly. But I don't seem to have inherited mom and dad's talent for learning at all, and I've never been able to learn. Sometimes I wonder if I was picked up by mom and dad. This. Su Jia froze. When it was first announced in class that Li Hao and Li Hu didn't need to attend class, weren't you quite active? explaining to himself that he was a grade 8 piano player. It was also at that time that he learned of Chu Yuan's piano talent. Later, when she was elected class president of class 9, Su Jie went along with the plan to teach her to play the piano. Now the opportunity for her to develop her best talent was in front of her, yet she refused? Su Jie was completely unable to understand her brain circuits. It was normal for him not to understand. The influence of the family of origin on a child's subtle influence was extremely far-reaching and deep into the marrow. This influence, however, was often overlooked. Chu Yuan knew from a young age that her mom and dad were among the stormy figures during her student days. Grandparents would often tell her about their excellence when they were in school. She had seen many of her parents' classmates whom she called uncles and aunts. Each one of them impressed her with their mannerisms and temperament. She wanted to be in their category. Su Jie had a problem. How to deal with this? He didn't have much of a clue for a while, so he changed the subject and said, "You're home alone, what about dinner? Order takeout? Well, there's a restaurant in Wanda that has good Sichuan food, I often order it." Chu Yuan said with a smile. "Let's go, teacher will take you to the store to eat, it's fresher than ordering takeout." Su Jie said with a smile. Chu Yuan didn't refuse, she had already thought about it. When her mom came back, she would ask her for money to give to teacher Su as a fee for teaching her piano. Although she also had money in her small treasury, it was her money, and she, the little money grubber, wouldn't touch it. After the meal, after sending Chu Yuan back home, Su Jie drove back to his home in the city. On the way, he turned on the traffic radio and heard a rough voice coming out. "What level is Dragon Country Soccer at now? Just a few people, Yu Zhao XX or whatever are playing fullback. Can he play? Can't play. He doesn't have the ability, you know? After losing Tai and then IU, then Meng, no one will lose next." Chapter 75 Morning reading and watching the ball game. Soccer is the #1 sport in the world. But never the #1 sport in the Dragon Kingdom. When Su Jie heard the news of the men's soccer team's big loss on the radio, there were no waves at all inside. He even wanted to laugh a little. This was the attitude of a normal Dragon Nation person towards the men's soccer team. There was no regret, no sadness, no anger. There is just calm. And Geneva, money back. Why can't the men's soccer team in the Dragon Kingdom work? Su Jie, as a physical education teacher and a former member of the national long jump team, naturally thought about this question. Because the talent does not work? Stop it. Dragon Country was a country with a population of over 1 billion people. There were definitely geniuses among them who were born with amazing bones and were suitable for playing soccer. Just like Chu Xiaoran. There were definitely more than just Chu Xiaoran who possessed unbelievable soccer talent. This is something that Su Jie has never doubted and has always believed in. And not just soccer, basketball, sprinting, high jumping, and so on, all the sports, in the Dragon Country's huge population base below, must have or once had a counterintuitive talent of people appear. But what's the difference between having talent and not being able to cash in on it and having no talent at all? Just like Chu Xiaoran, born with a demonic level of soccer talent. But he didn't like soccer since he was a kid, and there was no environment for him to grow up in, so the end result is to waste this demonic level of talent for nothing, isn't it? If he was born in Argentina, Portugal? That is certainly the next Messi, see Luoa. No need to be skeptical? The development of soccer in the Dragon Kingdom has long since entered an extremely vicious cycle. No one to play, poor results, bad reputation, no one to play. Such a cycle repeats itself from generation to generation. Tracing back to the origin, the toy of soccer was invented by our ancestors. Even though modern soccer originated in the West, our people in the Dragon State is not less than their arms and legs. What about breaking out of Asia and going global? Now we're at the bottom of Asia. Playing soccer? What's the point of playing ball? The most fundamental, no one to play, not because the talent is not good, but there is no environment to discover these children with talent. The youth development of soccer in the Dragon Kingdom has never been done. The lack of good soccer coaches at the grassroots level, the lack of solid fundamentals of young players, once they become adults and their skills are set, they will not be able to adapt to high-intensity competition. Look at those who eat sea cucumbers, a big belly, flower bladder, can play soccer as a ghost. But off the mark, such a bunch of boozehounds are the national team selected by the entire Dragon Nation? Isn't it outrageous? Outrageous to the core. No one kicked the matter, in Su Jie's opinion, is the need for the national level to scrape the bones and heal the wounds. Must be cleaned from top to bottom, meritocracy, in order to be able to develop in the future. Unfortunately, this first step is stuck. Bone scraping? Drinking hemlock to quench the thirst. What's the point of naturalizing different skins now if not to quench the thirst? From top to bottom, it's all rotten. If you can't do the first step, there's no need to talk about the rest. Su Jie listened to the post-game commentary on the radio, and remembering Chu Xiaoran's demonic talent, he had an idea in his heart. Chu Xiaoran is his sports committee member, and practicing long jump, Su Jie to him, there is a natural sense of closeness. This kid's cultural lessons are sparse, but he is a very good person. In his student days, it was impossible for someone with that kind of weird personality to become the head of a certain clique. Unless that small group is full of perverts. Wang Xiyuan, this kind of imperial city borrowed boy, could call Chu Xiaoran brother Ran. How good his temperament is can also be seen from this. After seeing Chu Xiaoran's talent on the basketball court that day, Su Jia has been thinking about how to train him. Su Jia was, after all, a teenage genius who had once been selected for the national team at the age of 17. Whether it's the city sports bureau or the provincial sports bureau, there are actually his senior brothers and sisters who are working in it. It wouldn't be difficult for him to stuff Chu Xiaoran into some soccer team if he wanted to. But he had never had such an idea. Wouldn't that be ruining people? With this domestic cultivation mechanism, Chu Xiaoran was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go in for long before his talent was directly destroyed. This was something Su Jia had no doubt about. The current Chu Xiaoran is already 17 years old. At this age, if you don't get in touch with soccer, if your talent is high, it won't mean anything. Being 80 years old and possessing unmatched talent is also a crock of. It's definitely not realistic to cultivate it at home. Then go abroad. Must also be as soon as possible. Su Jia made up his mind in his mind, and a great cultivation plan gradually took shape in his mind. General Fan's famous quote exploded all over the internet overnight. On Monday morning, during his morning run, Su Jia heard some of the students in his class talking. Did you brush up on the video yesterday? The men's soccer team lost miserably, and General Fan was crowned a god overnight. Saw it. Last night's Jiayin was full of short videos playing with terriers. Hey, I did not expect my great country even to find if you can play soccer or not. Do you play soccer? I do not play soccer. Serious people who will play soccer. Playing men's soccer in the Dragon Kingdom is worse than being a whore. Crap. Your analogy is awesome. Ha 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 ha. After the morning run, Su Jia led the team back to the classroom. He stood on the podium and said to the students with a smile, "Class, for today's morning reading time, let's do something else." Ah? No morning reading today? Then what do we do, Mr. Su? The students of class 9 looked at Su Jia curiously. Su Jia laughed. Watch the game. What? Watching a ball game? Did I hear it right? As soon as Su Jia's words left his mouth, his classmates murmured. He didn't care about the cacophony below, but opened the multimedia and played the video of the ball game he downloaded last night. The black and white screen was dotted with snowflakes. A match between the men's soccer team of the Dragon Kingdom and the men's soccer team of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was in progress. The commentator's passionate commentary still lifted people's spirits even though they were separated by a distant time and space. Make sure to utilize the width of the field, play more behind the ball, and play more direct passes. Yes, that's it. The ball went in, beautiful. There was no path on the soccer field, he used his legs to make a path for himself. Beautiful. Winning. Rokoku 3 o'clock Sakura. The videos of the ball games that Su Jia intercepted were not too long. These matches were all precious images of the Dragon Nation men's soccer team's campaign in Asia in the 1980s. Some of these images were even older than the students' parents. Game after game. Victory over Sakura, victory over Sha, victory over Korea. Absolute superiority, sweeping through Southeast Asia. The former Dragon Nation men's soccer team was also in existence that saw whoever it could destroy in Asia. But such a history, not to mention the students, was completely unknown to Su Jia. He chose to play these images during the morning reading in order to strike while the iron was hot. To take advantage of the heat of the men's soccer team's fiasco to teach the students a lesson. Chapter 76, Li Hao's Progress. The men's soccer team of the Dragon Kingdom had also dominated Asia. It was a history that few people knew today. This history was very short and had many objective factors. For example, the overall level of Asian soccer at that time was low. We can only be regarded as a short man inside the generals, not that the strength at that time has been able to compete with those soccer powers. But the most fundamental reason is actually the people who play soccer. In those days, the men's soccer team's heart is still loaded with the motherland, and the idea of fighting for the country, and do not care about the money more or less, full of energy, self-reliance. In those days, the leaders were also honest, fair, and just, fighting for the country, personal interests aside. Whereas now, from top to bottom, everywhere exudes the smell of copper. After the video was played, the students talked a lot. So the men's soccer team was once strong? Yeah, who knows? I usually love to watch football, but it's all about the Champions League, the Big Five and so on, and I really don't know this history. This video is probably older than my dad, right? I've never seen such crummy picture quality when I watched the old NBA. It was a fool's errand to think that relying on a few videos would inspire students to love the game of soccer. Su Jia also never expected a single morning reading to change the long-deposited disappointment and indifference towards the Longhua men's soccer team. He knew that everything was difficult at the beginning. These videos this morning were just the beginning of him taking advantage of the heat of the men's soccer team's big loss to give the students a new understanding of the sport of soccer. It was only the first step in a long journey of 10,000 miles. Are there any students in our class who like to play soccer? After the video was played and there were still a few minutes before class ended, Sujie stood on the podium and asked with a smile. Swish, swish, swish. 8 people raised their hands. 45 students, 8 liked to play soccer. This ratio was considered normal. Sujie swept a glance. Among them was Changgu, the boy who was 167 and wasn't afraid of the cold in winter. There was Jo Kai, the class 9 vice president who liked to watch fan and had average talent. There were a few of them, and the general characteristic was that they were not very tall. Sujie knew that this was the far-reaching impact of the boys' soccer team being too stinky and having a bad reputation. Boys who were slightly taller and like sports would mostly choose to play basketball. Those who are not that tall and like sports will choose soccer. It had to be said that this was a kind of sadness. Changgu, do you know this history in the video? Sujie walked off the podium and came to his side and asked. Changgu shook his head. Mr. Su, we play soccer. Who watches men's soccer? Doesn't he smell good in the Big 5 leagues? Teacher Su, I know. Jo Kai, who was not far away, suddenly said. Oh? Sujie looked at Jo Kai in surprise. In the past, when I was tired of watching fans, I swiped the goal highlights occasionally. Jo Kai scratched his head and said. Studying hard to get ahead and having one's own hobbies, the two were not in conflict. Jo Kai's talent was average, but outside of studying, he would also play soccer, watch sports, and swipe his cell phone. Then tell me, why was the Dragon Country men's soccer team able to dominate Asia at that time? As he spoke, Sujie had already walked over to Jo Kai's side. Feel free to play, say whatever you want. Jo Kai thought for a moment, then said. Mr. Su, the men's soccer team in this video is actually not at a very good level. But they have a hustle in them that the current soccer players don't have. Not a wimp at all if they don't give in. The teamwork, too, is a few notches higher than now. Sujie smiled and patted Jo Kai's shoulder. Classmate Jo Kai said it very well. Soccer is the #1 sport in the world. This is recognized worldwide. We are such a big country in Dragon Kingdom, but the development of soccer is far from keeping up. The reason for this, I believe many people have their own ideas. Today's language homework is to write out the aftermath of watching the video in the morning reading. Ha! So Mr. Su is here waiting for us. You're in high school and you have to write afterthoughts? Oh my god. Assigning the student's essay early in the morning naturally caused a wail. Sujie smiled and didn't care about them. As a class teacher, he naturally had to utilize every available opportunity to guide them correctly and teach them some truths about being a human being. At noon, the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Sujie, Shi Yunfeng, Li Hao, and Li Hu sat at a table. At the tables around them, Xu Xiaoran, Xu Yuan, Zhou Tao, Zhou Brigade, Wang Xiyuan. And other students were also there. Although Sujie said that Shi Yunfeng's lunch and dinner this month, he would be responsible for it. But Xu Yuan and the others listened and took it as an earful. There were still people who gave him meals. Sujie just said for them not to waste food, so he let them go and did not blame them. Wang Xiyuan's living expenses of 8,000 a month. Xu Yuan's family lives in the first mansion in Zhongnan. After a period of time, Sujie already knew that class 9 was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The students in the class are all very skillful. There are many more who are richer than him, Su. For them to have this innocence and kindness, Sujie's heart had actually been happy for a long time. Teacher Su, there are so many people adding me as friends recently. Li Hao sat across from Sujie and said while eating. There are anchors who specialize in OB Korean high-scoring games, saying that they want to introduce me to people from professional battle teams. There's also someone who directly claimed to be the manager of a professional battle team, saying that he wants to find me for a tryout. Oh? Sujie raised his eyebrows. What number did you play in Korean service? Second. Li Hao laughed. Teacher Su, I'm sure I'll be able to get to number 1 in the next 2 days. Sujie was startled. Li Hao had rushed the score, and it had only been 4 days full time. This was rushing to second in the Korean service? And there were OB anchors and people from professional battle teams looking for him? It wouldn't be star OB, would it? Chu Xiaoran from another table suddenly said, he's been obeying a high-scoring player in the Korean service recently. Seems to be called something like HXDZY? That wouldn't be you, would it? Li Hao's mouth grinned. Yeah, that's my Korean service ID. Hao wants to play professionally. Hey! When Li Hao finished speaking, a few exclamations of surprise came from the surroundings. Crap! It's really you! Bull batch! The second in Korean service is actually my classmate. What's second in Korean service? Didn't you hear what Rat said? He'll be number 1 soon. Right. I'm going to post a QQ update today. The number 1 in Korean service is actually my classmate. Ha ha ha. That's a good one. What about the national service? Sujie asked. At first, Li Hao himself boasted that he wanted to be the first in the Korean service and the national service. King of Glory 3 positions on the top 5. Li Hao smiled awkwardly. Cough, Mr. Su, there are too many high-ranking actors in the national service, it may take a while. Su Jie thought for a moment and said to him, Li Hao, if you believe in teacher, if there are people who contact you in the future, just send them my contact information and I'll contact them. Li Hao was, after all, only 16 years old, the younger set in class 9. The esports circle was a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and it was hard to tell the hearts of the people, so there was no guarantee that after someone contacted Li Hao, they would see that he was young, think that he was easy to fool, and use him as a money tree. Su Jie, as Li Hao's homeroom teacher, naturally has the responsibility and obligation to help Li Hao check. He didn't want his student to be cheated by those unscrupulous people. Li Hao happily nodded, Teacher Su, of course I trust you. Chapter 77, The Attention of Professional Battle Teams. Magic City, EDG Esports Club. Auxiliary Tianyi was chatting with manager Abu. Are you saying that this HXDZY's talent is even higher than Hu Xianjiao back then? Abu asked with a frown when he heard Tianyi's words. He was aware of this ID, HXDZY. A roadie who wasn't famous before. He had just recently hit second in the Korean service, causing quite a commotion in the League of Legends gaming circle. And with his momentum of rushing points, he would soon be able to take the gold-weighted title of number 1 in the Korean service. But Tianya's words still made it a little hard for Abu to believe. Hu Xianjiao used to be EDG's AD player, and although he had pulled it now, when he first started out, he was also topped with the name of a talented youngster. Once one of the LPL3 new generation AD, EDG's key cultivation object. In the year of his debut, he was able to suppress Jack Love and Walking a Monster, winning the best rookie of the year. Unfortunately, later on, he did not think of making progress and wasted his own future, and after leaving EDG, he accomplished nothing. Although he pulled it off now, no one could deny his talent back then. Well, I've ranked him before when I ranked. Tianyi, who wore glasses, said softly, very strong offensive pressure, very good operation. Such strong offensive suppression, I've only seen it in one person's body for so many years. When Abu heard such a high evaluation from Tianyi, his entire body shook with disbelief written all over his face. You mean? Well, it's YYDS. Tianyi nodded his head. As one of the top 3 assistants in the entire LPL, and the only slam player in the entire league, he still had the qualifications to evaluate the potential of a rookie AD. But for him to give such a high evaluation to this unheard of rookie player still made Abu very surprised. Have you friended him yet? Abu asked. I added him a long time ago, he has been charging points very hard lately, it seems that he has the intention to play professionally. Tianyi said. Abu thought for a moment, now that we have Park Taehyun on the team, I wonder if he'll be willing to come to our club now? Moreover, you've seen what happened to Hu Xianjiao in the past. Even if the talent is high, no one can stop him from degrading himself. He used to be the one who assisted Hu Xianjiao, so he naturally knew the entire process of this talented youngster from his debut in the limelight to his subsequent silence. Tianyi nodded. Anyway, I've already told you about his situation, it's still up to you guys to decide whether or not to give him a chance to try out. Magic City, IG Esports Club. Battle Team Manager Li Wenjing looked at the scouting report brought over by his men and frowned. Genius AD? Korean service messy kill? Opposite line pressure pulling full? A second Jack Love? Even stronger? Zhang Rue is indeed difficult to satisfy the boss, let's contact this little player first and see. Making up his mind, he made a call to his men. Magic City, RNG Esports Club. Caliba, you got super ghosted by the opposite side's ADC? That much of a dish? He. The gaming socialite Shi Sin-ming was mercilessly taunting his AD player Chen Wei. Chen Wei, where's your hang? Center single Li Yuanhao teased. Chen Wei tilted his head, hummed lightly, and didn't say anything. Rongqing, AL Esports Club. In an office, manager Guan Shan was chatting with battle team star scout Gao Liang. AL Esports Club, the former Grand Theft Warriors, was later acquired by AG Esports Club and renamed to AL. Saying AL might not be understood by many people, but when it comes to AG Ultra Gaming Club, there will be many players who know about it. Under the banner of AG, it has divisions for several popular games such as Crossfire, King's Honor, CSGO, and Peace Elite. The Hero League division, AL, was not conspicuous among them. The team hadn't been built for a long time and hadn't had any notable achievements. However, their style of going forward and daring to fight still attracted a very large number of passerby viewers. You're saying he'll be able to rush to the number 1 spot in the Korean service in the next 2 days? The manager, Guan Shan, was a young man in his 30s who had previously worked as an analyst and coach. Well, this HXDZY, I've been following him for a while. Star Scout Gao Liang was a young man in his 20s who had previously worked as a professional player for a while. I've checked his rank record, he didn't play a lot in the past, but he's also played up to the 15th in Korean service. These past few days, he's been desperately ranked, online from morning to night. Rushing points very quickly. Guan Shan listened and frowned slightly. Not a youth trainee player from another team? Gao Liang nodded. No, I've already inquired about all of them, and there are people from other battle teams contacting him as well. Then have you added him as a friend yet? Guan Shan asked.
Only added it this morning. Gao Liang replied. Not a youth trainee from another battle team, nor any anchor, a pure newcomer? Could it be another AD genius that came out of nowhere?
Guan Shan was somewhat incredulous. It was a fact known throughout the League of Legends circle that the LPL abounded in talented ADs. Well, it should be a genius that just appeared.
This is our chance.
Gao Liang's eyes were filled with anticipation. AL's results were bad, and their management was under a lot of pressure. AG wasn't some small fry either. All the other game divisions had had results at one time or another, just their League of Legends division hadn't, which made them all hold their hearts in their mouths.
Hey, this kind of player won't necessarily pick us. Our Hero Alliance division, the base is still too weak.
Guan Shan sighed as he heard Gao Liang's words.
People moved up, water flowed down.
Being able to enter a big club and receive more formal and harsh training would naturally play a very huge role in the growth of a new player.
Let's chat first and see if we can add a QQ, WeChat, or something. Not discouraged in the slightest, Gao Liang continued.
Li Hao's Korean service ranking, after rising at a rate visible to the naked eye, had already attracted the attention of the talent scouts and managers of several League of Legends esports clubs. Many people had added him as a friend in the game, wanting to establish contact with him.
The second class in the afternoon was a physical education class.
A few minutes before class started, Su Jia brought Chu Xiaoran to the equipment room.
Mr. Su, what are we playing today? Chu Xiaoran followed behind Su Jia and asked with a smile, why don't you teach us how to play basketball? Su Jia walked to a pile of soccer balls, pointed and said, today, teach you guys to play soccer. Ha! Chu Xiaoran had a disappointed look on his face. Su Jia looked at his lost look and was angry and amused. You brat, do you know what a good soccer talent you possess? Hearing about playing soccer was actually this beat-up expression. Have you played soccer before? Su Jia asked.
Chu Xiaoran nodded and said, kicked there were soccer classes in elementary school and middle school.
How was the kicking? Su Jia asked again. Not bad. Not just carrying the ball over people, shooting, and scoring goals? Too simple, not much fun. Still, basketball is fun. Chapter 78, Inviting a general is better than stimulating a general. Su Jia was speechless. Too simple, not interesting? Are these the words of a human being?
God rewarded you with food, and you just want to smash the bowl.
This is what Su Jia is thinking right now.
This kid's talent is there, but he still lacks sharpening and frustration.
You used to play soccer well?
Su Jia raised his eyebrows and asked with a disbelieving face.
Chu Xiaoran grinned, I don't know if it's good or not, anyway, I didn't meet anyone better than me in elementary school or middle school. Su Jia cut, then why don't you kick it? Just because it's too easy?
Chu Xiaoran could see that Teacher Su didn't believe what he said. A helpless bitter smile appeared on his face.
Teacher Su, who in their right mind plays soccer? He patted his chest and said, with this body of mine, how cool is it to play basketball? How many fangirls are around the basketball court? How pleasing to the eye.
The soccer field can only be surrounded by a bunch of old men.
I'm not going there. Su Jia shook his head, you play soccer to pick up girls?
He suddenly thought of something and then asked, right, the teacher who discovered your long jump talent before, did he know that you play soccer well?
He was thinking, Chu Xiaoran, a special sports student, was brought by a coach, and the person who brought him before didn't find out that he was good at soccer?
Chu Xiaoran scratched his head. My previous coach has also seen my soccer level, and said that if I practiced properly, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for me to play in the first division. But he didn't advise me to play soccer.
Because in the country, playing well won't be of much use, you'll only be scolded by others.
He told me that playing soccer has no future, so he brought me to practice long jump.
Crap. Su Jia was shocked beyond words. This is okay?
Long jump and soccer, the PowerPoint of these two sports is actually not quite the same. The long jump, with the calf as the main focus, the thigh is a supplement. It's all about the explosive power of the moment of jumping. Therefore, many long jump athletes, their legs are very slender.
Soccer is not the same, the thighs dominate the power, calves outbreak speed, both are indispensable.
Therefore, like Messi, C. Luo and other superstars, their thighs are thick and strong, extremely developed. Chu Xiaoran's height is 183, taller than Messi and shorter than C. Luo, and the proportion and coordination of his calves and thighs is the most exaggerated Su Jia has ever seen. Chu Xiaoran's former coach only taught him the long jump, not letting him go that way in soccer. Su Jia can also understand. He can only say that it is a conscientious coach, preferring Chu Xiaoran to practice the long jump with inferior talent, but also not letting him enter the men's soccer circle as a big dyke. Of course, he wasn't like Su Jia, able to see Chu Xiaoran's talent at a glance. Su Jia realized that, originally, Chu Xiaoran is not able to play football, just discover his long jump talent of the coach, do not recommend him to take the road of soccer.
Domestic, and how many people like Chu Xiaoran?
Obviously have heavenly soccer talent, but because of various reasons, cannot set foot on the green field. Thinking about it this way, the Dragon Country men's soccer team is quite sad. The physical quality of sports specialties is generally better than the average student. They are not willing to play soccer. How can the grassroots produce talent? Chu Xiaoran said so. More inspired Su Jia want to cultivate his ambition. Inviting the general is definitely not much of a play than the general. So, Su Jia said with a smile, you kid. Long jump is okay, forget about basketball. You don't have that skill. Chu Xiaoran is really like to play basketball, just talent can only be considered good. 183 head, in the school can play big front, to the professional tournament, this height is not the existence of people brush points? He listened to Su Jia's words, his waist was straightened, Teacher Su, I play basketball well too. He was unconvinced. Good my ass. Su Jia laughed, on your level of basketball, even our class last week's brigade played better than you. People can get into the varsity team, how about you? Chu Xiaoran wanted to argue with reason, but after he thought about it, what Mr. Su said seemed to be the truth. Zhou Brigade is also one of their group, height 188, weight 80 kilograms, good physical quality, good jump, the basketball court rampage, known as Xinzhong Junior James. He is not a special student in sports, but in the first year of high school into the school team, basketball is really better than him. Chu Xiaoran could not refute. Before he could think of something to say, Su Jia then proceeded to tease. You and Lu Pang and a few of them, skipping classes to play ball, are just vegetable and pretentious, you know that, right? Speaking of basketball alone, Manhwa is playing better than you. It was because he was familiar with Chu Xiaoran and knew his character that Su Jia would tease him like this. To other students, Su Jia wouldn't talk to him like this. For each different student, after understanding their preferences and character, it is necessary to use different educational methods and approaches. Radicalization didn't necessarily work for other people, but for Chu Xiaoran, it was still possible. Chu Xiaoran's neck was red. If it wasn't for Mr. Su, he might have lost his temper. The so-called one thing leads to another is just like that. He was practicing long jump, and Su Jia was also practicing long jump. At his age, Su Jia was already in the national team. He was convinced by Su Jia. Later, when Su Jia became the class teacher of class 9, his unusual way of leading the class even made his favorability towards Su Jia rise by a large margin. Therefore, he was willing to listen to Su Jia's words. If a different teacher had come, he would have given up and left. You said you play soccer well, let's go, let me see. Su Jia said with a smile. If you're really good at kicking, I'll send you to Europe to kick. Chu Xiaoran froze. What did Mr. Su mean by that? Is he so optimistic about me playing soccer? He didn't think much about it and helped Su Jia pick up the mesh bag containing the soccer ball and walk towards the playground. Today in this class, we'll have a soccer lesson. After Su Jia assembled the students of class 9, he said to them with a smile. I believe that you should have all had soccer lessons when you were in elementary and middle school. The basic running with the ball, passing, crossing, shooting and such, you should all know. It doesn't matter if you're familiar with it or not, this class is mainly for you to have a deeper impression of soccer. The students of class 9, listening to Su Jia's words, were a little uncertain. What deep impression could there be in a soccer class? It was only what happened next that once again left the students of class 9 dumbfounded. Dunking the ball to change direction, man ball crossing, sharp stop and change of direction crossing, Marseille pirouette, stepping on the bicycle, shaking the cow's tail to cross. Toe, foot side, foot back, foot center, heel. On the green field, their Mr. Su was like an omnipotent deity, changing magic tricks. Changgu and Zhou Kai, a few people who usually love to play soccer, surrounded by the crowd, failed to stop Su Jia. Even those who didn't know much about soccer had heard of King Maradona's legendary passes. The scene in front of him was so similar to the one in the image. It turned out that not only was Mr. Su good at basketball, he was also so good at soccer. Not only was Mr. Su good at sports, he was also able to teach them culture. The students of class 9 only thought, is there anything Mr. Su can't do? Among the crowd, the one who was most shocked was still Chu Xiaoran, the sports committee member. It wasn't that he didn't know how to play soccer, he just didn't think there was any future in playing soccer in the country. Whether you play well or poorly, you'll be scolded. Then who would be willing to rush in? On the green field, he also joined the team defending Su Jia. But even with a few of them joining in, Su Jia was still in no man's land, dishing the ball, crossing people, and shooting. Inside his heart, for the first time, he was not so repulsed by the sport of soccer. Chapter 79 Respecting Your Choices. Many high schools didn't have soccer classes. Usually in physical education classes, the physical education teacher would just bring in soccer balls from the equipment room and let the kids who liked to play soccer play freely. Manhwa High School was the same. The fact that Su Jia gave them soccer lessons also made the students very surprised. In their memories, it seemed like there was no physical education class in high school that was dedicated to soccer. In the process of teaching, Su Jia realized that Chu Xiaoran's basic skills were still okay. Running with the ball, disking the ball, crossing, shooting. The movements were very smooth, not dragging at all. To be able to play like this without playing much soccer, it really is called a talent. What he lacked was fine polishing and practical exercises. After class, Chu Xiaoran helped pack up the soccer ball and sent it back to the equipment room with Su Jie. On the way, Su Jie then said with a smile, "You do play soccer well, at least better than you play basketball." Chu Xiaoran was embarrassed. "Mr. Su, are you praising me or damaging me? Your former coach was right, with your talent, if you polish it up a bit, it won't be a problem to play in the first division. Even in my opinion, you can totally go to the top 5 leagues to play soccer," Su Jie said with a smile while walking. Chu Xiaoran heard this and was filled with surprise. He didn't know why teacher Su was so optimistic about him playing soccer. What happened to playing soccer in the country he had been witnessing since he was born? For him to play in some first division league, to be honest, he wasn't very interested. But Mr. Su actually said that he could play in the top 5 leagues? Even though he didn't play soccer, he still loved watching ball games. Most of all, his dad and his grandfather were hardcore soccer fans. Unfortunately, one Blues fan and one Red Devils fan. From the league to the cup, the two never stopped arguing. Chu Xiaoran grew up with his ear to the ground, and he has watched all the major leagues, the European Cup, the Champions League, the America's Cup, and the World Cup. He does not play soccer, and there is also a large part of the reason here. His father, his grandfather, only watch the ball, do not play football, then he also only watch the ball, do not play football. And having gotten used to watching high-level competition in other people's homes, then watching a pool of dead water in his own country. This kind of strong contrast really makes people's hearts clogged. One person to save Dragon Country's soccer? Chu Xiaoran had never had such an idea. Teacher Su, just me still going to play in the top 5 leagues? Too much of an exaggeration, right? Chu Xiaoran laughed and shook his head. Su Jie turned his head sideways and glanced at him before saying, "Chu Xiaoran, what do you think of my long jump level?" Chu Xiaoran froze. He didn't know why Teacher Su suddenly asked him this. Teacher Su's current level of long jump was definitely not working. But back then, he had also been the top player in the domestic long jump event, entering the national team at the age of 17. He had participated in the national games, the Asian Games, and the Olympics. He had always felt that Mr. Su coming to Manhwa Middle School as a physical education teacher was simply condescending. With his level and achievements, the National Sports Bureau might be enough, but it shouldn't be hard to get a job in the Provincial Sports Bureau. Chu Xiaoran didn't know why he would come back as a physical education teacher. Sometimes he thought that Mr. Su might be like a hermit in a martial arts novel, disliking the grudges of the Jianghu and choosing to live in seclusion. "Teacher Su, your long jump level needs no comment?" Chu Xiaoran's mouth grinned. "You're my idol. With a best score of 8 meters and 35 meters, I don't have much hope of touching the edge of 8 meters in my life." Su Jie smiled and shook his head. "As you know, almost every school has sports specialists. What you can achieve on the road of long jump, honestly, the teacher is able to see that limit. Have you noticed that the ratio of your thighs and calves is not quite the same as other long jumpers?" Chu Xiaoran scratched his head. "There were coaches who told me so before. In my opinion, you are more suitable to develop in the direction of soccer." Su Jie turned his head and said in a serious manner. Looking at Teacher Su's sudden seriousness, Chu Xiaoran froze. This was not the first time that Teacher Su had told himself that he was suitable for soccer. Teacher Su even said that he could go to the top 5 leagues to play soccer? Could it be that these weren't jokes on his part? For a while, Chu Xiaoran was skeptical about his choice of sports. Could it be that he really wasn't suitable for practicing long jump, but instead suitable for practicing soccer? Su Jie looked at Chu Xiaoran's frozen appearance and continued to strike the iron while it was hot. "If you believe in your teacher, I can personally teach you to play soccer. And I will use my connections to help you find European talent scouts and let them test your soccer talent." This. Chu Xiaoran's heart was shaken to the core. Teacher Su actually said that for his own sake, he would find European talent scouts to test his soccer talent? His mom and dad's grandparents had never been this attached to him either. He had a bit of a sore nose, but he held it back at once. Shedding tears in front of Mr. Su, wouldn't that be humiliating? "You don't have to answer me right away, after you go back, think about it," Su Jie added. "If you choose to play soccer, then it's what I just told you, I will personally teach you and find a way to send you to Europe to play soccer. If you really don't like playing soccer and want to continue practicing long jump, I also respect your choice and teach you long jump properly." He patted afraid of Chu Xiaoran's shoulder. "I'll give you a week's time, so you can ponder over it." Evening self-study. Today's evening self-study, you guys are in the classroom to review and do your homework, don't fool around. Su Jie stood on the podium and said, then waved towards Shi Yunfeng. Tonight, it would be the penultimate test for the OU squad. With one more round of testing, the quota of 3 members would be cascaded. Originally, it didn't matter if Su Jie went to this kind of test or not, he believed in Shi Yunfeng's strength anyway. However, Zhou Yutong told him in the afternoon that for tonight's test, the head of the math teaching team, Mr. Gu Jun, the principal Zhou Wangguang, the grade directors of the 2nd and 3rd years of senior high school, and the homeroom teachers of the other several members, would all be present. In this situation, how could he not go and help support Shi Yunfeng? Go for it. Go Shi Yunfeng.
Someone from our class 9 is also going to the Olympiad. Bullseye. Some well-informed students in the class already knew about this from other sources. Thus, the entire class 9 knew about it.
One by one, they made cheering gestures to cheer for Sure Yunfeng.
The Olympic mathematics competition, that was something they would never dream of. This kind of subject competition was originally not even close to their class.
But now with Sure Yunfeng, the situation was completely different.
They, for one, were honored.
Sure Yunfeng walked to the door of the classroom and also turned back with a smile to give a cheering gesture to the class before following Su Jie and walking towards the meeting room of the math teaching team.
Chapter 80, Zhou Wenguang's Reflection.
When Su Jie brought Sure Yunfeng to the conference room, the others had already arrived.
Principal Zhou Wenguang, Mathematics Teaching Team Leader Mr. Gujun. Senior Year Director Zhang Yong, Sophomore Year Director Qin Shixiang.
By Yaoyue, Zhang Pingjin, Feng Tangson, and their homeroom teachers.
Zhou Yutong, the leader of this year's Xinzhong OU team.
The gazes of the crowd converged on the pair of teachers and students who walked into the conference room.
There was surprise, curiosity, delight, and resignation. Varying. Zhou Wenguang, as the principal, this OU test originally did not require his presence.
But these past few days, Zhou Yutong nagged at him every day.
Dad, look how good a student Sure Yunfeng is? Surprisingly, none of you have noticed? If it weren't for Mr. Su, it would have been acceptable for us at Xinzhong to miss out on a top student, but him? His whole life is ruined.
His talent in Olympiads is the most exaggerated I've ever seen. With him and Bai Yaoyue this year, our Xinzhong might be able to make another run at a spot on the national training team.
Isn't Zhou Wenguang shocked? How could it be?
When he had first learned about Sure Yunfeng from Zhou Yutong, his heart had long set off waves of shock. No culture teacher was willing to serve as Class 9's homeroom teacher, and their leadership had no choice but to let Su Jie, Class 9's physical education teacher, take over the job. He also didn't expect that the tall and handsome little Mr. Su would have such power to turn decay into magic. While calming down the students, he actually dug out such a gifted student like Sure Yunfeng from it. Besides Sure Yunfeng, weren't there 2 other specially trained children? How many more surprises will Mr. Su bring him? Zhou Wenguang couldn't imagine. Sophomore Class 9, isn't that the class of assholes and losers that everyone dislikes? The more talent Mr. Su unearths, the more he proves that they have no eyes, right? One by one, an ear scratch was slapped on their faces, snapping.
But as the principal, he was happy again.
Even if Mr. Xiao Su really pointed his nose at him and scolded him for having no eyes, he could still accept it. Su Jie's status in his heart had long been elevated several notches. At this moment, when he looked at Su Jie again, he only felt that the more he looked at him, the better he looked. Teacher Little Su, it's lucky for the children of Class 9 to be able to meet you. Zhou Wenguang walked over to Su Jie's side and patted his arm with a smile. Su Jie shook his head. Principal, you're saying the opposite. It's only my luck that I can meet them. He also didn't expect that a simple OU test today would come to be watched by so many people. In fact, Su Jie didn't know that if it wasn't for Zhou Wenguang, the principal, who was going to come, others might not have come either. Hearing that the principal is going to personally supervise the battle, it's not good for Mr. Gujun, the head of the math teaching team, not to come, right? The 2nd and 3rd grade directors can't afford not to come, can they? Bai Yaoyue, their homeroom teacher, dare not come? It can be said that so many people have gathered in the conference room today because Zhou Wenguang is coming to personally supervise the battle. Teachers are just a special profession, and there will be no shortage of human feelings. The students arrived and the test began. Zhou Wenguang is a liberal arts teacher, let him look at the OU topics, he can only read the numbers and solution. After the test began, in order not to disturb Sure Yunfeng as they worked on the questions, only Zhou Yutong and Gujun were left in the conference room, as well as Tian Shujian, the math teacher of the sophomore class and Feng Tangsong's homeroom teacher. Zhou Wenguang went out of the conference room and sent a few others away, leaving only Qin Shixiang and Su Jie behind. Little teacher Su, you really have given us too many surprises. Zhou Wenguang glanced at Qin Shixiang and said to Su Jie with a smile. We've already done an in-depth understanding of this child Sure Yunfeng's situation later on. Qin Shixiang spoke at the right time. We have decided to reduce all of his school fees. And I will apply for a grant from the school in my capacity as the grade-level director, specifically to nurture him. After Qin Shixiang finished speaking, Zhou Wenguang took over again. For children like Sure Yunfeng, I don't know what other good suggestions Mr. Xiao Su has? Su Jie looked at Zhou Wenguang and Qin Shixiang, who had smiling faces. For a situation like Sure Yunfeng's to occur, do you think you can blame them? Su Jie felt that it was neither to blame nor to blame. One of them was the principal and the other was the grade-level director. When a student like this appeared in the school, they were not doing their job properly, and there was no excuse for blaming them. However, no one is a saint. The vast majority of leaders, when they are in office, are thinking about just not making mistakes. No merit and no fault, in the eyes of many people, is already a very good result. This is both their fault and not entirely their fault. The general environment was like this. Su Jie, at least, would not go blaming them.
Student Sure Yunfeng is just an example. Su Jie shook his head and said, "Suggestions dare not be said. I just hope that when our school encounters a problem student in the future, it should first help solve the student's problems instead of thinking of ways to solve the problem student. Such an approach is a desecration of the word education. I think that everyone is born with a purpose. Everyone has something to offer. It's just that some of them have flashes of brilliance that are discovered early and eventually shine. And the sparkles in some people are like the jade in the stone and the gold in the sand, which need to be patiently and meticulously excavated before they can finally shine. Kids in high school are still in adolescence. Who hasn't had adolescent rebellion? We should just guide and educate them more patiently. It's not right to label them as such and such." In front of Principal Zhou Wangguang and grade director Qin Shixiang, Su Jie only felt that there were some things he couldn't say. After he took over Class 9, the children's innocence, kindness, and unity all left a deep impression on him. Why should such a group of children be labeled and looked down upon? Why should they be abandoned by the school? Su Jie's words, like a morning bell and a drum, are deafening. Zhou Wangguang and Qin Shixiang, both are silent. They were both people who had been doing educational work for decades. Su Jie's words, could they not understand? After being grade-level directors and principals, they will also have their troubles and predicaments, and will not be able to help themselves. Treating everyone equally was simple to say, but when it came to actually practicing it, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was 1,000 times more difficult. Teacher Xiao Su, you're right. Contemplating for a moment, Zhou Wangguang frowned and said, no matter what kind of considerations the school has, making the practice of abandoning students is unwarranted. After so many years, I'm afraid old Qin and I have long forgotten the original intent of education. Mr. Xiao Su's words make me very ashamed. Saying that, his eyebrows suddenly stretched out, and in both eyes, a long-lost, high-fighting spirit flared up. I don't dare to guarantee for other schools, at least in Xinjiang during my tenure, we won't give up on any of our students from now on. Chapter 81, Class Teacher is an Agent? The AOM Test, Ripple. Sure Yunfeng was first, Bai Yaoyue was second, Zheng Pingjin was third, and Feng Tangsong was fourth. Feng Tangsong stared at Sure Yunfeng with reddened eyes and a reluctant heart. But it was of little use. The Olympiad was different from the usual math exams, and no matter how conceited and arrogant he was, it was a pity that there was still a mountain to climb. How could he have ever imagined that among his classmates in the same grade, there would be someone who would ruthlessly step on him in the field of mathematics, the subject he was most proud of? Tianshu Jian, as his math teacher and homeroom teacher, sighed tersely in his heart. Having produced a math genius like Sure Yunfeng, he, as the math teacher of Genoa Middle School, should be happy. However, the Olympiad quota that originally belonged to his own class had fallen to the sophomore Class 9, a class that was known to be a poor class. This always made his face, as the experimental class teacher, a bit unbearable. There were many benefits for a student to win an award for participating in the Olympiad, as a class teacher. Cash rewards, resume renovation, and leadership esteem. Unfortunately, all of this no longer belonged to him. But after all, he was the class teacher of the experimental class, and he wasn't so small-minded as to go and mock Su Jie and Sure Yunfeng to their faces. No matter how it was said, the sophomore class one that he led was still the most outstanding class in the entire grade. The results of the AOM test caused Zhou Wangguang and Qin Shixiang's hearts to twitch viciously again. They had only heard that Sure Yunfeng's talent was exaggerated before. But after seeing the results with their own eyes tonight, their faces became colorful. At the same time, they reflected on whether they had missed certain students with outstanding talent in their previous Zhenzongs. Before leaving, Zhou Wangguang reimbursed Su Jie's recent expenses. Su Jie was also happy to have someone pay to help him train his students and did not refuse. Just building the gaming room alone had cost him more than $200,000, and he couldn't be happier that Zhou Wangguang was able to help reimburse him. Su Jie brought Sure Yunfeng back to Class 9's classroom. The class applauded when they learned that Sure Yunfeng had taken the first place test. They received Sure Yunfeng back to his seat as if they were greeting a hero in triumph. Bullseye. Sure Yunfeng, you're too hungover. Crap. I've never done well in math since I was a kid, let alone OU. Never thought I'd be in the same class as the future Olympiad god. Cheer up. We're sure you'll win the national award. What national award? Are you looking down on us, Sure Yunfeng? At least a gold medal in the International Olympics. Do you know about the International Olympics? You scum. Crap. You're the second last to laugh at me. I'm sure I'll do better than you on the weekly exam this week. Come on, let's make a bet. Whoever scores lower in this weekly test is the sun, dare you? Crap. You guys bet so much? Starting from the second week of the school year, every week on Wednesday and Thursday evening self-study, a staged test, the weekly test, would be conducted. The news that the esports room belonging exclusively to Class 9 had been created and perfected had spread throughout the class early this morning. The students of Class 9's enthusiasm for studying was even higher than before. The top 10 overall scores might not all be able to complete their metamorphosis in a week.
But the top 10 in overall score and the top 10 in each subject, such progress awards, still made many students eager to try. Especially the hangers-on in the class. After all, the advantage they held in their hands was enormous. After Shi Yunfeng returned, he began to help the students in front and behind him with their tutoring. This was a request he took the initiative to make after gradually integrating into Class 9. To him, homework, reviewing and whatnot was a piece of cake, and there was plenty of free time for evening self-study. Being able to help his classmates, he also enjoyed it. Su Jie sat on the podium, and students with problems could go directly to him. In his spare time, he opened his cell phone and passed the friend requests that he didn't have time to pass during the day. Since the afternoon, there were people adding his WeChat and QQ one after another. He knew that Li Hao had already given his contact information to professional players, OB anchors, gaming club scouts, managers, and others who wanted to find him. It was just as well that he was taking advantage of his free time, and he was planning to open his first contact with these people. Hello, I'm EDG's manager Abu. Are you HXDZY himself? Hello, I'm his homeroom teacher. Ji Xing, who was sitting in the EDG club office, froze. What's this situation? He hurriedly confirmed the cell phone number that his men had brought to him. That's right, it was this number. Class teacher? What the hell was this? EDG, I know, last year's global finals champions, top 3 in the entire league in terms of lower road combinations. Ji Xing froze again as he looked at the message on his phone. This so-called homeroom teacher actually knew about their club? Could it be that it was also a jerkass? Hello, can you tell us a bit about HXDZY? This student of mine is called Li Hao, just turned 16 over the new year, main AD position, second in Korean service in 4 days, oh yeah, first soon. Are you really his homeroom teacher? As in fake. You are a gaming school? Ordinary high school. Ji Xing was messed up. Is it convenient to talk on the phone? He didn't believe it. Su Jie walked out of the classroom and talked to Ji Xing on the phone. After returning to the classroom, the corners of his mouth rose, inwardly happy for Li Hao. EDG's tryout opportunity, in hand. Hello, I'm IG's manager Li Wenjing, is this HXDZY? Hello, I'm his homeroom teacher. Hello, I'm AL Club's manager Guan Shan, is this HXDZY? Hello, I'm his homeroom teacher. The esports circle was small to say the least. The matter of Li Hao hitting second in the Korean service might not be understood by people who didn't play games or follow League of Legends matches. But in the esports circle, it caused quite a commotion. It wasn't an active or retired player, it wasn't a road king or a famous anchor. That's a genius that has yet to be discovered and come out of nowhere. A bunch of professional team scouts, managers, and professional players had added Li Hao as a friend in the game. After getting the contact information he gave, the crowd started adding WeChat and QQ again. But after adding WeChat and QQ, these professional players, talent scouts and managers in the gaming circle were shocked. Li Hao was only 16 years old, had hit the second in the Korean service in 4 days, and was about to top the first in the Korean service. Such talent and strength shocked them. But what shocked the esports community even more was that the contact HXDZY gave them was actually his homeroom teacher. High school homeroom teacher. This kind of mind-boggling relationship was unheard of and unseen by them. The development of esports has been considered very popular in the country. There are many enlightened parents, who themselves play games, are not so repulsed by the idea of their children taking this path. More and more parents will support their own children who play games well. But school classroom teachers? Supporting students playing games? This was nothing short of a miracle in the eyes of those in the gaming circle. Overnight, this news had sensationalized the entire esports circle. Chapter 82, Comparison and Choice. After the morning run the next day, Su Jie called Li Hao to his office. How about it? Can you go number 1 in the Korean service today? Su Jie patted Li Hao's shoulder and asked with a smile. Li Hao patted his chest and said, Mr. Su, don't worry, I'm sure I'll be able to get on today. Good. Teacher believes in you. Su Jie nodded with a smile. Yesterday, there were already professional battle teams contacting me one after another, so I called you over to tell you. Li Hao heard this and his eyes lit up. Wasn't his dream to enter a professional battle team to fight and win the national championship or even the world championship? Unfortunately, his parents had always been against it, and usually didn't even let him play games. Because of the sneaky game thing, the not-so-good-tempered father, but also had smashed several of his cell phone. He played games like the gorillas of the past, either to go to the internet cafe on vacation, or to find an excuse to go to his good friend Zhang Yang's house. Zhang Yang's parents, always out of town, his grandparents cannot control him. With this gorilla, secretly play, many of his games can play to a very high level. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is gifted. But his parents don't understand. What talent, what level, what gaming? Playing games is a game of chance. No means no. His parents' opposition was like a rift valley between him and his dream. Li Hao has also thought of leaving home and going out on his own. But in the end, he did not make up his mind. After all, he is not the kind of character extreme, go out and parents into hatred of the child. In addition to not letting the game, his parents on his usual clothing, food and living care, for him to go to school to worry about the running, he is seen in the eyes. Rebellious as he is, he and his parents are still far from the point of death. If he hadn't met Mr. Su, he probably would have had nothing to do with esports in his life. Not to mention the fact that a professional team had already contacted Mr. Su. Li Hao felt energized and excited just thinking about it. Don't be happy yet, let me ask you, what's the difference between a high-scoring roadie player and a pro? Su Jia could sense Li Hao's excitement. There was no need to talk about his gaming talent. Everyone had their own area of specialization. Talking to Li Hao about poems and songs, OU competitions, and history and humanities, it was like talking to a bull. But talking to him about things in the field of gaming, then he would be in the spirit. What he lacked was formal, professional training and cultivation. At this point, Su Jia then up a few points of the heart of the examination. There was a big difference between being a professional player and the usual single and double rankings. He wanted to see how much Li Hao understood the words professional player. Li Hao was smart enough to know that Mr. Su was asking him to see if he was suitable to play professionally. After thinking about it, he spoke without any haste. Teacher Su, I usually watch the live streams of many Jedi Brother anchors and follow them to learn the skills of a specific hero. Like Draven Jedi Brother, Skateboarding Shoes Jedi Brother, and so on. These high-scoring roadies and Jedi Brother anchors, their maneuvers and details on certain specific heroes are not weaker than the pros. But only one or two stunts won't make it to the pro scene. So the first difference between a professional player and a high-scoring roadie is the hero pool. Su Jia nodded in satisfaction. Li Hao was right. In terms of understanding, outfits, operations, details, etc. of a certain hero alone, most pros weren't necessarily better than well-known anchors who were deep into one or two heroes. But in the professional arena, it was just too good to target when you only knew one or two heroes. It simply can't become a climate. The best skill can become the bottom of the box pick, but can not only this one or two. Only if the hero pool was deep enough, could you be comfortable in the professional arena? What else? Su Jia then asked. The second difference, I think, is teamwork. Li Hao said confidently. Whether it's League of Legends or King's Honor, in the end, it's still a team game. A victory of 5 people is a true victory. In the usual time of qualifying, it is possible for there to be a bureau where one person kills through the opposite side and saves the day. But when it comes to the professional arena, everyone is a top professional player, and the operation gap between each other is actually not very different. At this time, the competition is tactical execution and teamwork. Su Jia looked at Li Hao, very pleased. On the basketball court and soccer field, when praising a person for playing basketball well and soccer well, people would often say that the person had a very high basketball IQ and soccer IQ. Like Nash in the NBA, Iniesta in La Liga, are typical representatives. That is to say, people often say, use the brain to play basketball and soccer. This is a talent that not everyone can possess. Li Hao was able to understand the importance of hero pools and teamwork before he even entered the professional arena. This, in Su Jia's opinion, was a kind of gaming IQ. He had to know that he wasn't a fake who just talked but didn't practice, he was a top expert who was already going to reach the top of the Korean service. And? Su Jia asked with a smile. This time, Li Hao thought for a while before saying, control of the field of view in the map. Just like what Mr. Su told me last time. In that 15-minute crushing game, I shouldn't have been greedy with the troop line without river vision. As a professional player, it's even more important to always pay attention to the movements of the mini-map and the game of both sides' vision. Su Jia looked at Li Hao with surprise and sighed in his heart. It was worthy of being a supreme genius who was born with unrivaled talent. Just this attitude of humble learning and reflection alone would allow him to go farther on the path of his career. The trace of worry Su Jia had in his heart for him also dissipated because of these words from Li Hao. Since taking him to the Genia Academy and letting him rank freely, had Li Hao ever slacked off? No. He possessed a heart that fought hard for his dreams. Instead of just thinking about playing for fun. How many people like to play games just for the fun of it? If they were to be like the pros, training all day long, they would have gotten away with it. After no longer worrying about Li Hao's mindset, Su Jia then continued. 16 years old on the #1 Korean service, just this talent alone, there will definitely be clubs that are willing to try and cultivate you. So last night, I received a total of 6 clubs tryout invitations. They are EDG, IG, RNG, BLG, AL, and WE. Do you know these clubs? Li Hao suddenly widened his eyes and nodded his head excitedly. Teacher Su, of course I know these clubs. Mom and Dad are usually strict and don't let me play games, but the game matches, I can still watch. I'm familiar with all the LPL and KPL teams. EDG, isn't it last year's Global Finals champion? IG, the LPL's first world champion. I'm also one of the Incheon people. I got into League of Legends after watching their matches. RNG? Isn't that the MSI Triple Crown champions? It's called the strongest all-Chinese team. Li Hao spoke as if he were counting his family's treasures, talking about the past, players, and so on of these professional teams.
Everyone has everyone's preferences,
Su Jie said with a smile.
You first go back and think about which battle team you want to try out for. Which one to choose?
Li Hao was in a state of blissful worry for a while.
Chapter 83 Choose Sharon's Decision.
Teacher Su, help me choose. In the office, Li Hao said with a smile as his brows spread. If it wasn't for Teacher Su, how would he be able to show off his gaming talents to the fullest? Teacher Su's kindness of knowing him was something he would never forget in his life. Therefore, he would go to whichever battle team Teacher Su asked him to go to.
Su Jie smiled and shook his head.
Don't be in a hurry, I told them that we need time to understand the specifics of each club and think about your future path. That's why I've pushed back the tryouts for each club. During this time, I'll work with you to review each club's information, inquire about them, and analyze the strengths and weaknesses of each of their teams.
I'll give you my advice.
But the final choice is still in your hands.
Whether it was Li Hao, Li Hu, or Chu Xiaoran,
Xu Yuan, Shi Yunfeng, or any other students in the future, Su Jie had the same idea. He could see their respective talents and knew where the shining point in them was. He was also willing to help them cultivate and develop their respective strongest talents.
However, he had never thought of treating them like puppets on strings and manipulating them recklessly.
Li Hao and Li Hu both already had clear goals and paths and really disliked classes, so he would respect them and create separate environments for them to freely play. Xu Yuan clearly possessed a very outstanding piano talent, but she didn't want to make a living out of it, and Su Jie fully respected her.
The piano is taught as usual, the road, she chooses herself.
Chu Xiaoran obviously has a demonic level of soccer talent, but he grew up not liking soccer. Su Jie also just told him his cultivation plan. Their life, the ultimate choice is in their own hands.
Do they all think that 16 or 17-year-olds are stupid? They may lack thinking in their choices on certain things, and are less mature than adults in certain aspects. But this is actually the age when the brain is most active.
You can give them advice, you can guide them appropriately, but you should not completely, as an elder, control their lives.
After all, each of them is an independent individual.
Blocking is better than dredging, and this has been the case since the beginning of time.
Alright, go back and rank well for scoring.
Finally, Su Jie smiled and said to Li Hao. Starting from tonight, I will arrange specialized intensive training for you. Cultivate your map awareness, anti-GANK sense of smell and big picture view of the entire game.
Li Hao scratched his head. These mentioned by Teacher Su were indeed his weak points. Suddenly, he thought of something else, and his face darkened as he said, Teacher Su, if I go to tryouts, what about my parents' side?
Su Jie patted him on the shoulder. You score and train at ease, the rest, leave it to teacher.
When the large classroom was almost over, Su Jie walked from the office towards the classroom of Class 9.
Walking to the corner of the first floor of the teaching building, a bout of quarrels came from the other side.
Do what you like, it's none of my business. Don't come to me when there's something going on.
Brother, don't be like this.
What's wrong with me? Am I in the way of you taking over Shixian? Go back to your lab class.
Brother, this is the cell phone I earned money to buy for you. I know your cell phone was confiscated by your homeroom teacher.
What do I care? Get lost.
Brother, you'd better move back in. Mom and Dad are worried if you live in school alone.
Worried about what? Worried about me jumping off a building?
Su Jie stopped for a moment as he heard the voice was somewhat familiar. He waited for the sound of the argument to die down before he took off. After crossing the corner, he saw two identical-looking twin brothers. One of them was Shi Mingyi from Class 9. Usually, twins wore all the same clothes and shoes. But this pair of twins in front of them were the opposite. Shi Mingyu's outfit was dominated by dark colors such as black. On the other hand, his twin brother, Shi Mingyun, was predominantly in bright colors such as white. Like a yin and a yang, their styles were very different. This was the first time Su Jie had seen such twins. He hadn't taken over Class 9 for a long time, and today was also the first time he knew that the original resident Shi Mingyun also had a twin brother. Having just heard the two arguing, and looking at their expressions, Su Jie could easily recognize their relationship. Shi Mingyue was the older brother, and the other student was his twin brother. When the two saw Su Jie approaching, Shi Mingyun turned his head and trotted up the stairs back to the classroom. Shi Mingyun recognized Su Jie and politely called out Teacher Su before turning around as well. Su Jie smiled in response, then glanced at his information and talent.
Name, Shi Mingyun. Age, 17. Height, 175 cm. Weight, 63 kilograms.
Talent, language excellent, math excellent, English good, physics excellent, chemistry good.
Finance excellent. Mentality, excellent. Practical combat bonus, 20%.
Su Jie didn't know much about Shi Mingyun, and just by looking at his talent for the subject, it was considered excellent. From the argument just now, he could also tell that he was now in the experimental class of the second year of high school. While Shi Mingyun, as his older brother, was mingling in sophomore Class 9. Su Jie recalled Shi Mingyu's talents. Among his subject talents, chemistry was the most outstanding, reaching the level of a demon. The talent in languages, mathematics and foreign languages were all at the good level as well. It seemed that it was another child who had wasted his talent because of his family. Su Jia rubbed his temples. Headache. At noon, the third floor of the cafeteria. Chu Xiaoran sat at the table next to her and said to Su Jia with a sideways glance. Teacher Su, I've thought about it, I want to try. Yesterday afternoon, after Su Jia said those words to him, Chu Xiaoran was thinking about this matter in class, during his evening study sessions, and when he went home to sleep. His talent for learning, he knows in his own heart. There was no way for him to get into a good university without taking the path of a sports specialty student. He was originally very confident in his long jump talent. Later, after reflecting on it, he realized that the so-called self-confidence and confidence he had before were all comparisons with Genoa Middle School or the sports specialists from other schools around him. It was not a bad achievement to make an effort and be able to enter the provincial team. But just like what Mr. Su had told him, his achievements on the long jump path were able to see the head. This was on the premise of good health and no injuries. Without Mr. Su's reminder, he might have stayed immersed in the beautiful fantasies he had woven. Teacher Su was very optimistic about his soccer talent and was willing to personally teach him and nurture him. Chu Xiaoran thought about it for a day and decided to give it a try. If he could be spotted by the team's scouts, then naturally it would be a good thing. Even if he wasn't able to be recognized, then he had nothing to lose if he came back to practice long jump again. It was based on these 2 points that Chu Xiaoran decided to trust Mr. Su's vision and practice a little soccer. There's another shift in the evening, When the future full-time, I also give you a daily 10,000 or 20,000, now really cannot, forgive me Chapter 84, Filling Up the Evening Self-Study. Su Jia didn't expect that after only one day of thinking, Chu Xiaoran had made up her mind. He was very happy. It wasn't true that he could see the talents of others, but it wasn't necessarily true that all of them would take his advice. If Chu Xiaoran chose to stick to the path of long jump, then he would be despondent and regretful. But he would not blame him. People have their own aspirations, not just words. What are the consequences of forcing a child to do something he doesn't like to do? There could be too many examples on the Senior 2 Class 9. Su Jia smiled and nodded, good. I'll help you develop a specialized training plan to strengthen your basic skills and crossing and shooting skills. In addition, I assure you that I will definitely help you find the talent scouts from the European giants to come over and let them see your talent with their own eyes. In the previous few days, Su Jia had thought a lot when he was thinking about Chu Xiaoran's cultivation plan. This time, for Chu Xiaoran's sake, he decided to utilize the contacts he had accumulated during his previous time in the national team. The reason why he dared to assure Chu Xiaoran that he would be able to find a talent scout from a European powerhouse for him was due to 2 considerations. First, he clearly knew that Chu Xiaoran possessed demonic-level soccer talent. As long as he started to cash in on his talent, calling the shots on the green field was a foreseeable future. Su Jia believed that no team scouts would reject a teenager with unrivaled soccer talent. Secondly, Su Jia had been a member of the national team after all. His coach back then, his senior brothers and sisters, were all people who were well connected in the sports circles. Although nowadays, he didn't know any of the team's talent scouts. But according to the 6 degrees of separation theory, it still wouldn't be difficult for him to contact the team's talent scouts through his connections. Su Jia made up his mind in his mind, so he directly let the system bind Chu Xiaoran. Ding! Binding successful. Special gift to the host of a Human Network Association card. Human Connection Card, you can designate any person to establish a connection with you. Listening to the system voice in his head, Su Jia froze. This system is not going to let go of me without seeing a rabbit. This system is not to see the rabbit, not to spread the eagle. He has thought about how to cultivate Chu Xiaoran, and also thought about how to help him find the team's scouts. The system is now suddenly sent a network association card to him. Su Jia was greatly speechless. However, no matter what, this network connection card should be kept for now, it might come in handy. Brother Ran, you're practicing soccer? Wang Xiyuan sat next to Chu Xiaoran with a surprised look on his face. Before this, he had never heard Chu Xiaoran talk about this matter. Not only him, the other students around him also revealed a look of surprise. Chu Xiaoran was the Physical Education Committee member of Class 9, and of course everyone knew about him practicing long jump. He had gotten a lot of points for Class 9 in last year's school games. No one expected that he would suddenly switch from the long jump program to the soccer program. And listening to Mr. Su, he was even going to help him find a talent scout from a European powerhouse? Chu Xiaoran nodded with a smile. Well, Teacher Su said that my talent for playing soccer is better than long jump, so I want to try it. But you've practiced long jump for several years, just give up? Wang Xiyuan, as Chu Xiaoran's buddy, was genuinely thinking about him. Chu Xiaoran smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I believe in Mr. Su. Su Jia smiled and said to the surrounding Class 9 students. Based on my many years of experience in the sports industry, Chu Xiaoran he's more suited to playing soccer, that's why I'm so suggesting that he change his program.
When he goes to Europe to play soccer in the future, we might often see him on TV. Su Jie's words caused Wang Xiyuan and the others to think. Ran can really go to Europe to play for a luxury club? Holy, it's said that the top soccer superstars, whose salaries are calculated on a weekly basis, can earn hundreds of thousands of euros a week. Ran, go for it. I'm waiting to see you in the top 5 leagues. No batch, after my classmate is a platinum god, my classmate is an esports king, and my classmate is an OU genius, I have another bragging capital, my classmate is the Super Bowl king. Ha ha ha, what about you? Me? I'm a classmate of the platinum god. I'm an e-sportsman. Stop, say it again, old man can't eat. Evening self-study. Chu Yuan sat on the podium in charge of order. Sure, Yunfeng was in his seat answering questions and solving problems for his classmates. This time tomorrow, it would be the first weekly exam of the second semester of the second year of high school. With the precedent set by Li Hao and Li Hu, and with the information that Chu Xiaoran and the others had brought back to the completion of the gaming room's creation, the students of Class 9 had been studying with all their might these past few days. Most of them were feeling the joy of learning for the first time. As for Li Mengyao and Zhou Kai, who were already working hard, they were working even harder. It wasn't necessarily the case that everyone liked to play games, but back then, Su Jie had said that anyone who was able to top the list could make requests from him. The current Su Jie was like Doraemon in the eyes of the students, omnipotent. Han Xiaochen wanted to go down the path of music. Lin Weirui wanted to go to the NBA. Zhou Tao wanted to go further in the 800-meter event. Shen Menying wants to go to the Chinese Theater and Northern Film Festival. Du Yan wants to go to the army. Each of them has their own dreams. But at the same time, each of them has difficulties that they, as 16 or 17-year-olds, have no way of solving. Or family reasons, or psychological problems, or other difficulties. Mr. Su's appearance was like a ray of light, illuminating the pre-dawn darkness that belonged to them. Ever since they were young, there had never been a teacher who respected each and every one of their dreams as much as Mr. Su did. And at this moment, Su Jie was in the Jinya Academy, giving Li Hao special training. Li Hu, you come and have some fun too. Su Jie's body leaned back, and the gaming chair slid down to the doorway in a zip. He called out towards the room where Li Hu was. To Li Hu, Su Jie adopted a strategy of herding. He was able to quietly make a name for himself in the field of online literature at this age, and his own mind was very mature. Since he didn't like to attend classes, then he didn't attend classes. The various information and knowledge required for the creation of online literature could not be learned much in school. After helping him mark the various problems in the writing process of Do Di Di Shir last time, Li Hu quickly learned and corrected himself. This is not, the last few days of subscription and reward are rubbing up. According to this trend, Li Hu's manuscript fee this month is hopeful to exceed 100,000. His talent on this path of net writing did not require Su Jie to worry too much. Instead, Su Jie sometimes had to worry about Li Hu's readers. What if he slacked off after making lots and lots of money that he could never spend in a lifetime, and his articles became more and more watered down, or even closed his pen and stopped writing? Teacher Su, you guys play? I just happened to think of a good idea, write it down first. Li Hu's voice came from another room. Su Jie smiled. At least the current Li Hu was still very focused and dedicated. Chapter 85, Lu Peng, who was reviewing in the middle of the night. Here, the opponent's playing field bypassed the field of view and came to GANK from your field area, successfully taking a double kill on the lower road. One is that your auxiliary's placement of the eyes was off, and it was detected by the opponent's field of vision when he placed the eyes. Secondly, the opposite side's playing field in this game is really strong. The operation is the other hand, that kind of realization of seizing the loophole and succeeding in one hit is very rare. Third, is your own point of failure. Your own development is good, 2 to 3 is not impossible, but in subconsciously choosing the set target shows the wrong person. In the gaming room, Su Jie watched Li Hao's own recording of the Korean rankings, his right hand pointing in front of the screen, explaining to Li Hao the big and small problems of the game. This was what Su Jie had asked Li Hao to do, asking him to record every game matchup and then help him review them one by one. Li Hao was smart enough to understand at the drop of a hat. Teacher Su, if I put an eye across the wall here at Stoneman when I'm pressing forward, then when he comes around the vision, won't I be able to spot him? Su Jie smiled and nodded. The situation within each game is different. There are some eye positions that are fixedly placed, and there are some eye positions that need to be dynamically adjusted based on the real-time situation within the game. This requires you to read the game at a certain level. Don't think that placing and lining up eyes is something that auxiliaries and fighters should do. Sometimes that eye placed by the double CS is likely to have a huge impact on the trend of the entire game. Li Hao sat beside Su Jie, listening carefully while reviewing, thinking, and summarizing in his mind. He possessed a matchless level of gaming talent. This talent could not only be manifested in the operations in the game, but the control of the situation, guessing the opposite side's mind, a flash of brilliance in the setup, and so on, were also manifestations of his exceptional talent. In the past, when he was on his own, he was able to casually play on the king's level.
Now with Su Jie guiding him and helping him review his game, Li Hao's gaming level was even moving to a new level. After the ranked replay was over, Su Jie opened a customized game with Li Hao again. Your talent is very high and your maneuvering is very good, so during the usual ranked time, the opposite side doesn't give you much line pressure sometimes. Su Jie tapped on his hero talent while talking to Li Hao. But after you get to a professional team, whether it's a training match or a real professional match, the intensity of the alignment will be raised a whole lot higher than usual rankings. At that time, it will test your mentality and how solid your fundamentals are even more. I'm soloing with you in order to raise the intensity of the matchups and train your mentality and on the field reactions under pressure. As he spoke, the matchup began. Li Hao had never played against Su Jie before, and he didn't know Mr. Su's true gaming level. However, he had a proper attitude and did not trivialize this encounter just because he was good at the game. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. From the moment Li Hao entered the game, his entire state jumped out of the slight slackness he had just experienced in reviewing the game, his eyes staring sharply at the computer screen. This change in his state made Su Jie on the side nod frequently. Where was this an internet-addicted teenager? This was clearly an aspiring teenager with an endless drive for his future. However, Su Jie didn't let go because of his change in state. On the contrary, he struck a bit hard. Lucian's single killed Aphelios. Erythrius single kills Lucian. Forward in backhand education. Short-handed beat long-handed and took away in one set. Cold Dragon Lady and Digger, in his hands like a hanged man, single killed Li Hao again and again. Li Hao's computer screen, again and again, black screen. He stared at the screen in a daze, and for the first time, he was skeptical of his own gaming level. I'm actually this good? Mr. Su is actually this strong? I was only on the #1 Korean service this afternoon. I was abused from the beginning to the end. Who would believe this? At 11 p.m., in a 3-room apartment in the city. Lu Peng was sitting in front of his desk, concentrating on a set of English papers. Since he was a child, it could be said that the thing he hated the most was English class. When he first heard the news that the school was going to cancel English class, he was so happy. But from middle school, he heard about it to high school, and a few years later, it's still the same. Damn unscrupulous media. Tomorrow is the first weekly exam of the new semester. Lu Peng intends to brush up on a few more sets of English papers at night and do better on the weekly exam. There is no other reason. Last semester's final exam, his English score, the class bottom. In his hands, he held a huge advantage. If he did better in this exam, it wouldn't be easy to get a single subject progress award. In the living room outside the door, Lu Haiba and Wan Chunyan stood not far away, frowning as they spoke. Why is the light in Pingping's room still on? Not sleeping this late. He's not sneaking around playing games again, is he? This child. He really doesn't let people worry about him. Hubby, go over and take a look. If he's playing games, confiscate his cell phone and educate him on the side. Confiscate it? I confiscated it, but you sneakily gave it back to him. You're itching, aren't you? Oh come on, I'll go, okay? Lu Haiba's neck shrank and tiptoed towards Lu Peng's room, pushing open the door. Peng, not sleeping this late, what are you doing? Lu Haiba had just finished speaking in a bad tone when his entire being froze. His own son, the son who had never loved to study since he was a child, was actually studying consciously at this moment. The scene that happened in front of his eyes made his entire being like a living ghost, staring with wide eyes and an unbelievable face. Lu Peng's temper actually followed his mom. He turned his head with a displeased face. Dad? What are you doing in my room so late? Still not knocking? Disturbing my studies. I'll tell Mom tomorrow. Lu Haiba was dumbfounded. Oh, come on. Now both mother and son are offended. Cough, I was looking at your room light is still on, afraid that you are too tired to study, came over to ask if you were hungry. Do you want Dad to cook you a bowl of noodles? Lu Haiba smiled awkwardly and said without blushing. Family status, clear at a glance. Not hungry, just don't come and disturb my study. Lu Peng said impatiently. He was doing reading comprehension, seeing that halfway through he was interrupted and had to start from the beginning again. Well, Peng you go to bed early, don't work too hard. Lu Haiba exited the room and closed the door. Face to face he ran into his wife Wan Chunyan with her arms crossed. The room was soundproofed and the father and son's voices were not too loud, so Wan Chunyan did not hear the conversation between the two in the living room. Where's the cell phone? She glared with both eyes and frowned. Shoo! Lu Haiba made a whispering gesture. Our son is picking a lamp to read at night. What? Wan Chunyan's eyes widened. Peng is studying? Lu Haiba hemmed and hawed. Well, and it's still English, which he hates the most. It can't be that you two, father and son, are working together to trick me, right? Wan Chunyan was skeptical. She was the one who stood at the top of the food chain in her family. If Lu Haiba and Lu Peng, father and son, dared to conspire to cheat her? Humph. Wife, it's true, don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Lu Haiba laughed in a low voice. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that his own untalented son would be brushing his English test papers in the middle of the night. I'd like to see if you're lying. Wan Chunyan didn't believe it, so she gently walked to Lu Peng's room and pushed open the door. Mom? Why are you here too? Still not letting people study in peace. Fine, I'll go. Wan Chunyan had just gone in when she was driven out by Lu Peng. It was just that on her face, the smile was even bigger. Chapter 86, Supervising the Exam. Last night when I went back, I reviewed the language again for a while, not to mention, I was unable to memorize any of the literary texts or anything at all before, but now I can actually memorize them with ease. I went back and brushed up on 2 more math papers. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the light in my room was on. My dad thought there was a thief in the house, kicked the door open, saw me studying, and his whole eyeballs were almost glazed over. Ha, my house too. My dad came in with a belt in his hand, saw me reviewing and smacked himself hard twice. Your dad thought he was dreaming then, didn't he? Ha. During the morning run, the students of class 9 were chatting in small groups. These day students usually either fell asleep when they got home or played with their cell phones and computers, and a few of them would even sneak off to internet cafes at night. Some parents couldn't control them, some went straight to hand smoking, and some hadn't even come home from playing mahjong by themselves. The last time they studied so hard, they don't even know when to go back. Some of the parents who have seen their efforts with their own eyes are shocked. 4th period class in the morning. On the playground, Xu Xiaoran was practicing soccer fundamentals alone. This was the training program Su Jia had arranged for him. In the future, every morning's 4th period class, as long as it was not raining or snowing, Su Jia would let him practice soccer. At the beginning, there were only 2 training programs, bouncing the ball and running with the ball. The building is not solid, everything else is a castle in the air. Look at those fancy contraptions of the Dragon Country's men's soccer team. One by one, they couldn't even do the basics, so how could they possibly kick over others on the field? How does it feel to train alone on the first day? After class, Su Jia called Xu Xiaoran on the way, and the few people walked towards the cafeteria together. Xu Xiaoran scratched his head. Mr. Su, there's not much feeling. This bumping and running with the ball is just too simple for me. You'd better teach me some awesome techniques. That ball pulling plus cycling you did last time was very cool. I tried it and it seems like it's still almost interesting. Su Jia gasped and laughed. You brat. You're overly ambitious. What's the point of me teaching you more techniques when the basics aren't solid? How about I teach you the tornado bow spreading wing shot now? Xu Xiaoran froze. The name of this shooting technique was so domineering, but it seemed like he had never heard of it. Su Jia smiled and patted his shoulder and said, having you practice bobbing the ball and running with the ball is mainly to work on your ball sense. Head bobble, foot bobble, knee bobble, chest bobble, each different part of the bobble is exercising your body's familiarity and control of the soccer ball. When you are able to practice bobbing the ball and running with the ball to meet my requirements, I will naturally teach you wild and cool ball skills. Before the evening self-study, Class 9 classroom. The students were all pumping their fists and preparing for the first weekly test of the new semester. Having a goal in mind, one by one, they were surprisingly looking forward to the exam. If their parents, teachers and students from other classes knew about this, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. Lu Peng, take the test well, but don't resist cheating. He Bin raised an eyebrow and teased towards Lu Peng. Bull. Lu Peng glared with both eyes. I cheated? What kind of joke is that? The two of them were on good terms, they usually played together, and it was normal to flirt and joke with each other. The first door is an English test. Hey, don't you take another single-digit test? He Bin laughed. I wipe Lu, you a Bin. Lu Peng's eyebrows rose, his head thrown. If this time my English test then you, after every day called you insult Binshuan. At 7 o'clock sharp, Su Jia walked into the classroom with the test papers. Looking at the small, expectant eyes of each of the students in the class, he was very pleased. In his heart, he was also looking forward to this weekly exam. He wanted to see what the results of his teaching were. He wanted to see if the students in Class 9, who had gone through memory reinforcement and were mainly reading and memorizing English, could improve their grades substantially. The weekly exams, unlike the midterm and final exams, were actually considered to be small tests at a stage. The difficulty of the test paper is also easier than the midterm and final exams. Take the weekly exam results, with the last semester final exam results for comparison. In fact, it is considered that Su Jia put water. But Su Jia didn't care. He designed those top 10 awards, progress awards, and other lists with the sole purpose of motivating the students to learn. Teachers let the students, this is not the right thing to do. The test papers were handed out and the exam began. First is listening. For most of the students in Class 9, when they used to take English exams, starting from listening, it was like listening to a heavenly book, in the left ear, out the right ear. Listening was in the ear and out of the right ear. The answers were all based on guessing. But today is different. Although there is still no way to understand all the content, but many people have been able to understand the general meaning. When looking at the options on the test paper again, they were no longer in the dark, but had ideas and directions. On his way to invigilate the exam, Soo Jie saw grade director Chin Shixiang waving at him from the window. He looked at the students in his class who were answering the questions carefully and walked out of the classroom with light steps. "Director Chin, you're looking for me?" Soo Jie was very puzzled as to what Director Chin was looking for him at this time. They were standing by the fence not far outside the classroom, and with a slight turn of Soo Jie's head, he could see the situation in the classroom, which didn't have much of an impact on invigilating the exam. "Teacher Xiao Su, didn't the principal tell you last time that he wouldn't give up on any student as long as it was during his tenure?" Qin Shixian looked at Soo Jie in front of him and sighed in his heart. Not giving up on any of his students was easier said than done. As a close friend of Principal Zhou Wenguang for many years, he had also never expected Zhou Wenguang to really make up his mind and start implementing a series of reform measures in the school. It was quite a bit of an old man's mood. All of this happened because the tall and handsome little Mr. Su in front of him pushed it up. Soo Jie nodded and waited for the following. That was what Principal Zhou Wenguang said last time when he brought Shi Yunfeng over to participate in the OU test. When it was true or not, he didn't think too much about it. If you are in your position, you will seek to fulfill your duties. If you're not in your position, you don't plan your politics. His main goal at the moment was to bring up each and every student in Class 9. As for what the principal and the others were thinking, Soo Jie didn't think about interfering. The principal feels that it's too much work for you to take all the classes in Class 9 on your own. Qin Shixiang continued. That's why we've decided to re-elect a few teachers with high teaching standards to come and work with Teacher Xiao Su to bring up the cultural achievements of the students in Class 9. I wonder what you think, Mr. Xiao Su. Soo Jie raised his eyebrows. Principal Zhou Wenguang and grade director Qin Shixiang, this was to reduce his own pressure. As he got to know the students in his class better and better, Soo Jie did have more and more things to worry about as the class teacher. With the cultural classes piling up, there are indeed many things that distract him. Just like giving Li Hao special training and teaching Chu Xiaoran to play soccer, it was hard for him to find time during the day. The good intentions of the principal and the others could really help Soo Jie solve the problem of not having enough time. Soo Jie smiled and nodded. Thank you, principal and director, for your concern. The two discussed some more details outside the classroom. This time, Soo Jie would also be involved in the selection of Class 9's teacher, which was a preferential treatment given to him by Zhou Wenguang and Qin Shixiang. During the conversation, Soo Jie turned his head and saw a student in one of the seats in the classroom burying his head in something. Someone was cheating. Chapter 87, Another Offense. Soo Jie didn't move and turned his head back, continuing to talk to Qin Shixiang. It was just that his heart, like a river turning over, could not be calmed. Lin Qianqian, the first place winner of Senior Class 9 in last semester's final exam. Cheating during the weekly exam? This was a scene that Soo Jie couldn't believe to be true no matter what. He has good eyes, not myopic at all, and he could see the image of Lin Qianqian secretly sliding her cell phone screen underneath. Exam cheating? How can this be forgiven? For the first time since Soo Jie became Class 9's homeroom teacher, he felt very angry. All of their previous nonsense, whether it was playing tricks on the teacher, setting traps, or sleeping and playing games in class, skipping class, and so on and so forth, Soo Jie could accept it. But cheating on a test, he couldn't accept it. And this cheating person was still the first place winner of last semester's final exam. Soo Jie only felt his body's qi and blood churning, very much on top of his head. Even his breathing was a little short. Teacher Xiao Su, are you alright? Qin Shixiang noticed Soo Jie's abnormality and asked with some surprise. Soo Jie forced a smile. Director Qin, I'm fine. Between the rapid turn of his mind, when he turned his head to look inside the classroom again, Lin Qianqian was already sitting upright and was writing furiously. Everything that just happened was as if it didn't exist. Soo Jie took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Director Qin is still here. No matter what happens, send him away first. With the matter in his hands, there was still room for a loop. Once Director Qin knew about this matter, it would be difficult. Soo Jie's first reaction was still to protect the students of Class 9 first. Director Qin, this matter is settled for now, I still have to go back to invigilate the exams. Soo Jie squeezed out a smile and said. Qin Shixiang glanced at Soo Jie suspiciously. He didn't know what was going on, he just simply thought that Teacher Xiao Su wasn't feeling well somewhere. Teacher Xiao Su, if you're not feeling well, I'll help you invigilate the exams and you go rest and relax. I know you're tired after all this time to worry about Class 9. Soo Jie had helped them solve Class 9's problems, and both Zhou Wenguang and he were very optimistic about Soo Jie. He didn't want the hall physical education teacher to really wear out his body because of too many classes. Soo Jie waved his hand. Director Qin, I'm really fine, don't worry. Saying so, the two separated. Soo Jie walked into the classroom with a somewhat gloomy face. The exam was not over yet. He sat on the podium and glanced at Lin Qianqian, who was taking the exam. His mind has been thinking how to handle this matter. Directly arresting the current case? Carry her to the office in front of the whole class? This will not only punish Lin Xianxian, but also serve as a deterrent to other students in the class who have different ideas. It's two birds with one stone. There are all kinds of reasons for bad learning and bad grades. But cheating on a test because of it is unforgivable in Su Jie's opinion. He didn't know if this was her first time cheating or if she was already light on her feet. Su Jie had no way of verifying this. He remembered again how Chu Xiaoran, Li Hao, and the others had booed Lin Xianxian when he was running for class president. His frowned deeper. There was also the last time he checked the dormitory and stumbled upon her leaving from the boys' dormitory. That boy who came into contact with her, which Su Jie deliberately observed later, was a student from class 8 next door. All of this linked together made Su Jie's impression of Lin Xianxian in his heart to be a drop in the bucket. Her talent wasn't great, but she was able to get first in her class. Even if it was the first in the scrappy sophomore class 9, it was still the first. He originally thought that Lin Xianxian was a student who worked harder to get ahead than Zhou Kai, Li Mengyao, and the others. Now it seems that it's not the case. The matter of cheating on the English exam has become a foregone conclusion. Su Jie doesn't have any idea of harboring it. Lin Xianxian's English score for this weekly exam can only be cleared. But the matter of her cheating, Su Jie intends to ask the students in his class for information first. He was also going to personally find Lin Xianxian after school today and have a good chat with her. Time passed by, and the English exam soon came to an end. After handing in their papers, the students began to talk to each other in the classroom. Isn't listening CCCCC? What nonsense? Isn't it AAAAA? Crap. What the hell kind of answers are you all giving? Ha, just kidding. I didn't think I'd understand almost all of today's listening. Me too. Where's the gap fill? Come on, follow our great god Shi Yunfeng to match the answers. Yes, hurry up. There was a 20-minute break between the two exams, and the students in the classroom chattered and talked non-stop. In the past, where could they possibly write any answers? After the exams, either they were in mourning or had a disinterested look on their faces. Where was it like today? So much attention had been paid to a weekly exam. The second exam was math. After Su Jie handed out the test papers, he sat back at the podium. The math talent of most of the students in class 9 was originally average or poor. It was only after he used the raindrop card that he raised the math talent of the entire class to a good level. Coupled with his heartfelt lectures, Su Jie believed that their math scores this time would definitely not be bad. During the invigilation period, Zhou Yuton lightly walked to class 9. She walked straight into the classroom, and while walking, she watched her classmates answer. Today was the first math exam of the semester. Last time, Su Jie's math class had left a very deep impression on her, the original math teacher of class 9. Even Wang Xiyuan, who was originally at the bottom of the math scores, was able to understand the math lesson that Su Jie taught. Zhou Yuton's heart was very curious. What kind of level could the students of class 9, this time, play in the weekly exam? Last semester's final exam, the class's average math grade was not passing. As she walked and looked, the more she looked, the more alarmed she became. What a fast speed in doing the problems. The key was that under her slight attention, she realized that many of the students' questions were correct. Is this still the sophomore 9 class? Although it was said that the weekly test was about the knowledge points recently taught and tested the recent learning achievements. However, a lot of previously learned knowledge would still be used. They surprisingly did it fast and well? Zhou Yuton looked dumbfounded. Not long after, she called Su Jie out of the classroom. Teacher Su, you're awesome. She smiled and gave Su Jie a thumbs up. At this rate, it won't be much of a problem for their math scores to catch up or even surpass the regular class. Su Jie shrugged his shoulders and pretended to be it's not bad. I've already heard about class 9 having to reselect their teacher. Zhou Yuton smiled sweetly. Mr. Su, how about I still teach these kids? She knew that this time around, when selecting an appointment teacher for class 9, Su Jie, the homeroom teacher, had a veto power. She couldn't figure out how she could not understand what kind of devil her father, Zhou Wanguang, who was the principal, was possessed with. Surprisingly, Su Jie was given so much power. She had not heard Su Jie's heartfelt words that day because she was invigilating the exams in the conference room. But Zhou Wanguang's recent changes, she as a daughter could always feel it. That feeling was it was as if her father had returned to his younger days and was full of energy in everything he did. She would not have thought that all of this was brought about by the handsome man in front of her. Su Jie smiled and nodded. Good. I still recognize Teacher Zhou's teaching level. It's just a billion points worse than me. Just as soon as he turned his head, the fire in his heart shot up again. Lin Xianxian, cheating again. Chapter 88 Handling. Su Jie only felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. He's never been this angry before. He hadn't thought that Lin Xianxian, who looked so obedient and coquettish, would be a repeat offender in cheating on exams. It's just a weekly test today, right? It's just a stage test, why go through all this trouble? Can't you just test yourself properly on what you've learned during this period of time? Why do you need to cheat?
Su Jia couldn't figure it out. At the same time, in his heart, he was disappointed with Lin Xianxian. After separating from Zhou Yutong, Su Jia returned to the classroom. He glanced at Lin Xianxian, who at this moment was back to her normal exam status. Su Jia's brows wrinkled deeper. This is a typical recidivist cheater. So good at hiding, disguising, and seizing the moment when the teacher is not there to cheat. This ability to seize a fleeting opportunity, where is it bad to use it? Why do you have to use it to cheat on a test? Su Jia took 2 deep breaths and forced down the anger in his heart. Time passed, and when there was still about a quarter of an hour before the exam, he walked to Chu Yuan's side. Seeing that Chu Yuan's papers were all largely done, he bent down and softly spoke to Chu Yuan. You come out with me for a moment. I have some things to ask you. Unsure of what to expect, Chu Yuan lightly followed Teacher Su out of the classroom. Teacher Su, what do you want to ask? Chu Yuan had a curious look on her face. What could make Teacher Su call herself out of the classroom right in the middle of an exam? Su Jia asked with a calm face, how much do you know about Lin Xianxian? Chu Yuan's eyes widened suddenly when she heard Teacher Su ask her about Lin Xianxian, and she exclaimed in a small voice. Teacher Su, you wouldn't have already found out that she's in a relationship with Tan Shiyu, right? This time it was Su Jia's turn to be surprised. He frowned, you knew they were in a relationship? Tan Shiyu should be the class 8 boy he had seen in the boys' dormitory back then. He also didn't expect that Chu Yuan knew that Lin Xianxian was in love. As the class president of class 9, Chu Yuan naturally knew more about many things in her class than Su Jia. But as a student, a lot of times things in the class would not be told to the teacher. All sorts of gossip and secrets are limited to being circulated amongst classmates. This was normal. Many things would not be good if they stabbed the teacher. The smallest thing is to play with cell phones and read novels, and the biggest thing is to go over the wall to the internet cafe and fall in love. There is much gossip among students. But few people will report to the teacher. After all, such a thing as snitching to the teacher, from kindergarten onwards, is an extremely annoying existence. This kind of person, don't be known, once known, is no friend. Aha! Chu Yuan nodded. I'm a day student, Lin Xianxian is a resident student. We usually, I guess, don't deal with each other too much. But there are some things about her that I still know. Tell me about it. Su Jia said calmly. He wanted to know just how much Chu Yuan knew as the class president. Chu Yuan turned her head to look at the classroom, seemingly looking for Lin Xianxian. If Teacher Su didn't ask, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to tell the teacher. But since Teacher Su asked, she had no choice but to say it. Teacher Su, don't tell anyone that I said it. If the class learns that I snitched in front of you, then there won't be any good days for me in the future. Chu Yuan had a helpless face. Su Jia smiled and nodded, don't worry, I'll help you keep it a secret. Chu Yuan sighed. I heard, just heard. Tan Shiyu and Lin Xianxian grew up together, going to the same elementary school and the same middle school. The two are sort of childhood sweethearts. Lin Xianxian's parents don't seem to treat her very well. I've heard from Huang Jiting and Yu Chenxi who live in the school. Every time she comes back from school or vacation, she always has a lot of bruises on her body. It's creepy to look at. I also heard them say that Tan Shiyu treats her so well, following her in everything and spoiling her. Su Jia asked again, who does she usually play better with? Chu Yuan thought for a moment and said, she plays well with Shen Menying and Yuan Shanshan, a few people are in the same dormitory. Su Jia nodded. The boys' dormitory in Xinzhong was an 8-person dormitory for 6 people. The girls' dormitory on the other hand was a standard 4-person dormitory. What else do you know? Su Jia then asked. He pointed at the classroom, related to the exam. Chu Yuan froze and her face became a little unnatural. When Su Jia saw the change in her complexion, he knew in his heart that she, as the class president, knew something about the situation. Did Lin Xianxian used to cheat on exams? Su Jia asked directly. Chu Yuan suddenly widened her eyes. Mr. Su, you know? This matter was widely circulated among the students of class 9. However, most people only learned about it from various gossip. There didn't seem to be many people who actually saw her cheating in the exam room. Tan Shiyu's grades are very good and he's at the top of class 8. He really likes Lin Xianxian, he takes the initiative to help her cheat on every exam. That's what I've heard from others, I've never seen it with my own eyes. Xu Yuan recalled that she had only heard about it before, but she had never seen Lin Xianxian cheating when she actually saw her in the examination room. And as such, she had never taken this matter seriously. Tainting someone's innocence out of thin air without proof? She was not that kind of person. Su Jia nodded, probably understanding the situation in his mind. It seems that there are still quite a few students in the class who know that Lin Xianxian cheated. People like Chu Xiaoran and Li Hao who gave her a boo in the first place are probably more or less aware of it. There are many kinds of remedies for bad talent and bad grades. But cheating as a result was actually frowned upon in the eyes of many students. Has it ever been discovered before? Su Jia asked with a frown. Chu Yuan shook her head. Good fellow. You've never been caught cheating on an exam?
Su Jie thought for a second. In the previous class 9, the teachers were lazy, and it seemed understandable that this kind of thing had not been discovered. But always walk by the river, wear not wet shoes. Caught by Su Jie tonight, he has no intention of letting Lin Xianxian go. Jingle bell. The bell rang and the exam ended. So the math test was so easy? Why didn't I realize before that I'm actually a math genius? Why don't we try the OU questions as well? Crap. Are you crazy? Don't you know how much you weigh? In the classroom, the students were still chattering and discussing non-stop. Su Jie finished collecting the test papers and said loudly, "Everyone go back and have a good rest, remember not to be late tomorrow. Also student Lin Xianxian, stay for a while, I have something to find you." Not long after, the students left one after another. In the classroom, only Su Jie and Lin Xianxian remained. Lin Xianxian stood next to the podium, her head lowered with a look of apprehension. Today was the weekly exam, and the teacher was left alone at night. Could it be that cheating has been discovered? In her heart, she secretly thought of what to say. At the same time, she still harbored a trace of luck. It shouldn't be. She had been observing for quite some time, and no one had found out before she cheated. This matter of cheating with Tan Shiyu, they had already succeeded several times. In the past, the teachers of class 9 may or may not have known, but none of them had ever caught her in the act. But Mr. Su's next words directly wiped out any hint of fluke she still had. "Your test scores today, all of them do not count," Su Jie said with a serious face. Lin Xianxian's face abruptly turned white. Chapter 89 Misery. In the classroom, Su Jie was still angry. Cheating on exams, in his opinion, was a much worse behavior than playing tricks on the teacher, skipping classes, and so on. His attitude towards cheating was zero tolerance. Just as he was about to continue admonishing and educating Lin Xianxian, suddenly, there was a poof. The pale-faced Lin Xianxian instantly knelt on the ground. "Teacher Su, please, don't let me get a 0. Please. If my mom finds out I got a 0, she'll beat me to death. Please, please. No, no. She'll really kill me." She sat on her knees, her head shaking like a rattle, her body involuntarily trembling. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down her bloodless face. Her eyes were filled with horror and fear, as if she had thought of something extremely frightening. These actions of Lin Xianxian caught Su Jie off guard. Don't let me get a 0 on the test. Don't let me get a 0 on the test. She'll really kill me, she'll kill me." Lin Xianxian's teeth chattered as she mumbled, as if she was greatly stimulated. Such a state caused Su Jie's entire body to stand up and sweat. He hurriedly took a step forward and reached out to help Lin Xianxian up. "Teacher Su, I beg you, don't let my grades be nullified, okay? Please." Whoa. Lin Xianxian broke down. Her sudden breakdown and crying really startled Su Jie. But before he could get back to his senses, bang! The classroom door was suddenly slammed open from outside. A figure whooshed to the podium. With a plop sound, it also knelt down. It was none other than Tan Shiyu, who had been eavesdropping outside the door. "Teacher Su, please, don't nullify Xianxian's grade. Please. If her mom finds out she got a 0 on the exam, she'll really beat her to death. Please." Su Jie's entire body was confused. What the is this? For a moment, he only felt his scalp go numb. He looked at Tan Shiyu, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him to help Lin Xianxian plead for leniency, with that anxious and sincere look, not like he was telling lies. Su Jie sighed and reached out to help Tan Shiyu up again. "You get up first. Tell me, what's going on?" In his heart, he vaguely had some guesses. Tan Shiyu stood up and handed Lin Xianli a packet of tissues. Tan Shiyu naturally knew about Class 9 changing their homeroom teacher. Su Jie was their former PE teacher, of course he knew him. During this period of time, he had heard Lin Xianxian say more than once that Mr. Su was very good at leading his class and never forced his students to do this or that. He respected the students in Class 9. But, hey! At a young age, Tan Shiyu sighed in his heart. His heart ached as he looked at Lin Xianxian, who was standing by the side crying with pear blossoms. "Teacher Su." Tan Shiyu said. Su Jie listened, and Lin Xianxian cried. In the classroom of senior Class 9, a very bizarre picture appeared. It was only from Tan Shiyu's mouth that Su Jie finally knew something of the truth. Indeed, as Chu Yuan said, Tan Shiyu and Lin Xianxian grew up together and were considered childhood sweethearts. In elementary school, middle school, and high school, they both attended the same school. According to Tan Shiyu, it's not the first time he helped Lin Xianxian cheat. The root cause is Lin Xianxian's mother. Lin Xianxian's talent for learning is not good. In elementary and middle school, with hard work and effort, she can still keep up. But when she got to high school, the downside of her lack of talent was revealed. Her test scores were often very unsatisfactory. And Lin Xianxian's mother, in their part of the world, was notorious for her short temper. Smoking, drinking, playing cards, quarreling. She's good at everything. From childhood to adulthood, as long as Lin Xianxian's test scores are not satisfactory, she is lightly abusive, pushing and shoving, heavy fists and feet. It seems that her daughter is not a daughter, but her punching bag. When Lin Xianxian was in junior high school, her father died unexpectedly. Her mom was pretty and not too old in her 30s. So she took her and remarried and started a new family. Later, the family had a second baby, and her stepfather's parents treated Lin Xianxian even worse. When the situation is not favorable, they take it out on Lin Xianxian.
In Tan Shiyu's words, Lin Xianxian's mother is a shrew, a psychopath, and a devil.
From childhood to adulthood, Lin Xianxian has been beaten many times. Sometimes even if Lin Xianxian did nothing wrong, she would still be verbally abused and beaten by her. Her best excuse was Lin Xianxian's grades. Whether it's the weekly exams, monthly exams, midterm exams or final exams. As long as her grades are not good enough, Lin Xianxian will go back to her home and will not be able to escape from her fists and feet. In the past, when her father was alive, he would have stopped her. What's worse, in the newly formed family, Lin Xianxian's stepfather is also a hot-tempered bastard. He's a stepdad who follows Lin Xianxian's mom around, punching and kicking her. Tan Shiyu felt sorry for her and started to help her cheat one after another. If she gets better grades, she'll at least get less beatings. He had also thought of helping her out of her misery, but the world is so big, where can she escape to? The so-called legal aid he had also tried.
What it brought was even more unscrupulous beatings on Lin Xianxian. There's no escape. After listening to Tan Shiyu's account, Su Jie fell into silence.
In the classroom, only Lin Xianxian's sobbing remains. Tan Shiyu sighed and walked over to Lin Xianxian's side, gently rolling the clothes on her arm upwards. A scarred arm came into Su Jie's eyes. A strip, a path, or a long time ago, or a bright red freshly healed scar, almost covered the entire arm. Even someone like Su Jie couldn't help but shiver. It was too cruel. Those tiny dot-like scars, Su Jie could tell at a glance. Those were all ing cigarette burns. WCTMLGB. This is a ing person who did it. Su Jie tiger eyes round, the heart of the anger steeply soared to the extreme. This is really the real biological parents can do it How to get down to the The tiger poison is not eat the child. This is simply worse than animals The arm is still like this, and the rest of the place? Is not more miserable than the arms like cobwebs? A man like Su Jie, his eyes were filled with tears. Teacher Su, we had no choice but to do this. Tan Shiyu lowered his head and whispered with a despondent face. Please, don't let Xianxian's grades be invalidated, okay? If her mom finds out, she'll definitely beat her to death if she goes back this week. Su Jie was silent. Cheating on exams was originally an absolutely unforgivable mistake in his case. But at this moment, where else could he blame Lin Xianxian? May there be no domestic violence in the world. Chapter 90 A Temporary Solution. Su Jie didn't think that such a tragic thing would happen to his own student, Lin Xianxian. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are many places where parents have the tradition of stick education. Su Jie has always scoffed at this. If scolding can produce results, then to school, to teacher why? Directly hanging at home every day to beat good. Stick education, to put it bluntly, can only reflect the incompetence of parents. There is no sense of education at all. There are so many ways to guide and teach children, but they choose to use violence? What is this if not incompetence? Su Jie thinks that many parents who hold the concept of stick education are transferring their own pressure onto their children. Some parents are just pretending to be confused, because they don't have the patience to listen to their children. Because they do not have the patience, will not listen to the children's voices and demands, only know that you poor grades, you misbehave, then I will use the whip to whip you, beat you until you listen. This whip, in fact, is to cover their own perverted desire for control and violent tendencies. Finished also said beautifully, I beat you for your own good. How sad. Lin Xianxian's mother's behavior is even worse than this stick education. She is not for the purpose of education, Su Jie thinks, she is already completely psychological distortion, will do such a thing to the heartless. There are thousands of parents in the world, but Su Jie has never heard of them treating their children so viciously. Looking at the scars on Lin Xianxian's arm, Su Jie was shocked and angry. The thought that Tan Shiyu had approached the neighborhood committee, reported to the police, and sought help from the law, but in the end, he was unable to change anything. Instead, it made Lin Xian's mom worse. Su Jie had an incomparable headache. He can imagine that when it comes to parents like Lin Xianxian's mom, the neighborhood committee, the police department, and the mediator won't be of much use. It's not even a matter of a clear official being unable to resolve a family matter anymore. Although Su Jie isn't in the legal field, he can tell by looking at the scars on Lin Xianxian's body that this is at the very least a crime of intentional injury and child abuse. It's against the law. If she was really ruthless, Lin Xianxian's mom wouldn't have been spared from jail. But she's still alive and well, and Lin Xianxian continues to be tortured. Obviously, neither the neighborhood committee, nor the police station, nor the mediator have been able to solve this domestic violence.
In the face of a woman like Lin Xianxian's mom, mediation and conciliation are of no use.
In Su Jie's opinion, she must be deterred with a thunderbolt before anything can come back to haunt her.
Parents should have absolute control over their children. The right to educate, this is in many places deep-rooted feudal remnants of thought. Relying on one thing or one person alone could not change anything.
But Su Jie was willing to try. At the very least, let his student, Lin Xianxian, not be subjected to such beatings and abuse from now on. Most of the usual neighborhood committees, police offices around the area that were responsible for mediation and such, would choose to make peace with the situation.
Su Jie sighed. It was so hard. He said to the two, "You guys go back first, this matter ends here. For tomorrow's exam, no more cheating."
He definitely wouldn't pursue the matter of Lin Xianxian cheating. How to deal with this matter, his heart also had a preliminary plan.
The first thing was to make 2 separate test paper grades for Lin Xianxian.
One was a real paper grade, to be kept in the school. One was a fake test paper grade for her to take home. However, Su Jie knew that doing so was only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. If you want to save Lin Xianxian from the fire, you still need to start with her mom.
Teacher Su, Xianxian's grades? Tan Shiyu listened to Mr. Su's tone, and it seemed as if he wasn't going to pursue this evening's matter.
But he couldn't be sure after all, so he nervously opened his mouth to ask.
"I'll have to think about this matter again. You guys don't have to worry, at least I won't get a straight 0 on today's test."
Su Jie said with a serious face, "You should also not help her in this way again in the future. I will think of a way to deal with this matter." This kid, taking the initiative to help Lin Xianxian cheat, just for her to go back and get beaten up less. This heart alone made Su Jie impressed with him. Tan Shiyu was not tall, not handsome, and always had a naive smile on his face.
It looked like an honest child. Su Jie could see his talent at a glance. Name, Tan Shiyu. Age, 17. Height, 171 cm. Weight, 58 kilograms.
Talent, language good, math excellent, English good, history excellent, geography excellent, politics good.
Mentality, good. Practical bonus, 10%.
He is a standard good student in arts class. He also belonged to the top existence in class 8. It wasn't hard for Su Jie to guess that this kid was responsible for Lin Xianxian being able to top the class in the final exam last semester. From Tan Shiyu's behavior, he really gets along with Lin Xianxian.
Of course, Lin Xianxian is really good looking too.
Su Jie had no intention of destroying this friendship between the two of them. When Tan Shiyu heard Su Jie's words, his heart was relieved.
As long as it is not cleared, it is good. So that for English and math today, Xianxian's grades will definitely not be bad.
As for tomorrow night's exam, he could only pray that Xianxian would play better on her own. Tan Shiyu nods his head in agreement, but at the same time, he has more respect for Mr. Su in front of him. Before, he had only heard that Mr. Su was different from other teachers. Today, he is indeed true to his name. If other teachers encountered this kind of thing, it would probably be indiscriminate, and the score would be zeroed out directly.
Tan Shiyu can't imagine how miserable Lin Xianxian will be when she gets home.
If she fails the exam, her mom will beat her to death. Just thinking about Lin Xianxian's mom, Tan Shiyu shivered, while his heart hated her even more. Also, I hope that the matter between the two of you will not affect your usual studies.
Su Jie's face sank as he emphasized.
The two had grown up together since childhood, and had mutual affection and secret feelings for each other, which Su Jie could understand. But after all, it was still in high school. Su Jie still hoped that they would finish their studies first. In between, Su Jie feels the need to constantly emphasize to them the need to grasp the scale and control the balance. Tan Shiyu was not stupid, he understood the meaning of Mr. Su's words. Early love, the school is definitely prohibited. But looking at Mr. Su's meaning, he was not prepared to report the two of them to the grade head or even the principal. He blushed and nodded his head a little blushingly. "Got it, Mr. Su." On the other side, Lin Xianxian also gradually stopped sobbing. With red eyes, she said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, Teacher Su."
Chapter 91, Soldiering and Training.
The next day, the sun rose as usual. After the morning reading, Su Jie returned to his office to organize the lessons he was going to teach today.
Ding dong. The cell phone rang.
Su Jie picked it up and saw that it was a public service text message. "Public welfare strong military to serve the country, the Dragon Kingdom has me.
The first half of the conscription has begun.
Welcome the majority of young people of the right age to log on to the National Conscription Network to sign up for the draft. Follow the Dragon Country Conscription WeChat public number for more information."
Conscription Office.
Su Jie smiled slightly.
The conscription text message sent by the operator group.
The Dragon Kingdom's conscription took place twice a year, divided into the first and second half of the year. Now that the Spring Festival had not long passed, it was the time when the first half of the conscription started to register. Looking at the conscription text message on his cell phone, Su Jie recalled the year he turned 18. If it wasn't for the fact that he was gifted in the long jump, he was selected for the national team at the age of 17. Su Jie will definitely join the army in the adult year. When the military regret 2 years, do not become a soldier regret a lifetime. In this land of the Dragon Kingdom, there has been no shortage of hot-blooded young people since ancient times. They dared to throw their heads and spill their blood for the sake of their loved ones, for the sake of their compatriots, and for the sake of the country. The military career in the Dragon Kingdom was the dream of many young boys and girls. Su Jia shook his head and smiled to himself. It was a pity that he was old and past the age of conscription. He never expected that on the first day of the conscription enrollment started, someone approached him. Between the big classes. Knock knock knock. Su Jia, who was sitting in his office, looked up. Class 9 student, Du Yen. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, national character face. Tall and strong with a calm and idle demeanor. Teacher Su. Du Yen stood straight in the doorway and called out respectfully. His voice was as loud as a bell, and he was full of energy. Su Jia didn't know where he was coming from and smiled as he waved at Du Yen, "Come in." While pulling the chair on the seat next to him, he smiled and asked, "Du Yen, what do you want from me?" Du Yen sat on the chair, his waist straight. "Teacher Su, I want to go into the military." Su Jia gave Du Yen a surprised look. This kid actually wanted to go into the military? There's ambition, ah. Then look at his talent. Name, Du Yen. Age, 17. Height, 178 cm. Weight, 66 kilograms. Talent, language good, math good, English poor, history average, geography good, politics excellent. Gunnery excellent, art of war demonic. Mentality, excellent. Actual combat bonus, 20%. When he first introduced himself, Su Jia had already noticed his unique talent. He was thinking about how he would train Du Yen in the future. Modern warfare was different from ancient warfare. The level of advancement in technology, weaponry, and equipment was prioritized higher than intelligence and strategy. In a war under the same level of technology, wisdom and military tactics would come in handy. Therefore, when Su Jia saw his demonic level of art of war talent, he wasn't too shocked. On the contrary, he felt that this talent was very weak. On the contrary, an excellent talent for firearms would instead allow him to be a fish out of water in his military career. Intelligence and art of war, how high of a level did one have to sit before using them? Big Head Soldier was not available for these. How old are you this year? Su Jia asked smilingly. He was asking knowingly. Du Yen was stunned, but still returned with a loud voice, "Mr. Su, I'm 17 years old." "Then how did you become a soldier?" Su Jia lightly laughed. "This kid, it's good to have ambition, but he's also too eager. 17 years old, where are you going to become a soldier?" Du Yen blushed. He also heard from the other students in the morning that he had received a mass draft text message today, and that the first half of the draft had begun to be registered from today, and that was why he came to find Mr. Su in the middle of the large classroom. "Teacher Su, Du Yen wanted to say something. Su Jia stood up and Du Yen immediately followed. Su Jia looked at his upright stance and was surprised in his heart. This kid wouldn't start standing in military posture in private, right? This body, this posture, is indeed a good piece of material. He smiled and patted Du Yen's shoulder. "Alright, Mr. Du Yen, it's good to have ambition, but right now, you're not up to the age of conscription. This year, you'll study culture well. When you're of age next year, if you still want to go to the army, your teacher will support you to go. Besides, learning more about culture, when you become a soldier in the future, you will also be able to better contribute to the country." Looking at Teacher Su's smiling face, Du Yen tightened his fists and didn't say anything more. The third class after the big recess was math class. Su Jia was just about to go to the classroom when he was blocked at the door by Zhou Yutong. "But you already promised yesterday that I would still be the one to teach the math class in class 9. Zhou Yutong held her math textbook in her hands and said with a fluttering brow. Su Jia hadn't expected that she would take over class 9's math class again so quickly. The matter of reselecting a teacher for class 9 hadn't been completely finalized yet. Her fiery appearance made Su Jia laugh. Fine, you take it if you take it." Su Jia shrugged helplessly. There was someone else who was grabbing class 9's class with himself. What an oddball. Su Jia could understand. Zhou Yutong, as the principal's daughter and holding the reputation of being the #1 beautiful teacher in all of Xinzhou, had never been caught by the students of class 9. It was quite good that she possessed an original heart to teach and educate. Su Jia also wanted to see if the kids in class 9 would continue to make trouble after he was no longer the teacher of all subjects. Since he had someone to teach the class for him, he was also happy to have some leisure time. After coming to the classroom with Zhou Yutong and announcing the matter, he took Chu Xiaoran out of the classroom. Su Jia thought that since he was now free, he had to personally temper Chu Xiaoran. On the playground, Su Jia brought Chu Xiaoran to warm up. "Don't feel that it's boring for me to make you practice basic skills," Su Jia said to Chu Xiaoran with a sideways glance while pressing his legs. "Starting today, all the bouncing and running with the ball, I'll be practicing with you." Su Jia had always felt that whether it was a parent or a teacher, the effect of physical action was definitely better than verbal education. Is soccer fundamentals training boring? Very boring.
Not physically, set a good example for him, sitting on the sidelines eating hot pots and singing songs, watching him practice? He'll be damned if he'll be good at it. Warming up was over and the bouncing of the ball began. Soo-jia picked his toes, the soccer ball flew up, his neck was angled, and he caught it steadily. Let's start with head bobbles and see who has more consecutive bobbles. Chu Xiaoran looked at Soo-jia bobbing the ball with himself and was touched inwardly. Which soccer coach would personally follow a trainee's training like this? His cultural performance was a bit poor, but he wasn't a fool. People's hearts were all made of flesh, and how could he not feel the care Soo-jia took of him? Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Soo-jia laughed and scolded. The soccer ball was above his head, as if it was installed with a positioning system, all the landing points, surprisingly consistent. Hey! Coming! Chu Xiaoran laughed, learning just like Soo-jia, a toe pick, the soccer ball flew up. Bang! Bang! On Jinzhong's playground, the two people moved in unison as the soccer ball flew up and down. The picture was very harmonious. Chapter 92 Plans and Changes. If you were to choose, out of the 5 major leagues, where would you most like to play soccer? In between the training sessions of running with the ball, Soo-jia asked with a smile. On the playground, between the 2 goals, many obstacles were placed by Soo-jia. He brought Chu Xiaoran and practiced back and forth on the field. The practice was mainly about instantaneous acceleration and deceleration, different parts of the foot such as the instep, toes, side of the foot, heel, etc. to dish the ball over the obstacles and other such basic items. On Chu Xiaoran's forehead, there were already fine beads of sweat, and his breathing was also a lot more rapid than when he was just training. Without even thinking about it, he said back, Mr. Su, definitely Ying Chao. What's the point of picking? His dad was a fan of the Blue Army Chelsea. His grandfather was a Red Devils Manchester United fan. Since he was a child, the soccer match he watched the most was the English Premier League. As for the other La Liga, Serie A, Bundesliga, and League One, they didn't add up to as much as the EPL. So when he heard Soo-jia's question, Chu Xiaoran chose the English Premier League without hesitation. The influence of parents and elders on their children is always inadvertent. Soo-jia nodded his head with a smile. The ornamental nature of the English Premier League is indeed high. Great Britain, as the birthplace of modern soccer, had its unique advantages in the sport of soccer. The Premier League's rhythm, physical confrontation and impact were all at the forefront of the top 5 leagues. The matches between the league teams emphasize very much on physical confrontation without much off-the-wall skills. It's like punching to the bone in martial arts, full of explosive beauty. This is one of the main reasons why Premier League matches are so good to watch. La Liga is more tactical, Serie A is paranoid about defense, Bundesliga is heavy on offense, and League One is dull. 5 major leagues, each with its own unique characteristics. But the spectacle of the Premier League is undoubtedly one of the best in existence. So what if I let you pick a team? Soo-jia asked again. This time, Chu Xiaoran hesitated. Among the English Premier League, there were many great powers. Manchester City, Manchester United, Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal, Tottenham Hotspur, Crystal Palace, Leicester City. All of them have notable strength. Let him pick a team directly? Teacher Su, isn't this progress too fast for us? Chu Xiaoran smiled awkwardly and said, I haven't even seen the face of a star scout yet, and you're letting me start picking teams? Isn't it too optimistic about me? Soo-jia was so optimistic about him that he made himself a little embarrassed. Sometimes he wondered, the world had only heard of a literary star descending to Earth, but had never heard of any soccer star descending to Earth. Could he be the 1 in a million expert? Soo-jia laughed. Defy the enemy strategically, and emphasize the enemy tactically. Letting you practice the basics every day is tactical. Letting you dream about which team to go to first, this is strategy. You always have a favorite team, right? Just don't want to play for your favorite team? Hearing Soo-jia say this, Chu Xiaoran thought seriously and said, Manchester United or Chelsea? That way if I can really go to Europe to play soccer, my father and my grandfather might just shake hands and make up. Soo-jia smiled and nodded. Another important reason why he was asking this was because he was planning to use the People Connection card. In fact, he had thought about whether or not to directly associate with the president of UEFA. This way the big Europe, the 5 leagues, the major giants, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern, Juve, Milan, can all be involved. But what makes Soo-jia very speechless is that when this idea popped into his mind, the system unexpectedly appeared a warning prompt. The higher the social status of the person associated with the People Connection card, the shallower the relationship between the host and that person. In other words, the relationship obtained by associating people of different social statuses was different. Isn't this a ing pit? If the association is similar to one's own status, it is possible to become a direct life and death friendship. If there is a huge difference between the association and one's status, then it may just be a nodding acquaintance, or even a one-sided relationship. Soo-jia was furious. The dog system didn't make it clear when he gave away the human connection card. It also divided the depth of the relationship according to the social status of the person being associated. Where is the system that pits the host like this? Later Su Jia thought about it. I was at least a member of the national team of the Dragon State. In the sports circle is not a little transparent, right? With Messi, C. Luo them, the status is not too much difference? Maybe just 100 million points? Because of this, Su Jia asked Chu Xiaoran which teams he wanted to play for. Some talent scouts are only responsible for serving one team, while some talent scouts, like intermediaries, served many teams. Su Jia's preferred targets were naturally those top scouts who had become famous in the industry. For example, the legendary scout who had once unearthed Big and Little Luo. Another example is the veteran scout who has unearthed talented players such as Lewandowski and Hummels for Borussia Dortmund. After class, Zhou Yutong came to Su Jia holding her textbook with a happy face. Teacher Su, these kids' motivation to learn has really improved a lot. How did you do that? In the math class just now, she was lecturing from above and almost all the students below were listening attentively. Was this still the sophomore 9 class she knew? It was simply a miracle. It's only been less than a week since Su Jia stole her job, right? How could he have such a miraculous effect? She was really curious. You guess? Su Jia laughed, placing the soccer ball back in the equipment room and walking towards the office. Humph. Zhou Yutong was so angry that she stomped her foot and followed behind Su Jia. Give me yesterday's math papers, I'll correct them. She knew that in today's class 9, other than the math class, the other cultural classes were still being taught by Su Jia. He was so busy, so she simply helped him share some of it. She also didn't know what kind of magic she was possessed with that she would take the initiative to help Su Jia share the pressure. The corner of Su Jia's mouth curled up when he heard that she wanted to help her correct math papers. Great. Then thank you, Ms. Zhou. He couldn't wait to see Zhou Yutong's wonderful expression when she corrected the math papers. As expected, it was not what Su Jia expected. During lunch, Zhou Yutong, with a shocked look on her face, took the initiative to find Su Jia and his large group of people. Now that Su Jia was eating lunch, the surroundings were filled with students from class 9. It made it seem like there was a class gathering every day. This sight caused the other class teachers and students who ate on the third floor of the cafeteria every day to look sideways. In their opinion, every time they ate, that sophomore class 9, which was known throughout the school, was like a club gathering in Goonies. Su Jia, who was tall and big, was like the club boss. Teachers and students from other classes looked away and pointed at each other. People's stereotypes of others could not be changed overnight. But Su Jia didn't care. As time went on, everyone would see the metamorphosis of these children. When they one by one stood on the highest podiums in various fields with incredible achievements, those who had looked down on them in the beginning would naturally realize how foolish they had been. Teacher Zhou, what's wrong? Looking at me with this expression? Su Jia smiled and asked knowingly. Of course he knew why Zhou Yutong had this shocked look. But it was not bad to flirt with a beautiful woman once in a while. Chapter 93 Results and Arrangements. Seeing Teacher Zhou coming over, Li Hao consciously moved to the side table with his dinner plate. Teacher Su, do you know the average math score of Class 9's final exam last semester? Zhou Yutong took 2 deep breaths after sitting down, before she asked in a glowing manner. Su Jia asked knowingly, and she also asked knowingly. I know. Su Jia chucked a piece of braised pork and smiled as he ate, 82 points. An average grade of 82, 8 points short of passing. This was the average math score of the final exam of the last semester of senior Class 9. Genoa Middle School was a key high school, and it was simply unbelievable that the average score of a class could not even reach passing. It was for this reason that most teachers and students viewed senior Class 9 with tinted glasses. Strange? It was normal. With this score, wasn't it normal to be despised? Even though Zhou Yutong was already the most conscientious one in class out of all the previous teachers, it didn't help. Apart from Li Mengyao, Zhou Kai, and the few other students who hadn't given up on themselves would listen attentively. Most of the students in the class didn't take learning seriously at all. Those with good talent fooled around and those with average talent studied hard. When Su Jia took over Class 9 back then, just by looking at the talent of the students, he already knew what an odd class it was. Then guess their average score on this weekly exam? Zhou Yutong raised an eyebrow and asked with a backhanded smile. I'll let you always let me guess and make me guess. I'll let you guess this time as well. Unfortunately, this little bit of hers didn't work on Su Jia. She didn't know the situation of Class 9, but Su Jia, the class teacher who personally manipulated the class, knew it like the back of his hand. In the past, most of the students in the class were really not gifted in math either. Average and poor ones predominated. Plus, for various reasons, they didn't study hard. What kind of results they got, Su Jia was not surprised. But times were different today. After he used the raindrop card, the math talent of the students in Class 9 was at the worst at the good level. As long as they wanted to learn, after working hard, getting 112% was still not a problem. But then again, most of the students in Class 9, after all, had a relatively poor background before. Although after a week of studying hard, Su Jia estimated that for this weekly exam, the average math score should only be around 100 points.
This was his reasonable deduction, and Su Jie thought to himself that it should be about 8 or 9. So he laughed and replied calmly. The average grade fluctuates 5 points above and below 100. He looked up just in time to see Zhou Yutong's surprised expression. Little bastard, still letting me guess? I can't understand the students I teach? In his heart, he secretly laughed. 102.8 points. Zhou Yutong took a deep breath and uttered a score. Such an average math score, when placed in an experimental or ordinary class, would probably be cursed. But this was sophomore class 9. The poor class that failed the average math score in last year's final exam. Such a rate of improvement could be described as exaggerated. In the 4th class of the morning, when she was marking the papers in the office, her entire body was stunned. It wasn't that she hadn't gone to class 9 to see how things were going during last night's exams. But the time spent watching them answer the questions was after all short, and it was impossible for her to look at everyone's exams one by one. But when it came to actually correcting the test papers, the answers of the students in class 9 surprised and amazed her. This was nothing short of a miracle. Zhou Yutong knew that the difficulty of the weekly exam papers was no more difficult than the midterm or final exams. And because it was a stage test, the questions were mostly similar. But the fact that class 9 was able to achieve such a result still made her, the math teacher, thrilled. It's only been a week off? That average score could have risen by a large margin? What about after some more time? Wouldn't it be able to catch up with the other regular classes? Moreover, there were full score papers in it. Because Shi Yunfeng's talent for math was known early on, his perfect score didn't surprise Zhou Yutong that much. But what about the others? What about Wang Xiyuan, Zhu Xiaoran, and the others? Their scores had also improved greatly. This made Zhou Yutong shocked. Also, Li Hao and Li Hu, are you really going to let them not learn at all? Looking at Su Jie's calm demeanor, Zhou Yutong knew that it was all under his control, so she asked again. Su Jie nodded his head. Li Hao and Li Hu, Su Jie did not let them take the weekly exam. Since he was going to let them go, he should let them go completely. Letting them not attend classes again and letting them take the exam? Wouldn't that be like being in standing again? Su Jie will not do that. In his opinion, with the talent of the two of them, their future achievements are unlimited. What weekly exam? What cultural achievements? It's useless to the two of them. Wasting their time for nothing. People were different, and Su Jie's cultivation plan for the two of them was to completely stimulate their strongest talent. What's the point of going to school? There was no need for it. Also, are you coming to the OU quiz in the afternoon? Zhou Yutong asked with another smile. This afternoon, they would have the final quiz for the Olympic math squad. In fact, what the outcome would be, both she and the other math teachers in the math teaching team already had an idea in their hearts. Shi Yunfeng replacing Feng Tangsong was already the nail in the coffin. Whether it was Feng Tangsong or his homeroom teacher Tian Shujian, both had already recognized the facts as time went by. No go, I still have to give them lessons. Su Jie shrugged. If it wasn't for the fact that Principal Zhou Wanguang and Grade Director Qin Shixiang were both there last time, he wouldn't have bothered to go. Xinjiang's AOM test is just that, what's there to worry about? Our Shi Yunfeng's goal is a gold medal in the International Olympiad. This kind of test isn't even an appetizer before a meal. Zhou Yutong blankly glanced at him. What about the municipal auditions on Sunday? This time, Su Jie finally came to his senses. Where is the examination center located this year? Su Jie asked. Every year, for the city-level auditions, the examination center would rotate through the various schools in the city. Like last year, the examination room was at Jinzhong Middle School. Then the students of Jinzhong were very much in the know. But where it was this year, Su Jie really didn't know. This year it's at the Vocational Education Center. Zhou Yutong replied. Oh. Su Jie nodded. The Vocational Education Center, a vocational school in Zhongnan City, was what people in Zhongnan City customarily called the Vocational Education Center. Su Jie turned his head to Shi Yunfeng and said, all right then, I'll pick you up from your house on Sunday. Send you directly to the examination center. Shi Yunfeng, who was eating at the side, shook his head. Teacher Su, there's no need to be so troublesome. I'll ride my bike there myself. It's not that far. Teacher Su had helped him enough. It was better to let him rest more on a rare Sunday. Shi Yunfeng thought in his heart. Su Jie glared with both eyes. How is it not far? From your house to the Vocational Education Center, riding a bicycle must not take an hour? What if you waste that much physical energy and play badly? It's settled, I'll call you then. Shi Yunfeng's cell phone was also taken care of by Su Jie. In the modern world, not having a cell phone was really inconvenient. In order to be able to contact Shi Yunfeng in real time after school, he gave him an old cell phone that he had used before. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a new one, and he did so only after Shi Yunfeng said he didn't want one. Listening to their conversation, next to them, Zhu Xiaoran and the others came to life. It's Sunday afternoon, isn't it? Why don't we go together to cheer for Shi Yunfeng? Hey! That's a good idea.
I've never been to an exam center for an OU competition before. And I don't know where the door to the OU competition faces? What are you talking about? Wasn't the test center in Xinjiang last year? You don't know where the gate faces? Ha ha ha. Su Jie glanced at them. There's nothing for you guys to do, don't make a fuss. It was just a municipal selection match, where was the need to labor over it? He could just bring Shi Yunfeng over alone. Chapter 94, Silent Night Thoughts. During the evening self-study, the language and literature comprehensive exams took place as scheduled. Su Jie focused on Lin Qianqian. Throughout the night, she was answering the exams seriously and did not cheat. This made Su Jie very pleased. At least, she listened to her own words. Then, as a classroom teacher, it's only natural to help students solve their problems. Last night, Su Jie went back and thought about it again. Lin Qianqian's character is not strong. In the face of domestic violence, she cannot even do to fight back. The matter of helping her to cheat is also Tan Shiyu's idea. But this is not a cure for the problem. Lin Qianqian's journey, like Su Jie, such outsiders have no way to know, can only go to guess. The so-called empathy, the whip cannot whip their own body, can empathize with the ass. It's just a moral high ground to condemn it. Su Jie thinks that if he wants to save Lin Qianqian from the sea of bitterness, he should first let Lin Qianqian herself be brave. Courageous enough to recognize the truth, courageous enough to oppose violence. How much flesh and blood still exists between mother and daughter when they are able to abuse their daughter so much? In the face of such domestic violence, what is the real idea in her heart? All of this, at this time, Su Jie has no way to know. After school, Su Jie brought all the test papers back to the Jinya Academy. He was going to correct the language and literature synthesis papers this evening. After all the grades were out, the things he had promised the children before could be honored one by one. Su Jie thought that they had studied hard for a week and it was time for them to combine their labor and rest. At 1 in the morning, Su Jie yawned. The test papers were finally all corrected. He sat in front of the computer and produced a few lists. There were a total of 6 lists for the top 10 in total score, top 10 in total score progress, and top 10 in single subject progress, and he was going to rush them out overnight. Looking at the achievements of the students in Class 9, Su Jie was very pleased. Since he took over Class 9, the students' attitude towards learning had changed drastically. Many of the students' scores on this weekly exam were very obvious in comparison to the past. Because he knew the talents of all the students in the class, Su Jie was able to anticipate what kind of grades each of them would be able to achieve. He looked at the familiar names on the computer screen and pondered their respective futures in his mind. Shi Yunfeng, first in the class in this weekly exam. This was completely predictable. With his learning talent, not to mention being class first in Class 9, when the monthly, midterm, and final exams were ranked by the entire school in the future, his name would definitely appear in the sights of everyone in the entire second year of high school. Putting on a show of the return of the king. Regarding his future, Su Jie wasn't worried. In addition to Shi Yunfeng in the class, there were actually a few other students with great academic talent. For example, Chu Mo, Mo Shixue, Shi Mingyue, and so on. With their talent in the subject, they would not have been reduced to the sophomore Class 9. But the fact of poor grades, what kind of hidden secrets are behind it, still needs Su Jie, the class teacher, to unveil them one by one. If he wanted to revitalize them all, Su Jie knew that there was still a long way to go. This is a small group of students represented by Shi Yunfeng, Li Mengyao and Zhou Kai, who took the second and third place respectively. The two of them were actually quite average in terms of their academic talent. However, their acquired efforts far exceeded their peers by a lot. On this weekly exam, both of their math scores had risen by a large margin. Because of their math talent, both of them had improved from average to good. With their level of effort, it was also predictable that their math scores would improve. However, Su Jie knew that if students like Shi Yunfeng and the others, who possessed very good talent, all revitalized themselves, their grades would soar like a rocket. At that time, would it create a very big psychological pressure on students like Li Mengyao and Zhou Kai? Or even make them develop self-doubt? This was something that he, the class teacher, needed to consider. He had thought about it before, that students like Li Mengyao and Zhou Kai, who were hardworking, motivated and diligent, deserved better results. Therefore, he had decided long ago that in the days to come, he would take the academic talents of students like them and raise them up. This was a commendation for their persistence. Represented by Li Mengyao and Zhou Kai were another small group of students. They were generally gifted in their subjects and had no other special talents, but they were all working hard to live their lives well. Then, there were the partial students like Wu Feng, He Binbin, and the rest of them. Like Wu Feng and He Binbin, they obviously have very good talent in science subjects, but they chose to take an arts class. Wu Feng, the odds were that it was because of his family. This, Su Jie could tell from the phone calls he made to his family. What about He Binbin? Su Jie did not know yet. Apart from the two of them, there were quite a few students in Class 9 who were very talented in one subject, but very poorly talented in another. For such students, Su Jie had another way of cultivating them. Shi Yunfeng, Li Mengyao, Zhou Kai, Wu Feng, He Binbin,
All of them, these students, still needed to follow the traditional path of cultural learning. On top of that, there were many other students in the class who were not so academically gifted, but possessed alternative talents. First of all, there were the sports specialty students, like Chu Xiaoran, Lu Peng, Zhou Tao and them. Chu Xiaoran had switched from long jump to soccer. Lu Peng originally possessed a very balanced talent for the discipline, and Su Jia had felt from the first time he met him that this kid shouldn't take the path of a sports specialty student. His talent in the 5,000-meter event was only at the excellent level. With this kind of talent, Su Jia was actually not optimistic about his continued development. However, after a week of studying hard, his cultural scores had improved very much. He was also one of the top 10 in this weekly exam, in terms of total score improvement. Zhou Tao practiced the 800 meters, and his talent reached the excellent level. Like Chu Xiaoran before him, he will not have much trouble mixing with the provincial team. As for what he really thinks within himself, Su Jia still needs to understand a little more. Then, there are students with various special talents. Li Hao and Li Hu, needless to say. Their future plans, Su Jia had long had a number in mind. For this type of student, Su Jia's cultivation idea was to fully tap into their own potential. Huang Zhiding, Du Yan, Lu Yunfei, Yu Zhanya, Lin Weirui, Su Tianqing, Gu Zikuan, Xiao Ho, Reynoldsy, Zhenwo, Lu Qingyun. One by one, the names crossed Su Jia's eyes. From the moment Su Jia decided to take over the sophomore class 9, his thoughts were simple and pure. Not to give up on any of them. In his view, every student was an independent individual. They possessed different thoughts and personalities. They have different families of origin and parental relationships. They are still in adolescence. The outside world will have a greater or lesser impact on them. For example, the words and actions of parents and elders. For example, the personal thoughts of different teachers. Even the books they have read or are reading will have an unexpected impact on their growth. Do they like to read A Brief History of Time or The Golden Lotus? Is it nightly reading of the OU selection or catching up on The Greatest Classroom Teacher? A person in the process of growing up, parents and elders of an inadvertent sentence, classmates and friends of a look, action, a paragraph in the book, a bridge in the movie and television drama. And so on and so forth. All of them may have a far-reaching impact on it. Su Jia felt that all he could do was to do his best. Under the premise of understanding their strongest talent, he guided them to pursue their true inner desires. To become what they themselves wanted to be, not what others wanted them to be. Unless the two were aligned. Late at night, Su Jia thought about many things. Chapter 95, announcing the results. Friday morning, the morning run was over. Su Jia stood on the podium like a kind old father, looking at the group of energetic students in his class. Cough. He coughed lightly twice and cleared his throat. Class, the results of this weekly exam are out. Actually, there was a policy from above that stated that high schools were not allowed to release scores and rankings to students and parents. However, this policy, which was thought up with the buttocks, was resisted by all three parties, the school, the parents, and the students. Letting tests be taken and not allowing scores and rankings to be released? Isn't this just like being in standing again? Why don't you abolish the Chinese language examination and the Hong Kong advanced level examination? Some people, who have been detached from the people for too long, have long since lost sight of the real needs of the people. In response to such a silly policy, the schools below are basically acting in defiance of it, changing their names and routines, and continuing to announce results and rankings in different ways. How can parents and students be attracted without announcing promotion rates? Su Jia has always scoffed at such policies. Scores and rankings, they don't tell the whole story. But they exist, and naturally have their own significance. Everything is hidden. How to check the leakage? Relying on parents and students to guess? These corpses have vested interests, and sometimes they don't even bother to pretend. When the students of Class 9 heard Su Jia's words, they all sat upright with anticipation in their eyes, staring at Mr. Su on the podium. Wow, did the scores come out so quickly? We only finished the test last night, and the scores already came out during the morning reading today? Mr. Su wouldn't have stayed up all night yesterday, would he? It was too hard, wasn't it? Mr. Su has worked so hard for us. I don't know how I did on the exam this time. I felt okay during the exam. Anyway, this time the English Progress Top 10 will definitely have my name on it, humph. I'm a math scum, but I feel like I can do this and that, so I'm sure my name will be in the top 10 in math. Give way, I'm sure I'll be in the top 10 overall this time. Crap. Lu Peng, are you bragging? You were only in the middle to lower reaches last semester, right? The students looked at Su Jia expectantly while mingling with their surrounding classmates. Su Jia didn't care about their antics and directly began to announce the list he had stayed up all night to create. First, the top 10 in the class for this weekly exam. First place, Mr. Shi Yunfeng. Crap. Bullseye. Worthy of being an Olympiad god. Shi Yunfeng, you're awesome. Congratulations. There's no doubt about it. The students around Shi Yunfeng were up in arms. Shi Yunfeng himself, on the other hand, was smiling. Now that he had a goal and a drive, he studied even harder than before. A student with such a high level of talent, if he could still work harder than others, it was simply a descending blow to others. This weekly test was just the first step in his revitalization. In his heart, he had more expectations and goals. In his heart, he also held his breath. Since everyone looks down on sophomore class 9 and thinks that our class has poor grades, then I'll be number 1 in the school and the city to show them. He secretly vowed in his heart to fight for the sophomore class 9. Those honors he had lost, he would take them back with his own hands. Second place, student Li Mengyao. Third place, classmate Zhou Kai. In the top 10 of the weekly exam this time, there were old faces from before, such as Li Mengyao, Zhou Kai, Xu Yuan, Yuan Shanshan, and so on. There were also new faces that came up later, such as Shi Yunfeng, Emoshi Shui, Lu Qingyun, Gu Zikuan, and so on. Of course, there was also the most unexpected one among them. 10th place, student Lu Peng. As soon as Su Jie's words fell, class 9 boiled over. Crap! Lu Peng? Really? Lu Peng scored 10th? Isn't he a special sports student? It's over, I can't even pass the sports specialty exam now. Why don't you reopen it? Scram! Lu Peng sat in his seat, froze for a while, and quickly reacted. He giggled with a smug look on his face. Hey! So it's so easy to get a top 10 in the class? It's just a matter of studying casually all this time. I thought I could get a top 10 in English and that's pretty much it. I didn't expect the total score to be in the top 10 as well. Around him sat Chu Xiaoran, Wang Xiyuan, He Binbin, and other students who usually play together. Upon hearing the news that Lu Peng had scored 10th, each one of them stared wide-eyed, revealing a look of incredulity. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Chu Xiaoran's face was shocked as he snapped his hand on Wang Xiyuan's shoulder. Brother Ran, what are you slapping me for? Wang Xiyuan's shoulder suffered pain, rubbed it and said, Lu Peng could even make it to the top 10? Unbelievable. Among the few people, the one who was most shocked was still He Binbin. Crap. You really took the top 10? In his heart, he was both shocked and alarmed. Lu Peng's final exam last semester, but it was several 10 points worse than him. The first weekly exam of this semester, and you're in the top 10 of the class? It's over, he's going to be taunted by him every day, Binbin is just lame. Not only that, before the exam, they had a betting agreement. Father and son, lost. He Binbin's heart, a whale. Above, are the top 10 in this weekly exam. Below, are the top 10 in overall progress. Shi Yunfeng, Lu Peng, Han Xiaochen, Yu Chenxi, Xu Mo, Wang Xiyuan, Shiming language. Top 10 in language progress. Xiaoho, Li Ziding, Meng Zihan, Lu Peng. Math progress top 10. Wu Feng, Xu Mo, Shi Ming language, Lu Yunfei, Rinoi, Yu Zhanye. English progress top 10. Top 10 progress in literature. As Su Jie announced a list of names, the emotions of the students in the class were mobilized again and again. When he first came up with this method, Su Jie did it to give them a motivation to study. Just having a list wouldn't do, the students had to be given some substantial benefits. Thus, that was why there was the gaming room, and that was why Su Jie said that if they wanted to develop their hobbies like Li Hao and Li Hu, then they would take the cultural achievements in exchange. Junior high school to senior high school has diverted out a part of the people. Whether it was the ones who bought points or the ones who borrowed, they were more or less, all of them had 1 or 2 subjects that they were able to continue studying. It's not that they can't learn, it's just that they don't want to learn for one reason or another. The 9th class of the second year of high school had a total of only 45 students. Excluding Li Hao and Li Hu who didn't take the exam, there were only 43 students in total. Su Jie designed these 6 lists, but there are 60 places. Whether the entire subject was good in terms of academic talent, or whether they were heavily biased, there would be opportunities for them to play and be on the list. Therefore, this time, the list covered almost all the students in the class. This was also expected by Su Jie, because this was originally a benefit that he was going to give to the students. Each student can think about whether to go to the gaming room to play or make a request to me. In the end, Su Jie smiled and said, still, as long as it's not asking teacher to go and pick the stars and the moon for you guys, as long as teacher is able to do it, I will fulfill your wishes. Chapter 96, Lin Lei forms the varsity team. During morning reading time, while other classes were filled with the sound of books, senior class 9 was immersed in a sea of joy. Yay! I told you, I'm definitely in the top 10 in English progress. Hey! So I can score 110 points in math too? I'm a ING genius. Old Lu, you've made a name for yourself on this weekly exam. Oh, I didn't expect the test to be this easy either, huh? Also, please pay attention to your words, what should you call me? Hey! What do you guys say, should we go to the gaming room to have a good time, or should we make a request to Mr. Su? What's the point of choosing? The gaming room. Going to the gaming room during class time, this is enough to blow me off for a while. I choose to make a request to Mr. Su, I want to practice singing. I'll make a request too, I want to learn painting. Su Jie stepped down from the podium, walked next to class president Chu Yuan's seat, bent down and said, "Help me count the wishes of the students and hand them over to me before lunch today." Chu Yuan returned with a fluttering brow. "Okay, Mr. Su. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task." This little matter was not difficult for her at all. Each group had a group leader, so just have them tally it up and summarize it to her. Senior Class 9, a total of 45 students, 32 boys and 13 girls. Boys made up the majority. It was natural for boys at this age to love to play. But not everyone liked to play games. For their respective desires, Su Jia was still relatively good at fulfilling them. For those who liked to play games, the gaming room was ready, so they could directly follow Li Hao, the gaming god of Class 9, and have a blast and be done with it. If you like to play basketball, he will teach them to play basketball. If you like to play soccer, he will teach them to play soccer. If they like to sing, he will teach them to sing. Those who like to sleep, then let him have half a day off and let him sleep. Su Jie's student days were also like this, and he still had an understanding of the preferences of most boys. As for the girls in his class, those who liked to play the piano, those who liked to sing, those who liked to dance, those who liked to draw, and those who liked to perform. Su Jia would also give different rewards according to their preferences. Anyway, his sea mouth has already boasted, even if it is to make his 185 big and tall jumping swan lake, Su Jia also recognized. Just as Su Jia was calculating all this. Ding! The grades of the students in the class have increased dramatically. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blind box 2. Ding! The students' favorability towards the host has further increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Blitz reward, blind box 4. Current remaining number of blind boxes, 6. Listening to the system voice in his head, Su Jia was first stunned, followed by joy in his heart. Dog system finally came to reward. And it also gave a one-time reward of 6 blind boxes. This time, what kind of goodies could be opened out of the 6 blind boxes? Su Jia's heart was filled with anticipation. After the morning reading, he couldn't wait to return to the office, and just as he reached the door, he ran into Lin Lei head-on. "Brother Lei, you're here so early today?" Su Jia raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. There were instances where physical education classes were held in the first period in the morning, but such an arrangement would usually be relatively rare. In Su Jia's impression, Lin Lei shouldn't have the arrangement of having gym class in the first period. So when he saw Lin Lei at this moment, his heart was still very surprised. "Ego? Isn't this old Su?" Lin Lei revealed a very pompous expression as he heavily slapped his big hand on Su Jia's shoulder. "How's the homeroom teacher doing? Did you get the goddess yet?" He raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth rose, giving Su Jia a you-know-what smile. At first, he thought that Su Jia was merely having a momentary hot flash and had fallen for the principal's old fox's trick to take over the sophomore Class 9. Later, when he saw him talking to Zhou Yutong on the phone in person, he again thought that Su Jia was doing this to pick up girls. The fact that Su Jia was able to hold out for such a long time and hadn't beaten a retreat still made Lin Lei quite surprised. Could it be that this kid used to hide his clumsiness? Did he really want to carry the sophomore 9 class on his shoulders and bring it forward? Lin Lei admired Su Jia's courage, but he didn't understand it. "Brother Lei, what are you talking about?" Su Jia smiled. "The class teacher is doing quite well. The students aren't rowdy, and they're all studying very hard and diligently." Put. Lin Lei had just picked up his thermos and took a sip when he was instantly choked by Su Jia's words. Class 9 wasn't rowdy? Study hard and work hard? Who the hell are you kidding? Lin Lei rolled his eyes. He was a physical education teacher, yes, but it wasn't like he didn't know what kind of virtues the entire school's famous sophomore Class 9 had. Lin Lei reached out and touched Su Jia's forehead. "Old Su, you don't have a fever, do you? Is our goddess Zhou that attractive? Make you so dead set on it?" Su Jia ignored it and asked again, "Brother Lei, what are you doing at school so early?" The original few classes that Su Jia had in his hands were later assigned to Lin Lei and another PE teacher. Having 1 or 2 more classes for PE was nothing to them. It was also common for 2 or 3 classes to have PE lessons together. "Hey, don't mention it, old Wang said that he wanted me to organize the school basketball team this year, so he called me early in the morning and asked me to come over for a meeting." Lin Lei had a reluctant face. "Old Su, you know me, I'm a person who likes to be a bit more idle, just punch the clock and touch the fish. I also don't know what kind of insanity old Wang has gotten, but he even asked me to lead this year's varsity team. This year, but there is a high school league, Ely, and a few of their boys graduated last year. What level is our varsity team? Playing my ass off." Su Jia listened to Lin Lei's words and then realized why he came to school so early. It turned out to be about the head of the physical education teaching team, Wang Zhanjuan, asking him to organize the school basketball team. Su Jia knew that this was not a good job. A few years ago, Zhanjuan had recruited a few sports specialists who played basketball well. The most famous of them was Ely, as Lin Lei said. Ely, with a height of 205, has very good physical fitness, jumping and skills. In the high school league is basically the existence of the demand. Last year, he even made it to the national quarterfinals for Xinjiang. As soon as he graduated from high school, he was recruited by the Golden Tigers of South Canton, the dominant basketball team in the Dragon Kingdom. After Ely and a few of them graduated, the level of Xinjiang's varsity team today is not enough for them to create better results. Taking over at this time, it is naturally difficult to bring a. Su Jia thought about it and said with a smile, "There are a few boys in our class that play basketball well, why don't you recruit them?" His words were true. There were indeed a few good seedlings in the sophomore 9 class. Chu Xiaoran sports specialty students, their physical quality was much better than the average student. However, in terms of basketball talent and level alone, they could only be at the back of the class. Su Jia's phrase vegetable and love to pretend to the few of them who skipped class to play basketball was not just a figure of speech. Rather, there was indeed an existence in the class that played basketball better than them. "Isn't there just one Joe Brigade on the varsity team in your class?" Lin Lei said doubtfully. "That kid's physical quality is quite good, playing a small forward on the varsity team should be enough. Who else is there?" Chapter 97 The Trident in Su Jia's mind. Although Lin Lei was not the physical education teacher of Class 9, he still knew more or less about the sports specialists and basketball players in the second year of high school. The second-year sports specialists are not all in Class 9. There are only 3 in Class 9, namely Chu Xiaoran, Lu Peng, and Zhou Tao. Chu Xiaoran, who practiced long jump, played basketball very generally. Lu Peng, practicing 5,000 meters, 175 head, and not enough excellent technology, naturally cannot enter the varsity team. Zhou Tao, practicing 800 meters, basketball is okay, but the same problem, 176 head, into the varsity team is not very good. This was what Lin Lei had in mind. He smiled and said, "Old Su, you're not talking about Chu Xiaoran from your class, are you? That kid's basketball skills aren't too good. And he's too short." Sometimes, a professional's comment is spot on. If Chu Xiaoran heard this, he would probably die of depression. What do you mean by not too good at basketball? And where was being 183 short? Su Jia laughed and shook his head. Not that kid. He knew that there were actually many students like Chu Xiaoran in high schools across the country. Relying on the fact that he was a sports specialty student, his physical quality was better than the average student. And because playing basketball was more racy, they liked to pretend to be a fork on the basketball court. In fact, most of them, basketball talent is not much better. It was exactly Su Jia's phrase, dish and love to pretend. This kind of situation was common among the sports specialties of every high school in the country. It was far more than just Chu Xiaoran. There are also 2 brats with good basketball talent, it's absolutely no problem to temper them to get into Brother Lei's your varsity team. Su Jia said with a smile, one is called Yu Zhanya and the other is called Lin Weirui. Lin Lei raised his eyebrows, he had never heard of these 2 names. Neither were sports specialists, nor were they kids who were already little known on the basketball court, like Brigadier Zhou. Su Jia's nature, Lin Lei still understood. He wasn't the type of person who took things at face value. Since he dared to say so, it meant that these 2 kids should have basketball talent in them that would make Su Jia's eyes light up. After all, Su Jia was the physical education teacher of Class 9, and his understanding of them was definitely higher than Lin Lei. "Oh, old Su, tell me about it." Lin Lei came to be interested. Su Jia could see the talent of all the students in his class. He knew that in senior Class 9, there were 4 people with outstanding basketball talent. 3 boys and 1 girl. Joe Brigade, who had made the school basketball team in his freshman year of high school, didn't need to be mentioned. He had excellent basketball talent. Height 188, weight 80 kilograms, good physical quality, good jump, the basketball court rampage, known as Xinjiang Junior James. Although last year, because of the existence of Ely and their presence, Joe Brigade has been a few of them as a substitute, did not play the main body. But his basketball level is still very good. This year's school basketball team, he competed for a starting small forward position, and Su Jia seems almost a nail in the coffin. The Yu Zhanya that Su Jia is talking about has an excellent level of basketball talent. He is 192 tall and weighs 78 kilograms. This kid was also one of the few recognized handsome guys in Class 9. If Qin Huai belonged to the high and cold type of male god because of his personality. Yu Zhanya, on the other hand, was a sunny type of god. Tall, thin, and handsome. Very good-tempered, smiling with everyone. Sunny and handsome, there are many fangirls. Sitting in the last row of the classroom, he used to sleep in class every day. When Su Jia first inspected the class, he saw this kid huffing and puffing in his seat. When Su Jia checked the dormitory last time, from his locker, he found out Tu Huazi. This kid saw that the momentum was not right, and even managed to smile and say that it was ready to honor Su Jia. At that time, it made Su Jia cry and laugh. In Class 9, the one that Su Jia is most optimistic about is Lin Weirui. He is the one with the highest basketball talent in Class 9, and his talent has reached the demon level. He is 185 tall and weighs 75 kilograms. His personality was on the introverted side. Normally, he also liked to play basketball. But with such demonic basketball talent, he didn't even make it to the small Xinjiang varsity team. The reason for this was known to Su Jie. Since binding the system and obtaining the special ability of the god of sports, Su Jie's understanding of basketball has reached a very high level. Whether it's Yu Zhanye or Lin Weirui, Su Jie can see the problems they have at a glance. They have talent and love to play basketball, but they can't play at their level. Why? Because playing the wrong position. When Su Jie first saw Lin Weirui's basketball talent, he was very surprised. It would be just as well if he didn't usually play basketball. With this talent and usually playing basketball, how could he not even make the varsity team? Later, during physical education class, Su Jie observed a little bit, and it became clear in his mind. It can be said that like Lin Weirui, in the country of the Dragon Kingdom, there should be many more. Imagine if a person's head shot up to 180 in middle school, what position would he play in school? Center. Like Yu Zhanye, who reached a height of 192 in high school, would usually play center on the school's basketball court. In his own school, for his own amusement, it might be enough. But what about on the court? Isn't that height playing center being abused? How many high schools are there in the country? There are still a lot of high schoolers who are tall and play good basketball. As the saying goes, an inch long is an inch strong. In the same position, the height of the person is sometimes very fatal. Lin Weirui, height 185, usually play basketball or playing small forward or even power forward. Sometimes even guest center. In Su Jie's opinion, this was undoubtedly a burial of his basketball talent. In his eyes, Lin Weirui's height, weight, and physical qualities were actually more suitable to play guard. But 185 height to play guard? On the basketball court on campus, it was very rare. In campus basketball, the situation of playing the wrong position is very common. After all, not everyone in the school is above 180 in height. The guard's job is occupied by other students who are not tall. Those like Lin Weirui could only be forced to play power forward or even center. This was the reason why he obviously possessed very outstanding basketball talent, but there was no way for him to play. If you don't practice your guard skills when you're young, when you're an adult and your skills take shape, it's too late to change them. Joe Brigade's size, to the professional game, playing small forward, big forward, in fact, is not enough to see. But his physical quality is explosive enough. That's why he played on the varsity team in Jinzhong. In Su Jie's mind, Lin Weirui practiced guard skills, playing point guard. Point guard can be, don't be like on the campus basketball court, standing under the basket. In Su Jie's mind, his template should be Iverson. Who is Iverson? That is the 96 golden generation of the first prize pressure boss Kobe's existence. A person alone to fight the Lakers' double super anticlimactic small man. But now this group of kids, most already do not know the existence of Iverson. Joe Brigade played small forward, just according to the template of James. Yu Zhanye, on the other hand, plays power forward, and the template is modeled after the old thing Duncan. Lin Weirui, Joe Brigade, Yu Zhanye. Iverson, James, Duncan. This is the Class 9 basketball trident in Su Jie's mind. In Su Jie's opinion, with their respective basketball talents, as long as they are properly coached, Jinzhong's varsity team's performance further is not a breeze. Chapter 98, Blind Box opens big surprise. Su Jie roughly told Lin Lei about Yu Zhanye and Lin Weirui. A height of 192, a height of 185. One switched from center to power forward and one switched from power forward to guard. Su Jie certainly wouldn't tell Lin Lei that I could see their basketball talent. What he said was that based on his observations in gym class and tests on the basketball court, he found that the two men's heights and physical qualities were perfect for basketball. Polishing up their fundamentals and skills, it was still promising to enter Lin Lei's school basketball team. Alright, Lao Su, I believe in you. Lin Lei laughed and said, when it's time for the candidates, let them come over and try it out. The two students Su Jie recommended, not to mention the others, were definitely tall enough. Some tall boys, who were as skinny as a pole, could not take the slightest advantage in a physical confrontation and were not suitable for basketball. But Yu Zhanye and Lin Weirui obviously weren't this kind. Lin Lei also wanted to find students like Yi Li and them before. But high school height 205 and also happened to play basketball well can be too difficult to find. In the entire city of Jiangnan, in all the high schools, there might not necessarily be such a student this year. Lin Lei wouldn't know how much this decision of his would bring him. When Jinzhong's varsity team stood on the finals field of the National High School League, Lin Lei was like a dream. Between large classes, Su Jie sat in his office and opened the blind box with great anticipation. Don't look at Su Jie as a tall man who wouldn't like something like opening a blind box. Bang! The first one. Congratulations to the host, obtaining Talent Enhancement Card 3, number of bound students plus 5. Su Jie shook his head, his hand was average. According to the system, the blind box was able to open anything. But, the blind box, well, those who understand it understand it. Anything can be opened out, and likewise, it is possible that nothing can be opened out. The difference between an emperor and a non-celebrity is a world of difference.
Su Jie thought to himself, if he opened a rain and shine card undoubled, wouldn't he still take off from the same spot? He continued to open the blind box while dreaming. The second one. Congratulations to the host, obtaining a People Connection Link card 1, bound students +3. Another People Connection linkage card. Su Jie shook his head slightly. To the current Su Jie, the People Connection card was still very useful. But since he already had it, it was always lacking a bit of freshness. Su Jie felt that this second-hand luck could only be described as average. It's just a network connection card. This is how it is when opening a blind box. Before opening it, the sense of mystery and anticipation is full. But after opening? If it's what you want, or even something you didn't expect, then of course you'll be overjoyed and pleasantly surprised. But if the thing opened was average, there would be a deep sense of frustration. Su Jie adjusted his mindset and continued to open the blind boxes. Third. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the raindrop card good one. Su Jie listened to the system's voice and his heart rejoiced. This time, the hand was okay. Although it was only a good level raindrop equalization card, after all, it was still very good to be able to use it on the entire class. If the subject talent of everyone in the class could be raised to the good level, Su Jie felt that it was also a very good result. The corner of his mouth lifted. Continue. Fourth. This time, the pre-shake time for the blind box to open was longer than the previous 3 times. Tick-tock. Bang. A golden light spilled over. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3% of the shares of the Pleasant Valley Group. Hiss. Su Jie, who was sitting in his office, sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Due to the excessive movement, he almost directly tumbled over from his chair. Luckily, he was alone in the office at this time, or else he would have been embarrassed. Su Jie couldn't believe his ears. My goodness! The shares of the Pleasant Valley Group. This is the biggest surprise he's ever gotten from opening a blind box. Happy Valley Group, that's the biggest group of companies that do all kinds of amusement parks in the Dragon Kingdom. The Imperial City, Magic City, South Canton, Suzhou and Hangzhou, Sichuan and Chongqing. Behind the large amusement parks in many cities in the Dragon Kingdom is the Happy Valley Group. What Dinosaur Park, Hippodrome Valley, Happy World. Although the names of many amusement parks were different, they all had the same boss. That is the Happy Valley Group. Although Su Jie didn't understand finance, he knew that it was a listed company. A 3% stake? How much would that be worth? Can this also be opened from a blind box? It's simply outrageous. Su Jie didn't have much of an idea as to how much these shares were worth. But if he were to take the entire class to a major amusement park? Su Jie was happy just thinking about it. Amusement parks, this was a place for both men and women. The gaming room, maybe the boys liked it a bit more. But the fun, scenic and beautiful Pleasant Valley, no matter boys and girls, no matter introverts and extroverts, they could all find their favorite amusement programs in it. Su Jie's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Testing students with gaming rooms in Happy Valley? How many students would be able to withstand such temptation? Su Jie felt very amused just thinking about it. Standing in the Hall of Fame, yeah, and the world's gonna know your name, yeah. Just as Su Jie's heart was blossoming with joy, his cell phone rang. Su Jie looked down and saw that it was an unfamiliar cell phone number. The place of attribution showed Imperial Capital. He suppressed the surprise in his heart, and with a stroke of his finger, he chose to answer. Hello, how are you? Is this Mr. Su Jie Su? A competent woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm Su Jie. Su Jie said back. Hello Mr. Su, I'm Tang Xiaowan, the assistant to the president of Pleasant Valley Group. Su Jie raised his eyebrows, calling so soon? He thought it would take a while. If not for the presence of the system, he was going to think that this was some kind of scam call. After all, he was also the one who had downloaded the National Anti-Fraud app. Hello. Su Jie politely greeted. Mr. Su, I just received a notice from the board of directors that our Happy Valley Group is prepared to transfer 3% of our shares to you. Please give me a specific address, Mr. Su. I will rush over in the shortest possible time and cooperate with you to complete this transfer of shares. Su Jie's heart rejoiced, so fast and efficient. He cleared his throat and said, Number 288 Shuefu Road, Zhongnan City, 902, Building 6, Genius Shuefu. On the other end of the phone, there was the sound of tapping on the keyboard, followed by Tang Xiuwan's voice. Alright, Mr. Su, I've taken down the address. I'll rush to Zhongnan City as soon as possible to complete the deal with Mr. Su. Bye. Bye. Tang Xiuwan was thunderous in her work. Although she was surprised by the board's resolution, she was a professional after all. She only needed to know that today's Su Jie already owned 3% of Pleasant Valley Group's shares, and that was enough. After the phone hung up, she opened her cell phone and booked a flight ticket from the imperial capital to Zhongnan within the nearest time. Chapter 99 Guidance for Lu Peng. Because the students in the class had improved their grades, the system rewarded 6 blind boxes. Su Jie opened 4 and kept 2. This was his habit. When he opened something good, he would hold off for a while.
He himself called this habit remaining. Before the fourth class of the morning, Shu Yaoan handed Su Jia a form and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, I finished counting." Su Jia took a look at the form, which listed the names and wishes of all the students in the class. The handwriting was beautiful and clear at a glance. Su Jia nodded and said with a smile, "The handwriting is good. And I won't be able to give you piano lessons this week." On Sunday's morning, he had an appointment with Li Hao to go to his home for a home visit and do his parents' work in the meantime. On Sunday afternoon, he was going to take Shi Yunfeng to the Vocational Education Center to participate in the municipal auditions for the Olympiad. The piano lesson that he had originally agreed to with Shu Yaoan would have to be at another time. Shu Yaoan smiled and waved her hand. "It's fine, Mr. Su. My mom happens to be free this weekend and is planning to take me to a concert." Su Jia raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Are there any big-name concerts in our Jiangnan city this week?" Shu Yaoan shook her head. "Not in our Jiangnan, it's to the provincial city. Master Richard Clayderman has been touring our country recently. Don't you know about it, Mr. Su?" Su Jia smiled and shook his head. He really didn't know about this. It wasn't like he usually paid attention to concerts, or anything. However, he had heard of Richard Clayderman's great name. That was a world-famous piano performance artist. He didn't expect that in one day's break, Shu Yaoan's mom would be ready to take her on a trip to the provincial capital. Just the time spent traveling back and forth on the road alone would have to be a small half-day. After Shu Yaoan returned to her seat, Su Jia picked up the form and briefly glanced at it. There were those who liked to play games and chose to go to the gaming room of the genius schoolhouse to have a good time. There were those who did not like playing games and chose to make requests to him. For these students who made requests, Su Jia would talk to them one by one. This was his purpose. To talk to them and understand their true wishes. Wasn't all of the previous efforts, all of the things that he had done, just to get them to trust him so that they would be willing to open their hearts to him? Knowing their talents and understanding their wishes, Su Jia could better guide them. In the simple and intuitive form, Shi Yunfeng also chose to go to the gaming room to have some fun. This rather surprised Su Jia for a small moment. However, he thought on second thought. Students with good grades didn't play games. This was actually a misunderstanding and stereotype that many people had. It wasn't that schoolboys didn't play games. On the contrary, many schoolboys played games much better than schoolboys. And most importantly, they had a lot of time to play games. Why? Because studying is easy. A lot of schoolboys, almost from childhood to play. The more good academic performance students, in fact, the more time to play games. But most of the hegemony, play games to play games, study to study. They are clearer than the scum. Instead, they are addicted to it. This was the difference. Before class ended, Su Jia stood on the podium and said with a smile, "For the students whose names are reported below, you don't have to attend this afternoon's class. I'll have Mr. Li Hao take you to our class gaming room." Wow! As soon as Su Jia's words fell, the class boiled over. Crap! I thought Mr. Su's reward time for us would be on the weekend. Yeah, it should be an evening study hall no more, right? He's letting us go out of school in the afternoon? I can't believe it. Thief. Too much of a thief. None of the students in class 9 had expected that the playtime that Mr. Su promised them would be the afternoon hours when there were classes. Su Jia had his reasons for doing so. The 3 afternoon classes were language, history, and geography. The first list of students that he had picked was the very same 10 people who were better in arts and had chosen to play games. Having one less class would not have much of an impact on them. And the ones who were not so good in these 3 subjects and chose to go out and play. Su Jia arranged them to study in the evening. During lunch, Su Jia incidentally gave Li Hao the honorable task of taking his classmates out to play. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's eyebrows shot up. "Teacher Su, I'll bring them over later." It was actually boring for him to play alone. But he had dreams. He wanted to play professionally to make a name for himself. Ever since Su Jia had given him the opportunity, his nature had changed a lot. Whenever he wanted to be lazy, Li Hao would think about whether this was the only chance he had in this life. There were some things that, once missed, were for life. The opportunity was placed in front of him, and if he missed it because he was slacking off, Li Hao believed that he would regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, during this period of time, he displayed an extraordinary endurance and a very high level of self-discipline. There was no need for other people to urge him at all, and he took the initiative to rank up points, watch matches to learn, watch Brother Jedi to learn, and review and think. In the corner where no one asked him, his game level, again, improved a lot on the original basis. Vision, troop line understanding, big picture. He was more like a professional player than before. "Rat, we'll follow you after a while." "Not far away," Lu Peng said with a proud face. His results in this weekly exam were very good, and he got 3 chances by himself, so he was not proud of it. And me. Wang Xiyuan also echoed from the side. In the past, Wang Xiyuan was just a bit poor in math and English. But now that his math talent had been improved, he was left with English as his biggest problem. His language, politics, history, and geography had always been okay. I'll go too. Sure Yunfeng sat right next to Li Hao and turned his head with a smile. You're going too? Li Hao looked surprised. It was understandable to Li Hao that Lu Pang and Wang Xiyuan went to play with them. Sure Yunfeng was actually going as well? This was something Li Hao hadn't expected. Let's go directly after dinner later. No lunch break? What's the point of taking a lunch break? That's right too. Su Jie didn't stop them when he heard that they didn't even take a lunch break and went straight out to play. He waved towards Lu Pang, who was screaming the most. Lu Pang, who was gagging with the others, obediently came next to Su Jie. You did well on the weekly exam this time, Su Jie said with a smile. He was very satisfied with Lu Pang's performance. Lu Pang smiled and scratched his head. He is straightforward and looks hot-tempered and unpleasant to be around. In fact, he is a rough and tumble person. He used to be a sports specialization student, but suddenly he changed his temperament and became fond of studying. Why? Because Mr. Su's words and actions gave him the power of example. For the first time, Su Jie beat a few of them into submission on the basketball court. He, Lu Pang, admired Mr. Su's matchless ball skills. The second time, on the evening study hall, Teacher Su gave privileges to Li Hao and Li Hu, which shook his heart. Teacher Su was really looking out for each of them. He realized this earlier than the other students in the class. For the third time, Mr. Su gave them a culture lesson. The way he spoke so eloquently from the podium, elegant and knowledgeable, made Lu Peng's heart skip a beat. Lu Peng knew that Mr. Su used to be a special sports student. But what about sports specialists? As usual, you can still be good at cultural lessons. It could be said that Su Jie's words and actions after taking over Class 9 had a huge impact on Lu Peng. This is the power of role modeling. That's why he stayed up and went from not loving to study to picking up the light to read at night. Lu Peng looked big-headed and courageous. In fact, his mind, delicate. He is like Zhang Sanji in the Three Kingdoms. He seems to be a reckless person, but in fact, that's only because their appearance is very deceptive. In fact, their minds are delicate and have their own unique ideas. Su Jie continued. My suggestion is that you 5,000 meters then practice. But no longer take the route of a sports specialty student. Think about it, if you have good grades, then being good at sports is a plus. It's very popular when you get to any university. There will be a lot more choices than there are now. But if you go the route of a sports specialty student, then there will be relatively fewer choices. I don't want you to box your lives to death early on. Su Jie said these words to Lu Peng, his own heart more or less sighing. Almost every high school had sports specialty students. How many high schools are there in the country? How many sports specialty students are there in the country? Sports specialties seem to be a shortcut, but in fact is a more difficult road than studying well. He is a person who has been there, he knows the hardships. Therefore, when he first learned of Lu Peng's talent, Su Jie thought of guiding him to the path with more options. Chapter 100 A Sketch. Mr. Su, let's go. Just after lunch, Li Hao was on fire and ready to take Lu Peng and the others to the exclusive gaming room in Class 9. Lu Peng, Wang Xiyuan and the rest of them, one by one, also looked excited and a bit impatient. Anyone can play with computers, they've all done it before, so what's so rare? But today is Friday. The afternoon was supposed to be a class. The significance of being able to go out and play openly during class time was completely different. And there are brand new alien computers, a full set of mechanical keyboards and mice, and gaming chairs that can be sat on or reclined. Hearing Li Hao say there's also a variety of snacks and drinks. It was just like those expensive internet cafe rooms. How could this not excite them, students who love to play computers and games? Wait a moment. Su Jie called out to them with a smile, I'll go with you guys. Teacher Su is going with us? Li Hao asked in surprise. Su Jie smiled and shook his head. Other than you and Li Hao, how can Lu Peng and the others get out of the school gates now? Lu Peng and the others were shocked, they had just been so happy that they forgot about this. It was now high noon, even if they were day students, there was no way to get out of the school gates. Unless they had a special pass or a teacher to take them out. Li Hao and Li Hu's special passes were limited to just the two of them going in and out of the school gates. At the entrance of Genoa Middle School, Su Jie watched the 10 or so of them safely cross the road and had walked into the gate of the Jinya schoolhouse before turning to leave. In the janitor's room, the on-duty janitor, Tang Yong, watched Su Jie turn around and leave, and then stretched his head to look at Li Hao and the others who had already arrived at the Jinya schoolhouse. His mind wondered. Li Hao and Li Hu, these two boys, this was not the first time he had seen them. Every day when they went to school, they went out of the school gate with their passes during morning reading. Returning to school at lunchtime. Sometimes they leave the school gate at the end of the lunch break, sometimes they leave the school gate after eating. In the evening when the students are out of class, they come back in. Evening study hall, they go out again. What kind of student runs out of school as soon as class starts? Instead, they go back to school only after classes are over? Now, in the middle of the day, more than a dozen students went out of the school under the teacher's leadership and entered the Jinya Academy across the street. Where on earth is Genoa Middle School? In a trance, Tang Yang was going to think that the opposite side was Genoa Middle School, and he was just the security guard of the Jinya schoolhouse. I thought Mr. Su was preparing to play a few games with us during his lunch break. As the crowd entered the Jinya schoolhouse, Wang Siyuan laughed. The equipment in the gaming room, he had already seen it last weekend. The configuration and whatnot, it was definitely not as good as his own computer. But this was an e-sports room that belonged exclusively to senior class 9. A high school class that was able to have such heaven-defying contraptions. Not to mention that he was from the imperial capital, he, Wang Siyuan, even if he was from Mars, would still have some disbelief. Lu Peng grinned. Mr. Su plays basketball well, soccer well, and teaches culture well. I just don't know how well this game is played. Those present, other than Li Hao, no one knew Su Jie's gaming level. You guys don't know, do you? Mr. Su is a game god. Li Hao raised an eyebrow and said proudly to Lu Peng and the others. Oh? The crowd was surprised. The kind that's even better than me. Li Hao said with a raised eyebrow. Hiss. Shocked cries rang out from the surroundings. Really? Lu Peng glanced at Li Hao suspiciously. He was a bit in disbelief. Really? The kind that can abuse me with one hand. Li Hao said with some exaggeration. Crap. Abuse you with one hand. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Aren't you the number one in Korean service? How is this possible? Lu Peng, Wang Siyuan and the others shook their heads. He, I know you guys don't believe it. When we have the chance next time, let Teacher Su show you guys how to play. The matter of Teacher Su being a game god was just spread out by Li Hao. Su Jie returned to Class 9's classroom and called Li Rui to his office. He planned to use the lunch break and the time between classes and evening study sessions to call over all the students in his class who wanted to make requests with him, one by one, to have a chat. Understand their preferences, understand their wishes, and understand their needs. Li Rui sat first in the first row near the classroom door, so Su Jie was the first to call him over. When Su Jie first took over Class 9, he had met Li Rui on the basketball court. He was very playful with Chu Xiaoran, Lu Peng, and the others. He wasn't tall, but he could grab the rim with one hand. The standard basket, the height from the ground was 3 meters 15. With his height of 173, being able to grab the rim with one hand, this belongs to the very outstanding bouncing ability. On the basketball court, he and Lu Peng basically focused on ball control, passing, and breakthrough, practicing guard skills. But the technology is not better than Chu Xiaoran and Lu Peng. Their basketball talent can only be said to be average. Like Chu Xiaoran, they just love to play. Arriving at the office, the two sat down. Li Rui, what are you holding in your hand? Su Jie asked with a smile. From the time he had just shouted Li Rui out of the classroom, Su Jie had noticed that he was pinching a piece of A4 paper in his hand. The paper was folded in half. Li Rui smiled coyly and reached out to hand the paper over to Su Jie while saying, Mr. Su, this is a drawing I drew for you when I was bored in class, it's for you. Su Jie was surprised in his heart, but the smile on his face did not diminish as he took it from Li Rui's hands and turned over the paper, revealing the true colors of the mountain inside. This is a sketch. Only once he opened it, Su Jie's eyes lit up. His eyes, in this sketch on the back and forth balking. The more he looked, the more his heart was shocked. Because it was no longer like a painting, instead, it had a kind of black and white old movie kind of picture sense. On the painting, a moment of Su Jie's class was restored from the student's perspective. The classroom had a very three-dimensional cinematic feel to it, as if some sort of technique had been used to make the not-so-large space appear distorted and thick. Su Jie in the painting, holding chalk in his right hand, was writing something on the blackboard. His body was slightly sideways, facing the students underneath, and his face was filled with a warm smile. That smile was portrayed very graphically. Just by looking at it, it gave people a feeling of spring breeze. Aside from the main character Su Jie, the classroom, the blackboard, and the students in the class, it was as if they were several separate photo negatives that overlapped together without looking out of place at all. He skillfully blended the different scenes, through the combination of reality and illusion and line splicing, into the same painting perfectly. Bold lines and delicate brush strokes existed at the same time, causing the entire painting to have a very high contrast. It strongly shows Su Jie's concentration in class and the students below listening attentively. In terms of visual effects, the use of light and shadow, and the layout of the structure, all bring a very strong sense of visual impact. It makes those who look at the painting unconsciously focus their eyes on the characters. Obviously, it is just a black and white sketch, but it gives people a feeling of warmth and harmony. Anyone who looked at the painting could easily tell that the painting was of a very Nessie's teacher. Su Jie was really shocked. He did not know how to draw or paint. But just as a spectator who appreciated the painting, this sketch gave him an incomparable shock. Chapter 101 Resistance from Parents. Li Rui's talent, Su Jie was aware of it. His talent in cultural classes was average, and English was his biggest problem. However, Li Rui possessed a very good talent for high jumping and drawing. He played with Chu Xiaoran, Lu Peng and the others, but was not a sports specialty student. Situations like Li Rui's are quite common.
Not every child with outstanding sports talent would be guided towards the path of sports specialty student at a very young age. There are many reasons for this. It could be that the parents didn't allow it could be that the school's physical education teacher didn't realize it, or it could be that the child himself didn't want it. So Li Rui's talent for high jump was not developed. It merely became just a touch-high kid on the basketball court. The first time he saw Li Rui's painting talent, Su Jie was thinking, I wonder if he had contact with painting before? If he had, what kind of painting was he exposed to? Is it the classical landscaping painting of the East? Or is it the Western modern oil painting sketching? Until now, Su Jie did not know that Li Rui has been in contact with painting, and painting is also very good. It was a pity that Su Jie himself did not know anything about painting, and could not know what kind of level this sketch of his would be if it was placed in the eyes of a professional. After all, his so-called good drawing was only viewed from an ordinary person's perspective. In the tasting of artworks, sometimes the views and opinions of professionals and ordinary viewers could be said to be worlds apart. For example, some movie and TV dramas. The so-called professionals feel that the filming is very good and the performances of the actors and actresses are all spot on. But in the eyes of the audience, it's a piece of. Another example is some music. The so-called professionals think it is heavenly music. But to the listener's ears, it's just noise. The same goes for paintings. There are some paintings that professionals think are very good, but in the eyes of the average viewer, what the hell is it? Take for example the paintings of Picasso. Some people see it as a treasure. What about the majority of ordinary people? Can't understand. Li Rui's sketch was excellent in Su Jie's eyes. It was the view he got from the perspective of an ordinary person. To make him say what's good about it? To say a reason? There was no way for him to visualize it. However, none of this affected his appreciation of this child Li Rui. He smiled slightly and said, the drawing is very good. How long have you been learning? Li Rui sat across from Su Jie and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Teacher Su didn't chide him about why he didn't do well in class, instead, he still had the leisure to draw during class? Such an attitude was no different from how he had treated other students before. This made him feel a little more excited about his future. He played well with Chu Xiaoran and the others, that was because they were already very familiar. In front of people he didn't know very well, he was always a bit shy. He belonged to the type of person who gags with acquaintances without a care in the world, but when he meets strangers or unfamiliar people, he becomes shy and doesn't talk much. Su Jie's attitude made him willing to communicate with him. He smiled coyly and said, I've been studying off and on for more than a year. During the winter vacation of my first year of high school, I was bored at home and brushed the B-Station videos, and by chance, I brushed a young lady who teaches painting. Seeing her sketch after sketch, I thought it was very nice. So my hands itched to learn from her. When she wasn't broadcasting, I went to other masters who taught drawing to learn. Gradually, I realized that I actually liked this feeling of expressing what I saw and thought in the form of painting. Looking at the coy smile on Li Rui's face and listening to what he said, Su Jie's heart was surprised. He thought that Li Rui had enrolled in a class and followed a professional art teacher. Surprisingly, he relied on self-taught. This was something Su Jie did not expect. However, he thought on second thought. Many masters on the internet nowadays actually acted as teachers. They teach some specialized knowledge on the internet for free, and they can also influence children like Li Rui. The internet has two sides. Some people will only have fun on it, while others can use the internet to learn. Everyone's pursuits and ideals are different. Su Jie didn't understand painting, and he didn't know if being able to teach himself for over a year like this was considered fast or slow, good or bad. He smiled again and asked, genuinely like it? Aha! Li Rui nodded. Everyone has their own preferences. He had never possessed such a high degree of concentration and poured his heart into his cultural studies as he did with painting. Even if he was just holding a 2B pencil in his hand, he wanted to draw what he saw in front of him and what he imagined in his mind with the paintbrush in his hand, drawing these images one by one. Ever thought about what you'll do after you learn to draw? Su Jie asked with a smile. Li Rui thought about it and said, I want to learn the basics of painting first, then learn the production of animation. Or just become an illustrator would be fine. There are no very clear ideas yet. Have you told your family about these ideas? Su Jie asked. Although he knew the answer in his heart, what should be asked still had to be asked. As expected. A bitter smile and helplessness appeared on Li Rui's face. Said it. But my parents, they don't support it. Su Jie understood and asked again, did they say anything? Or have you thought about why? Perhaps it was the lack of support from his family that made him not study well and skip classes to play soccer. Su Jie was not surprised. Li Rui scratched his head and said, my mom and dad, they do a small business, they don't know anything about painting, sketching or anything like that. There aren't any relatives or friends in the family who are engaged in or understand this line of work either. In their opinion, I'm just not doing my job and not learning. My father knows every day to let me study hard, saying that if I get into a university in the future, he will have honor on his face.
What he says every day is that we haven't had a college student in the Lee family. He expects me to get into a good university. As if I get into college, I can really honor my ancestors. There was resentment in Li Rui's heart, and Su Jia could hear it. Situations like his can be too common within the Dragon Kingdom. Many parents, when they themselves went to school, their grades were a mess. They just counted on their children to go to school well, get into a good university, and make up for their own shortcomings when they were young. They always think of pinning their unfulfilled dreams on their children. But they ignore their children's own preferences and wishes. Other parents, limited by their own level of knowledge and experience, do not understand the industry in which their children are interested, but only know to let them study well every day. Their real preferences will be strangled in the cradle. Too many children with alternative talents, and therefore wasted their own talent. Su Jia had always believed that everyone was born with a purpose. Some people were suited to take the path of learning. Some people just can't make it on this path. But those with good family conditions and enlightened parents are few and far between after all. Su Jia knows that there are many more children like Li Rui whose preferences and talents are suppressed by their parents. I'm busy today, I'll write the rest when I go back at night. Chapter 102, Su Jia teaches painting. In the office, Su Jia listened to Li Rui's words and sort of understood the crux of it. His own preferences are not supported by his parents. Coupled with the rebelliousness of adolescence, not thinking about progress, skipping classes, and playing soccer, it all makes sense. His kind of situation, quite common. Since Su Jia knew Li Rui's thoughts, with his usual style, he naturally wanted to support him in developing his strongest talent. So he smiled and said, "You want your teacher to teach you how to draw, right? Well, I wonder if Mr. Su can teach me?" Li Rui gently nodded his head, and an expectant gaze flowed from his eyes. Mr. Su was really different from other teachers. He was like a gift from heaven to the students of their class 9. He played basketball well, soccer well, and taught culture well. Understanding them, respecting them, supporting them. Li Rui, like many other students, had great respect for Mr. Su in his heart. If Mr. Su could really teach him to draw, he would have unlimited visions for his future. Su Jia looked at Li Rui's expectant face and nodded with a smile, "Of course. You want to learn how to draw, then I'll teach you." At the same time, he directly awakened the system in his mind and bound Li Rui. He used to not know how to draw, and he had 6 out of 7 tricks about painting. But he was, after all, the man with the system. Teaching painting? Okay. After binding Li Rui, he didn't hesitate to use a talent enhancement card, directly raising Li Rui's painting talent from excellent level to excellent level. Since Li Rui was his student, and since he genuinely liked drawing, then Su Jia let him become better. In this way, his own drawing talent was also directly raised from the original average to excellent. In just an instant, Su Jia's mind was filled with many more understandings of painting. Whether it was national-style landscape painting or Western oil painting. Realism, Impressionism, Fauvism, abstraction. Various genres of painting formed their own systems in his mind. Thus, when Su Jia once again looked at this sketch by Li Rui, he naturally saw the strengths and weaknesses of it. And no longer did he simply feel that the drawing was good like he did just now. Li Rui didn't have any feelings about his own talent improving. He watched as Teacher Su agreed to his request with a smile on his face, and his heart was incomparably happy. "Teacher Su, can you really teach me to draw?" Su Jia nodded with a smile. "I'll use this sketch you drew as a blueprint to teach you what teacher thinks painting is." He looked up at Li Rui and asked with a smile, "You like drawing a lot, what do you think is the ultimate pursuit of your drawing?" Since he had already gained an excellent drawing ability, Su Jia naturally thought of teaching Li Rui some knowledge. After all, in the past, he was already able to draw so well just through self-study. Su Jia believed that as long as he was properly guided and conditioned, his drawing level would definitely be able to reach a very high level. Li Rui looked at Teacher Su with some confusion. He didn't know why Teacher Su would ask him this question. But in his heart, he had great respect for Teacher Su. So, after thinking for a while, he tried to say, "Teacher Su, I didn't think about it that much when I started learning to paint. My initial thought was simply to record the people and things I saw, the various images in my imagination, with a brush. For example, the mountains and landscapes on the way of traveling. Such as Chu Xiaoran and the others playing basketball on the basketball court. Such as the future world, Star Wars, cosmic stars, and so on in my imagination. I love to paint, and I love the elation I feel when I record all of this with a paintbrush. If I have to say what I'm pursuing, I hope that one day, my paintings will be able to bring some sort of upward force to people." Li Rui went from a tightly locked frown in the beginning to a slight frown later on, and then to a frown stretching in the end. An incomparable blazing fire and light emanated from his eyes. "I hope that one day, those who see my paintings, whether they are happy and touched, or angry and pissed off, will be able to feel and be touched from the center. I think this might be the ultimate pursuit of my paintings." Su Jia looked at Li Rui's combative and gradually enlightened appearance. His heart was overjoyed. A person's essence was completely different when faced with something they truly loved. Like Li Hao plays games, Li Hu writes novels, Han Xiaochun sings, and Li Rui paints. Everyone, there is that point that touches them immensely. It's just that most of the time, this point is buried deeply, and some people even don't have the means to light this up in their lifetime. Su Jie smiled and nodded. Li Rui, you said it very well. I hope that you can always remember what you said today, and I hope that you can always hold on to this original intention. Saying this, he pointed to this sketch in his hand and said with a smile, "This sketch is very good. The fact that you were able to practice sketching to such a point through self-study shows that you have a great talent for drawing. I believe that the vast majority of people will be bowled over at the first sight of the drawing and will think that it's too good." Li Rui was very happy to hear Mr. Su's praise. But as soon as Su Jie's but left his mouth, Li Rui's heart thumped. There is a small problem with this painting. That is that you are too focused on technique and overly pursuing details. These were problems that Su Jie originally couldn't see. However, after he possessed an excellent painting ability, his level of appreciation had risen to a very high level. He smiled and said, "Of course, it can't all be blamed on you. Sketching, in itself, emphasizes the use and understanding of form, light and shadow, and space. The pursuit of details is all for the sake of better presenting the authenticity of the painting. But the over-pursuit of details makes the overall mood of the painting difficult to reach a higher level." As Su Jie spoke, Li Rui listened. With his original excellent level of drawing talent, he was able to draw sketches very well since he was self-taught. Now, after silently possessing an excellent talent, Su Jie's words were like opening a whole new door for him. Inside the door, there was a well-trodden path that led to the Hall of Art. "Your sketching is already good enough. Next, I will focus on teaching you landscape painting," Su Jie said with a smile. In our Dragon Kingdom's painting, there are 3 realms. The first is to write shapes with shapes and look like colors with colors, pursuing resemblance. Just like your sketches. Second, writing God with form, incorporating thoughts, and pursuing divine resemblance. This third, then, is the highest realm of painting, called heart painting. Painting is like a person, the painting is you, you are the painting, the person painting is the same. Su Jie spoke lightly, with a smile on his face. Li Rui was mesmerized by what he heard, and his heart and mind trembled. Chapter 103 Fine Arts Studio and Professional Recording Studio. After having an excellent drawing ability, Su Jie realized that, as it turned out, learning the art of fine arts was a very costly affair. If you wanted to go far on this path, it was completely unaffordable without some family money. Learning to paint, first of all have to have painting tools, right? For example, drawing board, easel, pencil case, pencil sharpener, and so on. There are many kinds of pencils, carbon pencils, watercolor pencils, and brushes for daily use. A variety of paints, erasers, canvas, rice paper. These tools, the quality of the average from a few dollars to more than $12, looks like it is not expensive. But these are consumables, basically every day to use, maybe a few days to replace. Such consumption, accumulated over the years, is also a considerable cost. Apart from basic drawing tools, labor cost is the biggest cost of learning art. A good art teacher can easily earn hundreds or thousands of dollars per hour. If one wants to be under the name of a master, the cost is even more unlimited. On the way back to the classroom with Li Rui, Su Jie gently patted Li Rui's shoulder and said with a smile, "Starting from next week, I will take time out every week to teach you painting. But your cultural studies should not fall behind for the time being." Su Jie's idea was simple. Whether it was Li Rui or any other student in the class who possessed a special talent, their greatest resistance, by and large, came from their parents. Until they had thoroughly stimulated and cashed in on their talent, good cultural class results were the only way to gag their parents. The thinking of many parents is actually very simple and rough. Good grades, everything is fine. What you want, buy. What you want to play, play. But bad grades, everything is free. Trying to change their mindsets and get them to support their children's preferences was not an easy task. Su Jie naturally needed to make long-term plans. Li Rui nodded firmly. "Got it, Mr. Su, I'll work hard." Everyone would, by and large, be willing to put in the effort and mobilize their own initiative regarding their preferences. Li Hu and Li Hao were like this, and so was Li Rui. He loved to draw and wanted to draw better, to draw works that had a soul. Su Jie had given him the opportunity, and he naturally knew how to cherish it. "You learn well, and if the works satisfy me, I will help you create a specialized art studio," Su Jie said with another smile. Hearing this, Li Rui suddenly widened his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. Create a specialized art studio for him? It was simply unbelievable. In his opinion, it was already good enough for Mr. Su to be able to teach him how to draw. How could he even want to help him build a specialized art studio? This made Li Rui look forward to his future. At the same time, he secretly resolved in his heart that since Teacher Su was so supportive, he must paint with achievement. In this way, he would repay Mr. Su for his trust and cultivation. Getting a separate studio was honestly quite costly. But today's Su Jie didn't care. The cash lying in his bank card hasn't been used much. A 3% stake in the Happy Valley Group was on its way. With such a large listed company, the annual dividend distribution alone is already a considerable amount.
Since there is money on hand, naturally you can't be stingy with your students, can you?
Su Jie's heart is still calculating when to help mom and dad to buy a bigger house. After sending Li Rui back to the classroom, Su Jie called Han Xiaochen, who was sitting in the row behind Li Rui, to his office. Han Xiaochen possessed excellent musical talent and was the first place winner of last year's Xinzhou campus singing competition. He was a confident, proud, and at the same time atmospheric and broad-minded child. When he took the initiative to admit defeat in front of the entire class, it made Su Jie deeply remember him. Just this courage to admit that others are better than themselves, than today's Chinese music circle, those dead duck-mouth hard so-called musicians, I do not know how much stronger. If you sing well, it's still the listener's decision and the market's decision. It's meaningless to say every day that you're good at singing and that you're catching up with everyone else. In Su Jie's opinion, today's Chinese music scene is in a mess, and it's not an exaggeration to say that it's in a mess. The songs that everyone was listening to were still old songs from 10 years ago, 20 years ago, or even further back. Why? The level of this new generation's stuff was poor. After the two sat down, Su Jie smiled and asked knowingly, "You did well in the exams this time, say, what's your wish?" Han Xiaochen's character was on the outgoing and optimistic side. He grinned, "Teacher Su, I want to go down this road of music. I hope you can teach me to sing. I also want to be like Li Hu and Li Hao and the others, concentrating on what I love." Su Jie teased with a smile, "Actually, if you don't make a request, I'll teach you too." Ha! This time, it was Han Xiaochen's turn to be dumbfounded. With Teacher Su saying this, hadn't he wasted an opportunity for nothing? In his heart, he was surprised and chagrined. Han Xiaochen didn't know that he was the first student that Su Jie had bound. Regarding his cultivation plan, Su Jie had long had it mapped out in his mind. "You possess a very excellent sense of music and tone, and were born to eat this bowl of rice." Su Jie said with a smile, "I will help you with more professional and systematic training, so that your singing skills can be taken to the next level." Musical sense, to put it bluntly, is a person's ability to perceive, understand, and grasp music. A person with poor musicality is often referred to as a pentatonic. People like Han Xiaochen, who are born with a strong sense of music, have a strong ability to recognize, memorize, and reproduce music. They have an extraordinary perception and understanding of pitch, rhythm, key, style, and harmony. Even the types of accompanying instruments and subtle changes in the singer's breath and technique can be well recognized, memorized, and reproduced. Su Jie wasn't bragging when he said that he was born to eat this bowl of rice. And the so-called timbre is the characteristics of one's vocal line. For example, there are people who have a duck voice, and when they open their mouths, they can sing down a whole lot of people. And there are those who have a very recognizable voice that one can quickly remember upon first hearing. Having an excellent talent for tone is when a person is born with a very good sound quality. Han Xiaochen had a unique advantage in both of these aspects. If Su Jie didn't cultivate him, who would he cultivate? Is it that your parents don't agree with you taking the path of music? Su Jie asked with a smile. Aha! Han Xiaochen gently nodded her head and briefly talked about her situation. Su Jie's heart was clear. He was not too far from Li Rui's situation. Even though people's popularity and recognition of music was even higher than the art of fine arts. But it didn't stop some parents who just didn't want their children to take this path. Just like Han Xiaochen's family. Su Jie smiled and said, "It's okay, you just follow me and learn. On your parents' side, I'll find a way to help you out. Also, in the near future, I will create a professional recording studio. Help you produce those original songs of yours, one by one." Chapter 104, The Band and the Talk. Aside from being a good singer, Han Xiaochen could also play the piano and guitar. Although his piano talent was nowhere near as outstanding as Chu Yuan's, it was still enough to sing while playing. At last year's Xinzhou campus singing competition, it was by playing and singing a song called Nocturne that he won the competition, overpowering the school goddess by Yaoyue. Without the support of his family, how could he possibly learn the piano and guitar? Previously, Su Jie was still very skeptical. It was only after listening to Han Xiaochen's account that he was clear in his mind. He had loved singing since he was a child and sang beautifully. His parents and elders loved him. They had also enrolled him in classes to learn piano and guitar. But when he told his parents that he wanted to continue on the path of music, he was opposed by them. In his mom and dad's opinion, it's okay to like music. Enrolling him in classes to learn piano and guitar is fine. But wanting to pursue this profession? His parents stopped supporting it. This may sound very contradictory, but it's actually quite normal. Preferences are preferences, and a rice bowl is a rice bowl. Many of the parents of the Dragon Kingdom's parents, their concepts were very traditional. In their opinion, civil servants, career staff, financial posts, programmers, these were the proper jobs. Being a singer? Not so good. Moreover, the more economically developed the region, the heavier such thinking is. This is especially true in the Yangtze River Delta region. Learning to paint, sing, dance are all fine. Parents also support it when they are small.
However, as the children grow older, the words study is important will be like a big mountain on the children's head. They are not allowed to draw, sing, or dance anymore. It's strange, but realistic. Han Xiaochen was not only able to play and sing by herself, but she was also able to compose her own songs. When Su Jia first learned about this, he was very surprised and pleasantly surprised. Now every day at lunchtime, Su Jia's side was always surrounded by students from class 9. Han Xiaochen was also one of them. Between the students chatting, Su Jia realized that Han Xiaochen, in addition to singing those familiar songs, would actually write his own songs. He had uploaded his own original songs on both Net Suppression Cloud and Singbar. And it was also recognized and liked by a lot of people. This made Su Jia very happy. Singing well and covering songs well could only be described as excellent. But when it came to songwriting, writing his own lyrics and composing songs, this can be considered extraordinary. Su Jia originally didn't play Net Depression Cloud or Singbar, and he downloaded these apps on his phone only after he knew about this. He personally went to listen to Han Xiaochen's original song. It was a great listen. In his opinion, a few of these original songs definitely had the potential to become a hit. Unfortunately, recording songs with a cell phone and recording them in a professional studio were two completely different concepts. Therefore, he had the idea of creating a professional recording studio early on. He believed that if he could produce Han Xiaochen's original song in a professional recording studio, it would surely be a hit all over the internet. Of course, the reason why he had the idea of creating a professional recording studio wasn't just for Han Xiaochen alone. Su Jia was able to see the talent of the entire class. Han Xiaochen wasn't the only one in senior class 9 who possessed notable musical talent. Rather, there were three: Han Xiaochen, Qin Huai, and Xiao Ho. Han Xiaochen possessed excellent musical talent. Qin Huai has excellent musical talent. Xiao Ho has excellent musical talent. Qin Huai's voice was even better than Han Xiaochen's. Adding to the fact that he was tall and handsome, he was actually very suitable for the idol route. However, as Su Jia's student, he didn't want Qin Huai to be just a vase with a decent face value. Xiao Ho's voice was even more penetrating. Su Jia knew just by listening to his usual speech that his high notes could definitely climb to a very appalling height. His timbre was even clearer than Han Xiaochen and Qin Huai. In fact, Su Jia had always had a wild wish in his heart. That was to combine the three of them together to form a band. A Class 9 youthful campus band. Of course, this was only Su Jia's initial idea. The specific details, of course, he needed to fully communicate with Han Xiaochen and the others before making a decision. After sending Han Xiaochen back to the classroom, Su Jia called Lin Xianshen, who was sitting behind him, to his office. On the statistics form that Chu Yan handed over to Su Jia in the morning, she also chose to make a request to Su Jia. Su Jia was largely able to guess her thoughts. For such a student who suffered from domestic violence, his feelings are very complicated. Some people said that when they were subjected to domestic violence, why didn't they resist or flee? Isn't it because you are stupid? This kind of people who stood and talked without any pain, Su Jia had always felt if they had some kind of major brain disease. Even if you push upwards with the theory of results, you can know that Lin Xianshen, nowadays, can't escape. The neighborhood committee, police office, mediator, legal aid, etc. have all been tried, and the result is not good. Can this be blamed on Lin Xianshen's head? For Lin Xianshen's encounter, Su Jia is both heartbroken and grateful. Although her character is weak, she has not lost her desire to live. Or to put it simply, her mind is not twisted to the point of perversion. If Lin Xianshen was alone, she wouldn't be able to withstand such torture. Su Jia knows that Tan Shiyu must be responsible for this. She got another heart because of her own misfortune. Su Jia really does not know, is this lucky or unfortunate? A drink and a pack, nothing is predetermined. The fate of the world is always so marvelous. Looking at the somewhat restrained Lin Xianshen, Su Jia asked in a soft voice, is it that you don't want to bring back the results of this weekly exam? Aha! Lin Xianshen nodded timidly. Su Jia smiled and took out a weekly exam paper from the drawer next to him. It was a blank paper with all the questions on it still unanswered, but it already had the corrections and the final scores. Nah, your own copy of the test paper, just leave it at school. This one, you go back and retranscribe the answers yourself and bring it back at the end of the week. Su Jia smiled and said, don't worry, if your mom she wants to find me for proof, I'll make all the arrangements. Lin Xianshen's nose turned sour and her eyes reddened. Before, it was only Tan Shiyu who helped her cheat. Now, even her homeroom teacher, Mr. Su, is helping her cheat. In her heart, she only blamed herself for being useless. Su Jia smiled again and said, however, such a treatment can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Looking for you to come here today, the teacher would like to ask you, what are your own true thoughts about this matter of your mom beating you? Su Jia felt that only by understanding Lin Xianshen's own true thoughts, he could better solve her problems. Is it that the resentment and hatred towards her parents has completely penetrated into her bones, and she can't wait to get out of the mother-daughter relationship? Or is it that she has a different mind?
Before getting an accurate answer from Lin Xianxian, Su Jie actually couldn't do much. Chapter 105, Thinking Longer. Do you hate her? Su Jie asked softly. Hate. Lin Xianxian nodded her head gently, answering without hesitation. However, Su Jie did not see that kind of deep-rooted hatred from her face. This made him very strange. But I don't want her to go to jail. Saying this, Lin Xianxian's tears could no longer be stopped and slid down her clear cheeks. In the past, when Dad was still around, he would always protect me. He would always hold me in his arms and touch my head to comfort me. He would always whisper to me. Mom hemorrhaged when she was giving birth to me and almost died in childbirth. After she was easily resuscitated, she got severe postpartum depression. He always told me that Mom didn't used to be like this. I hated her for hitting me. But when those brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles came to my house and tried to take her away, I got down on my knees and begged them not to take my mom. I already don't have a dad, I don't want to lose my mom again. Lin Xianxian's voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer that hit Su Jie's heart one by one. There was only struggle and pain on her tear-filled face. Outsiders only knew that Lin Xianxian's mom often scolded her. But few knew the story behind all this. Every family has its own problems. Everything has its cause and effect. Difficult labor, postpartum depression, a change in temperament. Lin Xianxian's mother was only a young woman in her 20s when she gave birth to her. She was also a first-time parent. Her own encounters had left her with serious problems, both physical and psychological. And these problems, in turn, were not resolved in a timely and effective manner. In the end, the bitter fruits of today's situation were created. No one can truly understand Lin Xianxian's complicated state of mind. Su Jie can't. Neither can Tan Shiyu. What she has suffered, perhaps no one else in this world will ever encounter. No matter how strong the empathy is, no one will be able to fully empathize with her. For thousands of years, filial piety and fraternal duty have been recognized as the foundation of a person's behavior. Like Lin Xianxian, some people would call it foolish filial piety. Even if she was bruised all over, she never went to extremes. Such behavior, in the eyes of many people, is stupid, is self-seeking, is incomprehensible. But, looking into the causes and consequences. Lin Xianxian, what's wrong with her? What's wrong with that? Su Jie was silent for a moment, sighed and said. But going on like this is not a solution. You always have to be brave to face and solve it. Once he thought of her scarred arm, the little bit of compassion Su Jie had just risen up with dissipated all of a sudden. In his opinion, no matter what, this pot shouldn't be taken by Lin Xianxian. But now more than a decade has passed. Lin Xianxian's mom, her temperament has changed drastically, and it's already a fact. If she had found a psychiatrist to help her soon after giving birth, she might not have caused the tragic situation today. But there is no if in this world. The matter has come to this point, only positive face and solve is Su Jie thinks should do things. She should not be subjected to such physical and psychological torture. Su Jie's original idea was to help Lin Xianxian to find the most powerful lawyer to transfer her minor custody from her mom's hand to the local neighborhood committee or other civil affairs department. If these places are shirking their responsibilities, Su Jie has even thought of transferring her custody to his own parents. Just as if he, Su Jie, had an extra sister. Unfortunately, Su Jie did not know that this was not legally allowed. He was only a physical education teacher, and his current level of familiarity with the law was only that of the general public. Legal reasoning and emotional reasoning, in many cases, there is no way to harmonize them. Lin Xianxian, if you are really determined to go through the legal channels, her mom will definitely be subject to the law. Her mom will definitely be severely punished by the law. All outsiders, including Su Jie and Tan Shiyu, will applaud. But what about Lin Xianxian? Those outsiders, would they care about her mood? People's hearts are complicated. Since Lin Xianxian, as the person in question, has not made up her mind to make a clean break with her mom and leave the mother-daughter relationship, then even if Su Jie wanted to help her again, there was nothing he could do. She has already lost her dad and doesn't want to lose her mom again. How many people could understand this struggle and hesitation of Lin Xianxian even if she said it to them? Mr. Su, thank you. Lin Xianxian sobbed as she replied back, many times, I also want to muster up the courage to escape from my current life. But apart from being beaten by my mom, Tan Shiyu, Shen Menying, Yuan Shanshan, and Teacher Su, you've all been very kind to me. I don't want to leave here. Shen Menying and Yuan Shanshan, as Lin Xianxian's roommates, must have seen the scars on her body by chance. Su Jie realizes from her words that the roommates and classmates around her take much care of her. This complex state of mind of losing and gaining may have also become an interfering item that swayed Lin Xianxian's final decision. She is unfortunate, but at the same time, she is fortunate. Whether it was her deceased father, or Tan Shiyu, Shen Menying, Yuan Shanshan, Su Jie, or even other people who had taken care of her and helped her, all of them had shown her the beauty of the world. Su Jie knew that perhaps this was one of the reasons why she did not go to extremes. He sighed. He understood what Lin Xianxian meant. There was nothing wrong with what she did. Su Jia respected her choice. But this matter could only be discussed in the long run. Time passed quickly. During the lunch break at noon, Su Jia also did an in-depth exchange with Li Rui, Han Xiaochen and Lin Xianxian. As the bell rang, Su Jia started his afternoon lectures again. Before the third afternoon class ended, he ordered 10 more students and let them go out to play during the evening study hall. Woohoo! Take off! Wu Feng, who was sitting under Su Jia's hand, shouted excitedly. He was one of the 10 people who went out to play during the evening study hall. Su Jia was also surprised by his choice. This kid had done very well in math this time around, earning the top 10 award for progress in a single math subject. With his talent, this achievement was within Su Jia's expectations. What surprised Su Jia was that he did not choose to make a request to Su Jia, but chose to go out and wave. Originally, Su Jia also thought to understand the situation between him and his family. Now it seems that this kid is really open-minded. To put it in layman's terms, it was a big heart. Ahem. Su Jia lightly coughed twice. Classes were not over yet, and it was only this kid who dared to scream so blatantly. The 10 people who went out to play in the afternoon, Lu Peng, Wang Xiyuan, Shi Yunfeng and the others, were basically walk-ins. As for the batch of evening self-study, they were mainly resident students led by Wu Feng. The reason why Su Jia arranged it this way naturally had his considerations. If during the evening self-study, Lu Peng and the rest of the day students were allowed to go out, then when the evening study is over and school is over, the parents who pick them up will find that they are not coming out from the school gate, but from the opposite side of the Jinya Academy, and that will be the end of the story. Right now, whether it was Li Hao, Li Hu and the others, or Chu Xiaoran, Lu Peng and the others, none of them had the qualifications or capital to call their parents bluff. The matter of them developing their own preferences was still a little secret between them and Su Jia. Only when they gradually grew up and had outstanding enough achievements in their respective fields. At that time, only then would their backs be able to harden. At that time, it would be the time for Su Jia to join them in showdown with their parents. Chapter 106, Teacher Su brought a beautiful woman into the study room. Before the evening study hall, Su Jia was planning to find a few more students to chat with when his cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Tang Xiaowan. Su Jia raised his eyebrows. So soon? He had just spoken on the phone in the morning, and it was only late in the evening, and he had already arrived in Zhongnan from the imperial capital? Such swiftness and such high efficiency made Su Jia very surprised. He collected his mind and chose to answer. On the other side of the phone, Tang Xiaowan's dry and refreshing voice came. Hello, Mr. Su, this is Tang Xiaowan. I'm already on my way from the airport to your place. I'll probably be there in half an hour or so. Oh, good, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Su Jia smiled back. Since the person had come all the way from the imperial capital, he could only put off the matter at hand for a while. Hanging up the phone, he returned to the classroom and exchanged a few words with Chu Yuan, asking her to be responsible for managing the order of the class during the evening self-study period before heading straight out of the school gates. When Su Jia returned to Jinya Academy, Li Hao and Wu Feng were having a good time with them. Pow 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 pow. This computer is much better than the one I have at home. Holy! This internet speed! This game opening speed! I can only say, silky smooth. Get on the number. Get on the number. Speed, speed, speed. Let's watch God Rat's Korean high score rank first. Crap. 5 kills. Crap. There's a hang up. That ID on the opposite side seems to be Mr. DeFei, right? It really is. Bull. Rat don't rank, take us to the king to score. That's right, a few of our cell phones were taken over by Mr. Su this week. Do you know how we came over? It's been miserable. Okay, I'll take you guys flying. Line up, first come, first served. Ha! Why are you back, Mr. Su? 11 people were laughing and chatting when Li Hao, who was sitting against the doorway, was the first to see Su Jia's figure. As soon as the others heard this, some got up from their gaming chairs, some stretched their necks and greeted Su Jia. Teacher Su had just sent them over not long ago, and now he was back, which made Wu Feng and the others surprised. You guys play yourselves, I came back for something. There will be guests coming over later, you guys close the room door. Su Jia went around to the gaming room and casually talked to Wu Feng and the others before returning to the study in the south. This set of house was originally a 3-room layout. The largest bedroom was transformed into a gaming room by Su Jia. 11 alien desktops were placed inside. The original second bedroom was where Su Jia usually slept. There was another room that he had transformed into a study for Li Hu. The desk was placed in the center. On both sides were solid wood bookshelves. On the bookshelf, during this period of time, Su Jia and Li Hu had already filled it with various books one after another. There were classic ancient and modern Chinese and foreign masterpieces, explosive internet novels, strange magazines, and newspapers with a sense of age. There are history books, geography books, the origins of Peking opera, comic books, and recipes. To become a top web writer, a great imagination is the first necessary skill. But when the occasional inspiration dries up, a huge amount of reading, then it will play an unexpected role. At this moment, Li Hu, who was immersed in a sea of thousands of strange stories in his study, sensed someone coming in and looked up to find that it was actually Mr. Su. He greeted Su Jia in surprise. "Teacher Su, why are you back?" Su Jia walked to his side and saw that what he was holding in his hand was an old magazine he had gotten back from the internet called Legendary Tales. This magazine was one of Su Jia's favorite to read when he used to be in middle school. At that time, online novels were not as developed as they are now. There was still a not-so-small market offline for magazines like Legendary Tales. With the arrival of the digital era, this kind of paper magazine, then gradually eliminated. A machine in the hand is equal to 10,000 volumes in the hand. With a flick of the finger, the handwriting is as big or as small as you want it to be. Convenient, fast, timely, at any time, anywhere, can read. No one can resist the charm of e-books. Now also choose to read paper books, only the proportion has been very small. The increasingly fast pace of life and the pace of the times, so that people are accustomed to fragmented reading time. A cup of fragrant tea, a handful of ancient scrolls. A cup of fragrant tea, a handful of ancient scrolls, a green lamp and a candle flame, red sleeves. Such a scene only existed in the imagination nowadays. Su Jia felt that there was no right or wrong. The times are not shifted by the will of the individual. "I have guests to entertain later, you take a break and go play in the gaming room." Su Jia patted Li Hu's shoulder and said with a smile. "People Tang Xiaowan came over, he couldn't just pull them into the bedroom to talk, right?" Therefore, the study room originally given to Li Hu was commandeered by him. Li Hu was unsure and nodded. "Oh, okay, Mr. Su." Su Jia simply tidied up the study and brewed a pot of tea. Glancing at the time, he estimated that Tang Xiaowan should be almost there. So he went downstairs again and walked to the main entrance of the Jinya schoolhouse. People Tang Xiaowan hoofed it over from the imperial capital. Su Jia felt that it was only right for him to be polite and pick up at the entrance of the neighborhood. Not long after, a black Passat stopped at the curb. The car door opened and a woman walked down. On her body, she was wearing a cold-colored trench coat. Underneath the trench coat was a white shirt and a black bustier skirt. A dress that was refreshing and natural, without losing the aura style. Su Jia knew that this should be Tang Xiaowan just by looking at her. It was still in the first month of the year, and the weather was still a bit chilly. Su Jia could easily guess her identity if she could dress so professionally and appropriately, and also appeared at the entrance of the Jinya Academy at this time. After Tang Xiaowan got off the car, she tightened her trench coat and looked around before taking out her cell phone and fiddling with it with her head down. Seeing her movements, Su Jia took out his cell phone and walked towards her while raising his left hand, trying to get her attention. Sure enough, Tang Xiaowan soon saw someone waving at her not far away, so she put down her cell phone and walked up quickly. With a professional smile on her face, she politely extended her right hand. "Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Su?" Just call me Su Jia." Su Jia smiled and shook Tang Xiaowan's hand. Then he turned around and led Tang Xiaowan back to building 6, 902. Teacher Su's short period of time of going and returning, the commotion was still noticed by the students in the gaming room. Watching Teacher Su bring a beautiful woman into the study, Wu Feng's eyes were glazed over as they did so. "Crouch, crouch, crouch, crouch." Wu Feng shouted 3 crouches in a low voice. This. Li Hu, who had been kicked out of the study, revealed a look of disbelief. "What is this?" Li Hao threw down the cell phone that was taking his classmate's king takeoff, and looked wide-eyed at Teacher Su, who had walked into the study from the covered doorway of the gaming room. The other students heard the commotion and peeked through the doorway. "Big head Wu, do you think we don't quite fit in here?" "Crap. What are you guys thinking?" "Hey, it's nothing, all of you put your headphones on and turn the game sound up to the max." Aren't you guys curious?" "What? You brute, going to eavesdrop on Mr. Su communicating with a beautiful woman? Big head Wu, bold Wu, you've got the most guts, why don't you go? Get lost. Can Mr. Su be that kind of person?" Chapter 107, Independent Director. Tang Xiaowan was 30 years old. She graduated from Huawei with a double degree in finance and business administration. After graduating from undergraduate school, she went to Great Britain for 2 years of graduate school. After returning to China, she entered the listed company Happy Valley Group, and after a few years of crawling and climbing, she reached the position of assistant to the president. Assistant to the president is not the secretary of the president. Strictly speaking, the assistant to the president already belongs to the senior management layer. The usual work is to assist the president, assist in the management of the company's large and small affairs, including staff, advice, implementation, coordination of work and so on. But executives to executives, compared with the shareholders who hold the company's equity, she is only a little higher wage workers. This morning, she was dealing with documents in her office when she suddenly received a call from the chairman of the board, asking her to personally handle a matter. It was also quite a strange thing for the chairman to directly cross over the president and find her, the president's assistant. But after hearing the chairman's explanation of what she had to deal with on the phone, she was even more shocked that her jaw almost dropped. According to the board resolution early in the morning, the group decided to transfer 3% of the company's equity to Mr. Su Jie. Transferring 3% of the equity, this was not a small matter. She was a presidential assistant, but before this, she had not heard a word. Could Tang Xiaowan not be surprised? But she is a smart person, know what to inquire, what should not inquire. The water in a listed company is very deep. She, Tang Xiaowan, as the president's assistant, appeared to be in the limelight on the surface, but in fact, many of the major resolutions and decisions in the group didn't have half a penny to do with her. Equity and voting rights are the power of speech. She, Tang Xiaowan, hadn't gotten to that point yet. Although she was surprised, as a professional presidential assistant, she quickly adjusted her mindset and contacted Su Jie according to the board's resolution. She then rushed to Zhongnan from the imperial capital in the shortest possible time. Just now, at the entrance of Jinya Academy, Tang Xiaowan saw Su Jie for the first time. She looked Su Jie up and down for a while. A tall and handsome young man. Living in a schoolhouse across from a high school. A warm smile between his eyebrows. But body type, appearance, etc., with the chairman, the major shareholders and the others, there didn't seem to be any similarities. Did she guess wrong? Wasn't it some kind of dragon son or grandson that had been left behind? This made Tang Xiaowan's mind even more suspicious. She had originally thought that it was the chairman or the major shareholder who had found a long-lost illegitimate son. She had seen a lot of such bridges in various movies and TV dramas. When she followed Su Jie into Building 6-902, the movement in the gaming room was even more shocking to her. Although the door of the gaming room was hidden, the sound of the crackling keyboards and mice inside, the sound of Li Hao, Wu Feng, and their loud exchanges, Tang Xiaowan still heard it clearly. What is this situation? What's all the commotion? The voices all sound very young? This Mr. Su Jie, wouldn't he be running a black internet cafe in a school district room? When Li Hao peeked their heads out, her eyes were even more filled with shock and disbelief. Across the street was a high school. Could these kids be students from the high school across the street? It was past 7 p.m. at this time, so it was logical that they should be in school for their evening study sessions, right? Why would they run to Su Jie's house to play on the computer? She walked by Su Jie's side and sneaked a glance at Su Jie, casting aspersions in her heart. A dark internet cafe in a school district house? Inducing minors to play with things? This Mr. Su, looking at his warm face, can't be a person who smiles and hides a knife and has a kind face and a dark heart, right? Of course, Mr. Su Jie didn't know Tang Xiaowan's strange thoughts. He brought Tang Xiaowan into the study and casually closed the door behind him, then said with a smile, "I'm sorry, Ms. Tang, it's hard for you to come all the way here." Su Jie said somewhat apologetically, while pouring her a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. Tang Xiaowan curiously looked around the study. The decoration was simple, and there were quite a few green plants placed around the study. All kinds of books filled the shelves. Some were still unopened, and some looked rather old. Could it be that the Mr. Su in front of him was also a well-read man? And what about that one black internet cafe outside? From the time she met Su Jie, everything she saw and heard was permeated with eccentricity. This was an experience Tang Xiaowan had never had in all these years in the imperial capital. She gathered her emotions and shook her head with a smile. "Mr. Su, you're welcome. Can I take the liberty of asking what kind of work you do, Mr. Su?" Tang Xiaowan knew that she shouldn't have asked this question. But her heart was just too curious. It was like being scratched by a cat's paw all the time. Coupled with the fact that Su Jie was all smiles, he didn't look like the type of person who was hard to get along with. Hence, that was why she asked so. Su Jie naturally didn't know Tang Xiaowan's mind. He smiled and didn't hide it. "Oh, I'm a teacher from the opposite middle school." "Teacher? Teacher." Su Jie's words, moreover, made Tang Xiaowan feel as if she was struck by lightning, her heart shocked beyond words. He was actually a teacher from the opposite middle school? A teacher of a middle school that got a 3% stake transferred by the group? A teacher of a middle school, opening a black internet cafe in the school district room opposite the school? A teacher in a middle school that takes in truant students from the school to play on the computer during evening study hall? What kind of devil teacher is this? Rao is Tang Xiaowan in the workplace to fight for many years, has long developed a good mental quality, at this time but also was thundered outside. Inhale. Exhale. She took a deep breath and exhaled a long breath. Only then did she barely suppress the horror in her heart. It's still important to do the right thing, finish it and hurry up. She promptly adjusted her state of mind and instantly changed into a professional smiling face again before taking out a document from her accompanying bag. "Mr. Su, this is the equity transfer agreement, in triplicate. Please sign on it. We will take care of all the other trivial things for you." Equity transfer and whatnot, Su Jie didn't know much about it. But he felt that the system wouldn't kill or injure him as a host, right? So he took the equity transfer agreement, read it a little, and then signed his big name. Taking advantage of the gap between Su Jie's reading and signing the agreement, Tang Xiaowan smiled again and said, In addition, according to the resolution of the group's board of directors, it has been decided that you, Mr. Su, will be given the position of independent director. The moment Su Jie heard that he was given some kind of independent director position, his brows furrowed. Do I need to do anything? He didn't want to get shares and still have to participate in the company's operations and management. He was already busy enough at school, he didn't have that much free time. Tang Xiaowan smiled faintly and explained to Su Jie. Mr. Su, you've misunderstood. Having you serve as an independent director does not require you to participate in the actual operation and management of the company. You can understand that this is equivalent to just giving you a status that is recognized by the entire group. Su Jie nodded as he listened. So that was how it was. Just don't let him get involved in the actual operation and management of the group. Su Jie thought for a second. Did this mean that in the future, when he went to any of the Pleasant Valley Group's amusement parks in the country, it would be equivalent to a leadership inspection? Thinking like this, Su Jie's heart was much happier. Since the system had rewarded the shares of the Happy Valley Group, then during the summer and winter vacations, when he took the students in his class out to play and go out on waves, wouldn't he have a good place to go? Having the status of an independent director would also save a lot of trouble, wouldn't it? Su Jie was still very satisfied with their arrangement. Chapter 108, Billionaire Su Jie. Ms. Tang, the equity transfer agreement is signed, let's go, I'll treat you to dinner. In the study, Su Jie stood up and said with a smile. Although he had already had dinner not too long ago, but people Tang Xiaowan had traveled all the way from the imperial capital to Zhongnan non-stop, and it was a tiring journey, so it was still necessary to treat her to a meal. This was basic courtesy and human decency. After owning 3% of the shares of the Happy Valley Group, Su Jie's identity had actually changed into a shareholder of the group. His status position is higher than Tang Xiaowan, the president's assistant. But after all, he had never created a business or worked in a company, so he was still somewhat unaware of it at this time. And even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much about this kind of superior-subordinate relationship. After all, he only thought about doing his job as a teacher. As for the shareholders of a listed company or something like that, he didn't think about it that much. To borrow a phrase from the famous Mr. Ma, he didn't like money. Tang Xiaowan wanted to refuse, but under Su Jie's gracious invitation, she still nodded her head and agreed. It was already evening when she got off the airplane. She had thought of taking care of business first and then finding a place to eat casually. This kind of trip flying all over the world was something she was already used to. The two of them walked towards the outside while chatting idly. Ms. Tang, where are you from? Su Jie asked with a smile. I'm from Rongcheng. Tang Xiaowan replied with a smile. Su Jie raised an eyebrow. Oh, Sichuan sister. Thinking of the Sichuan restaurant recommended by Chu Yan last time, the flavor was really good, so he said, Sichuan cuisine then? It can be. Tang Xiaowan nodded lightly. It was true that she herself hadn't eaten Sichuan cuisine in a while. After the two of them went out, the commotion was still detected by Li Hao, Wu Feng, and the others in the gaming room. 15 minutes and 57 seconds. Crap. You're still ing timing it? Pervert, ah. I've never seen such a brazen and shameless person. What the hell are you thinking? It's so dirty. Didn't you see Mr. Su being polite to that beauty? You guys, should we tell Mr. Zhou about this? Ha? Why tell Mr. Zhou? Didn't someone say last time that we should mobilize the whole class to set up Mr. Su and Mr. Zhou? There's no sign of that yet. Arriving at the underground garage, Su Jie unlocked his Mercedes-Benz Big G. Tang Xiaowan, who was beside him, flashed a hint of surprise in her eyes. This Mr. Su's identity was so mysterious. He looks like he's just in his 20s or less than 30, right? And he said he was a teacher at the opposite middle school? A middle school teacher who can afford to drive such a nice car? Looks like his family is rich. And now he's got 3% of the shares of the Happy Valley Group. Simply young, handsome, and rich. So all these things let Tang Xiaowan's heart for Su Jie's identity is more curious. But after all, it was the first time the two had met. And now strictly speaking, she is still Su Jie's subordinate. It's not a blind date to ask how big the house is, how good the car is, and how many deposits. Tang Xiaowan was a smart person and knew how to grasp the measure of things. Even though Su Jie looked younger than her age, but at this time the status was different, she naturally could not be too abrupt and ask some strange questions. For example, why could he drive such a nice car for a middle school teacher? For example, how did he get 3% of the shares of the Pleasant Valley Group? Even if she was curious in her heart, it was impossible for her to ask these stupid questions. A quarter of an hour later, Wanda Plaza, serving spicy Sichuan restaurant. The two of them were seated. The reason why Su Jie invited Tang Xiaowan to dinner, in addition to do a bit of landlord friendship, he also wanted to know more about the Happy Valley Group from Tang Xiaowan's mouth. After all, having obtained 3% of the shares, and now having the status of an independent director, Su Jie felt that it wouldn't be right if he didn't know anything about the company. At the dinner table, the two gradually chatted away. Mr. Su, are you really a middle school teacher? Tang Xiaowan asked with a smile.
Su Jie nodded, as fake as it gets. Then those students in the house just now, are they all students from your class? Tang Xiaowan queried. Well, they are all my students. Speaking of Li Hao and the others, the smile on Su Jie's face increased. Don't they have to attend classes at this hour? Tang Xiaowan was curious. They did well on this exam, and today's evening study hall is my reward for their playtime. Su Jie smiled and told the matter of him rewarding Wu Feng and the others for playing games. It wasn't something unseemly, there was nothing to hide. Since Tang Xiaowan had asked, it would be better to simply tell her. Tang Xiaoyuan was inwardly shocked when she heard it. Rewarding students for playing games? Simply couldn't believe it. What black internet cafe? It turned out to be a reward mechanism set up by a good teacher who wholeheartedly thought about his students in order to motivate them to learn. This is too good to be true. There are still such good teachers in this world? How could Tang Xiaowan say that she had once been at the level of a school bully? She had never heard of such an amazing teacher and such amazing students. At the same time, in her heart, she was also a little embarrassed for having just misinterpreted Su Jie. Where to find such a good teacher? She even thought that people were demonic teachers? It was simply like taking the heart of a small person and measuring the heart of a gentleman. Ms. Tang, I don't know much about the Happy Valley Group, can you tell me about it? Su Jie asked with a smile. Tang Xiaowan's impression of Su Jie changed greatly. She nodded and said with a smile. Our Happy Valley Group was established in 1997. For so many years, it has been committed to creating an amusement park brand that is uniquely our own in the Dragon Kingdom. After more than 20 years of development, although we don't dare to say that we are comparable to those amusement park brands that have been passed down for 100 years such as Disney, Universal, etc., we have also come out of our own path of development. Imperial Capital, Magic City, Southern Canton, Suzhou and Hangzhou, Sichuan and Chongqing. Basically all the provincial level cities in the country have our amusement programs. Happy Valley, Dinosaur Park, Hippodrome Valley, Oriental Happy World. There are pure amusement brands, as well as cultural parks that teach and entertain. Of course, the more economically developed an area is, the more layouts our Happy Valley Group has. After the company went public, the stock price has also been performing well. This year's latest market capitalization has already exceeded $11 billion. After listening to Tang Xiaowan's narration, Su Jie's heart was shocked. 11 billion. Wouldn't that mean that this 3% of his shares were worth at least more than $300 million? The system's blind box directly made him rich overnight? He became a billionaire all of a sudden? Simply outrageous. Chapter 109, Farewell and Agreement. Su Jie was a young man with ideals and ambitions. The more money he has, the better. Of course, the more the better. Even if he quit his job as a teacher at Genoa Middle School right now, these material rewards from the system wouldn't disappear. With this much money, it was enough for him to live freely for the rest of his life. However, in Su Jie's eyes, this 3% of Pleasant Valley Group's shares, this market value of more than $300 million, still didn't carry enough weight compared to the future of so many students in his class. Encountering such a group of treasure students, Su Jie's goal, naturally, is to cultivate each of them into a unique talent. It wasn't his style to throw his hands up and give up after only starting for a short while. Therefore, after knowing the value of the 3% shares, Su Jie's heart, happy as it was, did not have any thoughts of retiring. At the dinner table, Su Jie and Tang Xiaowan gradually chatted away. Su Jie is not the kind of boring gourd that will not chat. The two people chat, the atmosphere is very cordial. After all, the age difference between the two people is not too big, or can chat to a piece, a meal down, familiar with each other a lot. For Su Jie, this kind of wholeheartedly for the students of the teacher, Tang Xiaowan, is from the heart of admiration. But familiarity is familiarity. Since the beginning, she did not ask Su Jie how this 3% of the shares came about. Everyone had everyone's secrets. As a smart person, Tang Xiaowan would not casually ask such a stupid question that involved her personal core interests. When it came to the end, she looked at the time and said with a smile, "It's almost time for me to go." In such a hurry? Hearing Tang Xiaowan say that she was going straight to the high-speed train station right now, Su Jie was still very surprised. He was still in the imperial capital in the morning and arrived in Zhongnan in the evening. After signing the equity transfer agreement and having a meal, she was now rushing to the high-speed rail station. This was too busy, right? It's practically a continuous rotation. Tang Xiaowan smiled and nodded. The Joy Ocean Park over in Magic City is just about to be completed, so tomorrow it's just about time to get through to the local leaders. There are also some other things that I need to wrap up as well. I hope that it can be completed smoothly, cut smoothly, and open smoothly. Su Jie nodded in understanding. After just chatting with Tang Xiaowan, he realized that the Happy Valley Group's business in China was done extensively. Water World, Polar Park, Ocean Pavilion, and so on. Happy Valley Group has also dabbled in many things. No wonder it was able to achieve a market capitalization of over $10 billion. Tang Xiaowan originally thought of calling an online car to go to the high-speed train station herself, but Su Jie insisted on driving her there.
She had made a trip to Zhongnan from the imperial capital to help herself complete the equity transfer. Sending her to the high-speed train station was something Su Jie felt was justified. If you have any matters in the future, just look for me directly. Before parting, Tang Xiaowan said with a smile. Her address to Su Jie had also changed from the original you to the current you. This was something that Su Jie had insisted that she change over. The two of them were not that far apart in age and could be considered to be of the same generation. Always being honored as you, Su Jie himself felt very awkward. True respect, in the heart. Verbal promises, verbal compliments, Su Jie, since experienced ups and downs, has seen through. He was also a supernova in the domestic long jump program back then. His best score of 8 meters 35 meters would have been enough to win the athletics world championships if he had put it into this year. When he was not injured, he had seen too much praise and compliments. But the higher the praise, the heavier the fall. When the results are good, they are praised to the heavens. When the results are poor, scolded into the ground. He has experienced it all. Look at today's Sushin, only not long after the scenery was sprayed into a sieve by the sprayers on the network. Not only him, Sushin, even when the Big Yao, Big Lu. Which one wasn't sprayed to the bone? The population base of the Dragon Kingdom is too large, and there are benefits that naturally come with disadvantages. Indiscriminate, only network spamming stuff, even if 10,000 people inside only one, but put under such a huge population base, there are more than 100,000. What's more, the proportion of network spammers can be more than 1 in 10,000, so little. The situation of watching the fire from across the river, winning blowing and losing spraying, abounds. It was already after 9 p.m. when I returned to Jinya Academy from the high-speed train station. There wasn't much time left before school ended, as far as the eye could see. When he returned to 902, Su Jie realized that Li Hao, Wu Feng, and the others were all looking at him with a strange look. This made him a little puzzled. This group of brats, what were they doing? However, Wu Feng's next sentence made Su Jie cry and laugh. Teacher Su, don't worry, what happened tonight, we'll definitely keep our mouths shut and won't tell anyone, much less Teacher Zhou. Wu Feng raised his eyebrows and gave Su Jie a don't worry look. To say that he was bold and fat, it had to be Wu Bold. He was the only one who dared to talk to Su Jie like this. Pa! Su Jie slapped on Wu Feng's head and scolded with a laugh, a bunch of little brats, what are you thinking? It was only then that he realized that Li Hao, Wu Feng, and the rest of them were all thinking the wrong way. He, Lao Su, was so upright and decent, was he that kind of person? He. Su Jie didn't hit hard, Wu Feng didn't feel any pain at all, he hemmed and hawed and scratched his head. Li Hao, Li Hu, Zhao Xian, and the rest of them, also looked like they were smiling playfully. Su Jie lamented. Come on, if he doesn't make up a legitimate reason, these little brats of theirs won't believe that he's innocent. Thus, he raised an eyebrow and lightly grunted. This is the project leader of the Magic City Happy Ocean World. I was originally thinking of negotiating a deal with her and bringing you guys over for a bit of fun during this year's summer vacation. Now it seems that there is no need for that. Magic City's Happy Ocean Park, a project that cost a huge amount of money, was said to cover a staggering 35 hectares of land alone. As early as a year ago, the Happy Valley Group had already begun to warm up and build momentum on the major media, websites, and short video platforms in China. Various advertisements, articles, and short videos were all over the place. Even Su Jie had seen their advertisements on TV by chance. But in the past, he certainly wouldn't care about these advertisements. But today was different. He had transformed into a shareholder and sole director of the Happy Valley Group. With such a layer of identity, he naturally became concerned about his own family's industry. Wow! It's that Magic City Joyful Ocean Park that is claimed to be the largest in scale and richest in marine species within the Dragon Kingdom? Hearing Su Jie's words, Zhao Xian exclaimed with 2 glowing eyes. His uncle, who did business in Magic City all year round. During the New Year holidays, he would often tell him about the fun places in Magic City. And the two had already agreed that this summer vacation, his uncle would come back to take him to Magic City to play for a month. Li Hao, Wu Feng, and the others, some of them had heard about it, some of them didn't care. But after Zhao Xian's explanation, they all understood what that place was as well. I've long wanted to interact closely with sharks and whales, but unfortunately I've never been to an ocean park or something like that. I also want to see penguins, polar bears, and big sea turtles up close. I've long been mesmerized by the videos about them I've swiped on Jitterbug before. Children are very curious. For a variety of mysterious sea creatures, such as sharks, whales, flying fish, seahorses, jellyfish, and so on, no matter boys and girls, they will want to know. This is the most primitive desire to explore and curiosity that belongs to human beings. You guys study hard, and the top 20 in this semester's final exam, I'll pay out of my own pocket and take you over there to play. Looking at Zhao Xian in their expectant little eyes, Su Jie said with a smile. Teacher Su, really? Hearing Su Jie's words, Wu Feng and the others were shocked. Bringing the top 20 in the class to Magic City Happy Ocean Park during the summer vacation? It was too exaggerated, right?
Chapter 110 Returning the Cell Phone. When Su Jia told Wu Feng and the others that he would only take the top 20 of the final exam, he was actually just trying to motivate them to study. A place like the Ocean Park is a great place to gain insights and provoke students to think about the relationship between humans and marine life. He will definitely create a name and try to bring the whole class there to have some fun. After all, having fun is a very good way of education. Anyway, now Su Jia is already a shareholder of the Happy Valley Group, with the students of Class 9 to the various parks under the group, is not easy? After making up his mind in his mind, he smiled again and said to Li Hao and the others, "It's almost time, let's go, it's time to go back." And so a group of 13 people returned to the campus from the Jinya Academy. After school ended in the evening, Su Jia didn't rush home. Today was Friday, and it was time for his weekly bed check again. He went back to his office and took out a woven bag from the bottom drawer of his desk. Inside the woven bag, there were 18 cell phones of various brands and chargers. These were the cell phones that he had collected from the 3 dormitories of Class 9 during last week's bed check. And at that time, one by one, he also made them all set a small goal for the weekly exam. Now that they had all reached their goals, Su Jia certainly couldn't go back on his word. He decided to return the cell phone to Wu Feng and the others. In principle, resident students were not allowed to bring cell phones. However, there were 2 sides to everything. In Su Jia's opinion, returning the cell phone to Wu Feng and the others was not a good opportunity to exercise their self-control. Playing with cell phones for a long period of time, indulging in playing games and swiping videos and reading novels would of course have a very big impact on their studies. There was no doubt about it, and Su Jia also admitted it. But what if it was possible to properly relax and unwind after the heavy daily schoolwork? Wouldn't it instead be able to improve the students' concentration and learning efficiency? It was important to realize that high school classes were very compact and heavy. Many high school students are immersed in an intense learning atmosphere every day. If after school, when they return to their dormitories, they are able to play for a while, will it have an unexpected effect? Whether it is indulgence or moderation, this degree needs to be controlled by Su Jia, the class teacher. His heart also has a series of ideas before making such a decision. This time to return the cell phone is also Su Jia's new attempt. If the results of the attempt were ideal, he would of course continue to implement it. But if the result of the attempt is not ideal, he will also stop in time. After all, in the end, this was still very much a test of the student's own self-discipline and self-control. On the way from the office to the boys' dormitory building, Su Jia deliberately made a detour. He wanted to see if he could still catch the students in his class who were in love. But unfortunately, tonight, Su Jia did not catch any of the students in his class who fell in love early. Even Xin Huai, Shen Manning, Lin Xian, Tan Shiyu, and the rest of them, Su Jia didn't come across them either. Arriving at the boys' dormitory and going up the stairs, just after walking to the corner of the stairway in 401, Su Jia heard a conversation in the dormitory. Good days without cell phones, so boring. The corner of Su Jia's mouth lifted, it was Zhao Xian's voice. He stopped his footsteps, intending to listen to the idle chatter of the boys first. Teachers being the oldest 6 sometimes had an unexpected effect. "Yeah, it's been a week, my cell phone has been alone for a week. I can't even imagine." It was Zhang Haijun's voice. "It's Friday, maybe Mr. Su will come over to check the dormitory later." This was Wu Feng's voice. "Hey, old Wu, do you think Teacher Su will give us back our cell phones?" Chang Gu asked. He actually called Wu Feng old Wu? This made even Su Jia a bit unable to help himself. What's there to say? What kind of person is Mr. Su? Would go back on his word? Wu Feng said with conviction. Su Jia, who was standing at the entrance of the stairs, only felt a sense of relief in his heart. "Big head, what about my cigarettes? Do you think there's hope?" Sun Yuqing asked. "You want to fart eat?" Wu Feng said back. "Hey!" Sun Yuqing let out a long sigh. "A week without a cigarette. Do you guys know how I got through this week? Come on. Didn't I see you and Lao Yu sneaking around at noon looking for a place to smoke?" Zhao Xian mercilessly revealed. "It's still old Yu who's capable of getting Huazi. He was confiscated 2 Huazi by Mr. Su last week. Crap, who compares to that rich second generation of old Yu?" The corners of Su Jia's mouth rose as he stood at the stairway. This wave of old 6 when it was right, or very rewarding well. I didn't expect that kid Yu Zhanya to get cigarettes from certain channels again. Some students, either influenced by their families or by movies and TV dramas, start smoking from the time they are in middle school. This phenomenon is quite common in this day and age. Smoking is harmful to health. Everyone knows this. But for many old smokers, where can this thing quit? Su Jia knew that there were several boys in class 9 who liked to smoke. Like Sun Yuqing, Yu Zhanya, they all secretly smoked. The last time he checked the dormitory, he had searched out cigarettes and lighters from Sun Yuqing and Yu Zhanya's lockers. They are still underage, smoking matter. Su Jia will insist on thorough investigation to the end. At this point, there was no room for any loop back. "It's really boring, Chang Gu, why don't you teach us to practice the 9 Yang Divine Kung Fu?"
Yeah, first strip off your clothes, open all the windows, take a cold shower, don't dry your body, stand for an hour, and then the divine power will be self-fulfilling. Get lost. Making us take a cold shower in the middle of winter? Don't blame me for not teaching you, it's you who don't practice. Between the gags of the crowd, Su Jia had already appeared at the door of the dormitory. Teacher Su! Teacher Su! Wu Feng and the others hurriedly got down from their beds and greeted Su Jia. Aha! Su Jia also smiled and responded to them one by one. He first inspected all the corners of the dormitory, checking for any potential safety hazards. The doors, windows, water and electricity were all completely safe before he put his heart down. He walked to a free bed near the door and sat down, opened the woven bag and said to Wu Feng and the others with a smile. Come on, one by one, take your own cell phones back. Sun Yuqing, Zhao Xian and the others, one by one, stared wide-eyed. Teacher Su was really able to deal with them, returning their cell phones when he said so. Although they all trusted Su Jia, it was, after all, Manhwa Middle School's school rule that resident students were not allowed to bring their cell phones. They thought that if they put the cell phone away, they would have to wait for the monthly vacation to get it back. It was only Wu Feng who had been convinced that Teacher Su would definitely do what he said and return the cell phone to them. The cell phone can be returned to you guys. Su Jia laughed. But every week on the weekly exams, if anyone's test scores slip badly, then I will take his cell phone back. Every exam, a little bit of not letting regress, this was for the hardest of people. After all, for every exam, the difficulty of the paper is different. Sometimes, some students coincide with the exam, there will also be unforeseen circumstances such as not feeling well, or anything else. To be strict in every exam, Su Jia felt that it was not too realistic. But after all, he was able to see the talent of the students in the class, whose grades had taken a serious downturn due to playing with their cell phones too much. Su Jia was able to easily tell. It was also based on this that he wasn't worried that returning the cell phone to Wu Feng and the others would irrevocably affect their studies. Chapter 111 Banning Smoking. Lao Yu, come out quickly. Teacher Su has come to check the dormitory. Su Jia's commotion in the 401 dormitory had already been known by the students next door in 402 and 403. In the 402 dormitory, Jun Huang rushed to the sink and knocked on the bathroom door. Crap! Yu Zhanya, who was hiding inside and swallowing clouds and fog, was startled by the sudden sound, his hand shivered, and the half-burned huazi directly fell to the ground. He did not care so much, hurriedly got up, extinguished the cigarette with his toe, drew a pack of paper and threw it into the toilet. Wow! Flush! Then pulled out the long-prepared 6-god flower water from his pocket. Puff, puff, puff. Up and down, left and right, spraying non-stop. Exit the bathroom and open all the windows. Picked up the mop in the corner and mopped the bathroom floor. Old Huang, come and smell, do I still smell like smoke? Yu Zhanya waved towards Junjie Huan who was already sitting on the bed not far away. Ahem. Junjie Huan just went up and took a sniff before he was choked by the strong smell of flower water. Crap. Old you spray less. Teacher Su has already arrived at 401, the smell of smoke on you, I'm afraid it won't dissipate. Better hurry up and change your clothes. Jun Huang fanned the smell with his palm while giving him advice. Ah, right. Yu Zhanya raised his eyebrows and hurriedly rummaged through the closet to change his clothes. After Su Jia checked the 401, he walked straight into the 402. The moment he entered, he smelled a strong odor of floral water. He frowned. In this winter, there are no mosquitoes or the like, what is the point of spraying so much flower water? He just scanned the circle, then his heart was clear. Yu Zhanya, this kid was secretly smoking in the dormitory again. It was so obvious that he was trying to cover it up, making Su Jia cry and laugh. Teacher Su! Teacher Su! The 6 people in the 402 dormitory, Zhou Kai, Junjie Huang, Weirui Lin, Yu Zhanya, Su Tianqing, and Brigadier Zhou, greeted Su Jia one after another. Alright, those of you in the dormitory, don't stand, all sit down. Su Jia laughed and said. The 402 dormitory was jokingly called the Giant's Lair by Wu Feng and the others. Because of the 6 people in the 402 dormitory, 4 of them were taller than 180, making them the highest in Class 9's resident students. Su Tianqing, 183. Lin Weirui, 185. Zhou Brigade, 188. Yu Zhanya, 192. Almost all of the taller boys lived in the 402 dormitory. Even though the bunk beds in Xinjiang were the standard 290 size, after all, the dormitory was just this big. For a few of them who were tall, it was still inconvenient for them to get up and live. Su Jia also does not know, when the dormitory was assigned, how was it assigned? How did the 4 of them coincidentally end up in the same dormitory? It was simply strange. After briefly greeting the few of them, Su Jia did his usual thing and first checked inside and out. When he walked in front of the pool, Su Jia looked at the windows that were all open and smelt the smell of smoke mixed with the smell of flower water in the air and laughed in his heart. He returned to the dormitory with a smile on his face, staring straight at Yu Zhanya with both eyes, and didn't say anything. Directly, Eugenia, such a big sunny boy, was embarrassed to look at him. Eugenia smiled and scratched his head, not daring to look directly at Sujia, but instead, his eyes wandered, balking at the ceiling of the dormitory. Sujia looked at this hilarious look of his and was both infuriated and amused. Carrying the woven bag in his left hand, he reached forward with his right hand and raised his fingers upwards. What are you waiting for? Take the initiative and hand it over? This kid, still has to be said by him to know to hand over the cigarettes and lighter off? Simply owed it to be cleaned up. Sujia knew that the 402 dormitory only had Huang Junjie and Eugenia as the two boys who smoked. Zhou Kai, Su Tianqing, they do not smoke. In fact, at their age, how can they be like those old smokers, away from the smoke will die, cannot stand? It's just out of the curiosity of swallowing clouds and wanting to try it out. Most smokers, like them, at first just out of curiosity, smoke a couple of puffs. But smoking this thing, once you try to get addicted and then want to quit, it can be as hard as heaven. After all, Eugenia and the others were still underage. Sujia felt that the matter of smoking, he still had to stop it severely. Ha! Eugenia looked at teacher Su's outstretched right hand and knew that he had hidden a loneliness. With a lifeless look, he walked over to his locker and obediently took out the hidden cigarettes and lighter and handed them over to Sujia's hand. He knew that teacher Su was doing it for their good. Smoking was harmful to health, which everyone knew. But he and Huang Junjie, Sun Yuqing, and a few of them, just some cannot control this mouth. Sujia looked at his listless look and felt funny. Want to smoke so badly? Cell phone, cigarettes, choose one of the two. Which one do you choose? Sujia asked with a smile. Then, taking advantage of Eugenia's frozen gap, he said to Zhou Kai and the few of them. Come on, you guys come first and take the cell phone back. In advance, if anyone's grades slip severely, then I will confiscate his cell phone at any time. If anyone's grades drop drastically twice in a row due to playing with a cell phone, then he will only be able to watch other students play in the future. This was also a ploy that Sujia had thought of before. If all the other students had cell phones to play with, just one person didn't and could only watch. Sujia believed that such pain and suffering was not something their group of brats could stand. Zhou Kai, Su Tianqing, and the others, one by one, nodded their heads in response and then joyfully retrieved their cell phones. Only Eugenia, like a giraffe, was pestled beside Sujia, his head lowered. Student Eugenia, have you thought about it? Cell phone, cigarettes, which one do you choose? Sujia laughed. His left hand rested on his cell phone, and his right hand rested on the cigarettes he had just confiscated. Teacher Su, I choose the cell phone. Eugenia merely struggled for a moment before compromising. In fact, this kid had another thought. Getting another cell phone was slightly troublesome for him. But getting a little more cigarettes would be much simpler. But Sujia's next words made him instantly lose such thoughts. Next time you let me check for cigarettes, your cell phone won't be able to play either. Sujia said with a smile. Ha! Eugenia, who just wanted to muddle through, wailed in his heart. Sujia had his insistence regarding this matter. For the few students in his class who smoked, his principle was to quit as early as possible if he could. Before they had developed an irresistible dependence on nicotine. Regarding the matter of letting Lin Weirui and Eugenia change their basketball position, Sujia did not say anything yet. Tonight he was just coming over to check on the dormitory. Anyway, Lin Lei's matter of forming a varsity team would not be over in a day or two. After checking 402, Sujia finally came to the 403 dormitory. Just as soon as he entered, his brows furrowed. 403 was missing someone. Where's Zhou Tao? Chapter 112, The Street. In the 403 dormitory, Sujia stood in the center and looked around. Zhang Yang, Meng Zhan, Zhuimo, Du Yan, and Shi Mingyi. There were only 5 people. And when he asked where Zhou Tao had gone up to, Zhang Yang's face, their faces, became a little less natural. The matter of a resident student sneaking out of campus while school was out was not uncommon. But it was the first time Sujia had encountered it. Moreover, he did not expect that the one who slipped out was still the class's sports specialty student, Zhou Tao. This kid he is also familiar with, practicing 800 meters, middle distance running talent is excellent. Usually in the class is also more active. But compared to Chu Xiaoran, Zhou Tao's character is more forceful. This kind of character, it is easy to get into conflict with others. Moreover, she doesn't know how to tolerate and step back, so it's easy for people to feel that she's being unreasonable and unforgiving. After taking over Class 9, Sujia had heard from other students that Zhou Tao had once fought in a group fight outside the campus for the sake of her friends from other classes, and as a result, she carried more than one disciplinary action on her body. Zhang Yang, what's going on? Sujia asked with a frown. Zhang Yang was the dormitory head of the 403 dormitory, which was chosen by Sujia for them later. 401 was Wu Feng, 402 was Zhou Kai, and 403 was Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang stammered for half a day, lowered his head and whispered. Mr. Su. Su, he went to the first middle school. Sujia's eyebrows wrinkled deeper. The first middle school in Zhang Yang's mouth was what people called the first middle school in Zhongnan City. The first middle school is in the downtown area of Zhongnan, southwest of Xinzhou, just 2 or 3 kilometers away from Xinzhou, not too far. But its fame and teaching quality is far less than Xinzhou. It only belongs to the second grade of middle school in Zhongnan City. At this late hour, what is he doing in the first middle school? Su Jie asked after him. It was already more than 10 o'clock at night. What could he be doing to go to the first middle school so late at night? Moreover, it was still a violation of the school's rules to leave the school privately. Mr. Su's overwhelming sense of oppression made Zhang Yang not dare not to say anything. He lowered his head, looking like he had done something wrong, and continued. When the second class of the evening self-study period ended, Xin Hui from class 15 came over to find Zhou Tao. What they said outside the classroom, I don't know. But after Zhou Tao returned to the classroom, he told me that after evening study today, he was going out with Xin Hui and asked me not to tell you, Mr. Su. Zhang Yang sneaked a glance at Su Jie. When he looked at teacher Su's frowning appearance, his heart was drumming. Xin Hui? Su Jie repeated. Class 15 was an ordinary science class. This Xin Hui was probably Zhou Tao's former classmate, right? Do any of you know each other? Su Jie scanned the circle and asked in a deep voice. Zhang Yang shook his head. Teacher Su, we don't know Xin Hui either, we just heard Zhou Tao mention it, it seems to be his junior high school classmate. Meng Zihan on the side also picked up, Teacher Su, I've heard Zhou Tao say before that Xin Hui is his best buddy. The kind that wears the same pants. Those were his exact words. Seeing that he couldn't ask a question, Su Jie decided to personally go over to first middle school to take a look. He handed the cell phone back to Zhang Yang and them, and after briefly exchanging a few words, he moved to the first middle school. At this moment, the alley next to the first middle school. The streetlights were shining and the pedestrians were scarce. Zhou Tao, Xin Hui, and Wan Xiaoxiang, the 3 Xinzhou boys, were surrounded by about 10 people in the center. Yu Lang, we agreed on a peaceful solution, how the hell did you call people? Zhou Tao straightened his back, stood in front of Xin Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang, and shouted sternly at a tall and thin boy on the opposite side. Even though he was surrounded by more than a dozen people, he still had an imposing look. Cut. The tall and thin boy named Yu Lang smiled contemptuously. Zhou Tao, when I was in middle school, I was saying that you guys who play sports just don't have a very good brain. Xin Hui ing dares to steal a woman from me? Isn't this looking for death? Ha he. Yu Lang said, spitting a mouthful of spit towards Zhou Tao and their side. Do you really think that I called you guys over at night to fight you 1v1 one-on-one? He laughed, how damn childish. It's only you four-legged, simple-minded sports specialists who believe in this. One-on-one? I'll take you on. Stupid. Ha 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 ha. By Yu Lang's side, there stood a punk-headed young man and a white-haired young man. These two looked to be about 20 years old, with a gangly appearance. It was also with their presence that Yu Lang's heart appeared to be full of energy. He, Zhou Tao, Xin Hui, and Wan Xiaoxiang all came out of a middle school. Yu Lang and Xin Hui, junior high school as a class. Xin Hui's grades are good, Yu Lang's grades are average. Yu Lang's family is good, Xin Hui's family is average. But they both fell in love with a girl in their class, Chang Tingting, at the same time. Recently, Chang Tingting has just rejected Yu Lang and agreed to go out with Xin Hui. The well-off Yu Lang cannot stand this anger, so there is today's trip trio. After Yu Lang ridiculed Zhou Tao and the others, his heart was very happy. He took out his cell phone, turned on the flash and video function, aimed at Xin Hui, said, Come on, Xin Hui, say to the camera that I'm not worthy and I'll never pester Chang Tingting again. As long as you say this, I'll let you guys go. Xin Hui stood beside Zhou Tao with a chagrined look. Peach, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have trusted this villain Yu Lang. Yesterday, Yu Lang used if you don't come, you and Chang Tingting won't be able to live in peace to blackmail Xin Hui to come to the first middle school to look for him at night. Xin Hui knew that Yu Lang must be angry and wanted to teach himself a lesson. So he found his best friend Zhou Tao to discuss this matter. Although Zhou Tao has a strong character, but he is also a righteous person. Hearing Xin Hui say this, he decided to come with him. At the same time, he also called on another good brother, Wan Xiaoxiang. They originally thought that with the momentum of the three of them, it would be enough to make Yu Lang retreat. However, they never thought that Yu Lang had spent money to call the small gangsters outside the school. What kind of era is this? But Yu Lang is still engaging in this kind of gangster behavior. This was something that Zhou Tao, Xin Hui, and the others did not expect at all. No matter what, they were all still students. Only Zhou Tao, as a sports specialty student, had fought many fights before and had seen such a battle. Xin Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang, however, had never had such an experience. This kid is afraid of coming alone and getting beaten up by me. Zhou Tao grunted lightly. He was physically fit and had fought many fights since he was a child. At this moment, facing Yu Lang with a dozen or so people, he wasn't the least bit intimidated. Moreover, in this day and age, he didn't believe that Yu Lang would dare to do anything out of the ordinary. Zhou Tao's voice was not loud, but at this time the night was late and quiet, and Yu Lang was standing not far away, therefore, his words, Yu Lang still heard. Zhou Tao, I know you can fight. Yu Lang rarely got angry, but smiled and said, "Today, I want to see how many can you, Zhou Tao, fight?" Chapter 113 Group Beatings. Pa! The punk-headed young man stood by Yu Lang's side. Woody lit a cigarette, took a sip, and somewhat impatiently urged, "Kid, to beat the disabled to say a precise word. If it is not in your brother's face, I have enough to eat. Such a big night with you, a group of kids here, blind bull?" The punk-headed young man was named Wei Chang, 22 years old this year. After graduating from junior high school, he didn't continue his studies, but came out to mix with the society. But don't look at him in front of Yu Lang as if he was the king of heaven. In fact, after so many years, he is still at the bottom of the ladder in Jiangnan City, and is not allowed to be on the stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken on such a personal job for Yu Lang. There are rules on the road. Anyone with a little bit of experience wouldn't take Yu Lang's job. Fighting and brawling were commonplace for people in the society, and not really a big deal. But there are rules about who to fight with and who to fight with. If we are all mixed road, that hand to see the real chapter. But if the object of the fight, brawl, is like Shen Hui, Zhou Tao, these Xinjiang students, a little bit of brain, or already mixed more open gangsters, are not going to take action. Only a brainless person like Wei Chang would act like this for a small profit. Genoa High School, that was one of the best high schools in Jiangnan City. The same fights and brawls. The two types of cases, the assaults between gangsters and the assaults on the students of a key high school, are completely different when it comes to the police station. For the latter, the police would deal with it heavily and severely. A small minion like Wei Chang wouldn't understand the reasoning behind it. Yu Lang frowned when he heard Wei Chang's words. Crippling and disabling? He originally did not have such thoughts. The name of Yu Lang's brother in Wei Chang's words was Yu Qing. He was also a person who hung out in the middle and south of the country. However, he was a bit better than Wei Chang. Yu Lang grew up uneducated and followed his brother around all day, which is how he met Wei Chang and the others. He grew up with average grades, and after the midterm, it was his parents who spent money to send him to the first high school. Today this thing, he originally wanted to find his brother. But his own brother, but he scolded him. And also repeatedly told him to solve this matter by himself, do not look for outside people. But he had been spoiled and domineering since he was a child, and now that the goddess in his heart had been taken away from him, how could he, Yu Lang, swallow this breath? So, he didn't listen to Yu Qing's advice and found Wei Chang and the others to back him up. Yu Lang had originally planned to make Shen Hui give in and shoot a video of him kneeling down and begging for forgiveness, which he would then send to Chang Tingting. Let Chang Tingting see clearly Shen Hui's weak and incompetent appearance, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. Such an idea was actually quite childish. But Chang Tingting has always been the goddess in Yu Lang's heart. He was also Chang Tingting, and Shen Hui dating this matter washed out of his mind, and only then would come up with this strategy. At this time, the direction of the situation, but a little out of Yu Lang's control. He did not expect Shen Hui to find Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao's physical quality is good, will fight, Yu Lang in junior high school has already seen. The key was that Zhou Tao had a strong character and seldom bowed down to softness, which didn't matter in normal times. At this time, facing Wei Chang these punks, but it is very easy to wipe the gun away. Yu Lang was actually backing off in his heart when he saw Zhou Tao. However, Zhou Tao's mockery just now made his blood turn over. After all, he was only a 17-year-old teenager, and often followed his brother Yu Qing to hang out. Where could he learn? At this time, when his mind was hot, his impulses drowned out his reasoning. Brother Chang, even if you're crippled, just help me teach them a hard lesson. Yu Lang's face was ruthless, coldly grunted. Wei Chang was smoking a cigarette, his head lifted and nudged towards Zhou Tao and the others. Alright, brothers, teach them a lesson. With this greeting from him, other than the white-haired young man on the other side of Yu Lang, the rest of the 13 or 14 individuals surrounding Zhou Tao, Shen Hui, and the others swarmed up. Swish! 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 One by one, they drew out the flinging sticks they were carrying. All of them were following Wei Chang in the society. Wei Chang is considered the bottom of the road, but they are not even the bottom. Some of them are students of the surrounding vocational high school, and some of them are like Wei Chang, who graduated from junior high school and came out to mix with the gangsters. Usually have nothing to do, follow Wei Chang to hang around. Wei Chang can only move these people. The really powerful, not his minion, can make the move. However, it was more than enough to deal with Zhou Tao and the others. Later on, I'll make an opening out, and you guys run towards the main road. Zhou Tao raised his eyebrows, set up his stance, and said to Shen Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang beside him. They had played since childhood, their relationship was really good, otherwise Zhou Tao wouldn't have come to get into this mess. At this time, Zhou Tao was quite a bit of big brother style, see this fight is not fight cannot be, then thought to let Shen Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang they first run. He knew that Shen Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang had never fought before, and all he could do was to try to hold back as many people as possible. At this time it was already more than 10 o'clock at night, and this alley where the crowd was located was relatively remote, so it was sparsely populated. However, if they ran onto the main road in front of the first middle school, there would always be other passers-by passing by. Zhou Tao thought, and told Shen Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang to run to the main road to ask for help.
Peach, this happened because of me, how can I leave you behind and run away? Although Shinhui was scared, he was still a bit manly after all. He shook his head, although he had never been in a fight before, but letting Zhou Tao stand up to a dozen people by himself? He couldn't do it. Wan Xiaoxiang on the side also nodded. Peach, if you fight, you can't wimp out. He was different from Shinhui, although he had never fought either, he had always aspired to fight. This kid usually watched too much hot-blooded anime and thought that fighting was just the same thing. Quite a bit of a middle-aged hot-blooded teenager's heart. Alright, do as I say. Zhou Tao had his own plans. With a vicious face, he turned back and kicked. The one person who rushed to him was directly kicked over by him. The other gangster wielding a flinging stick came up to hit him, and with a lift of his hand, he snatched the stick and slammed it back. Bang! Another one was knocked down. He had fought, and more than once. Fighting, he wasn't afraid. Hand to hand, he had it too. He knew that when fighting, the most taboo thing was to be afraid. Instantly drying out too, Zhou Tao pushed Shinhui and Wan Xiaoxiang from behind, while shouting, "Run!" But as much as he could fight, he also knew that facing a dozen or so people of about the same age, it was only a matter of time before he fell. Crap! Him! You! And them, don't let them escape either! Zhou Tao's resistance stirred up the bloodlust of this group of small gangsters even more. They swarmed up and fought with Zhou Tao. Shinhui and Wan Xiaoxiang had just run no more than 2 steps, but they were also blocked by the few people who had been separated. How the hell do you still want to run? A lean boy flung his club and smashed it towards Shinhui and the others. Grass! Seeing Shinhui and Wan Xiaoxiang in danger, Zhou Tao took a step forward and lifted his leg. He directly kicked the lean boy over. At the same time, he rounded his eyes and drank to Shinhui and Wan Xiaoxiang, "Go. Go to the main road and shout for someone. I can't even fight so many people." At the same time he turned to save Shinhui and Wan Xiaoxiang, the others had already attacked from behind him. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds. 2 throwing sticks greeted his body. Oomph! Fortunately, the weather was still cold and he was wearing a down jacket, so Zhou Tao only grunted in pain. He picked up the stick he grabbed and turned back to wrestle with the crowd. But after all, it is difficult to beat 4 hands. Zhou Tao was no longer able to fight, but he quickly fell behind. Bang bang bang! He could only protect his head with both hands and let the throwing sticks hit his arms, back, and legs. You're the only one who can fight, right? Grass! Those small gangsters were also enraged by Zhou Tao's resistance. One by one, they raised their throwing sticks and greeted Zhou Tao's body. Shinhui and Wan Xiaoxiang, who didn't even manage to run to the main road, were blocked back. The 3 were surrounded by more than a dozen people and were simply powerless to fight back. Stop! At the critical moment, a loud cry suddenly came from the entrance of the alley. Chapter 114 Scared Away. Don't be so damn nosy. Get out of here. A young man with a scar on his face, seeing Su Jie appear at the entrance of the alley, his eyes glared as he coldly shouted. Although Su Jie looked tall and powerful, he was after all just a person. Whether it was the little scarred young man and these small gangsters who were surrounding Zhou Tao and the others, or Wei Chang, Yu Lang, and the white-haired young man who were standing on the sidelines watching the show, they all treated him as if he was just a passerby. He just happened to be passing by, and his sense of justice was bursting, wanting to do what was right. This kind of person, this kind of thing, they had all seen and encountered it. But what was the result? They were still scared off by the large number of them. When they encountered a stubborn one, it was not uncommon for them to directly pull over a piece to teach them a lesson. Zhou Tao's figure, appearance, and dress, Su Jie can naturally see at a glance. When he drove to the first middle school, he happened to hear the commotion in the alley and rushed over. What's wrong with this look? Surprisingly, someone was bullying the students of Xinzhong, bullying his students? His fire, mischievously, rose. Boom! With a cold face, Su Jie took 3 steps and 2, directly rushing towards the group of the scarred young man. Crap! How the hell do you really dare to come over? The scarred young man originally thought that his cold shout would be able to scare Su Jie, but he never thought that this person would charge towards them. He turned around and cursed, flinging up the stick in his hand and slamming it towards Su Jie. This guy even wanted to see justice? Then let him taste the bitter fruit of seeing justice. Scarred youngster didn't even think about staying his hand. Phew! The sound of breaking air suddenly rose. This stick, powerful and heavy, was directly thrown at Su Jie's arm. But what kind of person is Su Jie? Can he let this group of small gangsters bully him? Only to see him raise his hand, a hand pinched the scarred young man's arm, hand throwing stick, away from Su Jie, still 30 to 40 centimeters distance. Immediately after, Su Jie pulled him with the stick to the right side. At the same time, lifting his right leg knee as a hard impact. Then, he heard a click sound. Ah! The scarred young man screamed miserably and was thrown out by Su Jie, directly rolled to the right corner of the wall, his left hand covered his right arm and wailed miserably. In one shot, the arm was broken. The throwing stick in his hand snapped and fell to the side. Grass! Him!
The other 10 or so punks who were surrounding Zhou Tao and the others, seeing the scarred youngster being beaten, left a few behind to watch Zhou Tao and the others, while the remaining 7 or 8 directly turned to attack Su Jie with red eyes. Those of them who were in society were basically the masters who would not shed a tear until they saw the coffin. Scarred young man was beaten, and they turned to run away? Then what the hell is the point of mixing? Moreover, they have more than 10 people, there are still throwing sticks in their hands, would they be afraid of a Su Jie? Joke. 2 more small gangsters glanced at each other, their faces hardened, and from 2 directions, they attacked at the same time. The clubs in their hands, raised high. Just before their swings fell, Su Jie rushed to the left little punk's body with an arrow step and pressed his left hand on his head. Bang! A right hand slammed down, chipping up a few broken teeth. At the same time, his right foot flew with a front kick. Boom! The little punk who had attacked Su Jie's body on the other side was directly kicked to the ground by him, landing on all fours, his hands covering his stomach, wailing continuously. Crap! Crap! The cries of alarm rose and fell. The 7 or 8 small gangsters that followed behind, looking at such a violent Su Jie, you looked at me, I looked at you, all subconsciously stopped. In a single shot, 3 people fell. 1 with a broken hand, 1 with a broken tooth, and 1 on all fours unable to get up for a long time. Such ferocity, even these small gangsters who were used to fighting in group fights, for a while, they were also a little frightened in their hearts. Su Jie rushed forward, making a gesture to continue swinging his fist, directly frightening those small gangsters unconsciously took 2 steps backward. From the beginning of the chargeover, Su Jie thought well out to be ruthless, quick battle. To these punks, you can only deter them if you were more ruthless than them. All of this happened too fast. When the crowd stopped, Zhou Tao, who was surrounded and beaten in the middle, realized that it was their beloved teacher Su who had come. He had been beaten the hardest by the punks in order to protect Shen Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang. At this moment, he grimaced and whispered, Teacher Su. It was a good thing that his kid had been in a fight and knew to protect the important parts. At this time, it was also winter, and there were more clothes on his body, which was also considered an extra layer of protection. Thus, although his body was in pain and his face was a bit bruised and swollen, with a grimace. But he hadn't actually suffered too many serious injuries. It was also considered a blessing. If this was summer, and he was surrounded by more than a dozen people, even if his physical fitness was good, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Shen Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang immediately reacted when they heard Zhou Tao call Su Jie Teacher Su. The savior had come. One by one, they picked up Zhou Tao, walked to Su Jie's side, and respectfully shouted, Teacher Su. Humph. Su Jie answered in a deep voice. These 3 brats will clean up later. ING playing Street Fighter this late? If it wasn't for him hearing the news and arriving in time, he still didn't know how much was going to happen. But right now, it's better to solve the opposite side of these punks first. Yu Lang, Wei Chang, and the others also heard Zhou Tao address Su Jie. Oh no! This was the first reaction in their hearts. If Su Jie was just a passerby A or B, he might have run away when he was heckled and surrounded by a group of small gangsters like them. But Su Jie was actually Zhou Tao's teacher? This would be difficult to do. Yu Lang's face instantly turned into a pig's liver color. He was the one who started today's incident. Now that Jinzhong's teacher had come, the one who would suffer the most was him. For a moment, he was terrified in his heart. Beside him, the white-haired young man turned his head to look at Wei Chang. Brother Chang, this matter. Just before he finished his words, he saw Wei Chang shouting, run. At this time Wei Chang, looking at the opposite side of Su Jie, took out his cell phone and was dialing the phone. Where else could he not think of what he was doing? This damn is calling the police. He was scared out of his wits, not caring about the others, he directly ran away in a puff of smoke. Wei Chang is just a small gangster, no money, no power, does not matter. He doesn't have much of a concept of the various laws and regulations. But crowd fighting to squat, even if he is a fool, no. He originally thought, so late, teach a few high school students, surely there will not be anything. Where could he have imagined that the teachers of the other students had come over? And also so able to fight? Running away was his first reaction. This was a person's vision and pattern. With his vision and pattern, he could only run away in fear, with no other thoughts. Su Jie just stood there, not bothering with the little punks who were scattering and fleeing. What era is this? Can you run away? There is no surveillance in the alley. But when it comes to the main road, where is there no eye in the sky? Mobbing for a fight is to be detained, controlled, or even serve a prison sentence. And the matter of beating up a high school student from a major high school is not a small matter. To the police station, Su Jie, in the capacity of a teacher, said the words, but also will directly let Wei Chang they cannot defend. Chapter 115, A Gentle Approach. When Su Jie came out of the City East police station, it was already more than 11 o'clock at night. The instigator of the whole incident, Yu Lang, had already been led back by the teacher and director of the first middle school. What kind of punishment he would receive, Su Jie could probably imagine. Going out of school privately at night, associating with undesirable members of society, abetting others to beat up students from another school. These charges pressed on his head were enough to expel him outright.
However, what the specific school rules of the first middle school were, Su Jie wasn't sure. He also didn't have such long hands, and wouldn't be able to spare his mind to the affairs of other schools. Those punks who fought were nowhere to be found at this time. However, since Su Jie had reported the case, they naturally had the police from the police station to deal with them, so there was no need for Su Jie to worry about it. They hit the students of Manhwa Middle School. This matter, the police always have to give Manhwa Middle School an explanation. It would be a fool's errand for these punks to try and get away with it. Director Chin, let's leave this matter for now. I'll send the 3 boys back to school first. Outside the door of the police station, Su Jie said to Qin Shixiang with a smile. If it was just Zhou Tao alone, then he wouldn't necessarily inform Qin Shixiang to come over. But after all, there was also Shen Hui from class 15 and Wan Xiaoxiang from class 17, and the matter involved first middle school. Su Jie felt that it was only right to notify the grade-level director Qin Shixiang. There were some things that would be better handled by Qin Shixiang. For example, communicating with the leaders of the police station, for example, communicating with the director of instruction of the first middle school, and so on. Qin Shixiang smiled and nodded. Teacher Xiao Su, today's matter is thanks to you. If it wasn't for your timely discovery, I still don't know how serious the consequences would have been. His face was smiling, but in his heart, he was also really a bit scared. Residents going out privately at night, this kind of situation was not that rare. If they just went out to play, stayed out all night in internet cafes or something like that, getting caught and admonished or disciplined would be just that. Qin Shixiang wouldn't be too much of a headache. But to go out and fight? And also with the social loiterers fighting and brawling? That nature is different. After all, fists and feet have no eyes. Those punks, fighting to the fire, will still care about the weight of the hands and feet? What if one of the students gets hurt? Seriously injured or even crippled? That would be a big problem. When it comes down to it, he, the great director, is also to blame. At this moment, the more Qin Shixiang looked at Su Jie, the better he looked at him. Fortunately, Mr. Xiao Su was there, so tonight's events didn't result in more serious consequences. It's not often that you see a teacher who is so dedicated and wholeheartedly concerned about his students. Qin Shixiang decided that this matter must be discussed with Principal Zhou Wangwang, and at least some praise and rewards must be given to Su Jie. As for dealing with and disciplining Shen Hui, Zhou Tao, and the others, now that it was already late at night, they could only wait until tomorrow during the day. On the car, Su Jie was driving. Zhou Tao, Shen Hui, and Wan Xiaoxiang were crammed in the back row. Shen Hui, who was sitting in the middle of the two, had a guilty look on his face. This matter was all due to him, and he would not have thought that his impulsiveness would cause such a result today. Shen Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang were his best friends. At this time, he was very worried about Zhou Tao and Wan Xiaoxiang, because of this matter will be penalized. So, after struggling and hesitating for a moment inside, he pleaded with Su Jie with a pleading face. Teacher Su, this matter is all my fault. It was me who went to Zhou Tao and dragged him out of school privately. I'll recognize whatever disciplinary action the school has. Can you guys not discipline Zhou Tao? As soon as Wan Xiaoxiang on the side heard this, his face also became a bit ugly. It was Zhou Tao, in turn, who comforted Shen Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang. Harm. You guys don't have to worry about me. Lice aren't afraid of itching. It's not like I don't have a punishment on me. Teenagers of 17 or 18 years old were mostly like this, and tended to do things in the heat of the moment without regard to the consequences. This was also a direction that Su Jie felt that he needed to step up his efforts to properly guide them in his daily work. Going out of school privately? Definitely not right. Fighting and brawling? Even more foolish. Su Jie had never encouraged fighting, for whatever reason. But people are not frivolous and wasteful. Zhou Tao and the others, they are all 16 or 17-year-old hot-blooded teenagers. Who doesn't have some temper? When threatened by their peers, their first reaction was naturally to back. Definitely can't wimp out. Moreover, Zhou Tao was standing up for his good friend and brother. In Su Jie's opinion, such tactics and practices were never worthy of esteem. But on the other hand, at least Zhou Tao, this kid is righteous and bold. As long as he could be properly guided towards the right path, this kind of righteousness of his could become a shining point in him. You think it's honorable, don't you? Su Jie was amused in his heart when he heard Zhou Tao's words, but on his face, he glared at him from the reflector in a serious manner. Hearing Su Jie's serious voice, Zhou Tao shrunk his neck. Teacher Su's goodness was deeply rooted in class 9. But the more such a good teacher was, the more afraid the students in the class were once he started his temper. Zhou Tao was a special sports student, and they had a first-hand experience of how much Teacher Su took care of them. None of you three can escape from this tonight. Su Jie lightly hummed and said in a deep voice. Su Jie already knew the causes and consequences of the whole thing. Early love, leaving school privately, fighting and brawling. The matter at night was simply a complete set of elements. No matter how benevolent Su Jie was, it was impossible for him to do nothing. Wan Xiaoxiang, a student of class 17, is at best considered to be out of school privately tonight, and the problem won't be too big.
Shinhui, a student of class 15, as one of the protagonists of tonight's incident, Sujia definitely had to inform his homeroom teacher. Every teacher has their own educational philosophy and style of behavior. Sujia did not know what their homeroom teacher was like. If Sujia dealt with it privately, he would be overstepping his bounds. Hearing Sujia's words, Shinhui and Wan Xiaoxiang were both scared inside. Everyone has to pay for their own behavior. Have you guys thought about the consequences of going out of school privately this late? What would you all do if those punks brought sharp knives and daggers instead of throwing sticks? Sujia said with a cold face. He needed to let the three know the seriousness of the matter. Zhou Tao, tomorrow morning, you'll go to the hospital for a checkup, and I'll grant you half a day off. Although the school had an infirmary, the doctors in the general infirmary would only look at colds, prescribe medicines, and so on. Although Zhou Tao was physically fit, he was after all surrounded by more than a dozen people and was beaten the hardest. Sujia still couldn't rest assured. Therefore, he was going to let Zhou Tao go to the hospital tomorrow morning for a full body checkup. There were no words in the night. The next morning, Director Qin called Sujia and Class 15's homeroom teacher, Cui Bo, as well as Class 17's homeroom teacher, Lu Yanhong, to the office. In the office, after listening to Sujia's account, Cui Bo and Lu Yanhong's hearts, too, were in a state of fear. The two of them, too, only now realized what happened last night. When a resident student left the school privately, their fellow dormitory mates would usually help to hide it. They wouldn't think that much, they wouldn't think about whether or not the students who went out of school would be in any danger or anything like that. Their starting point is simply to do a small favor for their classmates. But very often, it was this kind of mindset that often resulted in irreparable consequences. Teacher Su, thanks to you this time. Cui Bo said with a serious face. He was 41 years old and was a physics teacher. Previously, he was at best a nodding acquaintance with Sujia and was not familiar with him. Sujia smiled and waved his hand. We are all looking out for the safety of the students. He then went on to ask, I wonder how Mr. Cui plans to deal with Shinhui? Cui Bo raised his eyebrows and said without the slightest hesitation. This matter started because of him, another early love affair, and taking his classmates out of school privately. Calling the parents is unavoidable. As for the punishment, we still have to listen to Director Qin's meaning. Qin Shixiang smiled and turned his head to look at Sujia. This matter was discovered in time and handled properly by Mr. Xiaosu. I wonder what Mr. Xiaosu thinks. When he was at the police station last night, Sujia had already gotten through to him. Sujia felt that in this matter, both Shinhui and Wan Xiaoxiang were only first-time offenders. There was no need to punish them too heavily, it was better to deal with them in a gentle manner. Qin Shixiang also promised Sujia last night that his opinion would prevail. That was why when Cui Bo asked him, he instead turned his head to ask Sujia's opinion. Chapter 116 Deferred Discipline. In the office, Cui Bo and Lu Yanhong looked at Qin Shixiang and Sujia with great surprise. Who was the grade-level director? Cui Bo asked Qin Shixiang's opinion on how to handle the situation, and that was because the final disciplinary action would definitely have to be agreed upon by Director Qin. But Director Qin actually turned his head to ask Sujia's opinion? This was very strange. Shinhui was a student of Class 15, not a student of Class 9. Although it was said that it was Sujia who had discovered and properly handled last night's incident in time. But when it comes to discussing what kind of punishment to give to a student, it is inevitable that the opinion of the class teacher of the class will still prevail. Cui Bo and Lu Yanhong had only heard that the sophomore Class 9, which everyone avoided, had been taken over by physical education teacher Sujia. But they didn't know exactly what the situation was. Cui Bo was the physics teacher and Lu Yanhong was the chemistry teacher. Both of them have been teaching in the science class. They didn't know much about the arts class. They weren't familiar with Sujia either. But since Director Qin gave the word, they couldn't ask anything more. Only in their hearts, they had more questions. Sujia had already greeted Director Qin last night. He had done so for no other reason than to help Shinhui out. Having an early love affair and going out of school privately after school in the evening. It was perfectly normal to be called as a parent. Class 15's homeroom teacher, Cui Bo, hadn't done anything wrong either. Sujia nodded and said with a smile. Resident students going out of school privately, according to our Xinzhong school rules, it's usually just a matter of writing a review. Only if the circumstances are serious will they be notified and criticized or even written up. He first spoke about the school rules of Manhwa Middle School, then glanced at Cui Bo and asked, Mr. Cui, I wonder if you know Shinhui's parents well. Cui Bo froze. Do you know anything about Shinhui's parents? What kind of question is this? What does it have to do with this matter? His heart was very puzzled. But since Sujia asked, he glanced at Director Qin, then at Sujia, then said, the parents have met, and usually communicate. Belongs to the normal teacher-parent relationship, can't talk about a very good understanding. Is there a problem, Mr. Su? He was a homeroom teacher in charge of a class of over 50 students. He had met the parents of each student and had left contact information. However, they were usually limited to communicating about the students' studies.
Su Jie smiled and said, Mr. Chui, this incident last night, the cause was Shin Hui's early love problem, right? Chui Bo nodded, indeed. Then what does teacher Chui think Shin Hui's parents, what would be their attitude towards early love? Su Jie asked with a smile. That would definitely be a ban on early love, what else is there to say? Chui Bo raised one eyebrow and said without hesitation. In their class 15, there was no such thing as early love. Teacher Su, just say what you want to say, we're all teachers, there's no need to beat around the bush. Chui Bo was also a straight shooter. He felt that Shin Hui's problem, wouldn't it be enough to deal with it according to the school rules? Going out of school privately, deal with it according to the rules of going out of school privately. If you fall in love early, then deal with it according to the rules of early love. What's the point of thinking so much? I don't know what Mr. Su is trying to say, but I don't know what he's trying to say. Su Jie smiled and nodded his head, saying, Actually, my meaning is very simple, this matter can't directly call the parents, or it's best not to call the parents in a short period of time. Chui Bo shook his head, expressing his disagreement with Su Jie's point of view. Teacher Su, there are state laws and school rules. What Shin Hui and the others did this time is already considered a more serious case. If we just let them write a review, I don't think it will serve as any discipline or warning at all. Early love is that parents should be called, this is the agreed upon way to handle it. He did not expect that Su Jie would say something like this. Early love doesn't call parents? It's all up to the school to handle it, huh? Who would be responsible if something goes wrong? He felt that Su Jie was still too young. Su Jie didn't get angry because of Chui Bo's objections. Everyone is a teacher, and the starting point is for the good of the students. It's just that everyone doesn't handle it in the same way. He put away the smile on his face and said in a serious manner. Teacher Chui, Teacher Lu, Director Qin, in fact, what we should look for first is not the parents, but the counseling teacher. Shen Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang have never fought before. They were surrounded and beaten by a dozen punks last night. The psychological shock is greater than the physical damage they received. Calling the parents again at this time is nothing more than causing secondary damage to their psyche. And once a student's psyche is in trouble, how tricky it is, I don't think I need to say more, right? Su Jie didn't make it up. On his way back yesterday, he had noticed that there was something wrong with Shin Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang's state. Watching movies and TV dramas, hot-blooded anime, the hot-blooded streets, spiritedness, and brotherhood in them could only be seen. When a person was really surrounded and beaten up by punks, the shock one received inside was not negligible. It was precisely because of this that Su Jie suggested that the punishment could be there, but let it go for now. Zhou Tao did not have any psychological problems because he had fought before. On the contrary, he was the one who had been hit the hardest, and was physically hurt a bit more than psychologically shocked. After Su Jie finished speaking, Qin Shixiang, Chui Bo and the rest of them, for a while, also fell into deep thought. Most of the teachers in Xinzhong were there for the good of their students. They weren't the kind of people who were unreasonable. Su Jie's words did have a few points of truth. If Shen Hui and Wan Xiaoxiang really had psychological problems because of last night's beating, calling their parents at this time would indeed cause secondary damage to them, as Su Jie said. That's why I asked Mr. Chui if he knows anything about Shen Hui's parents. Su Jie continued. If his parents are the kind of parents who are reasonable and educate their children in a more gentle manner, then we can make a private agreement with the parents first before educating them. But if his parents are the kind of parents who are very strict and educate them with sticks without moving, we as class teachers still need to carefully consider how to handle it. Qin Shixiang thought for a moment and nodded. I think there are a few points of truth in what teacher Xiaosu said. Whether it's going out of school privately or falling in love early, what should be punished must still be punished. But the means of this punishment is something that can be changed as appropriate. Chui Bo frowned slightly, still thinking. Lu Yanhong, on the other hand, nodded. I will personally talk to Wan Xiaoxiang to see how his situation really is. If it's really like what Mr. Su said, that last night's incident has left a shadow in his heart, the disciplinary action can be put on hold, no problem. A moment later, Chui Bo also stopped thinking. Su Jie's words did have some truth to them. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to change things. Punishment, there would still be, only it would be pushed back for a period of time at his discretion based on Shin Hui's and their psychological condition. Besides, Director Qin also supported Su Jie's approach, so there was no need for him, Chui Bo, to oppose it. Thus, he nodded and said, Then let's follow Mr. Su's opinion, let's go and find out the state of the students before deciding on the matter of disciplinary action. Chapter 117, Guiding and Seducing. Every teacher's attitude towards early love was different. Most of the older teachers still adhere to the traditional concept of early love must be snuffed out in the cradle. This is influenced by their birth years, life experiences, educational environment and other factors. Some young teachers like Su Jie, on the other hand, have a more tolerant attitude towards early love. Teachers from the post-80s and post-90s have grown up with a mature internet. It is normal that their openness and tolerance is higher than that of their predecessors. Of course, nothing is absolute.
Some older teachers have a tolerant attitude towards early love, while some younger teachers have a traditional attitude towards early love. There are also cases like this. After all, the same rice raised 100 different people. Soo Jie didn't expect himself to be able to change other teachers' concepts and ideas with just a sentence or two. That was unrealistic. He just simply hoped that last night's incident would not leave an indelible psychological shadow on Shenhui and Wan Xiaoxiang. Oftentimes, there was a delay in one's stress response. Last night outside the first middle school, when Shenhui and Wan Xiaoxiang were surrounded and beaten, their hearts might have been afraid. But because it was three people hugging together, instead, they wouldn't be too affected at that time. When they returned to the dormitory, late at night, lying in bed, alone, they would then inevitably think about the events of the night. Human hypotheses and brainstorming would grow wildly at this time. The fear and dread that was originally hidden in the bottom of the heart may be magnified indefinitely. At this time, teachers and parents impose punishment will undoubtedly add insult to injury. Where does the rebelliousness of students come from? Isn't it just that they are scolded and punished when they do something wrong? The way Shenhui, Zhou Tao, Wan Xiaoxiang and the three of them handled things last night was indeed wrong. Shouldn't have left the school privately. But no matter what, they are ultimately only 16 or 17-year-old minors. A lot of imperfect ideas and a lot of impulsive actions were more than normal. If someone guides them to the right path, they too can think, and they will naturally know where they are wrong. And a single-minded chastisement and disciplinary action was only fueling their rebellious mentality. Last night's matter was just temporarily suppressed because of Soo Jie's suggestion. When Soo Jie returned to the classroom, Xu Xiaoran had already returned from her morning run with her classmates. After instructing them to read well in the morning, he called Zhou Tao to his office. At this time, it was just after 7 a.m., and the hospital hadn't even opened its doors yet. The First People's Hospital of Zhongnan City is not too far away from Genoa Middle School, and it's only a 10-minute ride. Therefore, Soo Jie planned to chat with Zhou Tao first, and then let Xu Xiaoran accompany him to the hospital. In the office, Zhou Tao had his head lowered, looking like he had done something wrong. On his face, there were 2 bruises. At the eyebrow bone, the mouth that was broken open last night had already scabbed over. From the surface alone, the injuries were not considered serious. Soo Jie knew that his injuries were more on his back and arms. Looking at this kid's look of knowing his mistakes, Soo Jie felt funny. Who was it that boasted last night that lice are not ticklish? Isn't it true that your kid doesn't mind the punishment? Now this look show to whom? Zhou Tao's character, Soo Jie, is largely understood. Outgoing, strong character. From yesterday's performance, Soo Jie added to his righteousness will fight comment. Soo Jie knows that last night's matter, the impact on Zhou Tao is actually minimal. This kid in the police station, in front of the face of the police, but also boasted that he faced a dozen punks, not at all afraid. At that time, let Soo Jie give a hand to hold down on the chair, let him properly cooperate with the statement, do not blind bragging all day. How do you feel after a night's sleep? Is there anywhere on your body that is particularly uncomfortable? Soo Jie asked with a smile. Although Soo Jie himself judged that Zhou Tao should only have some superficial injuries. However, it was still necessary to have him go for a full body checkup. Fear not 10,000, fear the unexpected. Only after seeing the test data from those precise medical instruments could Soo Jie truly put his heart down. Zhou Tao scratched his head and said, "Teacher Soo, I feel pretty good. There shouldn't be any major problems." Soo Jie nodded, then asked, "Now let me ask you, what do you think is the best way to handle what happened last night? It was okay to do something wrong. Who in this world hasn't done something wrong? As the old saying goes, there is no greater good than knowing one's mistakes and being able to correct them. If you know your mistakes, you have to think about where they are. Just scolding and chastising, what the hell do they know their mistakes?" The reason why Soo Jie asked this was to let Zhou Tao think for himself. Is there a better way to handle what happened last night? If there was, what was the method? And how should it be done? Zhou Tao was stunned. He hadn't thought about this. When he had made a mistake in the past, no one would have given him this opportunity to think about what was wrong. This was normal. Where was right in a fight? It was all wrong. This is a viewpoint that most parents and teachers recognize. But they're all students. How can they fight for no reason? Since there was a cause and a reason, then Soo Jie felt that the cause should be clarified. Not only their teachers and parents to get clear, the students themselves even more to get clear. Only then, the next time they encountered a similar problem, they would know, oh, so this matter can't be handled this way, it has to be handled that way. This in itself is also a process of learning and progress. If mistakes are made, do not guide them to think about what is wrong. Why is it wrong? What can be done to improve it? Then this mistake is just a mistake. The next time they encounter it, they will do it again. In making mistakes again and again, they will eventually fall into the abyss, causing irreparable consequences. Soo Jie had always believed that 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day. There was never a hopeless student. Every student who seems to be incorrigible must have gradually sunk into the abyss through sudden situations, accidents, and mistakes over and over again. How can anyone be born incorrigible? Joke. Don't doubt anyone's ability to understand and think. Zhou Tao and his 16 or 17-year-old teenagers are at the stage where their brains are most active. After they accidentally make a mistake, someone must wake them up. Let them think for themselves and realize the mistakes they have made. Only then will they grow and transform. Instead of, oh, write a review, and that's it. Oh, a couple of blows and a couple of curses, and that's the end of it. How can they realize their mistakes just by doing that? And how could they learn from their mistakes? Zhou Tao had never seriously thought about such a question before. It was only at this time, under Su Jie's patient guidance, that he began to really think about it for the first time. Was there really a better solution? Chapter 118 Thinking and Growing. Zhou Tao pondered for a moment and said experimentally, Teacher Su, shouldn't I bring more people over? Splat. Su Jie slapped him on the arm and scolded with a laugh, what kind of brain circuits does your kid have? Hiss. Zhou Tao's arm was already injured and was slapped down by Su Jie with such a slap, he immediately grimaced in pain. You still know it hurts? Do you still want to bring more people over? Su Jie's hand was not heavy, he just wanted to remind Zhou Tao, you still have the injuries from last night's fight on your body, and you're still thinking about bringing more people to the fight? Simply outrageous. People often say that the scars have forgotten the pain. Zhou Tao, this scar is not yet healed, forget the pain. Su Jie was both angry and amused. He knew that no one had ever guided him to think this way before. The fight was over. The chastisement was done, and the scolding was done. He certainly wouldn't grow out of it. Then should we not go? Zhou Tao scratched his head, still somewhat pained, and said, Yu Lang, that kid had threatened Shen Hui that if he didn't go, he would have good fruit to eat on the weekend, could this be tolerated? In Zhou Tao's heart, he still felt that he had to go. Dare to bully to his Zhou Tao's brother's head, simply looking for death. He had such a personality, and it wasn't something that Su Jie could change with a word or two. But since Teacher Su asked, he thought about it and it seemed that he could only answer like this. Su Jie smiled and shook his head, think again. Zhou Tao was confused. Bringing more people over was slapped by Teacher Su. Shouldn't go, and then said to think again? It's neither right nor wrong to go? Then what should be done? Tell the teacher? Wouldn't that be suicidal? For a while, Zhou Tao couldn't think of any better way. So, he shook his head and said, Teacher Su, I don't know. Su Jie smiled and asked. When Yu Lang was in middle school, he followed his brother around. When Shen Hui was looking for you, you all were worried that he would do something bad to Shen Hui or Chang Tingting on your way out of school or after you came home on weekends, right? The matter of Yu Lang being uneducated as a child and following his brother around, Su Jie had also learned about it from Shen Hui and the others. Su Jie easily guessed that Shen Hui was afraid of really being retaliated against by Yu Lang, and that was why he looked for Zhou Tao and the others to discuss their countermeasures. Junior high school classmates, even if usually do not play to appease, but want to know where Shen Hui's family lives, usually after school, which road, or very simple things. With Yu Lang's character, it was possible to do something out of the ordinary. Shen Hui's worry was also very normal. Zhou Tao nodded and gave a sound, then said, Teacher Su, that Yu Lang guy, when he's mad, he dares to do anything. When he was in middle school, he wreaked havoc on other students. But his family has money, and he ended up spending money to settle that matter. I was also worried that he would really be unfavorable to Shen Hui, that's why I followed him over, wanting to knock him around. I didn't expect that this kid would not speak of martial virtues and seek out the punks in society. Zhou Tao said while also skimming his lips in disgust. Then if he told you guys to go at night, you're really going at night? So obedient? Why didn't I see you listen to the teacher so much in class before? Su Jie said with a smile. Ha! Zhou Tao was dumbfounded by Teacher Su's dislike. Did Teacher Su mean to go during the day? He thought blindly. Su Jie continued. First of all, it's definitely wrong to go out of school privately without making a report. Do you agree with this point? Zhou Tao nodded. Make a mistake and admit it, take a beating and stand firm. He had a strong personality, but he was not the type of person who was a dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Secondly, about this matter of Shen Hui. Su Jie saw Zhou Tao nodding his head and admitting his mistake, then continued. You guys were afraid that the matter of Shen Hui's early love affair would be known by the school, so you chose not to report it to the teacher and instead chose to resolve it yourselves. Alright, I'll take it that the three of you are on good terms and are iron buddies, and you want to stand up for your brothers. But do you know what the biggest mistake you guys made was? Zhou Tao shook his head. He felt that the biggest mistake he made was not being strong enough. If he was able to be like yesterday's Teacher Su, who had wasted 3 people in a single shot, then why would he be afraid of a bird? Directly picking up Yu Lang and abusing him like he was carrying a small chicken. Zhou Tao felt very cool just thinking about such a picture. If Su Jie knew what Zhou Tao was thinking at this moment, he would definitely slap him on the place where he was most injured. He continued, the biggest mistake you guys made was being led by the nose by a Yu Lang. Let's not talk about whether or not he dares to find trouble with Shinhui during the weekend. If he told you guys to go to first middle school that late, you guys really went to first middle school that late? Have you ever thought about why it couldn't be during the day? Why can't it be settled on Jinzhong's turf? Why don't you guys have the initiative? When it comes to things, if you could think of a few more whys, you wouldn't have been beaten up like this. Only thinking of solving it with violence, you ended up getting defeated, didn't you? Zhou Tao froze for a moment. Yes, why listen to that Yulang kid? Why let him do whatever he wants? That made himself look like a fool? At that time, he was only thinking of resolving this matter as soon as possible, and didn't even think about anything else. Su Jie's words made Zhou Tao's eyes light up. In everything, think twice before you act. Su Jie continued. You think that the wisdom of the ancients is for show? Let's talk about things. This matter of Shinhui, have you, Zhou Tao, ever really thought about what to do about it? A moment of hot-headedness, wanting to deter others with violence. And the result? Being violent by others. What's the difference between this and a reckless person? The more Su Jie said, the more ashamed Zhou Tao felt. When he used to fight, he would just fight. If he lost a fight once, he would just fight back the next time. No one had ever said these things to him like Mr. Su did. But today, Zhou Tao began to think. He began to recall the mistakes he had made and the fights he had gotten into in the past. He began to think if there was not a better means and solution to the problem. Mr. Su's words were like an enlightenment that made him realize how stupid he had done many things in the past. This was an experience Zhou Tao had never had before. Teacher Su, I know I was wrong. He lowered his head and said sincerely. This time, he truly knew it was wrong. Not like just now, when Teacher Su felt that he was wrong, then he just went along with it and admitted his mistake. Su Jie looked at his sincere appearance and nodded gratefully before smiling and saying, when it comes to things, I can understand if you guys don't trust your teachers and parents. But the prerequisite is that you guys should truly be able to possess the ability to solve problems. At least for now, it seems that you guys don't possess such abilities, right? Saying that, Su Jie took out the wish list from yesterday's tally and glanced at it. This time, a review is unavoidable. I'll give you 2 days to think seriously. If you encounter something similar again, what should you do? You did well on the weekly exam this time, but this wish is null and void. If you want to make a wish with me, see how you do on next week's weekly exam. When a resident student left school privately, a review was unavoidable. On Director Qin's side, Su Jie also had to give an explanation. Su Jie hoped that this time, it would teach Zhou Tao a lesson. As for Zhou Tao's wish, he has seen this kid's desperation on the training ground. Su Jie knew it in his heart. But it was not the time yet. Before the morning reading was over, Su Jie asked Chu Xiaoran to accompany Zhou Tao to Zhongnan City People's Hospital. Chapter 119, The Finalization of Class 9's Teachers. For students with different talents, there were different ways to cultivate them. For students with different personalities, there are different ways to guide them. This was Su Jie's own educational philosophy that he had thought about and summarized. It was also his first time being a classroom teacher, and everything he did was actually considered an attempt. It's just that he has the ability that other teachers don't have, to be able to see the talents of all the students. Take Zhou Tao for example. What kind of personality did he have? A very strong personality. This is a more subtle way of putting it. To put it bluntly, the brain is a bit axial, and it is easy to recognize the dead reason to do things. In Zhou Tao's heart, last night's matter, he is necessary to support Shinhui. Shinhui is his good friend, good buddy, good brother since childhood. With his character, this trip had to go. And after arriving at the first middle school, he happened to run into Yulane calling up punks, then this fight was a must. This was what his character made him do. He had always acted this way before as well. If Su Jie's way of guiding him was to tell him a whole lot of reasoning that he couldn't even listen to, then what was the difference between that and not telling him at all? For example, telling him that the best way for you to handle this should be to report to the teacher and tell your parents. Let the teacher and parents handle the matter. Instead of violating school rules, going out of school and getting into fights. This seems reasonable and sensible. But what will Zhou Tao think in his heart? Will he admit it? I'll be damned if he'll admit it. Thousands of people have thousands of faces. Everyone's character is different. When you're young, you're influenced by your parents and your family of origin. After going to school, it will be influenced by teachers and classmates. Even a book, a sentence, a movie or a TV drama may have a very big impact on the development of one's character. Everyone is a contradiction, an individual with complex thoughts. Therefore, in Su Jie's opinion, to Zhou Tao, the best way to guide him was not to tell him not to go. Rather, it was to tell him that under the premise of being sensible, reasonable, and legally compliant, how to go about it would be the better choice. From there, he would then be guided upward to goodness. Specific problems should be specifically analyzed. Su Jie is to let him think, fighting is not right, do not go and is not righteous, then what should be done? That is to swap roles and take the initiative. Don't be led by the nose by others. Take the initiative in your hand so that you can be more comfortable in resolving disputes. One way or another, you have to teach your students to be patient. You have to learn to report to teachers and parents. How do they grow? Guide them to think about how to better solve problems, teach them to look at multiple sides of things, and then what was a bad thing last night has more educational value. In the morning between classes, Su Jia was originally prepared to continue calling students to the office to talk. However, a phone call from Qin Shixiang called him to the grade-level director's office. When Su Jia arrived at the office, there were several other teachers in the office. There was the familiar math teacher Zhou Yutong. There was Sun Shihai, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 next door. In addition, there were two other teachers that Su Jia had just come into contact with a short while ago. When he entered the office, Su Jia realized Qin Shixiang's intention of calling him over. The teachers for Class 9 were all finalized. Sure enough, when Su Jia arrived, Qin Shixiang smiled and said, "Little teacher Su, just waiting for you. From now on, everyone will be Class 9's classroom teachers. I hope that we can all be as patient and responsible as teacher Xiao Su, and educate the students of Class 9 well." The candidates for all the classroom teachers of Class 9 were finalized after the two of them, Qin Shixiang and Su Jia, discussed the matter. Language teacher Chen Shushan, 37 years old, not tall and well-mannered, was the backbone of the language teaching team. The math teacher, Zhou Yutong, was originally the teacher of Class 9, so there is no need to say more. English teacher, or by Su Jia, the class teacher. History teacher Sun Shihai, class teacher of Class 8, deputy head of the history teaching group. Geography teacher Xiao Feng, 34 years old, always with a smile on his face. Politics teacher Qin Shixiang, he, the grade-level director, personally serves as the politics teacher of Class 9. In fact, Qin Shixiang had been a politics teacher at Manhwa Middle School before he became the grade director. This was considered his old profession. It was only after he was promoted that he rarely served as the teacher of a particular class. In some schools, the head of the grade would continue to teach, just like an ordinary teacher. In some schools, the head of grade or head of teaching no longer teaches. This depends on the strength of the teachers in each school. For example, Manhwa Middle School. As an old key middle school, it had a strong faculty and many teachers. Then the grade-level directors and teaching directors would act more as administrators. After all, in a key high school like Manhwa Middle School, there were actually a lot of miscellaneous things on weekdays. If the grade-level directors also acted as classroom teachers, they would often be too busy. Qin Shixiang, the grade director of the second year of high school, was able to return to his old job as the politics teacher of Class 9. This was more of a support for Su Jia's work. The results of the primary weekly exam will not be ranked by the whole school. But Qin Shixiang, the grade-level director, still understands it. Class 9 had gone from failing average scores in all subjects last semester to passing all of the weekly mini-exams this time. The progress was very obvious and huge. The grade director Qin Shixiang and the principal Zhou Wangwang both saw it in their eyes and rejoiced in their hearts. In their hearts, Mr. Xiao Su was a wonderful person. A physical education teacher who was able to take the sophomore Class 9, which everyone avoided, and bring out results. How could they, as management, not be overjoyed? Therefore, this time, to select a teacher for Class 9, they gave Su Jia a very large amount of authority. Moreover, Qin Shixiang personally took on the role of Class 9's politics teacher. All of this change was because of Su Jia. "Teacher Su, from today onwards, the language class of Class 9 will be given to me." Sun Shihai said to Su Jia with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll teach it well." His educational philosophy was actually much similar to Su Jia. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to be like Su Jia, who could differentiate his teaching for all students. Class 8 was right next door to Class 9. Ever since Su Jia took over Class 9, he had seen how much that infamous Class 9 had changed. Sun Shihai admired Su Jia. But he didn't know that Su Jia actually admired Sun Shihai from the bottom of his heart as well. Good teachers, not without. It's just that in this society where people are fickle and interests are paramount, good teachers seem to be very scarce and precious. Su Jia smiled and nodded, then said to the crowd, "Director Qin, Mr. Sun, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Chen, and Mr. Xiao. Thank you for being able to accommodate the sophomore Class 9. Trust me, this group of students will not let you down." Chapter 120, Future Draft Scholar Rehabilitation Program Up. After coming out from the grade-level director's office, Su Jia's heart let out a sigh of relief. After the Class 9 teachers were finalized, he would be able to free up his time for customized and personalized teaching and cultivation for each and every student in Class 9. With only English and physical education classes, it was still very easy for Su Jia. Li Hao's gaming level was a step up after this period of ranking and his careful guidance. The level of operation, more detailed. Vision, big picture, more excellent. After a home visit to his family on Sunday, the next step is to take him to major clubs for trial training. Su Jia is looking forward to the picture of Li Hao killing it in the professional arena. Xu Xiaoran was different from Li Hao. He had been neglecting soccer for some years. However, he was exceptionally gifted, and after only about a week of intensive training in the fundamentals, his personal sense of the ball had already risen to a very terrifying level. Next, Soo Jia would continue to train him in more soccer skills, situation judgment, and other aspects. In addition to this, the actual battle is also the top priority. After his strength in all aspects have been raised, Soo Jia will arrange for European scouts to come over. Soo Jia believes that this day will not be too far away. Finding a place to build a professional recording studio and professional drawing room also needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Recording songs for Han Xiaochan and teaching Li Rui to paint, Soo Jia has free time, so naturally he can arrange for all of them. As Soo Jia thought, he looked at his cell phone. There were still 10 or so minutes before class, so he simply called Lin Weirui to his office. Looking at Lin Weirui, who was sitting in front of him and was a bit shy, Soo Jia's heart was a bit saddened. Class 9 has 4 students with very good basketball talent. They were Zhou Brigade, Yu Zhanya, Lin Weirui, and Huang Jiting. 3 boys and 1 girl. Each had a different personality. Huang Jiting is valiant. Yu Zhanya was sunny and handsome. Zhou Brigade was bold and generous. These 3 are all considered to be students with outgoing personalities. Lin Weirui, who had the most demonic basketball talent, had an introverted personality. This made Soo Jia feel very interesting. In his hand, he held the report card and wish list and said with a smile, "This weekly exam, your progress is very obvious. Say, what do you want to ask the teacher for?" Lin Weirui was a little nervous because of the anticipation. He gulped and gathered his courage to say, "Teacher Soo, teach me to play basketball." "Do you want to become a professional basketball player?" Soo Jia asked with a smile. To be honest, wanting to become a professional basketball player, being 17 years old and yet not even being able to make it into a middle school's varsity team, such an achievement was unqualified. Or it was simply a mess and hopeless. The road to professional basketball development in the Dragon Kingdom is not much better than men's soccer. The underlying selection mechanism, the emphasis on youth training, is almost non-existent. But the results of men's basketball are always a little better than men's soccer. Plus there have been stars with enough influence such as Big Yao and Big E. The popularity of the men's basketball team was much better than the men's soccer team. Aha! Lin Weirui nodded gently. "Can you tell teacher why you like basketball?" Soo Jia asked again. He wanted to know more about Lin Weirui as a student so that he could better help him grow. Was it like that Chu Xiaoran kid who simply felt that playing basketball was cooler and more appealing to girls than playing soccer? He frequented the basketball court for the sake of pretending. Or do you really like this sport and want to achieve good results in this sport? Different mindsets towards your preferences will also determine the final outcome. Hearing Mr. Soo ask why he likes basketball, Lin Weirui surprisingly answered without the slightest hesitation. "Because playing basketball makes me physically and mentally happy." When he was in junior high school, he scampered up to 179 in size. After going to high school, he grew a few centimeters again. Now the height had reached 185. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was considered to be taller. From the first time he came into contact with basketball in middle school, he fell in love with the sport. Because basketball can bring him a sense of achievement and fulfillment and make him feel happy. As long as he stood on the basketball court, he was like a different person. Like a bird flying into the sky and a fish into the sea. He doesn't know why he is like this. But he did fall deeply in love with the sport of basketball. Soo Jia smiled and nodded. From Lin Weirui's words and look, he could tell that this kid truly loved the sport of basketball. Talented and genuinely enjoying the sport. Yet he was unable to cash in on his strongest talent because he played the wrong position by mistake. It was a great pity any way you look at it. However, since he had become Soo Jia's student, it was impossible for him to let Lin Weirui waste his basketball talent for nothing. Thus, he smiled again and asked, "How do you think you're doing in basketball?" Lin Weirui smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Teacher Soo, I just rely on being tall and having long arms, and I usually have a considerable advantage under the basket. But compared to those on the varsity team, my skills kinda suck." Soo Jia laughed. "The technique kinda sucks, the knowledge of himself is quite clear." He asked again, "Then which basketball players do you usually like? Imitate which ball players to play? Which ball players do you like? Imitate who to play?" These were all things that boys in middle school and high school would go through when they were first exposed to basketball. After all, the school's physical education teachers are, for the most part, limited. After getting used to watching the NBA's foul shots, three-pointers, dry humps, step backs, and crossing, most guys are very demanding when it comes to the spectacle of basketball. They always think that they are the next Jordan, Kobe, or James. When they play on the basketball court, they will also imitate the movements of their favorite players consciously or unconsciously. For example, Maddie's dry jump shot. For example, Jordan, Kobe's signature step back. Such as Curry's three-point. I like Duncan and Garnett the most because I'm tall. Talking about basketball, Lin Weirui's shyness seems to be temporarily converged. He said with both eyes glowing. Teacher Sue, I've practiced playing the boards for a long time, but I just don't look like Duncan at all. Why is that? Hearing Lin Weirui's words, Su Jia almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. How is 185 tall? This kid even like Duncan and Garnett, these two old men? Su Jia was speechless. The boarding so well practiced, is not everyone as Duncan? From Lin Weirui's body alone, Su Jia can see that the youth basketball education in the Dragon Kingdom, how poor it is. 185, can play power forward? This is not a joke. But in the school basketball court, such a head does not stand to the basket, the students are not happy. This is the plight of basketball enthusiasts like Lin Weirui. It is also the plight of the Dragon men's basketball team. The great Dragon country, more than 1 billion people, but not even a good guard. This is more pathetic than the men's soccer team out of talent. Tomorrow weekend, I will write more. Chapter 121, Future Draft Pick Transformation Program next. A person's athletic talent is innate. That is, as the saying goes, God rewards one's food. Before science has not developed to a certain degree, and the gene potion that changes all the functions of the human body comes out, whether or not there is athletic talent, it determines whether or not a person can take the road of sports and athletics. Of course, like the beautiful country kind of soaked in hormones athletes, naturally, to be another story. What is basketball talent? The first thing that pops into people's heads is either the height that tops the crowd or the bounce that surpasses the norm. They say basketball is a big man's sport, and that's true. But there is another basketball talent that is even more important than height and bounce, but is often overlooked by many people. That is arm strength. Long arm span is the NBA superstar standard. Alphabet brother, height 211, arm span reached a staggering 228. Durant, height 208, arm span 225. James, at 206, has an arm span of 214. If these superstars are tall because they are tall and come with a long arm span, then, there are many other players in the NBA who are 180-190 tall, and they also rely on their long arm span to become all-star level players or even superstars. Lillard's height is only 188, but his arm span is 203. Rondo's height is only 185, but his arm span is 206. Mitchell's height is only 185, but his arm span is 208. Windy City Rose Derrick Rose, the original savior of Chicago, height 188, arm span also reached 203. In basketball, this long man sports, short players, height is not enough, arm show to come together. Short and long arms, in dribbling, shooting, stealing and other aspects will have unparalleled advantages. Does Su Jia think highly of Lin Weirui in basketball? Of course he does. He can see that Lin Weirui has a demonic level of basketball talent. Where exactly does Lin Weirui's demonic level of basketball talent manifest itself? It is his unusual arm span. Lin Weirui's height is only 185, but his arm span is an amazing 202. On the basketball court, the same position. An inch long and an inch strong is reflected in the arm span. Longhua men's basketball team has never produced a world-class guard. When Yao's guard Lu Wei, 190 tall, arm span 196. On this, already counted on the CBA history ranked the top 3 guards. Today's defender Guialan, like his predecessor Lu Wei, is 190 tall with a 196 arm span. And Lin Weirui, height only 185, arm span is 203. On this talent, play a fart small forward, power forward Do not go to practice guard technology to make a name for himself, put here to imitate Duncan and Garnett, these two old men? Does he have the ability? No. Therefore, in Su Jia heard Lin Weirui's idol is Duncan and Garnett, simply to be angry to vomit blood. His template is Derrick Rose and Allen Iverson Learning a fart power forward Learning Duncan's playing board can learn to understand is strange. In Su Jia's eyes, Lin Weirui is a misguided genius boy. What he wants to do is to guide Lin Weirui to the right path. Su Jia did not answer Lin Weirui's question, but smiled and asked back, "How do you think teacher's basketball game is?" As soon as Lin Weirui heard Su Jia's question, he immediately said with 2 glowing eyes, "Teacher Su, your basketball skills that goes without saying? Simply." He paused, seemingly thinking about what words would be better to describe it. Simply a juggernaut on the basketball court. Well, a juggernaut. Lin Weirui smiled, seemingly satisfied with the words he had thought of to shape Mr. Su. Su Jia had left an indelible impression on the students of their class 9 during physical education class. On the basketball court, he called the wind and rain, giving and taking. Passing through the dashing and elegant, dunking powerful and heavy, shooting 100 shots, cap ruthless and accurate. In their eyes, Mr. Su is a god on the basketball court. As a basketball lover, how could Lin Weirui not like and admire Mr. Su? Therefore, after achieving the Single Subject Progress Award in this weekly exam, he didn't choose to go to the gaming room to play like the other students in the dormitory, but instead chose to make a request to Teacher Su. What he wanted was for Teacher Su to teach him how to play basketball. He wanted to become a basketball expert like Mr. Su, going and coming like the wind on the court and dominating the court. Then guess which ballplayers were teacher's basketball initiation? Su Jia asked with a smile. Lin Weirui didn't know why Teacher Su would ask him this question. However, he thought about it, at Teacher Su's age, he should like the basketball stars of the previous generation, right? So, he tried to guess. Teacher Su, you wouldn't like Duncan and Garnett too, would you? Lin Weirui's heart burst with joy at the thought of this possibility. If Teacher Su had the same preferences as himself, how much of a beautiful thing that would be. Su Jia smiled and shook his head. Duncan and Garnett, these two old men were indeed lovable, and he did like them. But at this time, in order to guide Lin Weirui, Su Jia had to discard these two old men. King James? Su Jia shook his head. Curry? Su Jia still shook his head. Kobe? Wade? O'Neal? Big Yao? Jordan? Su Jia smiled and shook his head, not letting Lin Weirui continue guessing. It's Allen Iverson. Hiss. Lin Weirui's eyes flashed with shock. He started to get in touch with basketball when he was in middle school. At that time, Iverson had long retired. But that didn't stop him from hearing about Iverson's deeds. The top draft pick of the '96 Golden Generation. Breaking through people like a ghost. A person alone against the Lakers duo. However, Iverson's era is ultimately too far away. Lin Weirui shocked to shock, but some unknown. Mr. Su's idol, why would it be this one? Know why my breakthrough passes are so sharp? Su Jia said with a smile. Only he himself knew that it was because of the hang. But he couldn't possibly educate and guide Lin Weirui like that. So, he attributed it all to his idol, Allen Iverson. From the time I came into contact with basketball, I practiced the guard technique. Su Jia continued. You are the same height as me, both are 185. Such a height has a very big advantage on the basketball court in school. But what is your goal? Is to become a professional basketball player. Let's not talk about the NBA, even in the CBA in Cuba, with your height of 185, where is the advantage? There is no advantage at all. You just asked me why you can't practice playing the boards well? Why do you suck at basketball? Then teacher will tell you now. It's because you're positioning yourself in the wrong way. On the wrong path, you can only get the wrong results even if you try harder. Lin Weirui listened to Mr. Su's words in a daze. So it turned out that he wasn't good at basketball because his self-positioning was wrong? His father was 178 and his mom was 172. When he was in junior high school, his height had risen to 179. But the family didn't have any relatives or friends who were in basketball-related jobs or businesses. His basketball initiation was the same as most of the teenagers in the Dragon Kingdom, the NBA. When he started playing basketball in middle school, his classmates always made him stand under the basket, grabbing rebounds, caps, and defense. So, from the very beginning, he liked to watch videos of Duncan, Garnett, and other big forwards, and followed along. No one ever woke him up. Told him he wasn't cut out to play power forward, or even small forward. After going to high school, his size grew a few more centimeters to 185. On the school's basketball court, still being called to the basket by his classmates. Controlling the ball, dribbling, and passing. That is something that students with a height of 180 or less will only go to do. A few years down the line, he had also long gotten used to moving around in the 3-second zone under the basket. By today, hearing Mr. Su's words. Only then did Lin Weirui come to his senses, and it turned out that, from the beginning, he had played the wrong position. Does he believe in Su Jia? Believe. Whether it was Teacher Su's attitude towards them, or Teacher Su's performance like a god on the basketball court, it made Lin Weirui believe in Su Jia's words. At this moment, it was as if a light had shone into Lin Weirui's heart. This light allowed him to break through the fog and divert from the wrong path. Into the right path. Chapter 122 Demon Level IT Talent. Watching Lin Weirui in front of him fall into deep thought, Su Jia's heart was very pleased. Going down the wrong path is nothing to be afraid of. What's scary is going down the wrong path without realizing it, and keep going down the wrong path. Waiting for a day in the future, suddenly turn back. But there is no way back. After this year, Lin Weirui is only 17 years old. That is to say, he has only reached the age of 16 and has not yet reached the age of 17. At such an age, it was too late to turn back at this time. After all, he was a talented young man with demonic-level basketball talent. As long as he returned to the right path and practiced his guard skills hard from now on, Su Jia feels that his future is still bright. Height 185, armspan 202. What kind of demonic talent is this? Su Jia was a man with a system. Under the premise of having the ability of the god of sports, as long as Lin Weirui is willing, Su Jia is confident that he will be able to coach him into the future #1 basketball player in the Dragon Kingdom. Entering the NBA? What kind of trash goal was that? Su Jia's expectation of Lin Weirui is that the NBA is the second draft pick of the Dragon Nation's identity since Yao. And also the first draft pick in the guard position. Lin Weirui's goal is a sea of stars. And not like Sun Desheng, old ba, they went to the pretty country to mix their lives. A moment later, Lin Weirui jumped out of his contemplation. His face glowed with a different kind of radiance. Teacher Su, teach me to practice my defender technique. Lin Weirui said with a smile. He understood, with his 185 height, he was playing a hairy power forward. He should practice guard skills as hard as Mr. Su. Once upon a time, he was always influenced by the environment on the campus basketball court, thinking that with his height, he could only play towards the basket. Although he also knows, whether it is the NBA or CBA, Cuba, 185 height is simply not enough to see. However, on the basketball court on campus, there is no opportunity for him to play point guard. And no one in the family has experience in this area. That was why a few years were wasted. Not practicing playing the boards? Su Jia asked with a smile. No more practicing. Lin Weirui's reply was decisive. Good. Su Jia smiled and patted Lin Weirui's shoulder. From now on, I'll teach you to play basketball. He awakened the system in his mind and directly bound Lin Weirui. The third period was a math class. Zhou Yutong had long ago actively arrived at the Class 9 classroom, thus, Su Jia had a rare free moment. Chu Xiaoran and Zhou Tao had already returned to campus from the hospital. Indeed, as Su Jia expected, on Zhou Tao's body, there were mostly superficial injuries. For Zhou Tao, who has excellent physical qualities, this injury will be fine in a few days. Since he was free, Su Jia thought about speeding up the pace of communication with the students in his class. For this weekly exam, apart from Li Hao and Li Hu who didn't participate, there were a total of 43 students in the class taking the exam. After the results came out, there were those who liked to play games and those who hadn't figured out their future path yet. All of them chose to go to the gaming room that Su Jia had created to have some fun. For example, Zhang Yang, Wu Feng, Lu Peng and so on. There were a total of 29 such students. Those who had clearly chosen to make a request to Su Jia were 14 students. Some of these students were asking for Su Jia for special reasons, such as Lin Xianxian. Some of them wanted to be like Li Hao and Li Hu, wanting to develop their preferences into a career that they would fight for their whole life. For example, Han Xiaochun, Li Rui, Lin Weirui. Su Jia was able to see the talent of the entire class. He knew that in Class 9, apart from students with special talents, there were also students with alternative learning talents. There are chemical geniuses. There are those with a demonic talent for medicine. There are those with unrivaled talent in law. For these students with alternative learning talents, Su Jia knew that their problems were more of a family and psychological problem. In the coming days, he would focus on getting to know them and unraveling their knots. In terms of the urgency of cultivation, it is not as urgent as Chu Xiaoran, Li Hao, Lin Weirui, and the others. After all, whether it's basketball, soccer, or games, age is a very critical point. These competitive programs, once you miss the best training, cultivation age, and then want to hit the world's highest peak, it is tantamount to a fool's dream. As for students with alternative learning talents, Su Jia's training plan for them is to mobilize their learning initiative as much as possible. After all, whether it was medicine or jurisprudence, both required very strong learning abilities. Su Jia's hand held the statistical list, looking at the students' choices while filtering some information in his mind. Finally, he returned to the classroom and called Lu Qingyun out. On his way back to the office, Su Jia then directly summoned the system and bound Lu Qingyun beside him. There was no way around it, this student's talent was somewhat special. Su Jia was worried that if he didn't bind it in advance, he wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise when he interacted with him later. The system panel in front of him displayed Lu Qingyun's various information in real time. Name, Lu Qingyun. Age, 17 years old. Height, 172 cm. Weight, 55 kilograms. Talent, language average, math excellent, English good, history average, geography good, politics good, IT demon. Mentality, good. Practical combat bonus, 10%. That's right, this is a student with a demonic level of IT talent. Genoa Middle School had computer classes before senior year. One session a week, teaching some simple computer knowledge. The computer class, in the eyes of some people, seemed very ribald. After all, in this day and age, how many students can there be who haven't touched a computer by the time they get to high school? In fact, the real situation is not so. The Dragon Country is a vast area, the land is vast. In the river, coastal and other economically developed areas of the children born, naturally, from a young age to contact a variety of novelty gadgets. But in the vast southwest, northwest, mountainous areas, there are still very many children who do not have the opportunity to learn computer knowledge at a very young age. Even the most simple and basic computer knowledge. Therefore, computer classes in high school, in Su Jia's opinion, were still very necessary. However, it would be more reasonable if the teaching could be differentiated according to the specific situation of each place. Su Jia's understanding of computers is actually limited to very basic office operations. Other than that, it was to play a variety of games. But like programming, hacking, viruses, network security and other specialized knowledge, Su Jie is the 7 know-how 6. This student, Lu Qingyun, has a demonic level of IT talent. If it was Su Jie before, trying to teach him would be a joke. However, after binding Lu Qingyun with the system, on his way back to the office, Su Jie had already undergone a metamorphosis. Within his mind, segments of mysterious codes emerged. Like the Matrix in the Matrix. Chapter 123 Tiny young boy, fistful of patriotic heart. Lu Qingyun was short and slim. His looks were not very handsome, but clean and fresh. A pair of thick sword eyebrows always left a deep impression on those who saw him for the first time. With a pair of black-framed glasses resting on the bridge of his nose, he looked svelte. As he walked beside Su Jie, from time to time he would glance at Teacher Su with his afterglow, a little apprehensive in his heart. It wasn't that he was fearful or afraid of Teacher Su. Rather, he didn't know if Mr. Su could do what he had requested. As a physical education teacher, Mr. Su was able to teach Chu Xiaoran, Lu Peng, Zhou Tao, these sports specialists. Lu Qingyun was not surprised at all. He wasn't too surprised that Teacher Su could sing, and sing even better than Han Xiaochen, who was the best singer in the class. Teacher Su was able to teach them languages, mathematics, foreign languages, politics, history, and geography, and he just assumed that Teacher Su used to be a school bully when he was in school. This was also within Lu Qingyun's acceptance. But the things he wanted Mr. Su to teach were somewhat special. He was drumming in his heart, wondering if the beloved Teacher Su beside him could teach. After all, his hobby was programming. Su Jie naturally could not know what was in Lu Qingyun's mind beside him. After arriving at the office, smiling and letting him sit down, Su Jie went straight to the point and said, "This weekly exam, you did very well in math, earning the second best score in the class. Tell me, what do you want to ask from teacher? As long as teacher is able to do it, she will definitely fulfill you." Lu Qingyun's math talent was at the excellent level. Such a math talent was a very rare existence in class 9. Only Shi Yunfeng was able to steadily suppress him. Wu Feng, who also possessed an excellent math talent, was not as serious in his studies as Lu Qingyun, and his grades were naturally inferior to Lu Qingyun's. Lu Qingyun hesitated for a moment and looked up to ask, "Teacher Su, can you program?" In his heart, he thought that it would be fine if Teacher Su didn't know how. After all, Teacher Su was just a physical education teacher, not a programmer. If Teacher Su wouldn't, then he would change his heart's desire. Su Jie smiled faintly. "Want to learn programming? I'll teach you. Assembly, C, C++, Java, Python, PHP. Which one do you want to learn? I'll teach you." Hearing Mr. Su's words, Lu Qingyun's eyes suddenly widened, an unbelievable look spreading across his face. Did Teacher Su actually know how to program? It was simply too unbelievable. It couldn't be a lie to him, could it? Gulp. Lu Qingyun swallowed his saliva with difficulty and asked with some hesitation, "Teacher Su, do you really know how to program?" In his heart, he still had some doubts. Su Jie nodded and smiled, "Of course. You don't believe me?" Lu Qingyun nodded, then shook his head again, and finally scratched his head again. "Teacher Su, do you really know how to program?" This was the third time Lu Qingyun asked this question today. Although it seemed a bit disrespectful, he was truly a bit unconvinced about the fact that Teacher Su could program. Su Jie stood up and said with a smile, "Let's go, hearing is believing. I'll take you to our class's gaming room to knock 2 lines of code for you." Regarding Lu Qingyun's hesitation, Su Jie wasn't angry at all. It was quite normal. Who would believe that a gym teacher would be an IT bull? Isn't this a ING international joke? Lu Qingyun really wanted to see with his own eyes whether Mr. Su could program or not, so he got up and followed behind Su Jie, walking towards the outside of the school. On the way, Su Jie smiled and asked, "Can you tell teacher, when did you start touching programming?" A student, from a young age, likes drawing, dancing, basketball, soccer, games. This was all quite normal. But like Lu Qingyun, who likes programming, it's not common. The vast majority of people who worked in the IT industry would only start to get in touch with computer programming after they went to college. The so-called children's programming that is all over the world today is actually a money scam. Why? Because real computer science and technology requires very solid and deep math skills. If you can't do math, you can never be a real computer expert. This is a universal and unbreakable truth. Many programmers nowadays are really just code movers. Lu Qingyun walked beside Su Jie and seemed to be caught up in memories. "Teacher Su, have you heard of the Dragon Country Red Guest?" Su Jie was stunned. How could he not have thought that Lu Qingyun, at his young age, even knew about the Dragon Country Red Guest? This really surprised him. As a matter of fact, this word should not have come out of the mouth of Lu Qingyun, a teenager who was only 17 years old. This was because there were all sorts of deeds about the Dragon Country Red Guests that even Su Jie, who was now 26 years old, had barely heard of before he had bound Lu Qingyun and gained access to a vast amount of IT technology and information. The earliest deeds of the Dragon Country Red Guests happened in the era when Lu Qingyun was not yet born. And where did this kid know about this? Su Jie was very curious.
He nodded and said, "I've heard of it. The Dragon Kingdom Red Guest was born in the year when the Dragon Kingdom was humiliated. Back then, the Dragon Country, which was not yet strong enough, suffered the historic humiliation of having its embassy bombed by the Pretty Country. That year, the anger of the civil society of the Dragon Kingdom almost reached the highest point after the founding of the country. Countless patriotic computer experts united and established the Dragon Country Red Hacker Alliance. The members of the organization used their superior hacking skills to express their patriotism and nationalism by launching attacks on the Pretty Country's government websites. They, like a sharp knife of the civil society of the Dragon Kingdom, ruthlessly stabbed into the enemy's hinterland at the time of the Dragon Kingdom's humiliation. That year, the red flag spread all over the major websites of the Pretty Country. Since then, whenever a degrading dragon incident occurred, there would inevitably be the figure of Dragon Country's red guests. Ijo Island, Cherry Blossom Country, Kimchi Country had all been severely humiliated by the Dragon Country Red Guest. It was only with the development of the times, with the constant upgrading of network security, this kind of large-scale network war would rarely happen anymore. The former Dragon Country Red Guests had either quietly turned around in their lives, changed careers, or worked as network security engineers, and they gradually disappeared from people's view. Su Jie did not expect that Lu Qingyun's computer enlightenment would be a Dragon Country Red Guest? What? You want to become a Red Guest? Su Jie asked with a smile. Aha! Lu Qingyun nodded exceptionally firmly. When I was in my second year of junior high school, I happened to click on the source code of a web page once under my hands and feet. From the first moment I saw those source codes, I was deeply attracted by them. Since then, I've been teaching myself programming. And while searching for various information on the internet, I came across the deeds related to the Dragon Kingdom's Red Guests. Bombing the Dragon Kingdom's embassy, the South China Sea collision, the Kimchi Kingdom's star insulting the dragon, and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's offering of war criminals. Every time the enemy launches an offensive, you can always see the Dragon Country Red Guests. Since I learned programming, it's as if there's always been a voice guiding me in the depths of my soul. Let me learn from them, let me be like them. I want to become a part of guarding our Dragon Kingdom network with my superb IT skills. Chapter 124 Lu Qingyun's Conviction. Su Jie's heart was incomparably moved. What was today's network environment like? Cyber spies were hiding amongst them, and the hate country party was prevalent. In the eyes of many people, patriotism is an original sin. The vast number of youths in the Dragon Kingdom were poisoned by all that garbage, weren't they? How many students who could be like Lu Qingyun, who deeply loved this land because of the heroic deeds of the Dragon Country's Red Guests, were still there now? Su Jie didn't know. He had thought that Lu Qingyun might have fallen in love with programming because of his family, maybe someone in his family worked in IT. Maybe he fell in love with programming because he had seen really cool hacker movies. But he definitely did not think that it would be because of the exploits of the Dragon Kingdom Red Hacker, which gave Lu Qingyun a heart to guard the Dragon Kingdom network. Hacking technology, in the eyes of ordinary people, is often mysterious, reckless, and lawless. From simple DDoS attacks, to introductory writing scripts, to advanced proficiency in high-level language, assembly language, machine language. From computer principles, to databases, to communication principles. From software, to hardware, to microelectronic components. The top hackers who hide behind the fog seem to be omnipotent beings. To become a real hacker, the various knowledge you need to learn is very complicated and complicated. Without exceptional talent and determination, it is a dream to be successful in the computer field. Those who simply mount Trojan horses and steal other people's information and accounts are nothing more than clowns. And after having top-notch computer skills, a person's choices often determine who he is. Hackers who use their personal will as a starting point for malicious attacks on networks or computer users are often called black hat hackers. They use their skills to look for and find vulnerabilities and bugs in software, maliciously hacking into users' machines and stealing various information from them. For example, accounts, passwords, emails, intellectual property, credit card or bank account credentials, and so on. These people, more often than not, do illegal and criminal things for their own benefit. In contrast, there are people who work in the defense of networks and computer technology, often called white hat hackers. They were an important force in maintaining the security of the world's networks and computers. The Dragon Country Red Hackers, on the other hand, were a group of people with extremely strong patriotic beliefs and top-notch IT skills. They may be white hats who are engaged in network security, or they may be network administrators in cyber cafes, or they may just be students in schools. It is the patriotic belief in their hearts that brings them together. They discuss with each other, learn from each other, and make progress with each other. Together, they maintain the network security of the Dragon Kingdom and carry out network attacks against hostile forces that insult the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, nowadays, the Dragon Country Red Guest Alliance has long been disbanded. A trace of despondency and helplessness flashed across Lu Qingyun's boyish face. Any organization that developed to a certain stage and scale would inevitably produce entanglements of interests.
And once there are interests entangled, the so-called not forgetting the original heart will become an empty talk. Now there is no longer Red Guest Alliance, but the world still exists their legend.
Lu Qingyun is such a young man infected by their deeds.
Su Jie patted afraid of Lu Qingyun's shoulder and shook his head with a smile.
You're wrong.
Remember, as long as the patriotic spirit remains, the Dragon Country Red Guests will never dissipate.
Boom.
Originally, Lu Qingyun, who was still a bit despondent and disheveled after hearing Su Jie's words, his entire heart and soul trembled. As long as the patriotic spirit remained, the Dragon Country Red Guests would never dissipate. In his mind, he kept circling and repeating these words. Gradually, the disheveledness on his face was swept away. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. As if Lu Qingyun was enlightened, all over his body, his sweaty hairs exploded. Just because of Su Jie's sudden words, his entire body and mind were baptized. At the end of the day, Lu Qingyun took a deep breath, his face filled with perseverance and confidence. It is incumbent upon my generation to revive the glory of the Red Guests. Su Jie glanced at Lu Qingyun beside him in surprise. Naturally, he could not know how much of an impact his careless words would have on a teenager. He would never have imagined that his words would become the charging slogan in the future cyber war between the Dragon Kingdom and the Pretty Kingdom. And at that time, Lu Qingyun had long since become a world-class IT master. The leading figure in the IT world of the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Su, why are you guys here? Li Hao was training himself in the gaming room of the Genia Academy. Even with his unrivaled gaming talent, Li Hao didn't slack off. The kind of subjective initiative that comes from within, he does not know how far away from the average student. Some students, shouting I like to play games, I want to develop towards the gaming industry. But in fact, that is just an excuse for them to escape from their studies. Not to mention the other things, just day to night, more than 12 hours of grueling training, and how many people can adhere to it? Essentially, playing esports and playing games were no longer the same thing. Li Hao was very curious in his heart when he saw teacher Su bringing Lu Qingyun over. You play yours. Su Jie glanced at Li Hao's screen, he was strengthening his mending skills. Su Jie's heart was very pleased. There was a peerless talent and a superb self-drive. If even a student like Li Hao couldn't make a name for himself in the professional arena, Su Jie couldn't think of anyone else who would be able to succeed? Taking Lu Qingyun to open two machines, Su Jie very skillfully downloaded Visual Studio. You started off with C++, right? Su Jie asked with a smile. Seeing Lu Qingyun nodding his head, he knew in his heart. Alright, then I'll show you once. Su Jie said while his fingers flew and tapped the keyboard. He had brought Lu Qingyun here to let him see his programming level and give him a peace of mind. To tell him that your teacher Su really knows how to program and is not lying to you. So, Su Jie from the most basic hello world to start, to Lu Qingyun demonstrated once. From the introductory pointers, references, arrays, memory, to the later database calls, UI interface development. Su Jie while playing the keyboard, while explaining to Lu Qingyun. Much of this knowledge, Lu Qingyun had already taught himself. But when it came to the more advanced programs, he listened as if he were falling into the clouds. He sat right beside Su Jie, his ears perked up, and his eyes glazed over as he stared at the screen in front of Mr. Su. Lines of code, in his eyes, were like the most beautiful notes. In the midst of his brain, a most beautiful piece of music was composed. Teacher Su really could program. This caused the last trace of doubt within him to dissipate. Chapter 125 Another Way to Enter the Top Academy. On the way back to campus, Su Jie chatted with Lu Qingyun as they walked. He turned his head sideways and said to Lu Qingyun with a smile. You really are talented in programming. That gadget you improved yourself is also very interesting. Just now in the gaming room, after showing Lu Qingyun his superior code knocking skills, Su Jie let Lu Qingyun get his hands on the programming himself. He, on the other hand, watched from the sidelines. After this look, Su Jie realized that Lu Qingyun's programming level was indeed very good. Surprisingly, he had already begun to learn about data structures and algorithms. This made Su Jie overjoyed. At a young age, he was able to rely on self-study to learn computer programming to the extent that he did. In Su Jie's opinion, it was already not easy. In the gaming room, Lu Qingyun also gave Su Jie a demonstration of a small application that he had written and improved. That was the very commonly used mouse clicker. The mouse clicker was a very practical little application. It is usually utilized in games, various polls, and some e-commerce shopping spikes. For example, when a certain product is up for grabs at a certain time, the reaction time required for manual mouse clicks is inevitably far greater than that of machines. With a mouse clicker, people can be on time, at the moment of the opening of the robber, one step faster, point to the kill button. Lu Qingyun wrote his own mouse clicker, solved the drawbacks of most mouse clickers on the market. The vast majority of the mouse clicker, after the start of the run, if someone accidentally touched the mouse pointer moved elsewhere. Then, it is very likely to cause the mouse pointing situation. A careless, dead, or even blue screen is possible.
Under Lu Qingyun's ingenious improvement, the mouse clicker he wrote would automatically stop if the mouse pointer moved beyond the threshold range. In Su Jie's opinion, this improvement was nothing short of genius. Hearing Mr. Su's praise, Lu Qingyun smiled happily. Su Jie then asked, "Your previous academic performance was unsatisfactory. Was it because you spent too much effort on programming?" He was able to see Lu Qingyun's talent. Other than language and history talent, which were average, Lu Qingyun's talent and the rest of the subjects were all above the good level. The math talent was even called excellent. With this kind of academic talent, if he hadn't made it on his own, he shouldn't have strayed into class 9. At least going to an ordinary class was no problem. A person's energy is limited. For Lu Qingyun to be able to learn programming to the point where he was already able to improve applications on his own at his age could be said to be very exaggerated. Even if his IT talent had reached the level of a demon, he had inevitably gone through a great deal of practice before he was able to do so. There was no doubt about that. Because programming is different from other disciplines, it is a discipline that requires a lot of code tapping practice in order to understand and refine. From imitation, to carrying, to improvement, to self-creation. The vast majority of programmers, throughout their lives, can only proceed to the second step. Su Jie was able to imagine that most of Lu Qingyun's after-school time was inevitably spent on knocking out code. This was a reasonable speculation he had made based on Lu Qingyun's character, talent, and the current situation he was in. As expected, Lu Qingyun, who was on the side, nodded his head somewhat embarrassed. "Aha! Teacher Su, I'm really curious about the source codes of various programs. For a period of time, I basically went back every night and would spend all night reading and knocking on the code." He scratched his head a little blushingly, "So, I often couldn't hit the ground running during the day." Su Jie was happy. It was really as he thought. And it was a little more exaggerated than he thought. Good fellow, knocking out code all night long. Isn't this the life of a born programmer? In a trance, Su Jie thought of the picture that was widely circulated on the internet. An old man with white hair, looking 70 years old, but his real identity is a programmer under 30 years old. Although that picture was a spoof, it truly reflected part of the reality. Baldness, gray hair, premature aging, these happened in 996 or even 007 programmers, seem to become less out of place. IT business belong to the need for a lot of brain, but also need a lot of practice in hands, in order to achieve something. Code to knock more, not necessarily become an IT expert. But the IT master must mean that he knocked a lot of code. Bald and bald, not necessarily a computer expert. But the probability of a computer expert being bald and toppled is far greater than other industries. Su Jie shook his head and said to Lu Qingyun with a smile, "Do you have the feeling that you are actually putting the cart before the horse like this?" Lu Qingyun was a little uncertain when he heard Mr. Su's words. He loved programming and wanted to become an IT expert. As such, he sacrificed a lot of his free time and practiced a lot of code knocking. In the end, one could also count on getting into the door on the path of programming. How was this putting the cart before the horse? Inside Lu Qingyun's heart, he was very puzzled. Su Jie saw his doubts and said with another smile, "Have you ever found that when you encountered some not-so-complicated program bugs, you were at a loss? And after I just spoke to you a little bit, you were able to fix the bugs very quickly?" Lu Qingyun's brows frowned slightly, indeed. He only thought that this was his own failure to learn the art, and did not think in other directions. At this moment, listening to Mr. Su's meaning, could it be that he had thought wrongly? "Do you know what this is about?" Su Jie asked with a smile. Lu Qingyun very dryly shook his head. Su Jie laughed, "Because you lack the lowest level of systematic learning. Or rather, although your current programming level is okay and you have been able to improve some applications. But in terms of the underlying logic, you are aware of it, but not the reason why. If you're just figuring it out on your own, looking for information on the internet to learn, and talking to other programming enthusiasts, you're going to be very inefficient. It is even possible that you will take many detours." Speaking here, Su Jie paused, then said, "But if you are able to enter the Academy of Computing Sciences, which is one of the topmost academies for systematic learning, teacher believes that with your talent, you will achieve very great success in this field of IT in the shortest possible time." Lu Qingyun's two eyes first steeply lit up, but then quickly dimmed. "Teacher Su, I've actually thought about this. But with my cultural achievements, wanting to enter the Qingbei Fuxiao's Academy of Computing is tantamount to a fool's errand. That's why I desperately tried to study on my own, even if it affected my grades in other cultural subjects." This time, it was Su Jie's turn to be surprised. He hadn't thought that the young Lu Qingyun had already thought about this issue. Indeed, as he himself had said, apart from mathematics, his talent in other subjects was actually not particularly desirable. It was not very realistic to want to enter the top 10 institutions in the country that specialized in accounting disciplines by virtue of the college entrance examination. As for the general institutions, with Lu Qingyun's IT talent, the level and quality of teaching would not be able to keep up with his development. Instead, it would become an obstacle in his way forward. Su Jie smiled and patted Lu Qingyun's shoulder. There is another way. Go to the National Youth Informatics Olympiad.